In the heart of a serene forest, a long-haired elf named Aesir relaxes against a tree. By all accounts, the life of an elf is the ideal slow life. There's an endless supply of fruit, so you never have to worry about food. Hunting isn't a necessity, making bows little more than tools for polishing one's archery skills. He can even commune with the spirits, gaining insight into the world's truths. It's a peaceful, idyllic existence. And Aesir is completely, utterly bored. After 120 years of the same vegetarian diet, he's absolutely dying for some meat. You see, Aesir is an Isekai protagonist. He was born into this world with the mind of a 30-year-old from Earth. After more than a century of this peaceful life, he's finally hit his limit. He listlessly finishes another piece of fruit, the monotony crushing him. He casually calls upon the spirits of the wind, a simple party trick for a high elf. As a small whirlwind kicks up, he admits to himself, yeah, I'm fed up with an elf's life. It's just not for me. The core of his problem is that he still has all his memories from his previous life. He remembers Earth, a world overflowing with culture, civilization, and constant stimulation. This new, quiet world just doesn't compare. The other high elves, having never known anything else, are perfectly content with their life in the forest. They live for over 1,000 years, and when their physical forms eventually perish, their spirits simply return to nature, lingering for eternity. But for Aesir, this eternal peace feels like a cage. He's been playing along for over a century, but he's finally reached his breaking point. He glares into the distance, a small bird startled by his intensity. I'm tired of eating nothing but fruit. And I can't stomach the thought of keeping this up for another 800 years. Or even until the world ends. With a smirk, he grips the stone knife in his hand. I want to go out there, he resolves. I want to see, eat, and experience new things. I may as well have my fill before I become a spirit, right? With a swift motion, he slices through his long hair, cutting ties with his past. He runs a hand through his new, shorter hair. Not only is his head physically lighter, but his heart feels lighter too. He knows that elves live deep in the vast forest of Pulha, and he has no idea what lies beyond the barrier. But he's ready. With no one to say goodbye to, he dons his cloak. He gives a small, confident smile. We'll meet again if fate wills it. He packs his essentials, a bow, arrows, a bag stuffed with food, and the stone knife he used to mark his new beginning. It's time to go. Half a month later, Aesir finds himself deep in the wilderness. The outside world is stimulating, all right, he thinks. The moment he stepped outside the elven barrier, he was ambushed by a pack of vicious forest wolves. It was his first real fight, and he loved it. He's been chased by strange monsters along the river, and even had aggressive fish try to take a bite out of him. But through it all, he can't stop smiling. This is the excitement he's been craving. He happily inspects his loot from the wolves. I wonder what I can do with these fangs and claws. His mind races with possibilities. The larger fangs could become daggers, while the smaller ones could be made into a necklace. Then it hits him, maybe I should actually learn some craftsmanship first. Pushing through a thicket, he emerges into a clearing and freezes. Before him, the world stretches out into a vast, open landscape. For the first time in his life, he sees the horizon. It stretches on forever. The world feels endless. Overwhelmed with pure joy, he breaks into a dead sprint towards civilization. He finally arrives at the towering gates of a human city. A friendly-looking guard named Rodner approaches him. First time at a human city, you'll need to pay an entrance fee. Rodner lays out the cost. It's 20 copper pieces if you have id and 1 silver piece if you don't. Aesir stares, dumbfounded. Seeing his confusion, the guard asks patronizingly, do you even know what money is? Aesir snaps back to reality, so money exists here. Yeah, I know what it is. But his face falls as he realizes the obvious problem. He doesn't have any. The guard sighs, well, do you know anybody who lives here? I could call them for you. Aesir is about to ask if he can sell his wolf fangs to pay the fee, thinking it's his only option. But before he can speak, a new voice calls out, excuse me. He turns to see a group of adventurers, their leader, a fellow elf, looking right at him. She eyes him with an intense curiosity. May I borrow you a moment? Aesir and Rodner exchange confused glances. Without waiting for an answer, the adventurer grabs his hand. She quickly pulls him away from the gate, leaving her party and the guard behind. She turns to him, her expression dead serious. Leaning in close, she whispers, tell me, would you happen to be a high elf? She explains that to other elves, there's an unmistakable sign. A high elf appears to be draped in a shimmering light, she says. It's caused by their soul's immortality. It can't be hidden. Aesir just nods casually, not seeing the big deal. Not that I'd want to hide it anyway, he thinks. The adventurer Irina is stunned. If I may ask, what is a high elf like yourself doing at a human city? Without a hint of reverence, Aesir gives the most blunt answer possible. I got bored of the forest. I thought I'd take a look around outside. Irina is left completely speechless by his casual, almost childish reason for leaving the sacred woods. He just smiles brightly, pointing to himself. You can call me Aesir. That's what they called me back in the village. Aesir can practically read her mind from her stunned expression. Yeesh, this guy's a freak, she's probably thinking. He watches her face cycle through a dozen different emotions. Internally, Irina is trying to process this. Maybe living in the outside world for too long changes an elf's perspective. Aesir finds her reactions hilarious. After a moment of contemplation, Irina finally speaks, addressing him formally, Noble Aesir. She bows her head respectfully, please forgive my impertinence. But I believe fate has led me, your fellow elf Arena, here to lend you assistance. Aesir's face lights up. Thanks, that'd be great, he says, extending his hand, but you don't need to call me noble or anything, K. But Arena completely misinterprets the gesture. Instead of a handshake, she drops to one knee and reverently kisses his hand. Aesir is stunned. That was meant to be a handshake, he thinks, but alright. He decides to play along for now. I really do appreciate the help, but I think I'll ditch her as soon as I'm past the gate. Standing before the guard, Arena makes a formal declaration. The 6-star team, White Lake, shall personally vouch for noble Aesir standing. We will cover the entrance fee as well. Aesir gawks 6-star, he thinks, having no idea what that means. One of Arena's party members leans in with a friendly smile. She said 6-star, that's our adventurer rank. The man puffs out his chest with pride. Beginners are 1 star. As 6 stars were the highest ranked in the whole of Viscourt, there's only a handful of 7 stars in the entire country. Aesir claps politely as the man continues to boast, much to the embarrassment of his other party member. The guard, having heard enough, waves them on through. Rodner hands Aesir a document. Good for you, you're free to come in. Of course, if you cause any trouble, your guarantor will be held accountable. Aesir quickly skims the rules for non-citizens. Pay taxes for long stays, don't steal, and don't wave weapons around in the street. Seems simple enough. The guard points to a scroll. Okay, just jot your name down here. As Aesir signs, the guard reads the name, Aesir Huh. He gives Aesir a friendly pat on the back. Well, I'm a guard, my name's Rodner, if you run into any trouble feel free to come to me. With the formalities done, Rodner swings the massive gate open. Welcome to the city of Viscourt. Aesir's jaw drops. The bustling streets, the towering buildings, it's everything he dreamed of. As he's taking it all in, Arena taps him on the shoulder. Noble Aesir, do you have any plans moving forward? She suggests if you don't just yet. I would recommend registering as an adventurer to obtain a form of identification. Aesir considers her advice for a brief moment. Then a different idea pops into his head. An adventurer, no, actually, what I really want to do is. His eyes sparkle with excitement. I want to go to a blacksmith, make something out of those forest wolf parts. Where can I find the best one in town? Arena's expression immediately darkens. She explains hesitantly, the best blacksmith in this city is a dwarf. He surely won't sell anything to elves like us. Aesir recalls the old elven legends he was taught. According to the lore, dwarves ruin the sanctity of nature by stealing fire and locking it inside furnaces. He thinks to himself, myths and legends aside, elves and dwarves do not get along at all. She might be right. But his verbal response is the last thing anyone expected. Arena and her party stare in disbelief as Aesir beams with excitement. That's cool, he exclaims. I was hoping to see a dwarf at some point anyway. If you don't want to come with me, you can just tell me where the shop is. Arena is completely floored, but don't you detest dwarves? Aesir tilts his head, genuinely confused. Why would I hate someone I've never met? That's weird. Dumbfounded, Arena tries to explain the fundamental truth of their culture. Elves abhor dwarves and metalware both. The metalworks they create frighten the forest's trees. Aesir just can't wrap his head around it. I could understand axes, but what's so scary about tableware? I think they just hate dwarves and that's that. As evening begins to fall, the conversation shifts. A sudden realization hits Aesir. Oh, that's right, I'd like to stay at an inn but I have no money. He turns to Arena with a hopeful look. Would you buy this from me? He pulls a small, glowing fruit from his bag and offers it to her. Here, humans can make a rejuvenation elixir from it, right? That ought to help some. Arena gasps, her eyes widening in utter shock. She recognizes the legendary item immediately, shouting an Apua fruit. Aesir internally notes that Apua fruits are an elf's favorite food, and figures it's a good way to repay Arena for her help. He smiles warmly. I'll give you this one for free, thanks a lot. You were a huge help, he adds, completely oblivious to the fact that he just handed her a priceless treasure. Arena stands there, quivering, holding the mythical fruit as her party members stare in confusion. Suddenly, her expression shifts from shock to fierce determination. She grabs Aesir, her eyes burning with intensity. Noble Aesir, you shouldn't go showing these off willy-nilly. I'm going to have to teach you quite a lot about money and living like a human tomorrow. Her voice booms, startling him, and the blacksmith will wait until after that. Is that understood? Aesir can only nod meekly. Okay, it looks like I'm going to be learning a great number of things from Arena tomorrow. The next morning, Aesir makes his way to the local blacksmith. The clang of a hammer echoes from within as he pushes open the door. Excuse me. Inside, the shop is a testament to dwarven craftsmanship, with blades and shields lining the walls. Hearing the relentless hammering from the back, Aesir figures the smith is hard at work. His eyes are drawn to a particularly fine cookery, its blade intricately detailed. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through the noise. Sorry to keep you waiting. A burly, bearded dwarf emerges from the forge. The dwarf notices where Aesir's attention is fixed. Heh, you've got a keen eye, he says, but his friendly tone vanishes the moment he gets a good look at his customer. His face contorts with prejudice. What's a filthy, stinkin' elf doing in my shop, he roars. I ain't got nothing to sell to a knife ears. But Aesir is completely unfazed. With a blindingly cheerful smile, he fires back a dwarven insult of his own. Good day to you too, rock muncher. He glances back at the blade. This is a very fine cookery, he says calmly, but I'm not here to buy anything. The dwarf starts to retort, but Aesir cuts him off. "Excuse me, I brought you a little something." Caught off guard, the dwarf instinctively replies, "That's very kind of you." But he quickly catches himself, his anger flaring up again. "Hey, hooray you callin' rock muncher, and what would a knife ears know about good brews?" Aesir just pats the fuming dwarf on the shoulder, his calm demeanor completely disarming him. Getting down to business, the dwarf glares. "So, if you're not here to shop, what do you want? Don't waste my time or I'll toss you out on your ass." Aesir places a massive fang on the counter with a heavy thud. "This is from a wolf I took down," he explains. "I don't want its parts to go to waste, so I was hoping to craft a knife from it." The dwarf's eyes go wide. "Are you daft?" he scoffs, picking it up. "A fang this size could only be from a grand wolf. This isn't something an amateur can just work with." Aesir's smile is unwavering. "That's exactly why I came to learn from the most skilled dwarf in town," he says smoothly. "I want to honor the beast by putting its fangs and claws to good use." The dwarf seems impressed by the feat. Someone strong enough to take down a grand wolf could make a killing as an adventurer. Aesir realizes the dwarf is making him an offer. An offer to craft the weapon for him. "What are ya, soft in the head?" the dwarf grumbles, but Aesir understands the unspoken meaning. The master blacksmith is willing to forge weapons for him. But Aesir simply shakes his head. "No." With a brilliant smile, he declares his true intention. "I'm not interested in being an adventurer yet. I want to learn smithing. I want to be the one to craft things from these claws and fangs. I'll even be your apprentice for 10 or 20 years. The dwarf is completely floored. An elf asking to be a dwarf's apprentice for decades. He can't believe the audacity. "You're not daft," he mutters. "You're plain crazy." But a slow grin spreads across his face. "Well, so be it. I can stomach crazy a lot better than some haughty noble." Aesir's face lights up as the dwarf agrees. "Fine, I'll teach you. It'd be a shame to let a grand wolf's fang go to waste." Aesir extends his hand, sealing the unexpected deal. He reflects that no matter what path one walks, it's bound to intersect with others in unforeseen ways. The gruff dwarf stares at the offered hand, a silent understanding passing between them. He seems to be sizing up the young elf one last time. Aesir's smile is genuine, holding no trace of deceit. Finally, their hands meet in a firm grip. Aesir knew the dwarf could see his unwavering determination. Sometime later, Irina storms into the blacksmith shop, a look of pure horror on her face. "So, that's what happened, I understand now." She finds Aesir dressed in an apron and calmly polishing a piece of metal. "Noble Aesir, please," she cries out, "why are you working in a dwarf store?" Aesir looks up, genuinely confused by her panic. "Why, to make money, of course." He reminds her that inn you put me up in was incredibly extravagant. He dreamily recalls the lavish meals, hefty meat stew, full-bodied steak, freshly baked bread. "I can't afford that on my own right now," he continues seriously. "But once I'm independent, I promise I'll pay you back for everything." But Irina isn't concerned about the money. "That is completely beside the point," she grits out. She slams her hands on the counter, her voice filled with genuine fear for him. "If the stench of iron gets on you, it'll drive away the spirits. What if they abandon you completely?" Aesir remains calm in the face of her outburst. "I think you're mistaken about that." He holds up a small piece he's working on. "The spirits don't actually hate the scent of metal. Of course, spirits of the trees don't like being chopped down by axes," he clarifies, "but they aren't so fragile as to be offended by the mere presence of metal." Irina is left speechless, her lifelong beliefs being challenged. Aesir continues with his theory. "If I had to guess, the spirits were probably upset by pollution from mines a long time ago. And over time, elves just assumed the spirits hated all metal. I bet if I kept a potted plant in here, everything would be just fine." To prove his point, he turns to his new master. "Hey, Master Rock Muncher, can I keep a potted plant in the shop?" The dwarf just gives a non-committal grunt. Aesir cheerfully translates for Irina. "I think that means do as you please." Seeing her confusion, Aesir changes the subject. "I can teach you more about the spirits later, but since you're here, why not buy something?" He gestures towards the same ornate blade that first caught his eye. "I'd personally recommend that kukri." Irina's prejudice begins to waver as she admires the weapon's quality. "It's impressive, clearly dwarven made. You wouldn't be upset if I bought it, noble Aesir." Aesir smiles warmly. "I'll only be upset if you don't maintain it properly. Just treat it with care, all right." Irina has a moment of realization. "You see so many things I cannot." "No," she corrects herself. "You see things I never even tried to see." With newfound resolve, she addresses him not as a noble but as a craftsman. "Shopkeeper, may I buy this kukri?" A genuine smile touches her lips. "I'll be sure to cherish it." Master Rock Muncher watches the exchange from afar. Aesir knows this small moment won't erase generations of enmity between their races. But as he watches Irina, a skilled adventurer, proudly leave with her dwarven-made blade, he can't help but feel that it's a good start, and for a blacksmith that's enough to be happy about. A full year passes. Aesir has settled into his new life in the city of Vist Court. The blacksmith shop is thriving. They've hired more help and Aesir has mastered the basics like hammering nails. Irina and her party, White Lake, have become regular and valued customers. The shop's reputation has grown so much that the neighbors now come to Aesir, begging him to ask his master to forge everyday items for them. Aesir relays their requests, admitting, "I can only make nails." But his master's response is gruffly encouraging. "If you want to help them do it yourself, knife ears, I'll teach you how." And so, Aesir happily continues his training, finding simple joy and purpose in his work at the forge. He's found a new home and a new family in this bustling city. Despite his new job, Aesir is still financially dependent on Irina. He's essentially a kept elf, and the thought makes him cringe. Based on what Irina taught him about the local currency, his lodging alone costs a fortune, about 50,000 yen a night. When he tried to pay her back, Irina flatly refused. No, consider it a tuition fee, you are teaching me about the spirits in exchange. He even complained about his situation to his new friend, the city guard Rodner, over drinks at the local tavern. Rodner just threw his head back and laughed. What do you expect? Rodner chuckled. That elf lady's your guarantor, it's not like she can just leave you alone. Seeing Aesir's concern, Rodner offered a solution. Well, if you really want to leave that in, I can set you up with a safe place. I'm sure that put her at ease too. Aesir reflects on the new life he's building. In this short time, he's made unexpected connections with Rodner, Master Rockmuncher, and of course, Irina. Tending to the small plant in the forge, a genuine smile spreads across his face. I'd say I've been truly blessed with all these connections. Life settles into a new routine. Currently, Irina and her party, White Lake, are away on a long-term mission. It was a normal day at the blacksmith shop, when suddenly the door slams open with a crash. Aesir looks up from his work, a cheerful greeting on his lips. Oh, welcome back, Martina, is Irina, but her frantic expression cuts him short. Martina, the party's priestess, grabs him, her eyes wide with terror. We need your help, we need it, to stop a spirit that's gone out of control. Her desperate plea leaves Aesir stunned into silence. Seeing her distress, Aesir gently turns her around to calm her down. Master Rockmuncher gives a sharp nod, understanding the need for privacy. Let's talk about this somewhere else, Aesir says, leading the distraught priestess away from the noisy workshop. They head to a quiet room at the inn to discuss the emergency. This may take some time to explain, Martina begins, her voice trembling. Aesir sits opposite her, ready to listen. Okay. She looks up, her expression grim. It's not a pretty story. Martina recounts the events. We received a request from the town of Garrlet. It's a bit over 2 weeks away. The request was for White Lake specifically, she continues, because it involves a spirit and Irina was personally requested. What happened is, Garrlet's river has been contaminated. The water spirit is out of control and they asked us to end its curse. The situation is dire. Anyone who drinks the water falls ill for no discernible reason. Irina said one of the city's residents must have angered the spirit. But, Martina adds, while the fish are dying in greater numbers, the surrounding vegetation is unaffected. Aesir's eyes narrow as he processes this critical detail. His knowledge of spirits kicks in. It's impossible for a water spirit to contaminate the water it actually inhabits, he realizes. This isn't a curse, it's pollution. He connects the dots. Garrlet is a new town, established 10 years ago when rich mineral veins were discovered nearby. So that means, he concludes grimly, all of the harm caused by the mine's pollution is being blamed on the water spirit. Aesir asks the most important question, what kind of person is the Lord of Garrlet? He's from a newly established noble family appointed by the king, Martina explains, and he is very eager to expand the mining operations. Aesir leans back deep in thought. He may not even know it's an environmental issue at all, or maybe he knows what the problem is and wants to deflect blame. Martina looks on, her hope fading. So, right now, Irina is still doing everything she can to appease the vengeful spirit at Garrlet, and Kreia stayed behind to guard her, just in case. And you hurried all the way back to ask for help, Aesir finishes for her. Martina can only nod, ashamed. I see, Aesir murmurs, grasping the full gravity of the situation. This is a serious predicament. But a small part of him feels proud. It's good to hear that, even in spite of the circumstances, Irina's ability to commune with the spirits is steadily growing. He knows that if she only cared about the mission, she could have simply destroyed the water, severing the spirit's influence on the world. But she didn't, he thinks with a sigh of relief. It sounds like Irina fully understands the problem. I'm glad her first instinct is to try and befriend the spirit. Looking at Martina's tear-streaked face, Aesir makes his decision. I'll help, I give my help freely. A determined smile plays on his lips, but we're going to need to talk to one more person. Dwarves have been working with metals since time immemorial, he explains. If anyone would be the most well-versed in the harmful effects metals can have, it's him. We're going to need to seek Master Rockmuncher's help. Back at the forge, they lay out the entire story. Master Rockmuncher listens, arms crossed, the fire of the forge reflecting in his eyes. I see what you're saying. He cracks his knuckles with a grim look. If someone from the Blacksmith's Guild looks into this, the truth will make its way to the king for sure. He stands pointing decisively. That's why I'll go and investigate. Aesir and Martina stare back, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Aesir panics. You can't leave the shop unattended for so long, we just need you to refer us to a guild member. The other smiths step forward. We can handle it, Master Rockmuncher, but the dwarf just scoffs at Aesir. Look, knife ears. It'd be more accurate to say that the guild's findings likely wouldn't reach the king's ears. He explains the political reality of the situation. Dwarves hold great sway in this kingdom's guild. And plenty of dwarves are members of it, but besides me, there ain't any dwarves that actually deign to hear a knife ears out proper. Aesir is left speechless by the dwarf's blunt, yet undeniable support. The tension breaks as Aesir bursts into laughter, followed by a relieved giggle from Martina. What's so funny, he asks, a smile tugging at his own lips. The other smiths gather around, their faces set with determination. This is a problem for all of us working here too. If Garrelet mine closes up, the price of metals will balloon, one explains. And this'll spur opposition to developing any new mines regardless. As Aesir and Martina prepare to depart, the entire workshop sees them off. This affects all of us directly, please be careful. With the plan set, Master Rockmuncher turns to leave. I'll head to the Royal Capitals Guild first, Martina nods. Got it, good luck. As they set off for Garrelet, Aesir feels a sense of relief. I'm sure that Rockmuncher can take care of it. Garrelet's lord is a problem, but I'm a high elf living in the world of men, so I'll do what only a knife ears can do. He turns to the cart driver. Take us to Garrelet right away, please. Following the trail to Garrelet, Aesir and Martina push through the dense forest foliage. Emerging into a clearing, they find their friend. Kreyas, Martina calls out. He looks up from his meal, his face a mixture of exhaustion and relief. Ah, Martina. Kreyas slumps forward, the tension finally leaving his body. Thank goodness, he mutters, safe now that his friends have arrived. Aesir surveys the small, lonely campsite. Kreyas must have been holding down the fort here all by himself, he observes. He then turns his gaze to the woods beyond their camp, an area shrouded in an ominous, inhospitable mist. This place is deadly. Any human who enters will have the mist condense in their lungs, drowning them from the inside out. Aesir smiles warmly at his friends. Martina's round trip to fetch me took nearly a month. Staying here all this time must have been trying. You've both done a fine job. Kreyas looks towards the mist with deep concern. This is no place for a human to be, he says, putting a protective arm around Martina. As soon as Irina returns, we'll all go somewhere safer. Facing the deadly forest his friends fear, Aesir's expression is calm and reassuring. Sorry for the wait, he says, ready to go where they cannot. He gives a final wave to Kreyas and Martina, leaving them at the edge of the clearing. Without hesitation, Aesir walks alone into the mist-shrouded woods to find Irina. Deep within the forest, he finds her. Irina stands before a massive, ethereal water spirit. Aesir thinks to himself, you've come so far in such a short time, it makes me proud to call you an acquaintance. Irina turns, her face stained with tears of desperation and relief. Noble Aesir, she chokes out. She rushes to him, pleading, Noble Aesir, please go back. But he gently stops her. It's fine, he says calmly, just leave the rest to me. He offers a confident grin to ease her worries. You're paying all my lodging fees. I should at least earn that salary, right? Wiping away a tear, Irina tells him, your teammates are waiting for you. Aesir turns from Irina to confront the powerful entity before them. He understands the situation perfectly. A normal elf like Irina can only make requests of a spirit, but a high elf who becomes a spirit upon death is effectively of the same rank. Stepping forward, Aesir's demeanor shifts to one of authority. It's about time I tag in, he thinks before addressing the spirit directly. O she who dwells within this beautiful spring, what angers you so? The spirit's eyes narrow, her fury now focused entirely on him. In an instant, she floods Aesir's mind with a torrent of memories and emotions, showing him the source of her rage. Her story unfolds within his mind, a tale of sorrow and betrayal. Long ago, an indigenous people lived here, holding a deep respect for nature and the land. Their reverence extended to the spirit of the spring, whom they worshipped as a goddess. But one day, their peaceful existence was shattered by invaders. The survivors were assimilated, but they never abandoned their faith in the spirit. Generations later, when a mining project threatened the sacred land, the tribe's descendants protested, only to be exiled for their defiance. The mining polluted the water, killing the fish and causing the spirit immense pain. Bound by ancient laws, she could not interfere unless specifically asked, and yet she knew the invaders had to be washed away. For herself, for her beloved people, and for the land itself, she could not allow the pollution to continue. It was then that Irina, a precious sapling, appeared before her. Her arrival settled the spirit's resolve. With tears of sorrow and rage, the spirit made her decision. For the sake of this precious girl and the world she lives in, evil must be washed away completely. The vision ends, leaving Aesir facing the spirit, who is now poised to unleash her devastating power. Aesir understands her position completely. The spirit's completely made up her mind. But he makes his own resolve just as quickly. So have I. I'm wholly sympathetic to how she feels, but he steels himself for a battle of words, not weapons. This is not good. I'll turn this tide in my favor. O spirit, I understand your anger all too well. He pleads with her, showing her visions of the townspeople. But you mustn't direct that anger towards them. If you go through with your plan, the weak and the righteous will be swept away too. The workers have pure intentions, they don't know the harm they're causing. He continues, his voice filled with emotion. Think of the mothers painstakingly nurturing their babies, innocent children who don't yet know good from evil. He makes a final, powerful point. Especially the children here now and those of your beloved people are effectively indistinguishable. His words strike a chord. The spirit sees a vision of her own people revering her and her anger begins to falter. Honored spirit, Aesir presses, if you thoughtlessly wash them all away, you will no longer be the spirit they revered. A memory surfaces in the spirit's mind, her people, smiling and thanking her for her blessings. Aesir offers a path to true justice. As for the pollution, I already have a friend working to fix that. Please, O water spirit, you mustn't direct your anger improperly. moved by his plea, the spirit relents. And with that, the crisis was averted. The town of Garrelet was saved. Thanks to Master Rockmuncher's intervention, the Blacksmiths Guild took control of the mine, halting any further damage. The truth behind the incident was made public, and the adventurer party White Lake successfully completed their quest with their reputation intact. The corrupt noble lord was dismissed from his post, and the exiled indigenous tribe was finally allowed to return to their ancestral home. But the story wasn't quite over. Sometime later, in a lavish mansion, a dark fate awaited the disgraced lord. 3 days after his dismissal, he was found drowned in his own bathtub. Rumors spread that he had taken his own life to place a curse on the king, but the truth of his demise remained shrouded in murky depths, known only to the spirit of the spring. A time skip begins. 3 years after Aesir started his apprenticeship, he was finally working on weapons and armor when he met a certain boy. A young, energetic kid named Astor burst into the shop. "Excuse me, I'd like to buy this mace. Is there any armor that go well with it? I can spend about this much." Aesir recognized the mace as one of his own creations and thoughtfully considered the boy's request. He advised the young adventurer, leather boots would help keep you stable too. Astor immediately began practicing his swings, full of energy. Watching him, Aesir saw great potential. He has a solid core, he'll make a fine adventurer. He imagined the boy's journey. If things go well, he'll save up the money he earns and come back for even better equipment. The thought sparked a new fire in him, and if that happens, he might even pick out my work again. Now I'm feeling motivated. As Astor waved goodbye, Aesir found himself looking forward to seeing the young adventurer again. And so, the years flowed by. A montage of Aesir's life begins, showing him diligently learning the craft of blacksmithing. He even tests his own creations, much to Master Rockmuncher's bemusement. He pours his focus into his work, mastering the finest details. Life wasn't just work. There were peaceful moments, like Irina giving him a haircut while their friends relaxed nearby. He shared his own knowledge, teaching his dwarven master about the nature of spirits. He became a trusted smith, examining damaged armor for Kreyas and Martina. Together they formed a tight-knit family, collaborating on new designs and sharing their lives. The years flew by in a blur of warm memories. Life moved on for everyone. Friends celebrated new life and Aesir was there for it all, watching a new generation begin. And just like that, 10 years had passed. He even tried his best to soothe a crying baby held in Master Rockmuncher's massive arms, a hilarious sight that brought smiles to everyone. Then one day, reality hit him like a hammer blow. 10 years. It had really been 10 years since he first picked up a hammer. The cause of his shock? A letter in his master's hands. Aesir could barely believe it. "Master Rockmuncher, you're getting married." His master, Isvald, confirmed it plainly. "Well, yeah, I got a fiancé, and I'm being called back home to take over the family business." Confused, Aesir asked, how old are you?" Isvald grunted, "I'm 90. He explained that for a dwarf, that's roughly the equivalent of a human in their late 20s. Aesir couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "So young, and a fiancé, you say?" He snickered, earning a furious glare from his master. Isvald snapped back, turning to leave. "You're gonna have to think about your own future someday." The words struck a chord, leaving Aesir feeling a sudden weight of his own. Kneeling by the forge, he reflected on his master's words. It was true. A chapter was closing, and it was about time for him to think about what came next. Aesir began to take stock of the last decade. His master had taken on so many pupils. The town of Vistcourt was now filled with skilled blacksmiths, many of whom had opened their own shops. Even with Isvald gone, his legacy would ensure the town would never be without a master smith. The seeds of knowledge his master had sown had blossomed into a forest of talent. One of the other apprentices once told him, "You're only supposed to apprentice with a dwarf after you're already an accomplished smith. What you did was pretty reckless." Aesir admitted, "I had no idea. I guess I was being a bit arrogant." He glanced over at his master, a fond memory surfacing. Isvald looked back, completely oblivious to his thoughts. Aesir smiled to himself, remembering his own audacity. "And yet he took me on anyway. I think we've got a real connection." He'd even cheekily asked, "So what's the lucky lady like?" To which Isvald had growled, "Pretty gutsy," asking that while I'm holding a cleaver. But it wasn't just the smithing community that had changed. As Aesir watered the plants, he thought about his other friends. The adventurer party, White Lake, had reached the pinnacle of fame, achieving a 7-star rank before disbanding 3 years ago. The warrior Kreyas and the priestess Martina had finally got married. Aesir smiled. They retired at their peak to train the next generation. That's the right way to do it, I'd say. And then there was the elf, Irina. She couldn't give up the thrill of the unknown. "Adventuring is just too exciting. I'm not done yet," she declared before leaving town to find new companions. She bid him farewell with a bright smile. But not before giving him an earful of motherly advice. "Yes, you're independent, but you need to be careful. Are you even listening to me?" It was her own way of showing she cared. He remembered Rodner, the very first person he'd met in this town. The once fledgling guard had risen through the ranks to become captain. But even with his new responsibilities, they still found time to share a drink and a meal together at their old spot. And Astor, the young boy who had inspired him, had grown into a fine warrior himself, bursting into the smithy one day. "Mr. Aesir, listen to this." He proudly announced, "I'm finally 5-star ranked." Aesir knew he still had a ways to go to match the legends of White Lake. But he was a solid adventurer and Aesir couldn't have been prouder. "Congrats." Looking back, Aesir felt a deep sense of fulfillment. So much had happened in these 10 years. He thought of his lonely past, the century and a half he'd spent wandering. The life I'd lived for 150 years prior doesn't even compete. Not even 100%. Isvald's voice pulled him from his thoughts. So once I head back to the kingdom of dwarves, what'll you do with yourself? Aesir considered it for a moment. Train in swords and sorcery, I guess. He stretched, a plan forming in his mind. I have a lot of money saved up. Maybe I'll head to the royal capital and see what I can find. Isvald grumbled, isn't that spirit stuff you do a kind of sorcery? He sighed, shaking his head. You're as inscrutable as ever. Isvald turned his back. Well, fine then, you can do whatever you like. He paused, about to call him by his old nickname, Knife. But he stopped himself, turning with a new gravity in his eyes. No, Aesir. You're without a doubt my best pupil, Isvald said, his voice thick with sincerity, and I'll always be your friend. That'll never change. Aesir was stunned into silence before breaking into a laugh. What the heck, that's not like you at all. Isvald let out a booming laugh in response. Wiping a tear from his eye, Aesir grew serious. A high elf like me, I can't just visit the dwarven kingdom, but Isvald, you are a master. And a friend that I could never forget. Isvald clasped his hand firmly. Come on, now who's acting out of sorts? A smirk returned to his face. Besides, your specialty is rushing headlong wherever you damn well please. He punctuated the statement with a powerful slap on Aesir's back. Right. Aesir winced, the friendly blow knocking the wind out of him. Ow. Isvald's expression turned serious once more. In that case, he declared, his voice ringing with purpose, give it 50 years. Come to the dwarven kingdom in 50 years. The proposal left Aesir utterly speechless. Isvald laid out his impossibly grand ambition. If I become the best blacksmith in the country, I'll be crowned king. Once I have the throne, I'll change the laws so elves can visit freely. And when you arrive, you'll stick your chest out and introduce yourself as my apprentice. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Aesir could only weep. In dwarven culture, smithing is everything. Skill alone can elevate someone to any social standing, even to the throne itself. That night, Aesir stared at the smithy, a new fire lit within him. Then I can't let myself get rusty. I have to keep improving one step at a time. After Isvald left, his workshop was taken over by another pupil. Aesir borrowed the forge one last time to craft a special knife. Before leaving, Isvald had fought tooth and nail at the guild to get him officially licensed as an advanced rank blacksmith, an unheard of feat for an elf. With his new license and the knife he'd forged from the Grand Wolf's Fang, Aesir packed his bags for the next journey. Clad in a simple cloak, he walked out of the town that had been his home for a decade. Taking a crisp bite from an apple, he savored the taste of a new beginning. The royal capital was a 10-day trip by carriage, and even longer on foot. But Aesir chose to walk. He wanted the time to reminisce on the most meaningful 10 years of his long life as he set off towards the royal capital and whatever came next. Our story begins in the heart of the kingdom of Ludria, the sprawling royal capital of Werfiel. For our hero, the high elf Aesir, this sight is nothing short of breathtaking. Having arrived in the city, Aesir's purpose is clear. An official questions him, surprised by his unique background. You're here to learn about swords and sorcery, a blacksmith elf living in human towns, and an advanced rank at that. The official can't help but comment, forgive the remark, but you're quite eccentric. Aesir just smiles coyly, a hint of his grand plans hidden behind his casual demeanor. And with that, Aesir's new life in the capital begins. Taking in the bustling streets, he enjoys a local snack, feeling the energy of the city around him. He thinks to himself, this is probably obvious, but it's a lot busier and wealthier than Vistcourt. There are a lot of schools of swordsmanship too. While buying some fruit, a friendly vendor tells him about the city's top sword schools. There are 3 main schools to learn swordplay from here. Collectively, they're known as the 3 disciplines. First up is the Ludrian Kingdom style, a standard sword and shield technique used by soldiers. Aesir quickly dismisses it, not really interested. Next is the Lodran Greatsword style, an aggressive 2-handed form. I think Krea's used that one actually, he recalls, remembering his powerful friend. And finally, the Gren style, focused on absolute defense. Yeah, that one, just doesn't fit me at all, he concludes, finishing his snack. Just as he's about to settle on a choice, a memory surfaces. I remember hearing about one more style, but I think it just fell apart due to a lack of disciples. Slumped on a set of stairs, he debates his options. If I had to pick one, maybe Lodran, but a sudden clatter from the nearby plaza catches his attention. He spots a pair of street performers setting up near the fountain. In a flash, the woman in the kimono draws her blade. The sudden, sharp movement instantly captivates Aesir, his eyes widening in shock. With a single, impossibly fluid motion, she slices an apple clean in half. The arc of the blade is perfect, a display of pure, unadulterated skill. She holds her pose for a moment, her gaze sharp and focused, the 2 halves of the apple falling away. Aesir is completely frozen, his mind struggling to process what he just witnessed. Impossible, he gasps, utterly mesmerized. As a master blacksmith, he analyzes the feat. I won't say that blade is dull, but how could it have made such a clean cut? No. He leaps to his feet, his decision made in an instant. I saw it with my own eyes, I can't doubt the beauty of her swing. The woman, Kiha, finishes her performance, unaware she's just changed Aesir's entire destiny. Aesir marches right up to her table, his excitement barely contained. He places a single silver coin on the table, a generous payment for a street performance. Kiha is stunned by the amount, a silver piece. Before she can react, Aesir bows deeply. Your technique's completely stolen my heart, please take me on as your apprentice. He continues his desperate plea, I'll pay a tuition, I'll do chores, please I insist. Kiha is completely bewildered by the sudden, intense request. Flustered, she stammers, trying to find the right words to turn him down gently. Aesir looks up, his expression earnest. I don't yet know the name of the style you practice. However, he declares with unwavering conviction, I want to be someone that wields it. His sincerity cuts through her confusion. Seeing his resolve, she relents. I understand. I'll take you to my dojo then, she says, though a hint of warning lingers in her tone as Aesir beams with joy. As they walk, she adds, I'm sure you'll change your mind once you see it for yourself. They arrive at a dilapidated, crumbling building on the outskirts of town. In shambles, Aesir thinks, as Kiha explains, one of the 4 disciplines was taught here once. This was Yasogi Ryu's dojo, she says solemnly. Aesir can't hide his shock, it's in ruins. Stepping inside the dusty, abandoned hall, Kiha begins to tell its tragic story. The school's head was defeated by Ladrin. They were using fake swords, but he was struck so severely that he lost his life. The other pupils meant to retaliate, but their revenge was crushed. Then, a great deal of infighting over who should succeed as master tore the school apart. She concludes with a heavy heart, my mother and I were overlooked and spared, thus marking the end of what Yasogi Ryu once was. Aesir catches her phrasing. Once was, Kiha turns to him. Yasogi Ryu now only has value for spectacle, not for combat. My style is all I have left of my father's teachings, and I've developed it in my own way. She gives him one last chance to back out. Learning our style may only draw undue attention from the Ladrin school, so please be on your way. But Aesir's resolve is absolute. With a determined look, he declares, that's fine. The style you showed off is exactly what I want to learn. He laughs, dismissing her concerns. I'm not scared. I don't know how strong the Ladrin students are, but I doubt many are at Kreyas's level. Kiha is stunned by his casual mention of such a legendary figure. Seeing he won't be swayed, Kiha sets a condition. However, before we start, I'll ask that you let me work on your sword for a week. She looks at him with discerning eyes. That sword can't keep up with you as is. Her curiosity piqued, she asks the question on her mind. Just who in the world are you? Aesir finally introduces himself properly. I'm a high elf, Aesir. I specialize in archery and spirit communing. I'm also a dwarf-accredited advanced rank blacksmith. The revelations leave Kiha utterly speechless. He smiles warmly, and I'll be your first apprentice. The very first apprentice of the reborn Yasogi Ryu school, if that's all right with you. Just then a frail voice calls from another room, punctuated by a cough. Kiha, do we have a guest? Kiha, flustered by the whole situation, tries to deflect. No. But Aesir steps forward to greet her mother, Kina. Hello, we'll be taking on apprentices officially, starting today. Kiha quickly adds, and you'll be staying in the guest room. The sudden announcement shocks both her mother and Aesir. And so Aesir's new life began. He quickly noticed that Kiha's mother, Kina, was suffering from a chest ailment. Using his knowledge of nature, he foraged in the forest for potent medicinal herbs to treat her. He soon learned that Kiha's street performances were all to afford her mother's medicine. I'm something of an expert in this field, he explains, so I opted to save both her time and money. To help out, Aesir began taking jobs at the local blacksmith's guild, his advanced rank causing a stir among the other smiths. All the while, he worked on his and Kiha's swords. He knew that making connections here would be useful down the line. On his way back to the dojo, he made sure to spread the word. An elf had enrolled in the Yasogi Ryu school. This was a calculated move to draw out any potential enemies, like moths to a flame. He was determined to protect Kiha and her mother. If anything happened to them, it would disrupt the training he so desperately wanted. But beyond that, he simply felt it was the right thing to do, regardless of if it's my job to protect them. I'm just doing what I want to do. He sighs, realizing his plate is full. Well, I can hold off on learning sorcery for a couple decades. Still, to preempt any trouble from the Ladrin school, he sent a letter to his powerful friend, Kreyas. Soon after, a response arrived. He reads the letter aloud. Please leave dealing with the Ladrin school to me. If anything at all happens, please contact me before you demolish any Ladrin buildings. Aesir is baffled by the request. Sitting in his new room, he grumbles, what kind of guy does he take me for? I mean, I wouldn't go that far. The letter continues, stating Kreyas will be in Warfield soon to handle things in person. Aesir breathes a sigh of relief. He ponders the history of the conflict, realizing the initial tragedy likely happened while Kreyas was away on an adventure. Lying on his futon, he wonders how Kiha and Kina will react to a Ladrin student visiting their dojo. The complexities of relationships were something he was still learning to navigate. Lying on his futon, Aesir reflects on his new life. I get why elves are so reclusive, he thinks. People are delicate, difficult to handle, and I know I can be a bit overbearing. A soft smile touches his lips, but I want to interact with people. He recalls Kiha's radiant expression. After all, I'd never seen anything quite so lovely as that smile. And so, with his resolve firm, Aesir's training under Kiha began. He explains, it was a pretty simple affair, really. Kiha demonstrates a powerful, focused swing. It all boiled down to practice swings. Aesir mirrors her movements, his form still unrefined, and all I did was mimic Kiha. They stand side by side, swords raised high. Kiha had never taught anyone before, so this was our only option, he muses. it's definitely not how you teach an amateur, but for me, it's perfect. To him, the process felt familiar. It's just like smithing. The training is grueling, pushing him to the point of collapse day after day. But these tough sessions were always followed by peaceful moments, sharing meals and stories together. He understood the method in the repetition. You make adjustments here and there, little by little, until you're done. Exhausted but determined, Aesir would push through each session while Kiha watched over him. She'd even help him cool down, her laughter echoing in the dojo yard. Little by little, step by step, he thought, I've got nothing but time after all. About half a year into his training, a familiar face arrived at the dojo. Yo, a man in armor called out. It was Kreyas. Aesir waved back as Kiha and her mother looked on, surprised. Aesir explains Kreyas had already stopped by the Ladron school before coming here. He listened to Kiha's story, and since he's my acquaintance, I stood back and let them talk. Kreyas downplays his connection to the Ladron school, telling them, honestly, they're just some tough adventurers I know. Then to their shock, Kreyas bows his head to the floor. My fellows and I are deeply sorry for all the grief we've caused you. Kiha and her mother are completely taken aback by the sincere apology. Instantly, they see Kreyas as a noble warrior. Kiha eagerly asks him about swordplay while her mother suggests he stay the night. Seizing the opportunity, Kiha calls out, Sir Kreyas. She dashes forward, taking a stance. Kreyas simply smiles, sure thing. With a determined glint in her eye, she challenges him. Please, just one practice round. Kreyas calmly accepts. The match is over in an instant. Kiha is on her knees, utterly defeated. I lost, she whispers as Aesir and Kreyas look on. She was completely helpless against him. Kreyas offers his assessment. If you ask me, the only thing your swordsmanship is lacking is real-world practical experience. He rests his sword on his shoulder. That's something I have in spades. But it's not something everyone needs, he adds, glancing towards Aesir. Kiha is devastated, her confidence shattered. If my mastery is imperfect, then his will be too, she pants. Aesir watches, concerned. She struggles to even use her sword as a crutch to stand. Kreyas gives his final recommendation. I'd say you should spend 1 or 2 years as an adventurer. The weight of his words crushes Kiha, leaving her speechless. Kreyas then smiles and points directly at Aesir. Besides, the strongest person I know has been right by your side this whole time. Got it? A sudden realization dawns. Kiha turns to Aesir, her voice filled with emotion. Aesir, you have been doing favor after favor for me. She lists everything he's done. My sword, my mother, and now Sir Kreyas. But Aesir cuts her off gently. However, if you'll forgive me, I have one more favor to ask. With unwavering resolve, he makes a shocking declaration. I'm going to become an adventurer. Kiha is stunned. Please look after my mother, she begins, but Aesir has already made up his mind. As far as I'm concerned, the path of the sword overlaps perfectly with whatever path you take, Kiha, he says with a smile. I have 2 conditions. Firstly, I want to make a set of armor for you before you leave. Kiha, still processing, simply agrees. Okay. Secondly, he continues, I want you to use my home in Viscourt as your base of operations. Kiha's jaw drops. You have a home. Flustered, she stammers, I understand. Aesir can't help but think she's still quite naive. He pictures his friends back in Viscourt. If she stays at my home, I know everyone will look after her. She can train and temper herself while adjusting to a new life. A smug grin spreads across Aesir's face. I wonder if this is how Irina felt when she was looking out for me, he thinks to himself. They shake on it. Thank you, Aesir, Kiha says, her voice firm. I promise, I'll become a swordswoman worthy of being your master. She smiles warmly. Please just wait a little bit longer, Aesir beams back. Okay. And with that, 3 years pass. Aesir is alone in the now fully renovated dojo, faithfully performing his 1,000 practice swings. While Kiha was gone, he'd kept his promise to her mother. He built a forge on the dojo grounds and poured his energy into his craft, repairing the building and honing his skills. His blacksmithing had become legendary. Last year I placed 3rd in the royal competition, and this year 2nd. Only the dwarves could beat me. This fame, however, brought unwanted attention from nobles and thugs. They pestered me with requests, he recalls, but once they realized I was more stubborn than a dwarf, they finally left me alone. Just then Kina's voice rings out from the yard. Aesir, a letter just came in from Kiha. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Be right there. Like clockwork, a letter from Kiha would arrive every few months. They were always filled with her adventures, both the triumphs and the awkward moments of a new adventurer. Aesir and Kina settle on the porch to read the latest news. I wonder what's in this one, Kina says. Aesir grins. Maybe she's ranked up again. Her progress had been meteoric. She hit 4 stars in her first year and 5 stars in her second, an incredible pace for a solo adventurer. Aesir wasn't worried. Her foundation is finally blooming with practical experience. Besides, I know Kreyas is watching over her. He sighs a little wistfully. Still, I'm kinda jealous. That Kreyas gets to see her progress firsthand. Suddenly Kina gasps. Oh goodness, Aesir leans in close. What's it say? Kina's face lights up. She's been promoted to 6 stars. Aesir throws his fist in the air with a cheer. And also, he asks intrigued. Tears of joy well up in Kina's eyes. Very soon. She'll be coming back home. Kina's voice is filled with pride and anticipation. After 3 long years, we'll finally see her again, his master's return. At the dojo, the night is split by the sharp clang of steel on steel. The sound cuts through Aesir's meditation, his focus shattering instantly. He jolts, startled by the sudden noise. Lately, every day has felt the same. Ever since Kiha's letter arrived, the waiting has been agonizing. A voice calls out, "Dinner's ready," and Aesir wearily agrees. At the table, Kiha's mother has once again prepared a massive feast. I wonder if that girl will finally come home," she says cheerfully. She's been doing this every single day, hoping for her daughter's return. Aesir claps his hands together, offering a quick prayer before digging in. He shovels down the food, unable to let the effort go to waste. The mother offers him seconds and he accepts. Both he and his stomach desperately hope Kiha comes back soon. He continues to eat, his mind elsewhere. Suddenly, a glowing spirit butterfly flutters into view, hovering just outside the door. Aesir's eyes widen. He recognizes the signal immediately. He leaps to his feet, grabbing his sword. "Please excuse me a moment," he yells, dashing outside and leaving a very confused mother behind. In the courtyard, Aesir stands ready as the butterfly waits. The soft clack of sandals on the path announces an arrival. The main gate slides open, revealing a lone silhouette against the night sky. The figure steps into the light. It's Kiha. Aesir watches her approach, his expression unreadable. Without a single word of greeting, Kiha draws her blade and lunges, her attack a blur of motion. But Aesir is faster. He meets her strike with a deafening boom, his own sword held steady against her powerful downward slash. Kiha's eyes are filled with fierce determination, pouring all her training into this single blow. Aesir effortlessly holds her back, a proud grin spreading across his face as he sees just how strong she's become. The spar ends as quickly as it began. As Kiha lands gracefully, Aesir thinks to himself, one thing's for sure, those 3 years weren't spent in vain. She sheathes her sword, her warrior's intensity melting away into a warm smile. "Welcome back, master," she says. In just 3 short years, she's blossomed. Just then, another figure steps out from behind her. A familiar voice cuts through the night. "Long time no see." Aesir turns his gaze to the newcomer. It's Irina, her face etched with worry. "Irina," Aesir says, acknowledging her. He cuts straight to the point. "You have need of my power, do you?" Irina's eyes well up with tears, unable to hide her desperation. As the first drops of rain begin to fall, she whispers, "Correct." Inside, the mood is somber. Irina bows deeply before him. "It has been some time, noble Aesir. Today, I must request your aid." Kiha explains, "Krea's introduced me to Irina so she could find you." Irina takes a shaky breath and begins her story. "Please, noble Aesir, I'm here on behalf of the captive elves." She paints a horrifying picture of elves chained in dungeons. "A handful of Ludrian nobles have been capturing and enslaving my people, just for bragging rights." Aesir is skeptical. "Is it really that easy for humans to capture elves?" he asks. Irina challenges him. "The only elves you know are adventurers and warriors. You haven't met the common folk. The elves who live outside the great forests," she explains, "aren't accustomed to battle like we are." Her expression is filled with sorrow for her vulnerable kin. Aesir considers this. He knows that communing with spirits is one thing, but using that power in the heat of combat is a completely different skill. Irina continues, "So it's hardly impossible for humans to capture them, especially with organized military force. These nobles are using their private armies to raid isolated elven settlements," she says as the rain pours outside. "And because our villages are so closed off, nobody even notices." Kiha listens, her face hardening with anger at the injustice. Irina's voice trembles as she describes the torture. The captured elves are kept blindfolded and drugged to disorient their senses. They do it to sever their connection to the spirits. Without that connection, they become dependent on humans to fill the void, she cries out, collapsing in despair. "They're being treated like animals." Aesir's face is grim. He knows elves are a proud people, not easily broken. He thinks, "I can't understand wanting to own a slave, but I can see why elves, with their beauty and grace, would be valued so highly by such twisted individuals." Irina spreads a map on the floor. The nobles responsible are powerful men. They control the entire eastern region. "The kingdom's government has to know what's happening," she says, "but they're turning a blind eye." The situation is spiraling out of control. Owning elf slaves is becoming a dark status symbol, and there are whispers of making it legal. Just rescuing them isn't enough, Aesir concludes. The nobles must be exposed and the kingdom forced to issue a formal apology. He looks at Irina, finally understanding the true weight of her request. She's not just asking him to fight, she's asking him to start a war. Irina explains their goal. "Humans forget pain over generations. We can't let that happen. To ensure elves never suffer like this again," she declares, "the pain must be carved into the very soul of this kingdom." Aesir formulates a devastating 2-part plan. "I'll create an event to make the elves' anger clear to everyone. I'll handle moving the mountains." He turns to Irina. "While I do that, you'll rescue the captives and convince all 8,000 elves in this country to emigrate. The consequence of such a mass exodus would be catastrophic. Elven forests are bastions of natural energy. Without the elves to maintain the balance, the forests would be overrun by monsters, which would then spill out into human lands. It's the ultimate checkmate." The weight of asking her people to abandon their ancestral homes crushes Irina. She bows low, her voice breaking. "I'll convince them. I'm so sorry." Aesir kneels and places a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I know, Irina, please lift your head." He looks out at the rain, fully aware of the personal cost. "If it comes to this, I won't be able to live in this country anymore." Hearing his resolve, Irina breaks down completely, knowing he's willing to sacrifice his home for her people. As Aesir comforts Irina, telling her none of this is her fault, Kiha watches with a conflicted expression. Suddenly Kiha grabs his arm, her voice tight. Wait. She steps forward, interrupting the somber moment. Aesir turns to her, confused. Kiha, with tears in her eyes, she struggles to speak. I still haven't done anything for you. Her voice fills with emotion as she lists everything he's done for her. You took me as your apprentice. Tears begin to stream down her face. You cured my mother's illness. She looks up at him, her heart heavy with gratitude and guilt. I still need to thank you for these past 3 years, no, for even before that. Finally, the dam breaks and she cries out, I haven't done a single thing for you. Aesir listens quietly, his expression unreadable. Kiha hides her face, overwhelmed by her feelings. A soft, understanding smile touches Aesir's lips. Through her sobs, Kiha can only manage to say no, master. Aesir's voice is gentle but firm. Your strike from earlier is still burned into my eyes as clear as day. You've given me another guidepost, so I can continue to follow your lead. He continues, trying to make her understand her own value. Don't say you never taught me anything, or that you never did anything for me. You've already done far more for me than I ever did for you. He offers her a new purpose, and if that's not enough, continue to walk the path you've taken. Pass it on to new disciples or your child if you have one. His words paint a picture of her legacy continuing through time, and then, even if it may take decades, even if you're no longer with us, I'll still learn from someone who has inherited your blade. As they talk, Aesir notices that Irina is still bowing deeply, trapped in her own apology. He realizes her apology wasn't just for him, but for Kiha as well, for bringing this danger to her doorstep. Kiha seems to grasp the unspoken weight of the situation, her voice quiet but firm. I understand. She clasps her hands together, her resolve hardening. Looking Aesir straight in the eye, she makes a solemn vow. I hereby vow to sublimate my sword even further and pass it to a successor. Wiping away a tear, she smiles with fierce determination. But I'm still your master, so please come back to see me while I still yet live. Aesir's heart swells, and he breaks into a warm, genuine smile. He gently takes her hand, accepting her vow. In a final gesture of profound respect, Aesir bows low. He thinks to himself, Kiha's blade is burned into my eyes, and her words are engraved into my heart. Kiha beams, her spirit lifted. Aesir feels a deep sense of fortune, thinking, I'm a pretty lucky guy. Half a year passes. Aesir's boots crunch on the frozen earth of eastern Ludria, deep within the territory of the Marquis responsible for the elf slavery. He walks through the desolate, snowy forest, reflecting on the meticulous planning. It took half a year to prepare. We have to rescue all of them at once, or the evidence will be erased. The mission was complex, arranging the mass emigration and locating every single captive elf. There was no room for error. Now the time for action has come, and he weighs his options. I've thought it over and over, how to attack a noble's territory. He recalls his initial ideas, like asking the powerful water spirit for aid. But he quickly dismissed it. The resulting flood would cause far too much collateral damage. He also considered unleashing wind and fire spirits to create a blazing tornado within the noble's realm. But that too was rejected. The loss of innocent life would be immense, and it could spark an all-out war between humans and elves. His objective became clear. I need the spectacle to be as grand as possible, while the actual damage is minimal. He reaches out with his senses, calling to the very land itself. O mighty spirits dwelling in the land supporting us, lend me your aid. Closing his eyes, he focuses his will, communicating his precise request to the spirits. He places his hands on the ground, and a wave of immense power surges forth. He envisions it perfectly. Not a violent, destructive quake, but a gentle, horizontal swaying, localized entirely within the Marquis' territory. A controlled tremor, just enough to cause panic without any real danger. And in the city below, the ground begins to rumble and shake. Aesir knows this kind of tremor isn't truly dangerous, but to a populace that has never experienced one, it would be terrifying, affecting the innocent and the guilty alike. He watches the cold mist of his breath, accepting the weight of his actions. Perhaps their terror will turn into fury, fury at the nobles and at the country that allowed this to happen, but regardless, I'm the one who pulled the trigger. The earthquake is the signal. Amid the chaos, elven adventurers storm the prisons, freeing their captive kin. At the same time, a mass emigration of 8,000 elves begins, a silent exodus from the forests they once called home. Without the elves to protect them, the forest will soon be overrun by monsters. This will force the kingdom to issue a formal apology, carving the tragedy into history so that it may never be repeated. As a high-ranking adventurer, Irina will lead the negotiations, a figure the kingdom cannot afford to ignore. But the plan wasn't perfect. Irina had raised one last, heartbreaking possibility. If any of the rescued elves were pregnant with their captors' children, the tragedy would continue. Half-elves are often outcasts, struggling to connect with spirits and hated for the disasters they are wrongly believed to cause. Aesir breathes into his cold hands, a quiet resolve forming in his heart. I tried to explain how meaningless that custom is, but I doubt they'd understand. Maybe, I'll take care of any half-elves myself. With his part in this over, he knows he can no longer stay in Ludria. He sighs, realizing, it totally slipped my mind, but I never got around to learning magic here. He stands alone in the vast, snowy wilderness, contemplating his uncertain future. Where should I go next, I wonder? He draws his sword, the familiar cold steal a small comfort in the biting wind. He thinks to himself, the chilly radiance of my blade helps put my tempestuous thoughts at ease, somewhat. He accepts the consequences of his actions. This is what I have to show for my time in Ludria. The choice I made has its pros and its cons. To bear that weight, he stops thinking for a moment and just lets himself swing his sword in the silent, falling snow. After leaving the troubles of Ludria behind, our hero Aesir arrives at his next destination, a bustling port town with the sea stretching to the horizon. Having lived inland his whole life, he's completely starstruck. The sea. He can't contain his excitement, literally jumping for joy. It's the sea. Aesir has traveled far south of the kingdom of Ludria, finally reaching his goal, the maritime republic of Velestrica. This nation, ruled by a council of nobles, is a powerhouse of sea trade, a stark contrast to the kingdoms he's left behind. The southern sun beats down on him. It's so hot. Aesir reflects on the region's politics. The inland nation of Pauloja constantly skirmishes with Ludria for sea access, but ironically, they rely on Ludria for food, putting Ludria at odds with the trade-focused Republic of Velestrica. Still, he remembers the stark difference in wealth. That said, Ludria was far wealthier than Pauloja. He's reminded of the hardships he witnessed there. The idea that one may struggle to obtain something as basic as drinking water never crossed my mind in Ludria. He recalls a young girl who shared what little she had with him. It was a simple act of kindness that stuck with him, and he made a quiet promise to pray for her and her village. That small memory fuels his journey forward. Back in the present, Aesir finds himself at the immigration office in the town of Sarot, facing the standard interrogation: name, age, origin, and purpose of visit. The official jots down his details. Aesir, age 164, from Ludria. When asked why he's here, Aesir explains, "A lot happened to me in Ludria. I just wanted to go somewhere far away, to see the wide open sea." Then with a huge, sparkling grin, he reveals his primary motivation: "And I want to eat seafood. Know any good places?" The officials are completely stunned by his childishly honest request. The guard leans over to his superior. "Yeah, he's no spy, he's standing out way too much." The official stamps his papers. As he shows Aesir out, he apologizes for the scrutiny. "We have to vet every traveler we get. We have to deal with a lot of problems from up north." Having decided Aesir is harmless, he welcomes him to the town of Sarot. "The seafood here is quite good. Here, I'll write the name of a place down for you." Following the recommendation, Aesir wanders through a lively fish market, searching for a tavern popular with the local fishermen. He soon finds the spot, a tavern named Grand. He peeks inside, the sounds of chatter and laughter spilling out into the street. Spotting an empty table, he makes his way in. "Excuse me, can I sit right here?" A cheerful waitress named Karina turns to greet him. Her eyes widen in surprise. "Whoa, a fair elf coming into our tavern, now there's a rare sight. Welcome, please take a seat." Once he's settled, Karina asks, "So what can I get you?" Aesir doesn't hold back. "I'll have your best grilled and raw fish, and 6 large grilled oysters, and whatever drink will wash it down." Karina smirks, impressed. Pretty big appetite for such a skinny thing. As she walks away, a rowdy patron tries to grab her, but she shuts him down with a quick arm twist. Aesir watches, amused. Heh, she's a tough one. Moments later, a glorious platter of rosefish salad and grilled oysters arrives. "Sorry for the wait," Karina says. "The grilled fish is still on the way." Aesir doesn't waste a second, immediately digging into the oysters. He takes a moment to savor the taste. A wave of pure bliss washes over his face. This is exactly what he was looking for. He lets out a sigh of pure satisfaction. That's more like it. He washes down the incredible flavor, feeling completely revived. Just as he's finishing up, he sees Karina approaching with the next part of his feast. She brings over a perfectly grilled whole fish, grinning at his enthusiasm. But just as he raises his fork, a furious shout echoes through the tavern. "Come again, jackass." A burly fisherman, Dries, lands a heavy punch on another man, Lorette, sending him flying. Lorette stumbles backward, crashing right into Karina. The impact sends them both reeling. Aesir leaps up to catch the falling waitress, but his eyes are locked on the real tragedy of the moment. His beautiful grilled fish goes airborne, crashing to the floor in a heartbreaking splat. Dries glares at Lorette, ready for round 2. Lorette just smirks condescendingly. "I see, that's how seafaring louts communicate." Aesir, caught in the middle, can only think well when in Rome. Suddenly, Dries turns his explosive anger on Aesir. "You killed my fish, you scoundrel." Before Aesir can even react, Dries decks him right across the face. "Apologize to it." Dries is absolutely fuming. Stunned and now furious himself, Aesir yells back, "Apologize to that innocent fish." And with that, the two are throwing hands in a ridiculous brawl over a fallen fish, much to the amusement of the other patrons. The chaos comes to a screeching halt as the tavern owner, Grand, emerges from behind the bar, radiating pure menace. A moment later, Grand has both Dries and Aesir on their knees, forcing them to apologize for the disturbance. Karina tries to defend Aesir, but Grand cuts her off. "Quiet, Karina." Surprisingly, Dries speaks up. "Come on, Grand, it wasn't his fault. I ruined Elfie's day to begin with." Grand is not impressed. "Of course it's your fault, Dries. How many times have you made trouble in my tavern? I'm this close to caving in that empty head of yours." Dries finally explains what started the fight. But it was that Lorette Trading Co. asshole. He was calling the food here trash. Hearing this, Aesir's anger vanishes. "Really? I'm sorry then, food this good is worth getting into a fight for, I shouldn't have directed my anger at you. Dries breaks into a wide grin, his anger gone as well. Now you're talking my language, pal, I got in the way of your meal so I deserved a couple of lumps for that. To make amends he makes an offer. You gonna be here long, how about I catch you a whole lot of fish to make it up to you. Grand watches them, a sly smile on his face. I'm glad you two are getting along now. But maybe take a look around first, if you just pay for the damaged stools and tables. I'll let you off the hook for today. Grand turns to Dries with a proposition. Now, if you're gonna catch him some fish, you're gonna let me prepare it, right? And just like that, in the middle of a tavern brawl, Aesir had made 3 new acquaintances. There was the sharp and friendly waitress, Karina. The hot-headed but passionate fisherman, Dries. And the intimidating but fair tavern owner, Grand. And that's how Aesir found himself right in the middle of the goings-on in this town. Later that night, back in his room at the inn. Aesir tends to his scraped knuckles, but something about the fight is bothering him. He thinks about Lorette, the man from the trading company, and how quickly he fled the scene. Wincing, he thinks to himself, he was gutsy enough to badmouth the tavern's food right in a regular's face. For him to sneak off so quickly like that seems odd. He recalls Dries mentioning Lorette was from a trading company, and a suspicion begins to form. He looks down at his bruised hand. A simple fistfight had left its mark. He realizes he needs to be more careful. An injury like this, however minor, could hinder the smithing and dueling skills he's worked so hard to learn. Getting hurt carelessly would be an injustice to his mentors, Asvald and Kiha. He can almost hear his old master chiding him, "You're not training enough, Master Rockmuncher." With his fishing trip planned for the morning, he decides to get some rest. The next day breaks bright and early over sorrowed. Aesir finds himself running late. Ah, crap, I wanted Dries to catch me something today. He rushes towards the docks, only to find a crowd gathered. In the center of the commotion is Dries and his crew, being harassed by a group of thugs. Dries looks over, his face a mask of shock and alarm. Aesir immediately recognizes the men as Lorette's goons from the day before. Dries spots him and yells a desperate warning, "This has nothing to do with you. Run, go." The next day, Aesir finds Dries and his crew cornered by Lorette's men. Seeing the fisherman in trouble, he steps in. "Whoa now, things aren't quite so dire, are they? I actually wanted to take you up on that fishing offer today." But one of Lorette's goons grabs his shoulder trying to stop him. "Hold, elf." The man glares down at him. "This is none of your business." Aesir doesn't even flinch. With a flick of his will, a powerful jet of water erupts from thin air and blasts the man square in the face. His expression turns icy. "Stay out of my way, I'm here to talk to Dries," he says calmly, tiny spirits of water fluttering around him. "I promise it's not worth trying to bug me." He thinks to himself, the spirits that dwell in the sea are far more manly than the others, let's not be too confrontational. But Lorette's men are furious. "They're the ones who started this," one of them shouts. "Outsiders have no business stopping us from getting even." Aesir looks over at Dries, who seems just as confused. "Oh yeah." And in that moment it all clicks for Aesir. So he purposely riled Dries up yesterday, he realizes, to create an excuse to retaliate. Huh? The thugs charge forward, shouting, "Nuff of this, get him." Aesir just looks annoyed. "I'm too hungry for this," he mutters, as one of the men swings a club at him. He effortlessly dodges the clumsy attacks, weaving between the aggressors with ease. With the thugs surrounding him, Aesir calls upon the sea spirits. The water in the harbor begins to churn and rumble violently. In an instant, powerful blasts of water erupt from the sea, slamming into Lorette's men and sending them flying. The fight is over before it even began. Dries and his crew can only stare in shock as their attackers are washed away. Dries turns to Aesir, completely stunned. "You're really tough, pal." He looks from the defeated thugs back to Aesir. "Why'd you let me get all those hits in on you if you're so strong? You could've whipped me instantly if you did this." Aesir's gaze is steady and clear. "I don't need the spirits to back me up in a one-on-one fistfight." He continues, "Would you get your buddies to gang up on a single person? That's just too gauche." Dries is taken aback by his honor, then breaks into a heartfelt laugh. He claps Aesir on the back enthusiastically. "Hell, guess I owe you another one, pal. We're about to head out now. The god of the sea's a fickle one, but I'll do what I can." Later, back at the tavern, Aesir celebrates by devouring a massive plate of seafood, much to the amazement of the others. The dish is boiled octopus and Aesir is in heaven. Wonderful texture, I'd kill for a drink too. While eating, he chats with Grand and Karina, getting the full story. "I bet there's a lot I could do with an 8-legs with some experimenting." Aesir narrates his findings. This port town was a hotbed of conflict between the merchants with their large ships and the local fishermen with their smaller boats. The situation was more complex than a simple turf war. 2 prominent noble families were pulling the strings. The Pastelli family backed the fishermen, while the ambitious Tritrine family, who wanted to expand their trading posts, controlled the merchants, including Lorette's company. At first, the growth in trade was good for everyone. More merchants meant more customers and fish sales soared. The more fish sold, the more money the fishermen made. It was a symbiotic relationship. However, this delicate balance eventually began to crack. The merchants' demands grew. They wanted a larger, deeper harbor built on the beach to accommodate their massive ships, a move that would cripple the fishermen who launched from the shore. And so the tension simmered, with Grand's tavern often at the center of it all. Grand explains the situation to Aesir. "That seems to be the main conflict stoking here." Aesir, happy to listen, agrees to try Gran's new recipe. Sure. Just then the tavern door creaks open. It's Dries holding a bottle. I brought another 8 legs, pal. Grand explains that Dries is a leader among the younger fishermen. Aesir pieces it all together. So they wanted to lynch him, make an example out of him. Lorette was probably planning to demoralize the fishermen that way. Dries adds the problem is, even if lynching is a pretty horrific act, Aesir nods in agreement. Yep, I can't say anyone is fundamentally evil to their very core. The truth was, the fishermen and merchants depended on each other. There was no simple solution or easy end in sight. On his 4th day in town, Aesir received a letter. It was an apology from Lorette asking to meet. Aesir knew better. I've heard Lorette is pretty ruthless, willing to do anything for a profit. It's clearly a trap, so he ignored it, at first. That night he walks along the beach where Lorette's men are waiting. Without turning around, he speaks. I doubt you're here to apologize. The ambush is sprung, but as the thugs surround him, Aesir's eyes narrow, spirits of the earth. Before they can react, the sand beneath their feet turns to quicksand, trapping them. What though the sand? I can't move. Aesir calmly draws his massive sword as the spirits swirl around him. The thugs look on in pure terror. Their confidence completely shatters. They are utterly petrified by the elf they thought was an easy target. As they try to flee, Aesir makes one more request. O spirits of the earth, one more favor. With a great F-wump, the sand surges upwards, burying them all up to their necks. Aesir looks on with a hint of satisfaction. The earth spirit seems to reply, one more favor, okay. Aesir's trap was a success. He ended up catching 10 people in total, including the reinforcements who came to dig out the first group. The town guards were called, and Lorette's company had no reasonable excuse for trying to assassinate a traveler. The investigation uncovered everything, the constant harassment of the fishermen and a significant amount of financial fraud. In short, Lorette was forced to answer for their crimes, and the Tritrine family cut them loose like a lizard's tail to save themselves. Aesir reflects on the outcome. A trading company trying to kill a traveler and failing so spectacularly made them a massive liability for their noble backers. He picks up a small lizard that was caught in the chaos. Now, that's not to say the town's problems are done and dusted. I'll take you somewhere safe. He realized the truth. The conflict was a pressure valve, tacitly allowed by both the Tritrine and Pastelli families to manage their competing interests. In the end, nothing really changed. The whole incident played out almost as if it were scripted. Which meant one thing, which is to say, he thinks with a groan, someone used me. Despite being a pawn in their game, Aesir decided to stay in Sorrote for another month, enjoying the incredible food at Grand's tavern until he'd had his fill. On his last night in town, Grand serves him his favorite dish. Here, dry brine 10 legs. Karina slides up next to him. You sure like that dish, she teases. She looks around the bustling tavern. We've been as busy as we've ever been. We're getting more and more people asking for that and for 8 legs. Aesir smiles. You should look into hiring more staff. I'm sure Grand is going to add even more options to the menu. You can expect even more customers to follow. Karina puts her hands on her hips. You're always busy regardless, aren't you? Aesir looks over his shoulder. I'm going to be on my way pretty soon. He takes a slow sip from his cup. Well, he begins, a knowing look in his eyes. I'm sure that'll lighten your workload. Karina's eye widens slightly, catching his meaning. Aesir then lays it all out in his mind. In truth, Karina had been watching him this whole time. She had to have a network of spies all over town. He'd felt it from the beginning, a constant sense that someone's eyes were on him. Even after Lorette was taken care of, the feeling didn't go away. Meaning the two noble families must have assigned someone to keep track of him from the moment he arrived. He wasn't sure if Grand was involved. But he was willing to bet that it was Karina who expertly set Lorette up to fall, using Aesir as the catalyst. Her response is a sly, confident wink. Eat up, Aesir, the more you eat, the less work for me. His first impression of her was spot on. The time comes to say goodbye. We'll miss you, you know, Karina says, speaking for everyone. Aesir smiles warmly. I'll have to come back sometime then for the seafood. He tells her his plans. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning, northeast to the land of sorcery, Odin. Karina waves. Well, see you again, Aesir. Let's tour the food stalls next time. They share a final high five, two schemers who understood each other without saying a word. As he prepares to leave, Aesir hopes the town and its amazing seafood will be waiting for him when he returns. Aesir lays out his next move. My next destination is the land of sorcery, Odin, he explains, pointing to a map. It's one of the many small countries that make up the Eastern United League. The history of this region is a bit messy. The entire area was once the Great Azad Empire, but after a bitter succession dispute, the nation crumbled and the people of its various territories declared independence. This is how the region fractured into a collection of smaller countries and city-states. So how do all these tiny nations avoid getting swallowed up by larger powers? They formed the Azad Alliance. When an enemy appears, they stand together in solidarity, like a school of small fish ganging up on a predator. But there are other arrangements on top of the alliance. One special case stands out. The land of sorcery, Odin. It was founded specifically to research magic and train powerful sorcerers capable of single-handedly turning the tide of war. Aesir concludes the lesson. Because Odin is wholly independent, no single city-state can monopolize its immense magical power. With his destination set, Aesir begins his journey on foot. One of my goals is to learn magic, he thinks to himself. A hopeful smile crosses his face. I'll have much better odds of finding an excellent magic tutor in Odin. As a horse-drawn carriage rattles by, he continues his thought. And even if I can't find a teacher there, just touring the land of sorcery will satisfy my curiosity. The driver turns back, offering him a lift. Hey there, need a ride? Aesir politely declines with a cheerful smile. Nah, it's fine, thanks, I prefer to enjoy the walk while traveling. As the carriage clatters away, he waves them off, admitting the real reason to himself. Also, carriages give me motion sickness. His thoughts turn to his friend, Irina. I sent her a letter from Sarot saying I was headed to Odin. He gazes at the horizon, confident. If I hang around Odin, I bet she'll get in touch with me somehow. Of course, unlike my previous life, I don't know for sure that she got the message. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. A new idea pops into his head. Actually, I wonder if boats would give me motion sickness too. He imagines a grand ship sailing the seas. If I could travel by boat, that would greatly expand my travel options. He makes a mental note. If I ever return to Sarot, I'll ask Dries to let me ride in one. Following a signpost, he soon spots his next stop in the distance. That's the town of Jampamon. The walled town sits amidst vast fields of golden wheat. Aesir recalls a local saying, a stone Titanic adrift in a sea of gold. Well, that's just a quote from a poet who lives in this area. Walking through the fields, he muses, but even just knowing the phrase makes me feel that much richer in spirit, something like that. As he approaches the town, he decides on his approach. Okay, this time I'll use my smithing license for entry. He looks towards a distant windmill, firming up his plan. I don't plan on staying long, but I'd like to do a little bit of smithing. It's been a good while since my last crack at it. He walks with purpose, and getting my name out and recognized in this region will help lessen how wary the guards are of me. Entering the town, he finds an inn where a cheerful young girl greets him with a massive smile. Good evening, are you here for dinner, or for a room? Aesir stands at the counter. Well, I'm here for a room, but I'm pretty hungry too. Can I pick both? The girl happily replies, sure. She immediately turns and yells towards the back of the inn. Moom, we have an overnight guest. Turning back to Aesir, she lays out the prices. One room will be 50 coppers, dinner is 12 copper and breakfast is 8. May I have your name, please? As he prepares to answer, Aesir casually removes his hat, revealing his long, pointed elf ears. The girl, Nana, freezes, her quill dropping from her hand as her eyes go wide with shock. Suddenly flustered and star-struck, she quickly leads him upstairs. Mr. Aesir, your room's right this way. Please leave your luggage there and come back down to eat. She turns back to him, blushing as she remembers the other fees. Oh, and a bath and laundry will be 5 copper each, Aesir calmly replies, got it. As he continues up the stairs, he notices her peeking at him from the landing. She's clearly fascinated, unable to hide her curiosity. Aesir catches her staring, she lets out a startled ah and blushes furiously. Gathering her courage, Nana nervously asks the question burning in her mind. Mr. Aesir, are you in, elf? The moment the words leave her mouth, she panics. Aesir can practically read her mind as she frets. Oh no, I shouldn't bug guests about stuff like this. To calm her down, he gives her a gentle pat on the head. He smiles kindly, that's right, I'm an elf. Nana's face instantly lights up with pure joy. Is this your first time seeing one? Aesir asks. She can barely contain her excitement. I've seen elves in passing before, but I've never had one as a guest. Still beaming, she unlocks his door. Ah, here's your room, take care not to lose your key. Aesir steps inside and surveys the space. It's a little rustic, but the bed's nice enough for the price. He seems content enough with the simple lodgings. A single rose in a vase on the table adds a touch of warmth to the room. A comfortable smile spreads across his face. Maybe I'll stay here a little while, that's going to depend on the food though. Downstairs, a steaming plate of bacon and white sauce pasta is placed before him. He takes a bite, and his blissful expression says it all. The first meal in Jampamon is a huge success. Back at the inn, Aesir digs into the meal Nana prepared, a blissful expression on his face as he savors every bite. He doesn't leave a single drop, wiping the bowl clean with a piece of bread. Nana approaches the counter as he finishes. Mr. Aesir. She looks at him with hopeful, wide eyes, asking, did you like it? Aesir beams at her. I did, it was great. The food was more than satisfactory. I'll definitely be staying at this inn while I'm in town. The next day, Aesir makes his way to the Jampamon Blacksmith Guild to find work and start building his reputation. Inside, he negotiates a job with the guild master, 10 spearheads by the deadline, at 1 silver per spearhead, right? Yes. Aesir looks around the bustling workshop. I suppose a simple job like this is all I can expect them to trust a drifter with, he thinks to himself, accepting the offer. Got it. The guild master, looking a bit nervous, leads him to a workstation. You'll find everything you need here. He hands Aesir a sample spearhead. Model them after this. Aesir reflects internally, my advanced rank accreditation from Ludria and the name of a famous dwarf don't count for as much here. Inspecting the sample, Aesir's expert eye immediately spots its flaws. The craftsmanship's pretty crude, they need 10 of these in a week, but there's no upper limit on the order. He turns back to the guild master with a confident smile. Sure thing, it wouldn't hurt to improve on the design as I make them, right? His casual declaration sends whispers through the workshop as the other smiths stare in disbelief. An elven blacksmith. Without another word, Aesir gets to work. In what feels like no time at all, a crowd of smiths gathers to watch him, amazed by his speed. All that's left are the finishing touches, one asks, yep, another confirms. They can't believe their eyes. Whoa, he's deft, quick too, hell, I'd say those are better than the sample. Aesir lays out a row of perfectly forged spearheads, far exceeding the quality of the original. Thanks for the help, he says, packing up. I'll keep working tomorrow. As he leaves, the entire guild waves him off. Take care, see ya tomorrow. Aesir gives a small wave back, a bit taken aback by their friendliness. Walking back through the town, he thinks to himself, maybe it's just because they were so curious, but their compliments sure feel nice. A small genuine smile graces his lips. The praise makes him nostalgic, his mind drifting back to the harsh but honest critiques of his master Isvald. He can almost hear his booming voice, you couldn't get the tip to form right, why didn't you say anything? He remembers Isvald's tough love, you didn't want to bug me while I was working, you can't be fussin' over something so trivial. Isvald would always sigh, grab his tools and say, tact don't really befit a knife ears. Come on, I'll show you, so pay attention. Standing alone under the starry night sky, Aesir looks up. I miss Master Rock Muncher dressing me down, he admits to himself. From a high elf's point of view, it really wasn't too long ago that I parted ways with him. On his day off, Aesir decides to explore the prosperous town of Jampamon. The streets are clean and the buildings well maintained, a clear sign of the region's wealth. He thinks about the local economy. The land this United League is on is fertile, and its people are wealthy. To see for himself, he takes Nana to a cafe to try cake, a luxury she's never experienced before. Her eyes sparkle with pure astonishment. As Nana enjoys her first bite, her heart thumping with excitement, Aesir explains his plan for the day. I'm having a look around the town today. Since she was free, I tempted her into following me with the promise of sweets. He watches her eat happily. Eat as much as you like, he tells her, thinking wryly, saying that about a 10-year-old girl would have gotten me arrested in my previous life. He smiles at Nana. It's been a week since I came to Jampamon, so I still need a guide, alright? Let's head back while it's still light out. He reflects on his new routine. 6 days of work and 1 day of rest. That's how I operated back in Viscourt. I want to stay in tip-top condition. He recalls finishing his work week yesterday. I turned in 32 spearheads, he'd announced. The memory of the guild master's overwhelmingly relieved face when he said he was taking a day off brings a smirk to his face. His thoughts return to the job itself. I didn't really get a proper idea of how the spear would be balanced by only having the tips to work on, but complaining won't change much. I should get a different assignment tomorrow. His musings are interrupted by Nana, who exclaims with a full mouth, it's so good. Aesir chuckles, leaning over to gently wipe a smudge of cream from her cheek. You're making a mess. He watches her, a fond look in his eyes. Even in this land of plenty, sweets are pricey. For Nana, who was born and raised here but had never tasted cake, this is a whole new world. Aesir is just glad there are so many new things to try. It's a stark contrast to his past, where he would eat the same bland food day after day. He remembers a verse, a stone Titanic adrift in a sea of gold. Sharing this simple moment with Nana, he feels richer in spirit, if only slightly. As another dessert arrives, they both look on in awe. Perhaps this is what one would call human culture, Aesir muses. Nana agrees this looks super good too. But as he observes the peaceful cafe, he knows not everyone is ready to enjoy such richness. His sharp ears pick up a conversation from a nearby table. Hey, did you hear? The Drachen army is invading northern Zaire. The Azad alliance may end up convening. The news immediately grabs his attention. From what I recall, he thinks, northern Zaire is a militaristic mercenary country, and the Dratians are a nomadic people with a strong cavalry presence. Nana notices the sudden shift in his mood. Mr. Aesir, is something wrong? Aesir quickly snaps out of it, putting on a bright grin. Nah, of course not. He cuts his own cake in half and pushes the plate towards her. Here, you can have half. Nana is overjoyed, quivering with delight as she takes a bite. Tasty, she mumbles, completely distracted. But behind his smile, Aesir's mind is already racing. He knows what he has to do. If I want the full details, I should ask at the Blacksmith's Guild tomorrow. The scent of war has reached him even here. In the blacksmith town of Jampamon, the clang of hammers rings through the streets as whispers of war begin to circulate. Inside the guild, the smiths discuss the growing conflict. All we know is some northern countries are sending reinforcements to help out northern Zaire, one explains, though another adds, but that's still up in the air. Aesir, listening in from the side, wipes the sweat from his brow, looking weary from his work. He thinks to himself, I've got a bad feeling, but this doesn't mean I have any intention of stepping into the war personally. The conversation shifts as a fellow smith exclaims, anywho, that sword you're working on looks real neat. Aesir cracks a smile. His next job is a big one, to forge the greatest sword he possibly can with no budget limit. The other smiths worry, what if it's too good? That's gonna be a model for us to work from, right? Holding a practice blade, Aesir explains his plan. The client wants any kind of sword, and the kind I'm most familiar with is the single-edged straight sword used by the Yasoghi Ryu school. A look of intense focus crosses his face. He stands up, telling the others, I'm going to give it a few swings. The other smiths are taken aback. Are we gonna have to do practice swings too? One asks nervously. Aesir heads outside, his mind already on the task. Wielding the Yasoghi Ryu style focuses my mind entirely, he thinks. He needs to visualize the perfect weapon, its ideal form, shape, weight, and balance, before he can even begin to create it. With a powerful swing he cuts through the air. Obviously, I haven't forged it yet, he muses. But while I'm still searching for it, my heart is ablaze like a furnace. I need to give form to what I can see in my mind's eye. A flicker of melancholy crosses his face as he thinks about his craft. He pictures two figures from his past, the only ones who could truly grasp his obsession with perfection. The only people who could understand are my two masters. He grips the practiced sword, his resolve hardening. That and that alone is enough for me. In fact, it may even be more than enough. His philosophy is simple. Everyone else on the planet need only see the results of my method. A confident smirk spreads across his face. The ultimate finished product, that's going to speak for itself. With his vision clear, Aesir dives into his work, hammering away at the roaring forge. For 3 weeks straight, he pours every ounce of his being into the blade, meticulously sharpening and refining it. He works tirelessly, his focus absolute as he brings the perfect sword into existence. Finally, it's done. The clients and his fellow smiths are left speechless. Whoa, one gasps, this thing's incredible, another exclaims, wondering how they could ever replicate such a masterpiece. Aesir sits, utterly drained but satisfied. Exhausted, he trudges back through the town streets to his inn. The moment he gets to his room, he collapses face first onto the bed, completely spent. He thinks, I'm totally spent. I've been firing on all cylinders for about 3 weeks, straight. The job was a success, netting him a huge payment of 10 large gold pieces, but all he wants is to do nothing for 3 days. Just then, a soft knock comes from his door. The innkeeper's young daughter Nana peeks inside. Mr. Aesir. She kindly offers, would you like me to bring your meal here? Aesir, barely able to lift his head, quivers with relief. He gratefully accepts. Aesir thinks to himself, of course, Nana's been my pillar through all of it. He recalls how she tirelessly brought him water to stay cool, and even snuck him extra portions of food to keep his strength up. He makes a mental note, when I'm up for it, I'll take her out for more cake. He smiles warmly, thinking, on their own, these are pretty trivial things, but seeing her doing her best to support me kept me motivated. But as he rests, a familiar loneliness creeps in. Still, I can't get Master Rock Muncher to grade that sword, and I can't get Kiha to wield it. He stares into the darkness, a sad look in his eyes. Somehow, I can't help but feel a little lonely. Because for him, their approval would have been a greater reward than the gold pieces. He looks out the window, lost in thought about the masters he can no longer reach. After a few days of much-needed rest, a recovered Aesir prepares to leave Jampamon. Nana's mother asks, did you forget anything? Nope, he replies. With a brilliant, beaming smile, Nana waves goodbye. See you later. Aesir is touched by her genuine farewell. He smiles back warmly, see you later, when you say it like that. I really do feel tempted to stay at this inn again sometime, you're a shrewd one. With his goodbyes said, Aesir sets off on the road once more. He reflects, I ended up staying at Jampamon a good deal longer than I'd planned. I should get a move on to make sure I'm in Odin if Irene seeks me out. He mentally maps out his journey toward his final destination, Odin, realizing he'll have to ask for directions along the way. While a carriage would be faster, he immediately dismisses the idea, but that would give me motion sickness. And so Aesir chooses the slower path, continuing his journey on foot. As night falls, he sets up a small camp, resting by a fire under the stars. His travels eventually lead him through a region filled with lush orchards. Ooh, these are nice-looking apples, he notes. Seeing the farmers at work, he realizes where he is. So I'm already in Ardino territory. This land is widely known for its fruit. As if on cue, a low-hanging branch seems to offer him a fresh apple. He smiles and politely declines the silent offer. I appreciate the offer, but, to the outside viewer, that would be theft. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes from the trees and the ground trembles. Aesir whips around, startled. A monstrous greed boar smashes through the orchard, its eyes wild with rage. A farmer screams in terror, a greed boar, someone call an adventurer. The massive beast charges forward, about to trample one of the helpless farmers underfoot. As Aesir continues his journey toward Odin, he enters the territory of Ardino. But his peaceful travels are shattered by the thunderous approach of a monstrous, three-eyed greed boar. A local farmer working in the orchards freezes in sheer terror. The beast charges, sending the farmers scattering in a panic. Ugh, they scream, running for their lives. But just as the boar is about to gore a man, its charge is brought to a dead stop. Aesir has appeared from nowhere, calmly catching its tusk and halting its momentum with impossible strength. In a flash, he uses the beast's own forward momentum to spin around it. He creates distance, already reaching for the bow on his back. With the grace of a dancer, Aesir lands and draws his weapon in a single fluid motion. He pulls the string taut, his eyes fixed on his target with unshakable focus. He lets the arrow fly. The force of the shot is so great it sends his hat flying off his head. The specialized arrowhead spins like a drill, boring through the air straight for the greed boar's weak point. The spiraling arrow strikes true, and the colossal monster collapses, its rampage brought to an instant, silent end. The farmers stare in stunned silence. The danger is gone as quickly as it appeared, with Aesir standing calmly over the fallen beast. He lets out a quiet sigh, slightly awkward under their bewildered gaze. The villagers rush to their friend's side, crying out, Achtel, you okay? With his back to them, Aesir states plainly, I killed it in order to save that man. He picks up his fallen hat, a thoughtful look on his face. But if I just let that be the end of it, its death will have been for nothing. Placing the hat on his head, he turns to the farmers. I don't want its meat or materials to be wasted. Suddenly, his serious demeanor melts away into a bright, cheerful smile. I'd like to dismember that game and chill the meat. Could you show me to a watering hole? He adds one last request, leaving the farmers completely dumbfounded. I'd also appreciate help carrying it. That night, the farmers welcome their savior into their home. Achtel, the man whose life was saved, raises a glass, beaming with gratitude. Eat up, man, you're a lifesaver, literally. Aesir happily digs into a feast prepared from the greed boar, savoring every bite. He sighs in contentment. Perfect, I'm glad nothing's going to go to waste. Achtel then brings up a practical matter, so about that hide. Unfolding a map, Achtel points out a route. There's a village called Palnor between here and Foka. It's on a riverbank leading up to Lake Zir. They use all that water to dye cloth and tan hides, he explains. Maybe you could leave it there. Aesir listens intently, considering the idea. I see, Achtel explains that tanning a hide properly is a lengthy process, easily taking several months. Aesir thinks to himself, that's a good while even for me, I can probably afford to wait. But he immediately shakes his head, remembering his true goal. Wait, no, what am I thinking? I can't wait right now. Achtel insists, you're welcome to stay here for a while, I owe you my life, but Aesir politely declines. Thanks for all this, I'll be taking off tomorrow. He gives a small appreciative smile. I'm in a bit of a hurry, he explains, much to the farmer's disappointment. The next morning, Aesir waves farewell to the family he saved, thinking it's best to leave while he's still ahead. He makes his way to the village of Palnor. There he finds a tanner, and arranges to leave the massive greed boar hide in his care. Though curious about the tanning process, Aesir knows he has to keep moving. I really need to hurry, he reminds himself. Leaving the village behind, he decides, I'll pick it up next time I come this way. His journey continues, sharing the road with merchants and other travelers. Finally, he arrives at the edge of a breathtakingly vast body of water. Whoa, it isn't even the sea, but still, amazing. This is the Great Lake Zir. He learns the quickest way to continue his journey is by boat, a 10-hour trip across the lake from the city of Foka to its sister city, Lorante. As he boards the ferry, one of the boatmen gives him a friendly warning about the wind. Out on the water, he learns that the constant drumming not only keeps the rowers in sync, but also attracts any lake monsters to the reinforced stern, keeping the passengers safe. Aesir watches, fascinated by the rhythmic, powerful work of the rowers. The steady beat of the drum echoes across the water as the boat cuts through the lake. He finds the journey surprisingly peaceful. Maybe it's just the wide, open air, but this doesn't feel even half as bad as traveling by carriage. He recalls what Achtel told him about the city on the far shore, Lorante. The two cities, Foka and Lorante, were designed to be perfect mirror images of each other on opposite sides of the lake. As the far shore gets closer, Aesir finalizes his plans. Just one night in Lorant, then I'll finally make it to Odin. A smile of satisfaction crosses his face. He reflects on his long journey. If I hadn't spent so much time in Jampamon, maybe I'd have been able to tour these towns a little more, but I have no regrets. Closing his eyes, he soaks in the moment, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Looking back, this was a great trip. The boat glides onward. His long-awaited goal, Odin, the land of sorcery, is now just around the bend. Aesir's journey brings him to Odin, the famed land of sorcery. By the time he arrives, night has already fallen over the city. After asking around, he learns his first stop needs to be the public office. He thanks a kind local. Sorry to trouble you so late. She smiles back. Oh, it's no trouble at all, little lady. The next morning, Aesir can barely contain his excitement. Morning can't come soon enough. His first step to becoming a magician is to pass the aptitude test at the public office. He arrives at the bustling Odin public office. To use sorcery, one must convert their internal mana into energy through specific techniques, but first, you need the raw talent. The rules are simple and brutal. If you can't pass the aptitude test, you can't study sorcery in Odin at all. The thought sends a shudder down his spine. If I can't pass the test, what should I even do? He admits to himself that he's running on fumes. It's a little late to be saying this, but 90% of the reason I'm here is sheer optimistic aspiration. To even use magic, you need to possess enough mana and have the innate talent to manipulate it, two things he's not sure he has. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his anxious thoughts. Number 8, please come this way. Aesir jumps, realizing they're calling him. His heart pounds as the official leads him toward a closed door. This is it. The only thing he can learn in this world is sorcery, and his future lies behind this door. Inside, a man sits at a desk. Aesir gives a respectful bow, his nerves on full display. The official looks up and jolts in surprise, staring at Aesir. He quickly composes himself. I'm terribly sorry. Nothing, I've just never seen an elf for the aptitude test before. Please take a seat. Though I have seen dwarves a number of times, the official adds with a chuckle. Aesir's interest is piqued. Could you elaborate on that? The official explains that dwarves often take the test with the aim of creating magic equipment. A spark ignites in Aesir's eyes. A magic sword, that'd be so cool, I want to make one. The official tempers his excitement. Of course, only 2 ever pass the test, and both are already long gone. He continues, besides, magic equipment isn't exactly an earth-shaking industry. You need the aptitude to both make and use it. He then places an ornate box on the table. Now then, he says, opening the lid, these are the tools for the aptitude test. Inside are two sleek metal rods. Aesir is immediately fascinated. Ooh, I've never seen this metal before. The official instructs him, hold one in each hand please. Aesir eagerly takes them. Now carefully touch the tips together. The moment the rods connect, a brilliant sphere of light erupts with a loud crackle startling Aesir. The official watches, a calm, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very well. He gives the verdict, your aptitude is perfect. Aesir is ecstatic. Ever the blacksmith, Aesir immediately asks, hey, can I buy these off you? The official awkwardly replies, not really. Well, the official says, moving on, if your intent is to learn sorcery here, allow me to explain the various options. The first option is the Sorcery Military Academy, which focuses on warfare. Unfortunately, it requires citizenship and military service. Aesir isn't feeling it. The second is the Adventurers Academy for self-defense against monsters, but you'd be obligated to operate within the league for 3 years after graduation. I think I'll pass, Aesir thinks. The third is the Academy of Foundational Sorcery, which is exactly what it sounds like, basic magic. For Aesir, that's strike 3. Then the official mentions the final path. The fourth would be to learn under a magician. Aesir's eyes light up instantly. However, the official's tone becomes somber. His expression darkens with concern as he looks over Aesir's results. He warns him, sorcery today can't hope to stack up to the power your spirit communing avails you. If you intend to learn sorcery, I've no doubt you'll be met with envy and swift refusals. Despite the grim warning, the official formally welcomes him. But Odin is a land dedicated to the study of sorcery. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to contact us. Filled with hope, Aesir spent the next week approaching a good number of sorcerers, asking to be taken on as an apprentice. But the official's words proved true. Every single one of them regarded him with hostility and turned him down flat. The envy and swift refusal were exactly as predicted. With his motivation completely drained, Aesir fell back on what he knew best, pouring all his energy into working for the Blacksmith's Guild for the next 3 weeks. As he works, he reflects on his master, Isvald, thinking he must have seen this coming. He recalls a conversation where he mentioned wanting to learn sorcery, and Isvald casually remarked, ain't that spirit stuff a kind of sorcery? Back in the present, he wonders if he should just bite the bullet and join the Academy of Foundational Sorcery, but the idea just feels too basic. As he's discussing a delivery with a colleague, a figure walks up behind them. The stranger moves past the other smith and stops directly in front of Aesir with an intense stare. The blonde-haired young man sizes him up. An elf and a blacksmith, are you Aesir? Slightly taken aback, Aesir confirms, yes, I'm the elf and blacksmith known as Aesir. In a flash, the stranger drops to his knees. He bows his head to the floor and shouts, please take me on as your apprentice. The entire workshop freezes in shock. Aesir is completely flustered. That's more than a little sudden. Before he can react, the man lunges forward. He grabs onto Aesir's leg with a death grip, wailing, I'm not letting go until you make me your apprentice. As the other smiths gossip about the spectacle, Aesir panics. Okay, I'll hear you out, I'll listen, so just let go of me. The commotion echoes from the guild building. A little while later, the two are sitting outside. Are you feeling calmer? Aesir asks. The man quietly responds, yes. He introduces himself. My name is Koshman Fiedel, I'm a magician with an atelier. Aesir is stunned that someone so young is already an established magician. Aesir is deeply confused. So what does an accomplished magician like yourself want to take up smithing for? Koshman's eyes blaze with determination. I want to make a magic sword. Ironically, Koshman himself had been an apprentice just a few years prior, desperately seeking a teacher. Koshman begins to explain his own story. His master was the magician Rajdal, a dwarven magician, which is incredibly rare in the land of Odin. Rajdal had his own atelier in town, where he would research magic equipment and craft all of his own tools. Following in his master's footsteps, a young Koshman also began studying magic equipment while mastering the basics of sorcery. But a few years ago, Rajdal received a call to return to the Dwarven Kingdom, and was forced to leave his young apprentice behind. He left Koshman with some final words of guidance. At the very least, you've developed a core understanding of sorcery. The rest of your growth depends on you alone. Back in the present, Koshman finishes his story. I've since become a fully fledged sorcerer in Odin, but I don't know a thing about smithing. Aesir is still confused. Okay, but that's the thing, why seek me out specifically? Couldn't you learn smithing anywhere? With a blush, Koshman admits, the moment I saw your sword in a shop, I knew I had to learn from you and nobody else. He flashes back to that moment, bursting into a shop and demanding, where did you get this sword? Who crafted this? The quality was so high, he was positive a dwarven craftsman had come to town. When the shopkeeper told him it was Aesir's work, he immediately rushed to the blacksmith's guild. Aesir can't help but feel flattered by the intense praise. Oh, stop, he says, but he's clearly enjoying it. Koshman continues, but the person at the guild said your license was earned under a dwarf's tutelage. Aesir is horrified. My personal info got leaked, he thinks. Koshman, oblivious, finishes, when I heard that, I came as quickly as I could. He bows his head once more, his voice filled with desperation. So again, I'm begging you, I'll do anything, I swear, please teach me your technique. The sheer absurdity of the situation makes Aesir laugh, reminding him of his own past where he had to practically force his way into an apprenticeship. He realizes the irony. He's now on the other side of that same desperate plea, and he didn't even realize he was acting just like the masters who had initially dismissed him. A small knowing smile plays on his lips. Aesir looks down at the determined magician. "You'll do anything you say," Koshman jolts, but his resolve is firm. "Yes, sir." An idea sparks in Aesir's mind. "I'll teach you smithing if you'll teach me sorcery," he proposes with a grin. "I want to craft a magic sword too." Koshman's eyes go wide with shock and disbelief. He stammers for a moment before shouting his acceptance. "Okay, I mean yes, sir." They shake on it. Aesir reflects that meeting Koshman like this must be fate, even if the circumstances are a little annoying. Koshman leads him to his atelier. "Come on in." As the door opens, Aesir is stunned. "Wow, this place feels just like Master Asvald's forge." Standing before the furnace, Aesir is ready to begin their arrangement. "So, what would you like me to make?" He turns to his new student with a smile. "Any requests, I'm all ears." Koshman looks on with a soft, nostalgic expression. "Anything will do." He looks at the furnace, his voice filled with longing. "I just want to hear the clanging of iron being forged again." In that moment, Aesir understands. Koshman truly loves and misses his dwarven master. Aesir thinks of his own master, Asvald, and smirks to himself. "Well, I'm sure I love mine even more." "In that case," Aesir declares, "since we're going to make a magic sword eventually, I'll start with a regular sword." Koshman looks up, surprised by the immediate start. His surprise quickly melts into a look of pure, unadulterated joy. Aesir lays down the terms of their new partnership. "I'm a blacksmith and you're a sorcerer. We're both birds that can't fly with a single wing, and if we ever disagree," he adds with a laugh, "we can settle it with our fists, got it?" They shake hands, sealing their pact. Aesir feels a sense of camaraderie building. They will work together towards their shared goal, and by the end, he's sure he'll be able to call this strange magician his friend. The very next morning, their sorcery lessons begin. "First things first," Koshman instructs, "controlling the mana inside your body." He guides Aesir through the process. "Take it slowly. Try drawing your mana out without a magic tool. Gather your power in your fingertips." Before Koshman can even finish, a ball of light erupts between Aesir's hands. Done, Koshman is left completely speechless. He stammers in disbelief. This is usually a serious hurdle for people. Elves are something else. Aesir feels a little awkward. He might not have actually known what he was getting into with a high elf, he thinks. Koshman quickly shakes it off. "Well, that'll save us some time. Next is the techniques." Aesir breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Koshman launches into the theory. "Everything that influences your mana is a piece of a formula," he explains, detailing the importance of speech, intent, and patterns. "It's all of these things in combination that makes sorcery possible." He gestures to a stack of books. "You have to learn how these formulas affect mana, analyze all the recorded rules, and then combine them to cast spells." Aesir is buried in texts, a look of shock on his face. So to summarize, sorcery is the accumulation of the work of countless generations of magicians. Suddenly a thought clicks into place for Aesir. "I see, now it makes more sense," he murmurs, leaving Koshman confused. Aesir explains his realization. From a magician's point of view, borrowing the power of the spirits the way an elf can. He looks down at the book, finally understanding the hostility he'd faced. "The way I can must seem like cheating, I hadn't realized." Koshman listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he scoffs at the idea. "That's like saying a bird being able to fly is cheating, or a dragon being able to breathe fire." He looks at Aesir, his voice firm. "That's ridiculous. What good is envying you going to do me?" Koshman's words resonate deeply with Aesir. "If you have the will and the aptitude to learn sorcery, then you have as much right as anyone." Overwhelmed with gratitude and relief, Aesir gives a heartfelt smile. "Right, thanks." The mood lightens as they shift gears. "And we'll move to smithing in the afternoons, right?" Koshman asks excitedly. "Right," Aesir confirms, then asks curiously, "What was the first thing you ever crafted?" Aesir thinks for a moment. "Nails, I think." And just like that, their new life began, alternating teaching and learning, sorcery and smithing every single day. In between their lessons, they would talk for hours, discussing their shared dream, the ideal magic sword. Their days fell into a comfortable rhythm of working, studying, and dreaming like children. They'd share meals while poring over books, their conversations simple and full of excitement. After all, they were ultimately just boys. And boys can't help but be completely captivated by the idea of creating fantastic weapons beyond imagination, arguing passionately whether a sword should be the sharpest thing ever or if it should shoot fire. Reincarnated as a high elf, but my slow life is already at 120 years and counting. After the fall of the Azid Empire, the world of sorcery changed. Before, elitist academies turned away eager applicants. But now, the city of Odin has thrown its doors wide open, becoming a bustling hub where anyone can study magic. Chapter 10. Sometime after settling into his new life in Odin, Aesir receives a package. Inside is the greed boar leather he left behind in Palnor, along with a letter. As he breaks the seal, his cheerful expression vanishes. The letter is an update from Irina, filling him in on the situation back in Ludria. She writes that the Ludrian royal family did execute the nobles responsible for enslaving the elves. But seeing it as the nobles acting alone, the crown refused to issue a formal apology to the elven people. Aesir sighs unsurprised. "That's about what I was expecting." Without the elves to manage them, Ludria's forests will soon become overrun with monsters. He continues reading. The elves have made their stance clear. They will not return to Ludria without a formal, public apology, something that could take years if not decades. Just then, Koshman arrives with tea. Man, I bet it'll be more than a decade before I get to speak to Master Kiho again. But the letter isn't finished. Irina moves on to another, more pressing matter. Among the rescued elves, one is pregnant with the child of a human. Because it's unknown if the half-elf child will be able to commune with spirits, the village chief has made a request. She wishes for Aesir to take custody of the child. Aesir's mind races. Half-elves have less than half the lifespan of a full-blooded elf, and their communities typically raise children together. He thinks aloud, they want me to look after a child that would age so quickly. That sounds tough. But then he remembers his own words, his own conviction that half-elves deserved a place in the world. He knows he has to take responsibility. He questions himself, wondering if he truly has what it takes to give the child the love it needs. As Koshman watches the emotional roller coaster play out on his face, Aesir finds his answer. A steely resolve forms in his eyes. Of course I do. His mood shifts completely as he starts daydreaming. If it's a boy, we can go bug catching and fishing, Koshman chimes in, and if it's a girl, I'll dote on her endlessly. Aesir decides it doesn't matter if the child can commune with the spirits or not. He thinks of all the possibilities for the child's future, a blacksmith, a swordmaster, a magician. And if you want to walk a new path, he thinks with a smile, we can walk it together. He makes a silent, heartfelt vow to the unborn child. Even if I end up outliving you, I'll still show you love. With his decision made, Aesir writes his reply, accepting guardianship. He imagines a future where he is the child's closest companion, a future that is still a ways off, but one he now looks forward to. He smiles, holding the letter. I readily admit to what I've been called. I'm a selfish, indulgent knife ears. 1 year passes. While meditating, an idea strikes Aesir. Koshman, I just had an idea. His friend opens one eye, yeah. Aesir explains that magic tools are rare, because anyone skilled enough to use one would find it faster to just cast a spell directly. He continues, but what if you're ambushed? In a panic, a magic tool would be way better, right? When you're caught off guard, fumbling a spell's verbal component is a real danger. But a magic tool that activates instantly, throwing up a barrier in a split second, that would be a literal lifesaver. Aesir concludes that to be valuable, a magic tool needs to be specialized for a single, specific purpose. Koshman considers this. Koshman remains skeptical. I don't know, there's no telling if it would ever see use or if it would even work. Aesir pauses for a moment, then looks at his friend. Still, he says with a grin, it sounds like fun. Koshman's doubt melts away into a smile. Let's give it a shot. Aesir is absolutely thrilled. Their next big project has just begun. And so their work began. They immediately start brainstorming, debating whether to start with a short wand or a long staff. The two friends dive headfirst into their research, setting up a workshop in their atelier. The seasons begin to change as they work. Days turn into nights, spent buried in ancient texts and complex theories. Time flows onward. They pour all their focus into the craft, meticulously forging and engraving prototypes. The years start to blur together. By year 3, their routine is set. Since a magician's power is measured by their knowledge, their training is an endless cycle of study, with Koshman grading Aesir's progress. Aesir complains, I have a pretty good memory, but only for stuff I'm interested in. Koshman just sighs. While they were cooped up in their workshop, major events were unfolding in the outside world. The Drachen army launched a full-scale invasion of northern Zaire, forcing the various countries of the Azad Alliance to unite and send aid. Among the reinforcements were students from Odin's own sorcery military academy. And as fate would have it, one of those students brought one of Aesir and Koshman's prototype barrier wands into battle. During a terrifying nighttime ambush by the Drachen cavalry, the panicked student was able to activate the wand, instantly creating a protective barrier that saved her and her comrades. The army's veteran magicians were stunned. An apprentice surviving a surprise attack was unheard of. Suddenly, their little barrier wand was getting a lot of attention. The military praised the wand's consistency and reliability, and soon began adopting it for regular use among their sorcerers. And just like that, Koshman became known throughout Odin as the singular magic tool specialist, a title he seems less than thrilled about. Aesir asks him, you've been getting requests for apprentices, right? Have you taken any? Koshman doesn't even look up from his book. Nope. Aesir presses the issue. You have to publish your research. Koshman groans, wanting nothing to do with it. Aesir tries to reason with him, pointing out that training an apprentice is a path to becoming a full-fledged wizard. But Koshman is resolute. Look, I'm here to study magic tools and swords, that's it. Because of his stubbornness, the military had to practically force him to publish his findings. If he kept his research to himself, no one else could advance the field of magic tools. Seeing an opportunity, Aesir dangles their true goal in front of him. Look, once you get this published, we can finally move on to the magic sword. You construct the spell's formula and I'll carve it into the blade. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can start. It'll be fun. Koshman slumps in his chair, defeated by Aesir's logic. Fine. But his reluctance instantly vanishes, replaced by fiery determination. I'll get it done in no time flat, so you better have a boatload of swords ready. Aesir grins, his own excitement reignited. With their goal in sight, they seal the deal. The magic sword project was officially a go. Aesir looks at an image of the young half-elf child, his resolve hardening. 2 years from now, I'll leave to take charge of the half-elf. He glances at the piles of books and research notes filling their workshop. But I'm sure by that point, Koshman and I will be done teaching each other our respective skills. His thoughts drift to their ultimate goal. Thus, in 2 years, we both intend to leave this nest, each with a co-created magic sword in hand. Aesir and Koshman stand back to back, a shared smile of determination on their faces. It's going to take every bit of our collective ability. With their new goal set, Aesir turns to Koshman, who's already buried in paperwork. Obviously, we have to start with prototyping, so hurry up and get that stuff published. And so, their intense collaboration begins. Koshman focuses on the intricate magical engravings, sweat beading on his brow, while Aesir takes the lead at the forge, hammering the glowing metal into shape under Koshman's watchful eye. They pore over ancient texts and complex diagrams, sharing insights and discoveries. The days and nights blur into a cycle of relentless work, often leaving them completely drained and passed out amidst their research. Despite the exhaustion, they push forward, driven by their shared dream and the ticking clock. Through countless trials and errors, they refine their designs, their faces alight with the thrill of creation. Finally, on a starry night in their 4th year together, a light shines from their workshop. Inside, Aesir and Koshman stare in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their shock gives way to pure elation as they gaze upon their creation. We did it, a magic sword. The initial excitement quickly turns into nervous energy. Koshman stammers, so what now? Do we test the blade? Aesir shouts back, no, test the function. Koshman steels himself, ready for the final step. Right, Aesir cheers him on, do it, pump your magic into it. With a surge of determination, Koshman focuses his power. He grips the hilt, his eyes locked on the blade. Here we go. A torrent of dark energy erupts from the sword, crackling and swirling around the blade. Koshman looks on, awestruck by the raw power they've unleashed. He turns to Aesir, the glowing forge behind him. The whole reason we ever met, the magic sword is complete. Aesir looks back, his eyes shimmering with emotion. For fate to have pulled us along like this. Koshman breaks into a wide, heartfelt grin, the years of hard work finally paying off. Aesir can't help but smile back, a quiet moment of shared triumph between them. But their work isn't over. Koshman, still holding the sword, begs, hey, let me try, come on, just a bit longer. Aesir thinks to himself, next up, it's time to make my magic sword. Their partnership had entered a new phase, constantly learning and pushing each other to greater heights. Whether meditating to focus their minds or working late into the night at the forge, they were inseparable in their craft. The time flew by. And just like that, it was year 5. At a rocky proving ground, an examiner announces, and now, we'll begin the offensive arts exam. The panel of proctors turns to Aesir. Are you prepared? He responds without hesitation, yep. Aesir stands confidently before them. I've been ready, I'm taking the sorcerer certification. The proctors murmur amongst themselves. Koshman set the bar way too high with the wands and magic swords. If his apprentice isn't officially made a wizard, he'll effectively bar the road for less accomplished sorcerers. Odin's elders and wizards are practically begging for him to be made one. Aesir prepares his spell thinking, neither Koshman nor I really care about ranks or honor or all that jazz. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of power. A massive blast of magic erupts from his palm, tearing through the air and exploding against the cliff face with devastating force. As the dust settles, revealing a newly carved crater, he continues his thought. But there are people in this world who'd go to extreme lengths to remove an obstacle, and as long as Koshman's not a wizard, that's basically what he is, and it's up to me to make him one. He looks back at the stunned proctors. In short, this is me paying him back for all he's done for me. The lead examiner simply sighs, overwhelmed by the display. The official verdict is delivered. Aesir, apprentice to Koshman Fiedel, you pass. Aesir replies gratefully, thank you very much. With his certification in hand, Aesir rushes back to the atelier. He bursts through the door with a triumphant slam. I'm back. Koshman looks up from his work. Hey, how'd it go? Aesir beams, holding up his certificate. You're looking at the elven blacksmith / sorcerer Aesir. Koshman smiles warmly. Congrats. He pauses, then adds sincerely, no, thank you. Sometime later, Aesir is dressed in his traveling cloak. Koshman asks, so you'll be setting off to pick up the half-elf kid? Yup, Aesir confirms. Aesir reflects, it's been 5 years since I began learning magic. My magic sword's finished and we both worked on it. It's about time for Koshman and I to start on our separate roads. Koshman admits, I never really liked kids, but I'd be interested to see a kid you raise. Aesir chuckles, kids are too noisy for you, right? You got it, Koshman confirms as Aesir muses, I really do wonder if Koshman is ever going to pass on his knowledge and skills. Aesir's thoughts continue, he didn't show a single hint of interest in romance in all these 5 years, and I was the only apprentice he ever took, too busy researching. Aesir speaks up, I suppose even if your knowledge and skills are transient, the things you make with your hands will remain. Koshman seems to agree, there's a certain appeal to that. Koshman picks up the magic sword they forged together, but still. He hands it to Aesir. Here, Aesir takes it with a laugh. I'll never get over how strange this thing is, it's optimized for my own use, see. He draws his custom blade, a stark contrast to the one Koshman wields. My magic sword is a razor-thin blade, it's so thin, I bet Master Rockmuncher would want to shatter it in two if he saw it. Rest assured, he declares proudly. The spell inscribed on it enhances both strength and sharpness. As long as you pump magic into it, even a hammer would just glance off, no problem. Koshman notices the unique sheath at Aesir's hip. And you even made your sheath with Sprite Silver, the mystery metal from before. It draws magic right from you just by being on your person. It's kinda like a magic sword. Aesir quickly denies it. Ah ha ha, no it's not. He explains the clever mechanism. Sprite Silver draws out magic just from physical contact. This way, I can channel magic through the sheath into the sword just by wearing it. Expect the unexpected, as they say. Aesir holds his specialized blade while thinking of Koshman's powerful one. From an outside perspective, Koshman's magic sword is obviously the stronger of the two. Mine is over-specialized to an insane degree. The only other person who could see the value in it is my swordmaster. Standing outside, ready to depart, Aesir grins. Now that you have a blazing blade, what about an icy one? Using them in combination would be pretty neat. Koshman considers it. Ice, huh, that sounds kinda cool. Aesir reflects on their journey. Koshman is both my partner in crime and my rival almost. But the roads we're taking diverge at this point, just like how our magic swords couldn't be more different. They stand at a fork in the road. Well, I'll be here, Koshman says. Yeah, Aesir replies. They share one last look, a bond forged in fire and magic between them. See ya. Yeah. As Aesir walks away, he waves back at Koshman and the city of Odin. Maybe the half-elf child I'm taking in will one day wish to become a magician, and maybe we'll come back here to Odin. By the time that happens, he muses, looking at the distant city, Koshman might be middle-aged or maybe even well into his elder years. A gentle smile plays on his lips as he imagines the future. With the sun on his face and his new sword at his side, Aesir sets off. I'd love to show him a brand new magic sword I've crafted by then. Yeah, I'm sure that'd be a blast. On his way to the capital of Zaints, Aesir takes a moment to rest by a tranquil forest lake. Stretching after his long journey, he thinks to himself, okay, before I meet Irina in Zaints, I should take this chance to go over my homemade map. He pulls out the large, hand-drawn map. Aesir traces his path, recapping his recent adventures and the current state of the world, from his birthplace in Polha to the political turmoil in Ludria and his current position just outside Zaints. According to his calculations, he's only about 2 days away from the capital. His thoughts drift to the reason for this entire journey, the half-elf child he's promised to care for. A spirit flutters by as he wonders, how will this all go? 2 days pass quickly. Aesir finally arrives at his destination. He makes his way through the capital of Zaints and gets a room at the Sui Inn. Finally a moment of peace. Aesir sinks into the bed relieved, the bed's so soft. Just as he's getting comfortable, a sharp knock comes from the door. Come in, he calls out. The door opens and a familiar voice says, excuse me. Aesir turns, ah hello. It's Irina smiling brightly. It has been some time, noble Aesir. She chuckles, I'm reminded of our last meeting. It was just like this. Aesir quirks an eyebrow, was it? Irina nods, you don't seem half as dour as last time. After exchanging pleasantries, they get down to business. Irina begins, the Ludrian royal family is at the negotiating table, right? A formal apology shouldn't be far away. Aesir confirms, correct. Irina explains the grim situation in Ludria. Because of the whole affair, people are fleeing the eastern region in droves. The population drain has caused harvests to fail. She continues, on top of that, the halt in exports has caught the attention of other countries, who see this as a prime opportunity to move in. Aesir remains confident, I'm sure the royal family will act before it's too late. Irina looks at him with gratitude. It's still early, but you've done an amazing job, Aesir. We never would have gotten this far without you. She smiles warmly, adding, I've just been imagining what you would do and taking that action. Aesir seems a bit confused by the high praise. He explains his simple motivation, thinking of his friends, Kreas and Martina. I just don't want the country that's home to people so important to me to collapse. Irina sighs, listing the monumental tasks ahead. Well, even after the apology, we still have to clear out the monsters, restore the forest, get more elves to help. But Aesir's faith in her is unwavering. Even then, Irina. Sure you can handle it. Irina beams with pride and admiration. From where I'm sitting, you are unmistakably a hero, a history maker. She concludes, so I'm not especially worried. Aesir looks away, flustered by her words. Eager to change the subject, he fidgets and asks, anywho, where's you-know-who? He straightens up, answering his own question. He's in my room right now, taking a midday nap. Irina nods, I've asked the spirits to notify us once the child awakens. As they wait, Irina's expression turns serious. Noble Aesir. She looks at him with deep concern. Are you really quite sure about this? Irina lays out her fears plainly. I know how deeply you care for others, and knowing that half-elves don't live nearly as long as we do. She looks down, her voice heavy with emotion. I am convinced that taking the child in will only lead to heartache. Aesir's tone becomes sharp. Are you really concerned for my sake, or are you simply projecting your own anxieties onto me? He presses on, reminding her of her own past. After all, it was the fear of outliving your loved ones that led you to break up with Kreas, a human. Irina is taken aback. I'm not thinking that far ahead, but... Aesir cuts her off with a sobering truth. Irina, you are a high elf. You are sure to pass on long before I, a spirit, do. He places a hand over his heart. If I allow myself to retreat from others because of that fear, I wouldn't be able to form any bonds at all. I couldn't bear to live that way. His words leave Irina speechless. Aesir recalls a lesson from his past life. A friend once told me that regret accomplishes nothing. That's why I believe in living with no regrets here and now. He looks off into the distance. I don't remember much about him, but those words have always stuck with me. Suddenly a glowing spirit butterfly appears in the room, the signal. Aesir smiles, looks like it's time. He stands and heads for the other room. I'll be going now. As he walks, he reaffirms his conviction. He knows he may outlive humans, dwarves, and even half-elves, but he refuses to cut himself off from them. He will live with no regrets. Aesir gently pushes the door open. Inside, a small boy is just sitting up in bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The half-elf child looks around, dazed and utterly adorable. The sight hits Aesir right in the heart. He clutches his chest, overwhelmed, so cute. He quickly composes himself with a cough, catching the boy's attention. Aesir gives a slightly awkward but warm smile. He steps into the room and speaks softly. Hello, I was told you don't have a name yet. The boy looks up at him, his mouth slightly agape, trying to find his voice. He manages a shy, hesitant sound, his eyes wide with curiosity. As Aesir leans in, the half-elf child stares up at him, completely mesmerized. Wow, shiny, the boy exclaims, pretty. Aesir freezes, a jolt of recognition hitting him. The boy isn't just looking at him, he's seeing the radiant, immortal nature of a high-elf soul. He remembers this feeling. That's what gave me away the first time I met Irina, he thinks to himself as the child gently pats his cheek. Looks like this kid has a pretty good eye too. A warm smile spreads across Aesir's face, and if he can see that, it means he should be able to commune with the spirits. That'll make his life easier, he'll have friends he can always count on wherever he is. Aesir chuckles, letting the boy continue to pat his face. This probably looks incredibly bizarre from an outside perspective, but I'm enjoying it and he's enjoying it. It's a win-win. He playfully squishes the boy's soft cheek in return. But then the phrase win-win echoes in his mind, sparking an idea. He stops, a look of sudden realization on his face. His thoughts flash back to Irina's letter. That's right, she said he was born in the winter and is still yet unnamed. He looks down at the boy, his decision made. With a bright, heartfelt smile, Aesir makes his declaration. From this day forth, your name is Win. He then introduces himself. My name is Aesir, though the high elves in the forest would also call me Maple Child. Gently stroking Win's hair, Aesir sets a new foundation for their lives. From now on, I'll be your guardian and your friend. He looks into Win's wide, glistening eyes and asks softly, okay. With a blush dusting his cheeks, Win gives a small, shy nod. Aesir's smile softens. Then, it's nice to meet you, Win. He can't help himself, the kid is just too cute. Win, now comfortable, pats Aesir's face with a happy little wink. Aesir holds the small boy, feeling an overwhelming sense of purpose. I'm glad I decided to meet you, he says softly. He corrects himself, his voice filled with new conviction. No, I'm glad I decided to take care of you. Lifting Win up, Aesir speaks the words that seal their bond. But most of all, I'm glad you were born. Held securely in Aesir's arms, Win looks up and simply replies, okay. And just like that, the full weight of his decision crashes down on Aesir. A dark cloud of panic forms in his mind. What do I do now? Holding Win, he paces the room. Just freewheeling around without a plan is significantly less tenable with Win, and I'd be sure to get an earful if Irina figures me out. He knows things have to change. First, I need to be able to work, he needs a working role model, and I don't want to be dependent on Irina again. The next logical step becomes clear. So that means I'll need someone to babysit Win while I'm working. His mind races, cycling through possibilities. Kuroha in Ludria. No, I should wait for the king's apology and for the country to settle down before returning there. Karina in Valestrica. She's reliable, but I don't think this is a job for someone running a spy network. Koshman in Odin isn't even an option, he thinks with a shudder. He said he hates kids anyway, hell, he was a bad influence on me. Then as if struck by lightning, the perfect idea hits him. His mind flashes to a familiar ensign in Jampamon. Later, Irina looks at him with genuine surprise. I'm shocked, she admits. You really have thought this through. She elaborates, you have the power to handle just about anything, so you hardly ever plan in advance. Aesir just laughs. I guess I'm growing up, huh? Pretty much, Irina concedes with a smile. Back in the present, Irina asks when he's leaving. I'm thinking noon tomorrow, Aesir replies, his plan set. The next day, with Win in his arms, Aesir waves goodbye to Irina and leaves Zaints behind. Their journey to a new life begins. Along the way, Win sleeps soundly, safe and secure for the first time. Following the roads on the map, they make their way from Zaints, charting a course towards Jampamon. The two travel together, stopping to enjoy the simple things like fresh apples from an orchard. Finally, they arrive in the bustling town of Jampamon. So ultimately, Aesir narrates, I ended up adopting him. He walks into a familiar inn holding his son. Can you say hello, Win? He asks, approaching the counter. Win peeks out from behind Aesir's shoulder and mumbles a shy greeting, Win. Lo. Nana, the innkeeper's daughter, melts instantly. Aw, well hello there, Win. My name is Nana. You can talk to me whenever you like while you're here. Completely smitten, she asks, Win, can I hold you for a bit? Aesir agrees and gently passes him over. Once Nana is holding a slightly bewildered Win, Aesir gets straight to the point. So the reason I came here. He lays out his entire situation for her. And that's when you came to mind, he finishes, watching her hold Win. I'd like to have someone look after Win while I'm working, he explains. Someone I can trust, obviously. He makes his formal request. I'm thinking we'll stay here for 1 or 2 years, I'll pay you plenty of course, so could we impose on you? Nana's face lights up with pure joy. You got it, she exclaims. The fact that you remembered me and trusted me like that just has me so giddy. She puffs out her chest confidently. And I'll get the okay from Mom for sure, Aesir lets out a sigh of relief. I knew I could count on you. Nana turns to the little boy in her arms. You'll be looking after the inn with me, how fun. Aesir smiles, relieved. Hugh, that's a relief. I know this is all going over Win's head, but he'll get used to it. Nana reassures Win, I want you to be able to adjust to new things and environments. I'll do what I can to help with that. With everything settled, Aesir's stomach rumbles loudly. With that taken care of, I'm suddenly very hungry. What's on the menu? Nana is already doting on Win. Macaroni gratin, I'm sure you'll like it too, Win. I'll blow on your food to cool it down, okay? Aesir and Win have returned to the bustling city of Jampamon. And for Win, the sight of a beautiful strawberry tart is enough to make his eyes sparkle with pure joy. Sitting at an outdoor cafe with their friend Nana, the group enjoys a peaceful afternoon. Nana mentions seeing some nice apples on the way over. She turns to Aesir, asking, so you elves like apples, huh? Aesir explains elves generally like fruit, yeah. Nana muses that maybe she should cook with more apples to get customers, while Win happily munches on a piece of cake. Aesir adds that he's personally fond of tarts like this one. But his tastes are much broader, and meat and fish and veggies, and really everything, he declares, fondly remembering the fish from Valestrica. Nana chuckles as she watches Win devour his cake. You're making a mess, she teases. Watching them, Aesir smiles to himself, thinking about the future, once Win is a little bit older. I'd like to take him on a food tour across the land, he imagines. I want to see all kinds of places with him. I just hope he likes traveling half as much as I do. But a shadow of melancholy crosses his face. I mean, compared to me. He looks at the blissfully unaware Win, whose life will pass in the blink of an eye for an elf. He doesn't have very much time to do that. His thoughts are interrupted when a man approaches their table looking surprised. Wait, Aesir. Aesir turns, giving a polite nod. Hello there. The man seems to remember something. Aesir recognizes him. He's from the Blacksmith Guild. The man, realizing they're busy, apologizes for bothering them. As the smith walks away, Aesir recalls, I only worked for them for a couple of weeks 6 years ago. He takes a sip of his tea, a small smile on his face. I didn't think he'd be that happy to see me again. Feels kinda nice. Maybe he has some work I can take care of. But he quickly dismisses the idea for now. Well, I've already decided I'd prefer to keep Win company for a bit. I'll check with the guild eventually, but not immediately. After about a month of taking it easy, Aesir finally heads to the guild. The guild master greets him. I do have a couple of jobs you could take. Inside his office, the guild master lays out the options. First is repairing the city guard equipment. Second is to provide some instruction. You'll get paid based on how much you finish. He adds with a bit of pride, we actually keep the sword you forged when you were last here on display. Aesir is genuinely touched. Oh, I'm honored. Once word got around you were back, plenty of apprentice hopefuls have been turning up. But I made sure to impress on them not to bother you directly. Aesir nods gratefully. Thanks for that, I appreciate it. The guild master gets a nervous look on his face. The third, a lord, the king of Travia would like an audience. He's intrigued by the idea of an elven blacksmith. Aesir thinks it over for a moment. The guild master tells him, feel free to pick whatever would be most convenient for you. Aesir comes to a decision. All right. I'll take option 1, the repairs, that works for me. The guild master stands up, satisfied. Sure, you're skilled enough to make a pretty penny from it. As they walk, Aesir clarifies, I'll figure out dealing with apprentices on my own, but I may still consult you for advice. The guild master understands, the guild is in no position to stop you from turning down the other jobs. A grin spreads across the guild master's face, clearly happy with the arrangement. He leads Aesir into the familiar clangor of the forge. Feel free to use our forge as much as you like. It's a real honor to work with a blacksmith at your level again. The other smiths notice his arrival, their chatter turning to murmurs of recognition. Aesir, is that Aesir? The forge erupts in warm greetings. Hey there, it's been a while, Aesir smiles, feeling like he's come home, but being back here again, part of me missed it. However, leaving for his new job proves to be an ordeal, as the sound of a child's heartbroken sobs echo from the house. Win is clinging to Nana for dear life, screaming, Aesir, no, don't go. As Nana wishes him luck, Aesir can only manage a pained right, before turning to leave. Nana gently consoles the weeping child. He'll be back tonight and we can play lots then, okay? Win can only hiccup out the word play. She holds him close, patting his back. There. As Win sobs quiet down to sniffles, Nana has an idea. Win, why don't we head to the well? I'm sure there'll be kids your age there you can play with. Win meekly agrees. Nana knows that playing with other kids is an important part of growing up. At the well, another boy eagerly approaches Win. Wanna see something cool? This way. But Win is immediately overwhelmed when the boy shoves something in his face. Nana quickly steps in. Aha, that was a little shocking, huh? It's okay, let it out. The boy is holding a massive, creepy insect. Look, gross, huh? Win can only recoil in terror. Nana pulls Win into a comforting embrace. At times like these, Win, it's important to let others know how you feel using your words. It's okay to say, please stop. On his day off, Aesir takes Win hiking in the beautiful countryside. Today, I'm using my day off to go hiking with Win and teach him a thing or three. He knows it's too early to teach Win about fighting, so what can I teach him, he wonders before getting an idea. Get ready to look for pretty leaves and begin. The lesson for the day is communing with the spirits. It's pretty much just asking the spirits for a hand, Aesir thinks to himself as Win gathers leaves. He explains the core concept, understanding the spirits, asking for help and showing gratitude. Aesir can already see the Wind's spirits fluttering around Win, eager to help him. They're practically chomping at the bit to aid him. He knows that big favors require a lot of setup, but that's a long way off. For now, he's focused on the basics, asking a simple favor of the spirits. It's still hard enough for Win, he realizes, watching the boy look up at him with a curious expression. Aesir reflects on Win's personality. The boy responds very well to being given things, and is even prone to developing heavy attachments to people like himself and Nana. But he's not very good at asking for things of his own volition. Aesir understands why, given Win's past, and that's exactly why I really want him to learn spirit communing properly. He kneels down beside the boy. Look close now. This is more than just a magic lesson, it's a life lesson. You can't count on always being given things. You need to be able to ask for what you want. That's a critical part of life. To demonstrate, Aesir takes the bag of leaves Win collected. He whispers into the air, spirits of the wind. Win watches, his eyes wide with wonder as a faint glow appears. Aesir makes his request, dance amongst this foliage that we might bear witness. Instantly, a gust of wind swirls around them, lifting the leaves into a magical dance. The spirits playfully twirl through the air. Aesir smiles at the amazed Win. Here, Win, you ask now. The wind spirits would be happy to play with you. This lesson becomes the foundation for Win's development. Over the next year, Aesir and Nana work together, teaching Win essential skills, with spirit communing as a starting point. I've been trying to teach Win how to learn and think. He points to a set of coins. How many is this? Win carefully counts. It's 4. Over the next year, with Nana's help, Aesir teaches Win essential life skills, starting with money. And how about this? Aesir asks, pointing to the coins. Though Win is 7, he looks closer to 4, but he's a quick study. 2 silver, he exclaims proudly. Nana is delighted. Ooh, you're such a quick learner, she praises. Aesir watches them, thinking to himself that with both of them looking after him, Win is incredibly motivated. He smiles, watching Win happily playing with the coins. He knows Win's birth was a complicated affair, but that's all in the past now. I'll just have to make up for that deficit with as much love as I can muster, he vows to himself with a warm, determined smile. Their lessons are filled with warmth. Nana brings a snack, playfully quizzing the boy. Snack time, how many do I have here? Win's eyes light up. 2 apples, he shouts, reaching for them. And just like that, another year passes peacefully. One evening, Nana brings up a thoughtful suggestion. Why don't you take Win to church? Later, as he tucks a sleeping Win into bed, Aesir considers her idea. That sure helped teach him reading and writing, and give him chances to interact with other kids, I guess. But he's hesitant. I'd rather he develop his own values and how he sees the world than adopt others, he thinks. If that's what he wants when he's older, I won't say no. The church offers free classes and even tests children for holy divination. The most talented kids could even be sent to their headquarters, which would bring in money for the family. Aesir gently covers Win, turning back to Nana. I'm not really hurting for money, and plus, he says softly, I'd rather not be separated from Win. He keeps another, more complicated reason to himself. As a high elf, it took him a full decade to grow from a newborn to what humans would consider a 1-year-old. But for Win, a half-elf, that same growth only took 2 to 3 years. He was growing up so much faster. This means the human children who are his age now will soon outpace his growth, leaving him behind. It's a difficult reality he'll have to face sooner or later. Whether it's humans, elves, or high elves, Win's flow of time is different from them all. He exists on his own unique clock. Aesir looks down at the sleeping boy. There has to be a better place for him to come to terms with that, not a church full of kids. He makes a decision. He can't keep hiding the truth from Nana any longer. Nana, he calls out. She turns, a gentle smile on her face. Yes. He pulls out a chair for her. I have a somewhat long story for you. Can I ask you to listen? He knows he doesn't have to do this. He could just say they're travelers of a different race and leave it at that. Nana would be fine not knowing the heavy details. But these carefree days we're enjoying now are all thanks to you. He looks her in the eye and finally tells her everything. I am not quite an elf, I'm a high elf, and Win is a half-elf, you see. A year and a half later, their peaceful life is interrupted. A letter arrives from Irina, summoning them to Ludria. Win does not take the news well. No, I won't, I want to stay, he screams from behind his closed door. Aesir does his best to console the sobbing child, holding him close. But we promised we'd meet Irina. I taught you it's important to keep your promises, right? He asks gently. Through his tears, Win can only manage a tiny whimper of agreement. Seeing his heartbreak, Aesir has an idea. Why don't we make a gift for Nana, a present to say thank you, goodbye, and see you again? Win sniffles, wiping his eyes. K. To ease the pain of parting, Aesir takes him out into nature. First, find the prettiest rock you can, watch your feet. A friendly wind spirit zips past, seeming to point Win in the right direction. Moments later, Win comes running back, proudly presenting a beautiful garnet. Here. Back in town, they get to work on the farewell gift. At the forge, Aesir carefully carves the stone, a rare sight for the other smiths. He presents the finished gift box to Win, who is beaming with excitement. I hope Nana likes it, Aesir smiles. I'm sure she will. Win holds the gift, his heart full of hope that this will make the goodbye easier. The day of their departure arrives. Standing outside the inn, Aesir bows his head to the townspeople. Thank you for everything, really. Win fidgets nervously, clutching the gift. Aesir gives him a gentle nudge. Win, the boy nods, K. He takes a shaky breath and calls out her name, N and Nana. Nana turns to him with a warm smile. Yes. Aesir and me made this, Win says, holding out the box. Please keep it always. Nana kneels down to his level. Can I open it? Win nods eagerly. She opens the box, and her expression shifts to one of stunned silence. Inside, nestled on the fabric, is a beautiful garnet necklace, sparkling in the light. Nana's breath catches in her throat. She knows exactly what this means. The meaning of a garnet is constant and unchanging love and friendship. The realization hits her and tears stream down her face. Oh no. She turns away, trying to hide her tears. I'm so sorry, Win. I really wanted to see you off with a smile, but... Win stares, his own composure starting to crumble. Seeing her cry is too much for him. I don't want to go. As his resolve breaks, Aesir gently picks him up. Win completely breaks down, screaming over Aesir's shoulder. No, 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 Aesir, Nana. He reaches out desperately as they walk away, his cries echoing through the street. Naha. As they leave the town of Jampamon behind, Win's heartbreaking sobs are the only sound. Aesir holds him tight, letting the boy cry into his shoulder. He reflects on their time here. As much as he wished for it, he couldn't just leave Win in Jampamon. He gently pats Win's back. Nana would have happily looked after him, but she doesn't have the strength I have, the strength to protect him. He admits to himself that forcing the departure like this was a little heavy-handed, but they couldn't delay any longer. I just wish this parting could have been a little calmer, he thinks, though he knows he can't blame Nana. Her reaction was only natural. Besides, they have a mission. We need to make our way to Ledria, so I can help Irina thin out the monsters. His expression hardens. I couldn't bear it if something happened to Irina. And I'm sure Win couldn't either. He continues to comfort the boy as they walk. This will also help Win to become more aware of time and its passage, and I have a lot of friends in Ledria that can help. This isn't a permanent farewell, he tells Win softly. You'll come back someday and see them again. Go on, cry yourself out. Cry as much as you have it in you two. You'll meet even more people in Ledria, make new friends, and I'll be right there with you, don't worry. Our story brings us to Werfiel, the grand royal capital of Ledria. Aesir walks through the bustling city streets with young Win in his arms. But his return isn't quiet, whispers and stares follow him from all sides. Noticing Win's discomfort, Aesir pulls him closer, whispering, It's okay, it's okay. He thinks to himself, I elected to avoid the eastern region where I caused that earthquake, but even here I'm getting no end of pointed stares. I guess it's to be expected. Suddenly a booming voice cuts through the crowd. A local butcher points right at him. Whoa, hey, I remember you, you're that driftin' elf, ain't ya? The butcher grins, leaning over the counter. Suo, finally made it back, eh? Aesir, caught off guard, can only stammer. Win peeks over Aesir's shoulder, startled but curious. The butcher's face softens with a smile. Oh right, I made you a knife way back. It's been a while, huh, but I have been hearing chatter about you here and there. When he learns Aesir is heading for the Yasogi Ryu dojo, he immediately wraps up a massive cut of meat. You're mackin' from Isikiha's dojo, yeah? Then here, take this. Aesir tries to refuse, but the man insists. Defeated by kindness, Aesir now holds a hefty gift, while Win eyes the meat with fascination. Aesir gives a genuinely happy laugh. Thank you. He thanks the man again, who cheerfully replies, You bet. I'll be staying here for the foreseeable future, so if you need a new knife, just give me a shout. The butcher then turns his attention to Win, who jolts in surprise. And you there, kiddo, if you're ever looking for some meat, just swing by this shop. I got the best spread in the capital, guaranteed. As they walk away, Win waves back enthusiastically at his new friend. Following the sounds of clashing practice swords, Aesir and Win make their way up the steps to a traditional dojo. They arrive at the main gate of their destination, the Yasogi Ryu dojo. A young disciple inside calls out, Who goes there? Seeing an elf at the gate, the students immediately get defensive. This is the Yasogi Ryu dojo. Outsiders are prohibited from simply waltzing in. Aesir just smiles warmly, cutting them off. Come on, there's no need for all that. He hands over the package of meat. Here you are, make sure to share it. Just then, a voice clarifies his identity. He is no outsider. He is the school's first pupil, the prodigal disciple that repaired the dojo. The students begin murmuring, realizing who stands before them. From the crowd emerges Kiha, now the master of the dojo, flanked by her mother Kina and two young children. Aesir, welcome back. You're sooner than I expected. Aesir beams, good to be back, master. Yeah, I thought it'd be better to be a decade early than a decade late. For a moment, Kiha's professional demeanor cracks, her eyes betraying a deeper emotion. She gives him a gentle, knowing smile. So I see, that's so like you. Her gaze then falls upon the small child in Aesir's arms. This boy. Aesir proudly introduces him. This is Win, my adopted son. I took custody of him after all that business from before. He nudges the shy boy. Go on, say hello. Kiha smiles and introduces her own children. Mizuha, Shizuki, I want you two to think of Win as a younger brother, okay? The girl Mizuha instantly lights up. Okay. Kiha's mother Kina offers Aesir his old room and invites him to dinner. Aesir looks at Kiha's kids, remarking, "Wow, Kiha has kids, huh? The resemblance is uncanny." Kina just sighs with a warm, exasperated smile. "Honestly, what are we ever going to do with you?" Aesir is left a little confused by her comment. A few weeks fly by. Aesir has settled in, spending his days playing tag in the yard with Win, Mizuha and Shizuki. But his peaceful routine is interrupted when two of the older disciples call out to him urgently. "Aesir." They bow, practically begging. "We understand your concern for us, we really do, but don't you think it's about time you went and saw the master directly?" Aesir looks over, concerned, as the kids playfully cling to him. He realizes his plan has backfired. "I've spent the last few weeks forging blades for Kiha and playing with Win, trying to be considerate to the other disciples, but it looks like my attempt has backfired somewhat." Apparently, Aesir's presence has put Kiha in such a foul mood that her dark aura is terrifying the other students during practice. Aesir muses to himself, "I guess she's really grown up, huh? Last time I forged a sword for her, she was on cloud 9 for a month." He knows he can't avoid it any longer. Just then, Kiha's voice cuts through the air from the dojo. "Master." Aesir stands before her, ready to face the music. "It's been a while, may I demonstrate my form for you?" Kiha gives him a cold, piercing glare. She closes her eyes, letting out a slow breath. Finally. Her eyes snap open, her tone sharp. "But do not use a wooden sword, show me with the sword you keep at your side." Aesir's hand instinctively moves to the hilt of the magic blade he forged with the Dwarf King, Koshman. He grips the handle, the weight familiar in his palm. He admits to himself, in all honesty, "I still haven't mastered using it 100%. With a smooth motion, he begins to draw the powerful weapon. The blade sings as it leaves the scabbard. In an instant, Aesir's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by the focus of a master swordsman. He takes his stance in the center of the yard, the other students watching in silence. His form is perfect, his gaze locked on an unseen target. In a flash of motion, he executes a single, flawless downward cut that seems to slice the very air in front of him. The three children stare, their mouths agape, completely captivated by the display of power. Even Kiha and the senior disciples are visibly stunned by the sheer perfection of the technique. They are utterly speechless. Kiha's face remains shadowed, her expression unreadable as she analyzes the swing. The other students can't contain their amazement. "Whoa, did you see that?" "Yeah, I sure did." Aesir lets out a breath, feeling satisfied with his demonstration. "All right, that felt pretty good." He turns to Kiha, awaiting her verdict. Kiha seems lost in thought, a complicated expression on her face as she processes what she just witnessed. "That is a very particular sword indeed," she begins, her voice low. "I'd like to ask about it, but that can wait until after your evaluation." She stands before him, ready to deliver her judgment. Kiha starts with an acknowledgement. "It's plain to see you continued to train, your skill has only improved, that much is undeniable." Aesir quietly accepts the praise. But her tone shifts. "But, through all of your practice, did you ever actually bring your blade down on anything in your travels?" She continues her critique. "Your form is not fit for combat. It's as though I'm looking at my own blade from so long ago." Then she delivers the harshest blow. "It's as though your sword is not wielded with the intent to grow stronger at all." Aesir's mind flashes back to Valestrica, where he cut enemy blades in two. But he realizes she's right. That was just a performance, a display of skill, not a true life or death battle. He understands her real question now. She's asking me, why am I stopping my growth at the same point she once did? Kiha's gaze is unwavering. "As things stand, you have no prospects of honing your blade any further." She looks him dead in the eye. "Aesir, you lack the drive to engage in battle, fighting spirit." Her expression softens with a hint of melancholy. "But, that was always one of your best qualities." Aesir is stunned into silence, unable to refute her words. Kiha closes her eyes, her evaluation complete. Her words echo in Aesir's mind, hitting him with the weight of truth. As Kiha dismisses the class, Aesir walks away, lost in thought. "I lack fighting spirit, how would I even go about fixing that?" Weeks later, we find Aesir far from the dojo, in the snowy mountains north of Ludria, near the border of the hostile feudal empire. He's here on a mission from Arena, gazing at a critical mountain pass, his master's words still weighing heavily on his mind. Sometime later, Aesir cheerfully accepts a favor from Arena. Got it. His mission, a map reveals the feudal empire is planning an invasion of Ludria, and Aesir is the only one who can stop them. He travels to the northern border, reflecting on the situation. Ludria's power has been on the decline, but that doesn't give another country the right to just muscle in. Besides, as Irina had argued, letting Ludria fall would waste all the hard work they'd put into the Elven-Ludria negotiations. Aesir muses that thanks to their efforts, Ludria has a much better grasp of elves now. To be perfectly blunt, it's far more convenient for the elves to have neighbors who know not to mess with them, rather than humans who just see them as some kind of strange novelty. Aesir smirks, realizing the political angle, and Ludria is going to owe us big after this. Here, I think. He arrives at a man-made mountain pass, the very path the invasion force will use. It honestly does hurt to have to undo all this work. Closing his eyes, he begins to chant, his voice echoing in the cold air. "O earthen spirits dwelling in these majestic mountains, I bid you heed my call." He places his hands on the ground, channeling his power directly into the rock. "Defend this path." With a final command, he unleashes the spirit's power. "Give rise to the land." The very mountains obey, a massive wall of rock erupting from the ground with a deafening thwoom, completely sealing the pass. Aesir thanks the spirits, knowing it will take decades to build a new road. He reflects on his own nature. If I wasn't so critically deficient in fighting spirit, maybe I'd have run in and taken the fight to the Empire myself. But he just smiles, a small spirit butterfly fluttering nearby, thinking about it again and again. I just don't think I'm cut out for that. His mind drifts back to Kiha. The beauty of Kiha's blade enamors me, and I want to wield it as she does. I'm maybe halfway to reaching that goal, but right now, I just don't have the motivation to want to become stronger. Pardon the arrogance, but I'm pretty sure I'm strong enough as is. He turns back towards his horse, having made peace with his decision. So as things are, I'm fine with being a wanting swordsman that just likes swords. Reporting back to Arena, he finishes his thought. But it's possible I'll change my mind someday. She praises his work and he offers a simple thanks. He returns to the dojo. When he tells Kiha about his feelings, she listens patiently before responding. That's very like you, however. A complex, bittersweet smile graces her lips. It sounds as though I won't live to see you mature into the best swordsman you can ever be. That's a bit of a shame. Her expression leaves Aesir deeply unsettled. A year passes, the sounds of hammering echo from his forge. Aesir is still Kiha's disciple, working on a sword for the king's fair. But he can't focus. Kiha's words, that's a bit of a shame, and her sad smile keep replaying in his mind, distracting him from his work. He sighs in frustration. I need to relax, a change of pace. His thoughts drift to Win and the simple pleasures of life. Suddenly an idea strikes him. I know, I'll go somewhere with Win, a short trip. While sweeping outside and pondering their destination, a voice calls out Aesir. He turns to see one of Kiha's young students. Oh, what is it, Shizuki? Shizuki stands before him, his expression incredibly serious. I have a request. He then bows deeply, his voice filled with urgency. Please take me with you to Viscourt, please. Aesir is completely thrown off. Why? He thinks it over. Viscourt is a decent distance and he'd planned to take Win there eventually anyway. Actually, that's not a bad idea. He agrees with a smile. Sure, but we're going to walk, so it'll be a long trip, alright? Shizuki immediately perks up. Alright. Aesir laughs, adding a crucial condition. Well, we'll need permission from Master or your grandmother first, otherwise they'll think I'm a kidnapper. Shizuki's determination doesn't waver. Pretty sure grandmother will say yes, I'll ask her. Without another word, he thanks Aesir and dashes off, leaving the elf utterly confused. A dreadful thought suddenly dawns on Aesir. From the way he said that, does that mean Kiha wouldn't say yes? Is this actually a good idea? But permission is granted, and the three begin their journey. Since Win is already close with Shizuki, traveling together is easy and fun. They camp along the way, preparing their meals together in the wilderness. Watching the two boys enjoy the campfire, Aesir feels confident that this was the right choice. As they near their destination, Shizuki excitedly points towards the city walls. Look, you can already see it. They arrive at the gates of Viscourt, a place filled with memories for Aesir. The guard waves them through. Welcome to the city of Viscourt. Well, head on in. Holding Win, Aesir is hit by a powerful wave of nostalgia. All that time ago, I walked through these same gates, with Irina, Martina and Kreyas of White Lake. Walking the familiar streets, he's lost in thought, and then I met Master Rockmuncher. Has it really been 15 years since I was here last? Win senses his father's strange mood, and gently calls his name Aesir. Aesir looks down, tears streaming down his face though he's smiling. Win reaches up to wipe them away. Hey, don't worry, I'm just feeling a bit nostalgic. He pulls Win into a hug, reassuring both him and a worried Shizuki. These are happy tears, okay? I'm fine. Just then a familiar voice shouts from down the street. Hey you Aesir. It's Rodner, the very guard who first let him into the city all those years ago. Aesir grins, wiping his eyes. Hey Rodner, I was just thinking about you. Rodner is overjoyed, laughing heartily. Man, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Now this is a real pleasure. The two old acquaintances share a laugh. Rodner beams, giving them a grand welcome. Aesir, both of you kids, welcome to the city of Viscourt. Their first stop is a grand mansion, Kreyas and Martina's estate. Aesir knocks on the ornate door. A maid answers, surprised. May I ask who is visiting? Aesir introduces himself politely. He flashes a friendly smile. Are Kreyas or Martina home? I was hoping to get my house key back. The maid seems unsure. Allow me to check with the mistress first. Before she can leave, a woman's voice calls out his name from inside. It's Martina, looking radiant and not a day older. She rushes to greet him, overjoyed. Look at you, you're back. Aesir is flustered by the warm welcome. Martina asks about his plans. You wanted the key to your home. Will you be staying long? Aesir replies, yeah, I think I'll just clean out my bedroom today. But Martina won't hear of it. No, why don't you stay here for the night? The man of the house will be home soon. Aesir gratefully accepts her kind offer. Martina then notices the two small figures behind him. Ah, and these children are. Her eyes go wide with shock as Aesir asks, Ah, Irina didn't tell you. He gently pushes Win forward. This is Win, my adoptive son. Then he gestures to the other boy who nervously grips his cloak, and this is Shizuki. He's the son of someone I owe a lot to from the capital. Later that evening, Aesir settles into a luxurious guest room. As he waits, he narrates that Kreyas returned shortly thereafter. He recalls the moment Kreyas arrived. His old friend's eyes passed over him and Win without issue, but when they landed on Shizuki, his entire demeanor became visibly strained. A shocking possibility clicks into place in Aesir's mind. This is just a maybe, but maybe Kreyas is Shizuki and Mizuha's father. He tries to make sense of it. He knew Kiha and Kreyas were acquainted, but it always seemed like professional respect, not romance. Plus, Kreyas was already married when they met. And more importantly, Kiha never seemed like the type of person to break up a marriage. The questions spiral in his head. He'd never asked about the kid's father before, but now the mystery is impossible to ignore. Does Shizuki know? How did Kiha feel letting him come here? Aesir sighs, pushing the complicated adult drama out of his mind. Oh well, whatever. He looks at Win sleeping soundly, his resolve hardens. I don't care who Win's parents are, I love him all the same. He knows that what truly matters is the love they have now. Kiha and her mother adore Shizuki and Mizuha with everything they have. As if on cue, the two boys sneak into his bed, rustling under the covers. Come what may. Aesir pulls the blanket over them, a gentle smile on his face. No matter what I do or do not know, I'll be here for these kids, that won't change. Shizuki snuggles closer and whispers good night. At Kreyas and Martina's lavish home, the group enjoys a meal. But the polite dinner is suddenly interrupted by Shizuki, who stands and makes a formal declaration. As son of Kiha, the current master of the Asogi Ryu discipline, I, Shizuki, request a bout with Ludria's superlative sword, Master Swordsman Sir Kreyas. Aesir and Win are completely blindsided. Aesir thinks, wait, Kreyas is a master, while Win just looks confused by the sudden challenge. Shizuki holds his ground, staring intently at Kreyas, awaiting his answer. Kreyas and his wife Martina exchange a silent, knowing glance across the table. With a soft clink, Kreyas sets down his cup. Very well, he agrees calmly. We can do it with wooden swords once we've finished eating, is that all right? Aesir realizes with a jolt, so that's it. This was Shizuki's goal in coming to Viscourt the whole time. Later outside the residence, the sharp clack of wooden swords echoes through the air. The spar is underway. Shizuki launches a flurry of attacks, but Kreyas, the seasoned master, deflects every single one with ease. With a swift movement, Kreyas parries a blow and lands a solid thwack against Shizuki's side. Watching from the sidelines, Aesir analyzes the fight. Kreyas' blade work has come to emphasize skill more than sheer power. Despite being outmatched, Shizuki refuses to give up, shouting, one more. Aesir reflects on Shizuki's potential. It would be no exaggeration to call him a prodigy, but Kreyas is dancing around him, no sweat. He is a master, apparently. Kreyas effortlessly locks Shizuki's blade, halting his momentum completely. A slight smirk plays on Kreyas' lips as he looks at the straining boy. One more, right? Shizuki can only grit his teeth in frustration. But his eyes burn with determination. I can keep going, he shouts, come then. And in that moment, Aesir understands. Shizuki may not be consciously aware of it, but I think he's trying to get closer to his probable father via swordplay. He thinks about the complex web of relationships surrounding him. I don't have a single, solitary clue what all of the adults involved here are thinking. Or even what they've been up to this whole time. But stepping back, I don't feel that anyone has been acting with malice or bad faith, including Shizuki. And in that case, Aesir concludes peacefully, I'm not inclined to worry too much. If they ever have need of me, all they have to do is ask. He smiles, watching the spar. Things are tangled like so many loose threads now, but they may come undone someday. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Aesir simplifies the scene. It's just two guys having fun swinging at each other. Just then, Shizuki is knocked back with a loud ack. The sheer exertion causes Shizuki's nose to bleed. Kreyas pauses, concerned. Sorry, did I get your nose? Wiping his face, Shizuki shakes his head. No, Aesir watches, thinking, right now he embodies the will to battle and the drive to improve, fighting spirit. As the two continue their bout, their shouts of one more, and sure, echoing, Aesir has a final, sobering thought, and I think that's what I lack more than anything else. About 1 month after returning to the capital. A furious Mizuha confronts Aesir, shaking a bewildered Win. Why'd you only take Shizuki? It's just no fair. Aesir explains, the moment we returned, Mizuha came down on me like a ton of bricks. I was helpless, so I agreed to take her and Win on a trip. Kiha, amused, gives her blessing. Fair's fair, after all, she is just a young girl, 1 night away should be fine. Aesir wryly notes, the pressure from a tiny girl hastened my work, and I finished forging the masterpiece sword I was submitting to the show. And so, Aesir leads an excited Mizuha, and went on a trip into a great forest near the capital. He thinks to himself, we've already thinned out the toughest monsters here, so they'll be safe as long as I'm with them. Mizuha points to a dark opening in a rock face. Oh, Aesir, what's that? Aesir smiles calmly. That's a snake monster den, let's try not to provoke it, alright. Mizuha looks at him, confused. You're not gonna take it out. Aesir explains, I prefer not to kill just for the sake of it. Win, however, has a different idea. If we kill it, that's going to take care of lunch for the day. Mizuha recoils in horror. Eat a snake. Win just gives her a cheerful, mischievous tug. Aesir quickly steers them away. Right, we aren't on a quest or anything, let's just move on, sneakily. As they walk, Aesir reflects on the twins. Shizuki and Mizuha are the children of the dojo's master. As such, they're very disciplined. But even then, they're both still just children. Even with all the love and affection their mother and grandmother give them, I can tell there's a desire for some kind of paternal figure. That's why Shizuki was so dogged in his challenge to Kreyas. Mizuha, meanwhile, simply has a somewhat spoiled side, which I think is manifesting from a desire for acknowledgement. As the kids ask, are we there yet, Aesir can't help but smile. It is pretty cute, actually. They emerge into a clearing, and before them stands a magnificent ancient tree glowing with ethereal light. The children are left speechless. This is where I wanted to take them, Aesir thinks. A sacred tree you can only perceive while in the presence of those who can see the spirits. Sacred trees like this are very important to elves, he muses. When it grows even bigger, it'll start to bear a pua fruit too. Wynn suddenly calls out, Aesir, look. Aesir turns his gaze toward the tree. There, nestled among the leaves, is a single, perfect flower, blooming beautifully out of season. Taking it as a sign, Aesir grins. Well, it seems to me the tree is giving us a warm welcome. All right, let's rustle up some dinner. Night falls and the moon rises over the forest. Gathered around a campfire, they enjoy their meal. Mizuha looks at Aesir gratefully. Thank you so much for bringing me here today, this was lots of fun. Her eyes sparkle with a newfound dream. Do you think I'd make a good adventurer? Aesir pauses, considering her question. I'm not actually too sure, but... He smirks, teasing her. It'd certainly help if you'd be willing to eat snake. Mizuha's face contorts in disgust. Aesir and Wynn burst out laughing. Snake is tasty, Wynn declares, only making Mizuha angrier. What are you laughing at? Mizuha pinches Wynn's cheek playfully. Mizuha isn't even 10 years old yet. She has plenty of time to decide her path. Aesir chuckles softly. But hypothetically, he thinks, a fond memory of Kiha surfacing. If Mizuha does end up taking up adventuring, it'd be nice if I could set her up with weapons and armor just like I did for Kiha. The years begin to pass. The twins mark Wynn's height against a post, a stark visual of their different growth rates. Wynn grows frustrated, seeing how much taller the twins are getting while he barely changes. Life at the dojo continues in a montage of shared moments. Training, comforting, quiet contemplation, and joyful meals together. 8 years have passed since Aesir returned. The twins, now 15, find him in his forge. Aesir. Shizuki asks, what is it? Did you already chip your blade? Mizuha adds a worried no. Before they can explain, Wynn appears at the doorway. Aesir, are you about done? His expression is serious. Grandmother is calling for you. Wynn picks up a broom, ready to take over. You want me to handle the fire, right? Aesir nods, grateful. Sure, I'll watch it with the spirits. Thanks, Wynn replies quietly. As Aesir walks toward the main house, the twins watch him go, the weight of 8 years settling around them. Aesir narrates, when the twins became of age at 15, I gifted both a magic sword. Wynn, however, has visually grown less than half of how much they've grown. It's unavoidable, but it hasn't been easy for him. He's gradually come to understand his flow of time differs from those around him. Aesir reflects on Wynn's recent behavior. He's settled down a good amount more recently. I can't overstate how grateful I am to the twins for sticking with him. He recalls Wynn's rebellious phase, a memory that now brings a faint smile. His thoughts drift, becoming more somber and heartfelt, honestly. Aesir stands before a shoji screen, a sense of peace washing over him. I'm so glad I returned to this dojo. He calls out, I'm here. May I? A voice from within replies, yes, come in. He enters the room and asks, you wanted to speak to me? The narration explains the situation. Of late, Kiha's mother's health has declined. I think she's always been of frail constitution. Inside, he finds Kina, Kiha's mother, lying weakly in bed. She looks at him with a serene but tired expression. Yes, the end of her life is close at hand, if you would allow me. Aesir kneels respectfully by her side. Kina's voice is soft but firm. I would like to air my grievances. She begins her story, her voice filled with the weight of memory. When my husband passed and my lungs failed me. A pained look crosses her face as she remembers her fear. I was so afraid I'd be leaving my beloved daughter all alone at her young age. Her eyes find Aesir's and her tone shifts, but that's when you came into our lives. Aesir looks up, surprised by the sudden turn. Kina recalls her initial apprehension. It was just you and 2 women in this house, so I was wary of you at first. But you quickly became a completely natural part of our lives. She lists his deeds one by one. You didn't just cure my illness. You also facilitated the end of the feud with the Ladron school and even rebuilt our dojo. Her voice fills with pride for her daughter. More than anything, it's because of you my daughter's grown to be such a splendid sword master, and you didn't once presume to take advantage of all we owe you. Aesir scratches his head, embarrassed by the praise. Kina continues then, and now, you've been happy to simply remain her disciple. She looks at him, her gratitude immense. Your coming into our lives was nothing short of light breaking through the darkness we were lost in. Aesir, flustered, tries to downplay it. But Kina cuts him off with a gentle smile. Heh, I assure you that is no exaggeration. Then her tone darkens, the atmosphere in the room turning heavy. However, the day you said farewell, you left a curse on my daughter. Aesir is completely lost, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. Huh. Kina stares at the ceiling, lost in the past. Her voice echoes in the quiet room. I'm sure that was never your intention. She explains the immense burden Kiha took upon herself, but she chose to bear children, take disciples, keep the dojo. Kina's voice trembles with the memory of her daughter's struggle. Refine her sword as much as possible. Not one of these was a simple or easy matter. She looks back at Aesir, her gaze piercing, but she chose to do all of it. The reason lands like a hammer blow, all for the hope that she might see you once more. Aesir's eyes widen in shock, the full weight of her words crashing down on him. Kina continues, revealing the depth of Kiha's devotion. She only sought children and never a companion. which is why she beseeched the most gifted swordsman she knew, as well as his wife. The pieces click into place in Aesir's mind. So then, is that the answer to my question? The realization is horrifying. But that's so strange, it's just bizarre. Why would Kreyas and Martina agree to? His thoughts spiral to the only possible conclusion, because of Irina. He remembers the past, Irina leaving Kreyas due to their different lifespans. He recalls Martina's lingering sadness. Maybe it was the regret that Martina was left with that spurred her to get Kreyas to comply with Kiha's request. Kina confirms his theory. It's possible that the two of them were under a curse of their own. At the time my daughter was desperate, well and truly. She speculates on their motives. Maybe they were afraid of what she'd do or who she'd choose if they said no. Kina concludes the story. Ultimately his wife convinced him to go through with it and my daughter's wish was granted. Aesir can only think one thing, that's insane. The guilt is overwhelming, his face shadowed in despair. What have I done to Kiha? Kina lets out a soft knowing chuckle. She delivers the final, devastating truth. You stole her heart. The curse you cast on her was one of love. A memory surfaces of a younger Kiha, her vow echoing through time, a love that would never fade in a human lifetime, a sword dedicated only to him. Kina's voice becomes softer, more conspiratorial. I'm sure she would have preferred I never tell you any of this. She coughs, a reminder of her fleeting time, but a mother has to get some things off her chest, before it's too late, right? She admits her past feelings. I was so cross with you at the time, but things are much better now. A warm memory of Kiha and the children with Aesir flashes in her mind. I know my grandchildren have been raised up right. She loves her children as much as any mother could, and your returns brought all of us so much joy. Her frail hand reaches out from under the covers. She grips Aesir's hand with surprising strength. Her final request is not for him to stay but to understand. I cannot ask you to walk alongside her, you live at different speeds. With all the love a mother can have, she makes her plea, I only wish for you to remember the love my daughter holds for you. Aesir, his voice thick with emotion, gives his solemn vow. Of course, I promise. 5 days after this conversation, Kina passed away. 2 years pass. In spite of the loss, life settles into a familiar rhythm, and sorrow becomes a part of the past. One day, while Win does chores, Aesir reads a letter. In summary, Isvald, that is, Master Rockmuncher sent me a letter. He explains the contents to Win. He needs a skilled assistant, and that's hopefully me if I'm not too busy. Win looks on, curious. Aesir clarifies Isvald's recent success. I have been taking first in all of the sword shows these past few years. It's not that I've gotten better, it's just that the dwarf that used to take first went back to the dwarven country. He explains the high stakes, and that's because of the Dwarven King Grand Prix. Dwarven society is entirely structured around smithing skill. The Prix is a competition with numerous rounds. Aesir grips the letter, his resolve hardening. This may be presumptuous, but I'm sure he's out there fighting for the promise he made me. He remembers their shared dream, a painful but powerful memory, to see a country that can welcome elves with open arms. He turns to Win, his decision made. Win, I'm going to be heading to the dwarven country. He gives Win a choice. What would you like to do? Aesir offers, you're free to stay here if you want, but Win's answer is immediate and resolute. I'll come. Win states his reason with his usual bluntness. You'd be pretty useless without me around, I'd be worried otherwise. Aesir is flabbergasted. Hang on, I'm the guardian here, right? But Win simply repeats, I'll come. Aesir sighs, a smile playing on his lips. Oh well, whatever. He thinks to himself that this could be good for Win since dwarves and half-elves have similar lifespans. He then begins to offer some unique diplomatic advice. Alright then, I'd better teach you how dwarves interact. When it's time to parley, you'll want to start with a blow to the jaw. 3 months later, on the eve of their departure, Aesir sits with Kiha under the starry sky. We'll be setting off tomorrow. Kiha looks at him, her expression calm. Is this a permanent farewell? Aesir beams. No, I'll come back. He then makes a new promise, one born from the truth he's learned. I move through time at a different pace than humans, but I want to be here with you as your life comes to a close. He explains his realization. It's taken me a good long while to come to this conclusion. But I want to be by Kiha's side, that's my answer to her feelings. He looks up at the sky, contemplating his own existence. And death isn't necessarily a permanent parting. I know reincarnation exists firsthand after all. A small spirit of light flutters nearby, and I'll continue to live on as a spirit after my life as a high elf ends. Maybe at some point in the distant future. He leans closer to Kiha, the spirit glowing above them. A miracle could even be brought about. He gazes at the moon, his resolve clear. So I'll care for Kiha as her life winds down, to make sure I'll never forget no matter what. Kiha listens, her eyes soft with understanding. I see. A gentle, knowing smile graces her lips. Heh, that's a promise then. Her face is illuminated, full of a radiant peace that transcends time. I look forward to seeing you again, and I promise to spend my final days by your side. Aesir watches her, thinking that though she's older, she's more beautiful than ever. North of Ludria, our heroes trek through the treacherous, snow-covered mountains towards the legendary dwarven country. Leading the way is their dwarven guide, who turns back with a gruff question for the elf following him. Still with me, elf? The guide is genuinely impressed. You done a right fine job following me, he admits. I always figured you elves were a spindlier sort. Aesir flexes, grinning ear to ear. Oh yeah, I'll have you know I've done my fair share of manual labor. Besides, these mountains are cooler than any forge and you're carrying most of my stuff anyway. The guide lets out a hearty laugh, noticing the sleeping Win on Aesir's back. Still out, is he? He's got you ferrying him the whole way. Aesir just shrugs. Hey, my kid's a good deal lighter than a sack of iron ore, you know. Aesir gently tells Win, hang in there. We just got one more mountain before we've made it. Win sleepily mumbles, right. But this journey isn't just about endurance. By all rights, outsiders are forbidden. Neither elves nor humans are supposed to set foot in the dwarven country. Luckily, there are loopholes. You can get in with an invitation from a major player like Aesir's master Isvald, who's vying for the crown, or you can hold an advanced rank smithing license. And Aesir, being the prodigy he is, has both. Aesir recalls how this all started. He'd gone to the smithing guild to get a dwarven guide. But the dwarf they found wasn't exactly thrilled about escorting an elf. So Aesir did what any sensible person would do. He got the guide drunk and spent the night gushing about how incredible his master Isvald is. After hours of this, surrounded by empty plates and mugs, the guide finally relented. With a weary sigh, the dwarf cut him off. Just, yeah, I get it, that's quite enough of the reminiscent for me, thanks. The guide finally laid out his terms. If you think an elf can handle the mountain trails, I'll take you along, why not? Which brings us to 2 weeks later. Win is plugging his nose in disgust. You reek of alcohol, he complains, as a hungover Aesir declares their departure. Finally, they arrive. The entire dwarven country is built within a colossal cavern, a massive underground city-state. As they step inside, the sheer scale of the fortress city leaves them speechless. Tens of thousands of dwarves call this incredible place home. But their awe is cut short when a guard in a horned helmet steps in their path. Stop. 2 towering guards block the main gate, looking down on the small party. Aesir confidently presents his letter of invitation from Isvald and his advanced smithing license, leaving the guards stunned. Once inside, the bustling city is a sight to behold. Both Aesir and Win are completely blown away. Whoa, it's so big. As they make their way through the streets, however, they start drawing stares and hostile whispers. Elves, a dwarf mutters. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts, hold on, and a massive, curly-haired dwarf blocks their path. The dwarf, whose name is Grunder, points an accusing finger. How dare you bring elves here? And you, he roars at Aesir, you dare set foot on our land. Their guide quickly tries to intervene. Their guests stand down. But Grunder is furious, his face contorted with rage. Elves, you must be joking, never. While everyone else is tense, Aesir breaks into a massive, excited grin. Oh man, he thinks, I love dwarves. He loves how upfront they are. Unlike the backstabbing nobles in Ludria, if a dwarf has a problem, they tell you to your face. Aesir gently pats Win's head. Win, stand back for a bit. He then steps forward to face the hostile crowd. My name is Aesir, I'm here on my master's summons. He cracks his knuckles with a sharp thump, so if you've got a problem with that. Aesir points directly at Grunder, his voice ringing with challenge. Just try and make me leave. The sudden defiance leaves the dwarves speechless. The crowd immediately gets hyped, turning on their friend. Well, you heard the elf, Grunder, don't go lossin' now. Grunder's hand clenches into a fist, veins bulging. Yeah, you've got some nerve. He lunges forward with a roar, throwing a classic dwarven insult. You hoity-toity leaf licker. Aesir smirks, ready with a comeback. Dwarves have huge, thick arms like daikon radishes, making the average elves look like burdock roots. With explosive force, Aesir launches himself forward, slamming his fist into Grunder's jaw. But these are no burdocks, these are carrots. The impact sends a shockwave through Grunder's face, his eyes rolling back in his head. The crowd gasps as the massive dwarf hits the ground with a heavy thud. Aesir stands over his opponent, a shadow of a smile on his face. What's wrong, dwarf? He beams, filled with adrenaline, and shouts for all to hear. My master's way stronger than this. Win and the guide can only watch, completely flabbergasted by the turn of events. Aesir continues to taunt the fallen dwarf. His fists will knock you into next week. Come on, dwarf, on your feet. Grunder staggers, struggling to push himself up from the ground. With a smug look, Aesir waves his fingers, beckoning him to get up and try again. But Grunder freezes, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He glares up at the elf, finally realizing what's happening. Mocking me, are you? Aesir stomps his foot, ready for round 2. I haven't even started with you yet. Later at a grand estate, a weary voice sighs, good grief. Inside, Aesir's master, Isvald, tends to his pupil's bruised face. I never know what to say about your ideas. You know you could have just called me to the gate, right? Aesir just gives a puffy, satisfied smile. Isvald sighs again. Hell, I know you know that. As Isvald applies a foul-smelling poultice, Aesir whines, hey, this stinks. His master is unsympathetic. Stinks or not, it's what you need. Isvald looks at him with a knowing gaze. I know exactly what you were trying to pull. He'd figured it all out. You picked that fight, so nobody would talk about me bringing elves into the country. Right. Aesir confirms the plan worked perfectly. Now, all anyone's talking about is the weird elf who brawled with Grunder the second he arrived. Just then, Isvald's wife and children arrive with a tray of tea, breaking the serious mood. Aesir immediately starts teasing his master. Oh, the missus is so young. Are you a cradle robber? Isvald's wife just swats at him. Don't you give me any of that rubbish. Isvald returns to the topic at hand. I know you were trying to protect my reputation, and I appreciate that. His expression turns serious, but Aesir. He looks his student dead in the eye. Do you really see me as too pathetic to look after one of my own disciples? The question hits Aesir like a physical blow. Aesir falls silent, the weight of his master's words sinking in. He looks down ashamed. Right, I see, sorry. Isvald's expression softens. He admits, it's been so long since I've had to ask for help, I think I just forgot how. Aesir apologizes again, humbled. Sorry to get ahead of myself. He offers a small, understanding smile. Isvald breaks into a wide grin, the tension finally broken. He gives Aesir a powerful, friendly slap on the back that nearly sends him flying. Well, what's done is done. You didn't do too bad a job. As Aesir doubles over in pain, Isvald laughs. You've got to be the first high elf in history to go blow for blow with a dwarven miner. He grins proudly. You do a man proud to call you his friend. Isvald laughs, ruffling Aesir's hair like a proud father. Aesir, though still hurting, manages a genuine happy laugh. Meanwhile, a different kind of fight is breaking out. Win is in a heated argument with Isvald's kids. No, you're wrong. Win points emphatically, his face red. I'm not a girl. One of the young dwarves looks utterly confused, but you don't have a single hair on your face. As the kids start roughhousing with Win, Aesir asks Isvald, dwarven children grow beards? Isvald nods. Yep, starts around 10 in human years. Aesir watches fondly as Win gets into his first real fistfight, glad to see Isvald has raised his kids without any prejudice against elves. He smiles to himself. Win's grown to be pretty bold, obstinate and brave, that's nice to see. With the pleasantries over, Aesir's expression hardens. Let's get down to brass tacks. As they sit by the fire, Isvald lays out the complicated political situation he's facing. He explains that he's competing for the throne, but his main rival is a dwarf named Rajuedal. Aesir is shocked to learn that this Rajuedal is the very same sorcery master who taught his own friend, Koshman. Isvald clarifies, Rajuedal isn't what I'd call a master smith in terms of pure skill, however. The problem, Isvald reveals, is that Rajuedal has found a way to process mithril. Mithril is the most sacred metal to the dwarves, a symbol of their king. Forging it requires an insane amount of heat, possible only in a special royal forge reserved for the king himself. Aesir recalls an old elven myth about dwarves stealing a true flame from deep within the planet, realizing it must be connected to the royal forge. Isvald explains Rajuedal's workaround. He's been teaching sorcery-inclined dwarves how to make magic tools that can process mithril without the royal forge. Aesir finally understands. I see, so that's how he became a contender for the throne. But this new method has caused a huge backlash from the more traditionalist dwarves. Isvald lays out the growing schism. If Rajuedal wins, the nation will favor sorcerers, leaving traditional smiths behind. This has made the old guard desperate. Now they're all scrambling, trying any method they can think of to process mithril themselves. Aesir listens intently, taking in the gravity of the situation. Isvald asks if he sides with the old-fashioned dwarves. Aesir's answer is a simple, firm no. Isvald chuckles. His technique is fascinating, I'll give him that, but I've got my own reasons for wanting the throne, he declares, his voice filled with conviction. Reasons I can't back down from. His ultimate goal, to see a country that'll welcome elves with open arms. Isvald looks at Aesir, his eyes burning with passion. And I want every dwarf in this country to see what a dwarf and an elf working hand in hand can truly accomplish. To see how far my pupil and friend has come. Aesir thinks of his late friend Koshman, and what he would say. A fire ignites in Aesir's eyes. He'd be eager to watch a showdown between our masters. He'd say, my master will win for sure. Then a spark of insight hits him. Well, I think I might have an idea how Rajuedal's magic tools actually work. In Isvald's quarters, Aesir lays out the hard truth about their rival. Rajuedal has engraved a spell into his own furnace, he explains, essentially turning the whole thing into a magic tool. Isvald's eyes widen in understanding. Aesir continues, I'm sure Rajuedal's been working towards taking the throne for decades. He'd been studying magic tools with Koshman for that very purpose. With a grim expression, Aesir reveals the full picture, and Koshman left his gifted apprentice to his own devices to finally put their research to use. Aesir looks Isvald dead in the eye, a faint, determined smile on his face. Rajuedal won't be easy to beat, not by a long shot. But Isvald is unshaken. Course, he grunts, hence why I called you here in the first place. Aesir can't help but let a smug grin spread across his face, earning a quick rebuke from the dwarven master. Wipe that smirk off that face. Isvald gets down to business, holding up two fingers. Way I see it, we've got two things to work on. One, buildin' a fire as hot as we can, and two, buildin' a furnace that can handle it. He unfurls a blueprint, a plan already in motion. I've got an idea what we ought to make the furnace from. Aesir scans the plans, impressed, but one crucial element is missing. And the fire, he asks. Isvald strokes his beard, a thoughtful look on his face. The fire, well. His voice trails as the scene shifts, a glowing spirit floating in an alleyway. I figure ya and your friends can do that. Back in the room, Aesir is a little stunned by the casual delegation. And that's all you've got. Isvald simply states he can't stoke a fire until the furnace is built, leaving Aesir to sigh in acceptance. With the plan set, Aesir looks out over the bustling dwarven city. He decides, while we wait for the materials, I'll work on carving out a comfortable niche for us here. And so, Aesir and Win begin to integrate into dwarven life, even helping Isvald's wife with the heavy lifting during a shopping trip. He even starts bridging the gap with his former opponent, Grunder, joining him and other dwarves for drinks at the local tavern. As they're enjoying themselves, a voice calls out to Grunder. Grunder had been explaining his goal to Aesir. The main priority is to make sure the dwarves have a better understanding of us elves. He excuses himself to deal with the interruption. Another dwarf angrily confronts him. Why the hell are you wasting a fine drink on an elf and not me? Grunder shoves him back, yelling, "'Cause I'm treating him, you nitwit." Aesir just watches, bewildered by the petty jealousy. Later, Grunder leads Aesir through the city. "This here's where the apprentices train," he says, pointing to a large workshop. Stopping before the entrance, Grunder gives him a fair warning. "Can't say you'll see a warm welcome." But Aesir is completely unfazed. "I know, but it's fine." A confident smile lights up his face. "If I can show off my smithing skill," he thinks, "I'm sure that'll go a long way to improving my life here." With that, they push open the heavy wooden doors. The moment they step inside, the workshop falls silent. Every single dwarven apprentice turns to stare. The air grows thick with tension as they glare at the elf, who dared to enter their sacred space. A collective, disdainful HMPH echoes through the forge. The welcome is even colder than Grunder predicted. But Aesir is completely oblivious to their hostility, practically vibrating with excitement. "Man, this'll be fun. It's been a while since I've used a big forge like this." Grunder sighs and tosses him a sack of materials. "Use this." Aesir peeks inside to find high-quality iron ore. "Are you sure?" Grunder insists. "The scrap they got here wouldn't be good enough." He then reveals his motive. "You're smithing a sword for the kiddo, win, right, then make sure it's a good one." As he leaves, Grunder adds, "Consider it my way of apologizing." Aesir watches him go, touched by the gesture. What a swell guy. The drinks were apology enough, but thanks. His mind flashes to Win, training diligently at Kiha's dojo. "I'll forge a sword just for him," he resolves, "and as he grows, we can keep reforging it to suit him." The idea brings a huge smile to his face. It'll be like they're growing right alongside each other. Yeah, that's a great idea. With newfound purpose, Aesir ignites the forge, sending a powerful roar of flame into the air. A flame spirit dances beside him as he works. I may be the one elf most well acquainted with the flame spirits. He reflects on his unique position. Elves avoid metalwork, so they never have a reason to commune with fire spirits. But Aesir is different. Asvald must have realized I'm probably the only elf who ever calls on them. As the forge heats up, he suddenly senses dozens of eyes on him. He looks over his shoulder to see all the apprentices have gathered to watch, urged on by their master. "Take a good, long look," the old dwarf says. Every dwarf in the room stares with intense, critical eyes. They are master smiths, and they are judging his every single move. The pressure is immense, a trial by fire in the heart of the forge. Beads of sweat form on Aesir's brow, the heat coming not just from the flames but from their scrutiny. He thinks to himself, it's like they're appraising and evaluating every minute twitch. But he steels his resolve. "I'm used to standing out and I'm far from opposed to being tested." Facing the roaring forge, he makes a silent promise. "Just watch, see what my master already recognized in me." This isn't just about forging a sword. This is a match between me and the dwarves, a match to gain their recognition and approval. A determined grin spreads across his face, "And when I win, we can all go out for drinks." About 1 year passes in the snowy dwarven country. Aesir and Win enjoy a rare day out in the sun. "Ah, nothing beats this," Aesir exclaims while Win quietly builds a snowman. Passing guards greet them warmly, a sign of how well they've settled in. Sunbathing again, eh? Aesir reflects on his journey here. At first, he was kicked out of the training grounds for not being an apprentice. But the dwarves he met, the ones who shared drinks and stories with him, they ultimately came to respect his incredible skill as a blacksmith, joking that with his tolerance for ale, he could even become the dwarven king. He smiles at the memory. "I guess I'm just like that." His attention turns back to Win, who is carefully patting his snowman. Aesir teases him, asking if the snowman is a self-portrait. "No, it's Arena," Win replies, revealing he started attending the local school. Aesir narrates with pride, watching Win walk with his new dwarven friends. He's taking his own steps to try and fit in here. But he knows it isn't easy. Despite his own efforts to build bridges, there are plenty of children that don't care for Win at all. Watching Win play, Aesir worries. It can't be an easy environment for a growing boy. Yet he's filled with pride. Of his own volition, Win is tackling these challenges head-on. It was Win himself who asked to go to school, fully aware of the difficulties he would face. Aesir smiles softly. "After all, it's not like I could just say no, is it?" His expression is one of pure brotherly affection. He knows Win has always struggled to keep up. But as he playfully lifts the boy into the air, he thinks, every step he takes is a step towards becoming an adult. "You're awesome, Win, but you'll always be a cute little guy to me." Win, embarrassed, pushes him away. "Cut it out, right now." But Aesir just laughs, knowing the day his little brother is a fully grown man might not be so far off after all. After a year of hard work, Aesir and Win walk through the snowy dwarven lands. "We finally finished gathering all of the materials for the furnace," Aesir says, a cloud of breath escaping his lips. Win looks up. "I'm starving. Should we head home?" Aesir recalls the grueling process. The pro-sorcery and anti-sorcery factions were scrambling for materials, so I had to play adventurer to get what we needed. He remembers hunting bizarre creatures like the lava frog, admitting to himself that was not easy. But a determined glint shines in his eye. He thinks, but now we're all set for the main event. His gaze drifts towards the towering, sun-kissed peaks. This is where Asvald and I tackle our own challenge. 3 days later, the brand new, state-of-the-art furnace stands complete within the workshop walls. The final components, rare minerals and reagents, are carefully added to the forge. Aesir sits before the furnace, concentrating, while Asvald stands watch as the flames begin to roar to life. Asvald breaks the silence. How's the spirit? Aesir opens his eyes, a tired but triumphant smile on his face. MMH. Settled in just fine, I think. I've spent these past 3 days coaxing a spirit to move into this new furnace. They both admire their creation. They say blacksmiths and forges complete each other. Asvald begins, but the truth is, that's less the forge itself and more the spirit dwelling in it. Aesir nods. The spirit from his old forge seems very fond of Asvald. Where's it now? At that moment, a tiny, glowing spirit playfully appears above the dwarf's head. Aesir points with a smirk. On your head. Getting it to change residence wasn't too hard. Asvald looks up, completely bewildered. Slightly flustered, Asvald clears his throat and gets back to business. Right then. He tosses a heavy, gleaming ingot to Aesir, who catches it with a start. This is mithril, Asvald declares. Aesir's eyes go wide. Oh, we're going to refine it already? Asvald shakes his head. I'm forbidden from teaching how to work it to any other races until I'm king. He continues, in fact, just holding it like that's putting you in a precarious spot. Aesir panics, shouting, then why'd you toss it at me? Asvald begins to explain the legendary metal's properties. Mithril is so hard, so dense, it's seen as a symbol of the idea of immutability. You can work it with extremely high flame. But you gotta work it over a number of times, with the flame growing hotter each turn. Aesir listens intently, sweat beading on his face from the sheer pressure of the task ahead. Asvald looks from the forge to Aesir. What I'm getting at is, we need to be able to increment the heat up with each stage. If we're gonna wrap this up as soon as we can. A grin spreads across Asvald's face. How about we get to work? Aesir's determination returns in a flash. Alright, they bump fists, ready for the challenge. With goggles on, the two masters get to work. The forge roars with otherworldly heat as their hammers ring out in a powerful, rhythmic clang, shaping the legendary metal. Asvald raises his hammer for the final blow. Last one, he bellows, blast it hard as possible. Aesir focuses, his eye glowing with immense power. A blinding flash of light erupts from the anvil as their combined power perfects the mithril. With a hiss of steam, Asvald pulls the finished blade from the quenching trough. The water cascades off a perfectly forged, impossibly sharp blade. Asvald raises the sword high, letting out a roar of pure triumph. Beside him, Aesir is breathless but ecstatic. They did it. The two smiths share a moment of victory, their impossible task complete. They celebrate with a resounding high five that echoes through the workshop. Catching his breath, Aesir grins. I'd say this calls for a drink, your treat of course. Asvald chuckles in agreement. But instead of heading to a tavern, Asvald suggests, may not be polite, but how about we drink here? So everyone's included, yeah. He looks at the forge where the spirit flickers warmly. All 3 of us. Aesir is completely taken aback by the gesture, his eyes instantly welling up with tears. He breaks into the biggest, most heartfelt smile, overwhelmed with happiness and a sense of belonging. And so, with 3 glasses poured, the elf, the dwarf, and the spirit celebrated their shared victory. From there, things moved quickly. In the smithing competition against Raju et al., both were now capable of working mithril. It came down to pure technical skill, and Asvald won by a landslide. They became an unstoppable force, dominating every subsequent competition and bringing every other dwarf to heel. The elf and the dwarf stood side by side, a testament to their combined strength. Aesir narrates, of course, even with Asvald and I demonstrating our unchallengeable superiority. The idea that elves and dwarves may one day walk hand in hand still seems like a fantasy. But he thinks, gazing out at the mountains, I'd say we're at least 1 step past the starting line. 5 years fly by. Aesir now spars with a much older Win who has grown considerably. Asvald and I have been working through a number of ideas these past few years, Aesir reflects. His main focus has been on establishing trade routes and cooperation between the different races. He gets lost in thought, noting how Win has grown physically and mentally, even managing to beat him in sparring sometimes. Win, annoyed, snaps him out of it. You know what, never mind. Focus, Win demands. Aesir quickly apologizes, right, sorry. Aesir recalls that Win's time at school had sparked an interest in smithing, leading to the boy peeking into the forge to watch Asvald work. Eventually, Win had gathered his courage and formally asked the dwarven master, please take me as your apprentice. Asvald, completely flustered by the request, had stammered, but, why not learn from Aesir? I mean, course I wouldn't mind, but he's as good a smith as any, so. Win's reply was shockingly direct and ambitious. Duh, I'd only be able to be as good as Aesir if he taught me. I wouldn't be able to beat him. The memory sends Aesir into a spiral of comedic despair. He knows Win loves him and he's proud of his growth, but a kid's brutal honesty still hurts. But their peaceful life is suddenly interrupted. Asvald enters with a grim expression. Suddenly, we got disturbing news, the empire of Fodal's Redian and invasion of Ludria. Aesir's blood runs cold. His mind races back to the past, but I blocked off the road between the two, didn't I? He racks his brain, trying to understand how this could be possible. Are you absolutely sure? Aesir asks, his voice tense. Asvald's expression is grim, I sure am. A dwarven caravan saw it happen in. They've been gathering large numbers of weapons and other such provisions to the Empire's southern cities. The weight of the news settles on Aesir. If the Empire found a new route, Ludria would be caught completely off guard, sparking a war that could last for decades. He thinks of everyone he knows there, his friends. And especially Kiha. His face hardens, his decision made in an instant. Isvald sees the look in his eyes. Will you be going? Aesir's response is quiet but firm. Yeah. I'll look after Win, Isvald promises. Aesir turns to leave. Right, I'll be back within a year. Once he's alone, the facade cracks. A single thought echoes in his mind, I hate this. He hates the thought of marching into a brewing war. He hates the thought of leaving Win. But his resolve doesn't waver. To keep the people he cares about safe, to keep his promise to Kiha, Aesir set out from the dwarven country that day, traveling north with a caravan towards the coming storm. Traveling through a treacherous mountain trail, a dwarven companion points towards a colossal peak. That there's Draco Peak. Legend tells a dragon nests inside it. Aesir looks on in awe. The dwarf chuckles, well, not that anyone's ever actually seen this dragon. The word echoes in Aesir's mind, a spark of wonder in his eyes. A dragon. He muses aloud, I thought that old story about dwarves stealing fire was just a fairy tale, but there was some truth to it. Maybe those old poems carry some shades of truth too. His mind drifts back to a memory from his youth, before he was even a century old, listening to a high elf elder. The elder's voice resonates in his memory, teaching the young elves about the world's 5 truly immortal beings. The spirits, the true dragon, the true titan, the true phoenix, and finally, the true elves themselves. Snapping back to the present, Aesir cringes slightly at his younger self. Man, was I being serious? High elves have some funky poems. He tries to recall the rest of the poem, but the details are fuzzy. I'm sure the poem keeps going. Standing amidst the dwarven caravan, he vaguely remembers a line. There exist 3 who covet true immortality, something like that, I think. He's lost in thought, a blush creeping onto his face from the effort of remembering. One of the dwarves snaps him out of it. Aesir, do you believe dragons exist? Oh, come off it. Aesir laughs it off. I'd really like to see one, but not while we're out here, that would be a problem. As they make camp and prepare a meal, the mood shifts to the mission at hand. The first order of business is to investigate. Staring into the crackling campfire, Aesir lays out his primary objectives. First, I want to verify the reports that Fodal plans to invade Ludria, and if it's true, figure out how they mean to do it. His thoughts turn to the massive, impassable mountain range. Specifically, how they'll get across the mountains after I've blocked the path. He presents a theory to the dwarves gathered around the fire. Let's say, hypothetically, they're going to need some way across if they're going for a surprise attack. A grim possibility enters his mind. What if Fodal figured out it was an elf that blocked the path, and they got another high elf involved? He grips a stick in the fire, his voice low. A normal elf couldn't do it. They wouldn't be able to commune with the spirits to that level. His expression darkens as he considers the implications. Slavery is very explicitly legal and Fodal. An ugly image flashes in his mind, an enslaved elf chained and helpless. They may blame that elf for any complications or failures and take it out on them. The thought weighs heavily on him. Let's just hope I'm getting worked up over nothing, he says, trying to shake off the dark premonition. Let's take a short breather before we get going. 3 weeks later, Aesir arrives at his destination, the fortified town of Koltorla in the Fodal Empire. The gates are shut tight for the night, guarded by soldiers against the falling snow. Undeterred, Aesir approaches the high stone walls under the cover of darkness. He channels his magic, his cloak whipping around him as power gathers at his feet. With a silent F-whoosh, a floating spell lifts him effortlessly over the ramparts. He lands on a rooftop with a soft, barely audible thump. Crouching low, he confirms the coast is clear. Infiltration successful, he thinks, glancing around the snowy town. The dwarven traders went in ahead of me. He recalls their offer. They offered to set up a safe house in town that I could use, that would be a great help. The dwarves are politically neutral, selling weapons to both the Fodal Empire and the Kingdom of Ludria. But they wouldn't say no to information, Aesir reasons, spotting his destination. There. He sees a subtle sign from a window, that's the signal. Aesir slips through the unlocked window into a merchant's house. Inside, a dwarf sits drinking, pretending not to notice him, just as they planned. To maintain secrecy, Aesir can't stay where the dwarves are. He quickly retrieves a small, folded note left for him. He clutches the note, his mind racing. This building is owned by an Empire merchant. I cannot, under any circumstances, let my presence be known. He slips back out the window. The note has the location of the safe house. Nothing can be used to tie me to the dwarves, lest Fodal reads it as an act of aggression. Following the directions, he arrives at a separate building and lets himself in. They're being very accommodating. I can't thank them enough. Inside, he's stunned. The safe house is fully stocked with food, wine, and a roaring fire. A note from the dwarves promises regular supply drops. This feels a bit overboard. He wonders to himself, do they want the information I'm gathering that much? They didn't need to do all this. Or no, maybe. He pictures the dwarves preparing the safe house, their conversation filled with genuine care for his well-being. Aesir drinks ale and wine, yeah, he likes him some meat too, make sure he can keep a fire going at night. A warm smile spreads across Aesir's face as he realizes the truth. This is because they see me as one of their own. I can't waste all their goodwill. Settled in his new base of operations, the real work is about to begin. The next morning, Aesir stretches and yawns. Okay, time to start sniffing around, let's hammer out a plan of action first. He creates a simple flowchart for his investigation. Step 1, does Fodal plan to invade? If no, grab a souvenir and leave, if yes. He considers the possibility of another elf being involved. I've heard elves tend to stay away from the frigid north, but that doesn't mean there are no elves here. The possibility exists. His plan has two main branches. If they try to cross the mountains with sheer numbers, he can let Arena handle it. But if an elf or high elf is creating a path, he'll have to figure something out himself. The dwarves are looking into prices and the word among traders, so I'll just sniff about around the town. Knowing he would stand out too much, he decides against going out himself. Morning, he chirps to an empty room before getting to work. Instead, he summons his spirit companions. I can leave that to my pals here, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The glowing spirits phase through the walls and fly out into the city streets, acting as his invisible eyes and ears. They listen in on townsfolk complaining about the unusually cold winter. They hover near market stalls, hearing whispers about the rising prices of potatoes and grain. They follow a young man worrying about his brother, a soldier at the capital, picking up on military-related chatter. Back in the safe house, Aesir quietly processes the flood of information his spirits bring back. He sorts through the intel, nothing much going on to the south, now the east. His spirits relay conversations from officials' offices, picking up on reports of burglaries and high-level concerns about the Emperor's state of mind. They also overhear military personnel discussing worrying supply numbers. Aesir meticulously marks a map of the city, pinpointing the location of the troop garrison. He diligently records everything he's hearing, circling the homes of local lords and noting every piece of relevant gossip. This intense surveillance continues for 3 weeks. After conferring with the dwarves, the conclusion is undeniable: the Empire was definitely preparing for war. Sitting with his dwarven allies, Aesir lays out the evidence. It'd be bizarre for them to gather all these supplies out here this time of year, if they weren't gonna invade. He asks the crucial question, any clue on how they'll cross the mountains? The dwarf's answer is blunt: none. The dwarf leans in, his voice dropping to a nervous whisper. All I know is that the man who came up with the idea is named Lei Hong and nothing else. After 3 weeks of surveillance, Aesir meets with the dwarves to compare notes. One of them begins, a grim look on his face. Everyone. He gestures over a map of the city. The soldiers, the lords, anytime I heard them bring up crossing the mountains, one name always came up, Lei Hong, but I doubt anyone but Lei Hong himself knows the full plan. The other dwarf is skeptical. But the lords are in charge of supplies, aren't they? How could they be kept in the dark? Aesir calmly replies. I couldn't believe it either, so I looked into this Lei Hong. The story of Lei Hong is as sudden as it is suspicious. He apparently wandered into the Empire a few years ago, and the Emperor immediately took a liking to him. It wasn't long before he shot through the ranks and got deeply involved in state affairs. Of course, not everyone was a fan. Plenty of people objected to this mysterious stranger's influence, but everyone who opposed him was either shut out by the Emperor, or they died under very mysterious circumstances. The dwarf's voice darkens, and the preparations for this invasion are following the exact same pattern. He brings up a prime example. General Suri Zen, one of the Emperor's most trusted men, was vocally opposed to the invasion. In a flashback, General Zen confronts the silhouetted Lei Hong. He was especially critical of Lei Hong's silence on how they'd cross the mountains, shouting, "The lives of our soldiers are not toys for you to discard with your foolhardy ploys." But his loyalty meant nothing. A blood-stained guillotine tells the end of his story. Despite his objections, Suri Zen was executed. They branded him a traitor, all for questioning Lei Hong's authority. Back in the safe house, the dwarf leans in by the crackling fire. And that's not all. His companion gulps, sweating. There's more. Aesir adds a chilling piece of gossip he's heard. I hear he devours the slaves he buys. Slavery is legal here, after all. The dwarf just sighs, waving it off. Come on, those are definitely just wild rumors. The meeting concludes for the night. Aesir stands, heading for the door. All right, let's reconvene in another week. Alone with his thoughts, Aesir's expression is serious. I can't be sure without seeing it myself, but it's clear Lei Hong has brainwashed the Emperor. He ponders the method. I remember stories of brainwashing from my past life, a world without magic. If it was magic here, wouldn't the Empire's own sorcerers have noticed? He groans in frustration. Still, I don't see how they could possibly cross the mountains without some kind of magic. I can't even imagine the power that would take. A friendly spirit flutters by and Aesir manages a small smile. Regardless, at least it seems this has nothing to do with an elf communing with spirits. That's a relief. As he walks through the safe house, a plan begins to form. If this is all Lei Hong's doing, then there's only one person who needs to be stopped. He suddenly stops. A dark rumor clicks into place. The word echoes in his mind: cannibalism. He looks down the empty hall, a chill running down his spine as he connects the dots. No, that can't be it, right? 1 week later, snow falls on the town of Koltorla as the dwarves return. They gather again by the fire. It's not about Lei Hong directly, one says, but I have new information. Aesir leans in. Go on. The dwarf reveals a new complication. That General Suri Zen who was executed, his eldest son is planning to kill Lei Hong himself to try and save the country. Aesir's mind immediately sees an angle. So that means if I happen to get rid of Lei Hong myself. He continues his cold calculation. and do it without leaving any evidence, suspicion would naturally fall on the man everyone knows is planning the assassination. The dwarf sees the dark path Aesir is considering and says his name with alarm. Aesir. The dwarf's concerned voice snaps him out of it. You okay? Aesir looks up startled. Huh. He sees the worried faces of his dwarven allies and quickly tries to recover. He forces a smile, trying to brush it off. Yeah, I'm fine, just feeling a bit chilly. I'm not used to this climate, you know. But internally, he's shaken. While these people live their lives, I'm hiding in the shadows, eavesdropping, planning to harm someone. Suddenly, I feel deeply disturbed by what I've become. His thoughts drift to his friends back in Ludria, the reason he's here in the first place. I desperately want to know what you've all been up to. He looks to the spirit floating beside him. I've always got the spirits to keep me company. A sad smile touches his lips. At one time, I thought that was enough for me, but... He admits a painful truth. I realize now I'm prone to feeling pretty lonely. The dwarves nod, understanding completely. The mood shifts again as the dwarves get serious. We've got some news too, one says grimly, and you're not gonna like it. The bombshell drops. 9 of our countrymen made their way to the capital, and we lost all contact with them. Aesir's eyes widen in shock. What? The dwarf explains their findings. It set off alarms, so I looked into it. The 9 of them had an audience with the emperor and then just vanished. No one ever saw any dwarves leave that room. He looks his friend in the eye. There's no mistake, the emperor is involved in this, and there's more. The older dwarf speaks up. Another group of our people caught wind of this. Aesir listens, his expression grim. They're kicking up a storm, ready to march on the capital and confront the emperor. It's all I can do to hold them off. As dawn approaches, the dwarves get up to leave. Daylight's coming, we better be off. The door clacks shut, leaving Aesir alone once more. For the next few days, Aesir focuses his investigation, using his spirits to listen in on the assassination plot against Lei Hong. The more he learns, the more a horrifying truth takes shape. The more I look into this, the more it becomes apparent my hunch was horribly correct. The pieces of the puzzle form a monstrous picture. Lei Hong offered to restore the emperor's youth and has been using ritualistic sacrifices of slaves and non-humans to do it. As the emperor's vitality returns, his reliance on the mysterious man grows absolute. Aesir recalls an ancient elven poem about those who seek immortality, the hermits who become one with nature, the sprites who abandon self, and the demons who embrace dark arts. Huddled in the attic, the weight of his discovery presses down on him. He grips his cloak, his mind racing to a single, terrifying conclusion. His eyes narrow as he puts a name to the evil he's facing. In all likelihood, Lei Hong is one of these hermits. He remembers the lore. True hermits seek immortality by drawing the power of nature into themselves, a difficult and lengthy process. It's a path requiring immense talent and training, one where most fail and die. But there's a shortcut, a heretical path. Drawing power from scattered nature is hard. But drawing condensed life force from another living being is terrifyingly simple, a shortcut to a twisted form of immortality. While this dark path can't grant the true power of the spirits, it does free its user from the ravages of time. Those who practice these forbidden arts are known as shamans. The lore details different methods. Those who gather life force through intimacy are called incubi or succubi. And those who gather it by consuming flesh and blood are known as vampires. It all clicks. That's how the emperor is regaining his youth, Aesir realizes. Lei Hong is sharing stolen life force, turning the emperor into his ghoul. He sighs, regretting his youthful arrogance. I'm starting to think I should have paid more attention to what the elders said. He grimaces. I always just assumed it was a bunch of old fossils showing off. Now the Feudal Empire's entire strategy makes a horrifying kind of sense. If Lei Hong is a shaman, commanding nature to cross the mountains would be simple for him. He considers the other possibility. And if he's a vampire, then a war with its endless supply of death would be exactly what he wants. An image of his friends flashes in his mind. They are the true targets. Lei Hong is hungry for the countless lives a war would snuff out, up to and including the lives of everyone I love. The thought solidifies his resolve. The time for hesitation is over. His face becomes a mask of cold fury. A single, clear objective burns in his mind. I'm going to kill Lei Hong. He clarifies the thought, leaving no room for doubt. No more ambiguity. I'm not going to get rid of him. Standing in the cold, snowy night, his decision is absolute. I will kill him, not have to, not must, will. I will not stop until this threat to the people I care about has been brought to an end. A violent fury boils over, silent and deadly. In the heart of the Feudal Empire, snow falls silently on the city rooftops, blanketing the world in white. Gathered around a crackling fire, Aesir listens as his dwarven contacts finalize the plan. So, Lei Hong's a vampire and he's the one pulling the strings on this war, one dwarf summarizes. Killing him will stop it all without more needless death. Is that about right? Aesir's gaze is firm. Yes, I'm leaving for the imperial capital tomorrow. I've heard the heavy snow has him trapped there. He lays out his simple, deadly mission. Once I get to the capital, I'm going to kill him, then I'll come back. The two dwarves exchange a look of grim understanding. Got it, the elder says. The other adds will come with you then. Aesir is stunned by their offer. What? No, you can't. He protests, worried for their safety. I told you he has a taste for non-human races, right? You'd be serving yourselves up on a platter. The dwarves, however, remain completely unfazed by his warning. The elder dwarf begins to explain their reasoning. we dwarves handle trade of all sorts. That's not just about moving goods back and forth. His companion continues, their voices filled with solemn duty. Our trade is the very link between human society and our homeland. It's a debt we owe to our brethren. The weight of their loss hangs in the air. 9 of our compatriots are dead. It's our duty to ensure what they left behind reaches the right hands. Aesir can only nod, that's right. The elder dwarf leans in, a strategic glint in his eye. Plus, if we go to the capital to demand an audience with the emperor, we'll draw all the attention. That should give you the opening you need, wouldn't you say? Aesir realizes their true plan, they will be his diversion. With their goals aligned, Aesir and his new dwarven allies journey through the harsh, snow-covered mountains. Their destination is the heart of the empire, the imperial capital Dagria. 2 weeks later they arrive. The grand capital with its imposing castle is a city under a perpetual winter sky. Guards patrol the cold, quiet streets, their lanterns cutting through the falling snow. Aesir moves through the city's alleys, a ghost avoiding the patrols. He slips from shadow to shadow, his senses already searching for his target. As he walks the empty streets he thinks to himself, the dwarves gave me a map but I don't think I'll need it. A foul energy permeates everything. The air is thick with a stagnant presence. Lei Hong is here, I can feel it, this rot, it makes that polluted river feel clean by comparison. A vision of pure destruction fills his mind, his rage barely contained. If I could, I'd wipe him off the face of the planet with all the firepower at my disposal. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he fights the destructive urge. He forces himself to breathe, to calm the storm raging within him. Stop, 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 he whispers, reining himself in. I can't risk collateral damage. An impulsive move could hurt innocent people. He pauses, questioning the source of this intense aggression. Have I always been this? Angry, he wonders. It's the thought of Kiha and the others being threatened that fuels this. But maybe this isn't just me. Maybe this is the high elf in me talking. He clenches his fist, feeling an ancient, instinctual hatred. My very nature won't suffer a vampire to live for a single instant. The sound of an approaching patrol snaps him out of his thoughts, and he quickly ducks back into hiding. He holds his breath as the guards pass by, completely unaware of the assassin in the alley. Once they're gone, a somber realization dawns on him, actually. His internal monologue continues, a reflection on his long life. The more I interact with man, the more the stark differences between us are made transparently clear. And the more that happens, the more I feel like my own humanity slips away. Following the malevolent aura, Aesir finds himself in the city's most opulent district. His eyes land on a massive, snow-covered mansion, the source of the overwhelming presence. Standing before the gates he can't help but be impressed. Lei Hong's place is massive, no wonder the other nobles hate this guy. But as he extends his senses, a chilling fact becomes clear. Despite its size, I can't sense a single servant inside, not one. He prepares to move in. This feeling is too much even for me, who would willingly work in a place like this. With a single silent leap, he clears the high iron fence. Landing gracefully on a second-story balcony, he pinpoints the source of the energy. He peers through the large arched window into the room beyond. His eyes lock on his target, right here. Without hesitation, Aesir kicks the window in, shattering the glass and drawing his bow in one fluid motion. Inside, Lei Hong sits calmly, barely reacting as Aesir takes aim and lets an arrow fly. The arrow streaks through the air, aimed directly at the vampire's heart. But just inches from its target, the arrow shatters against an unseen force, its fragments falling harmlessly to the floor. Aesir's eyes widen in shock. Impossible. Lei Hong glances down at the broken arrowhead on his vest, his expression one of mild annoyance. He casually plucks the shard from his clothing. HRM. The vampire rises, his voice smooth and dangerous. I wasn't expecting company, let alone such a violent guest. Aesir can't believe it. He's a monster. My arrows can pierce a grand wolf with ease. Realizing his first attack failed, he prepares another. In that case, he summons the power of the spirits of the wind. I'll blast him with compressed air. But Lei Hong is already countering, beginning his own incantation, by the golden verse. His eyes narrow as he completes the spell, conquer the wooden. Aesir's wind magic dissipates into nothingness before it can even reach the vampire. He negated it. In a flash, Lei Hong's aristocratic facade melts away, revealing a monstrous grin and razor-sharp claws as he lunges across the room. Aesir can barely process the movement, fast. The vampire's claws tear across Aesir's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The force of the blow sends Aesir stumbling backward out onto the balcony. He clutches the gushing wound, gasping for air. Damn it. Before he can recover, a boot flashes toward his head. A brutal kick sends him flying over the railing. He crashes into the snowy bushes below, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Coughing up blood, he feels a wave of despair. This is pathetic. From the balcony, Lei Hong sends a volley of magically formed icicles raining down around him. Dazed and wounded, Aesir struggles to get to his feet. As Lei Hong watches from above, the terrifying truth of his opponent's power becomes clear to Aesir. He's a vampire. He can command nature with the hermetic arts. Of course he can nullify my spirit communing. He glares up at his foe, the bitter reality setting in. Facing him makes it painfully apparent I'm just weak. Slumped against a tree, he catalogs his abilities. The power the spirits lend me is fearsome. I can use a bow, a sword, and sorcery, but... Lei Hong lands softly in the snow before him, not even bothering to rush. Aesir looks up, his confidence shattered. He realizes the futility of his current approach. If I just try to leverage brute force, I'm never going to be able to beat Lei Hong. The vampire strolls closer, a predator toying with its prey, a bit more tenacious than I expected. Aesir looks away, his mind reeling from the one-sided battle. I can't even say that Lei Hong is inherently evil. Lei Hong stands over the fallen Aesir, completely unfazed. All creatures feed on other living things to survive. That's the way of the world, he lectures. Still, you really thought that would be enough to do me in. The vampire scoffs, foolish little forest dweller, but on the ground, Aesir's mind races. I'm not here to mete out justice, he thinks. I'm not even here on behalf of the High Elves. Lei Hong's monstrous hand glows with power as he promises, tremble, lament, your fear will make for the most delectable spice. Aesir finishes his thought with grim determination. I'm just here to protect the people I love. With a sudden burst of energy, Aesir pushes himself up and lunges forward, shouting, and I'll do whatever's necessary to do it. The move catches Lei Hong completely by surprise. With a defiant roar, Aesir charges, his face a mask of pure resolve. Lei Hong watches the seemingly desperate charge, a flicker of confusion on his face. But instead of attacking, Aesir sprints right past him, leaping back towards the mansion's balcony in a shocking retreat. Lei Hong's confusion turns to realization, as he understands he's been baited. Safely back inside the building, Aesir glances over his shoulder with a triumphant, knowing smirk. A jolt of fury runs through Lei Hong, as he realizes he's been played for a fool. Enraged, the vampire gives chase, rocketing back towards the mansion. You'd turn tail and run. He lands hard on the balcony, the impact shaking the structure. Smashing through the doors, Lei Hong storms into the room, bellowing, don't waste my time. Hidden in the shadows, Aesir clutches his side, his breathing heavy. The trap is set. His mind flashes back to a lesson from his master, Koshman. What should I do then? A younger Aesir asks. Back in the present, dark energy swirls in Aesir's hand as he prepares to answer that question. Well. The memory of Koshman's advice echoes in his mind. Try to limit where your target can actually be. The flashback shows the devastating power of the spell he's about to unleash. With his eyes locked on the approaching vampire, Aesir thinks, thanks, Koshman. A wild, confident sneer spreads across his face. You always gave really practical lessons. Caught in the blast, Lei Hong snarls through the pain, his monstrous features contorting with rage. I'll rip you apart. He lunges forward, claws extended, but Aesir's mind is already on his next inspiration. And Kiha. He remembers her words, cutting through the chaos. Your only weakness is your lack of fighting spirit. As Lei Hong closes the distance, Aesir draws his magic sword, ready to prove her wrong. Kiha's smiling face appears in his memory. Someday, when you've rectified that. Gritting his teeth, Aesir prepares to finish her sentence. That will mean. He ducks under Lei Hong's wild swing, the vampire's claws narrowly missing his head. Lei Hong's face is a twisted mixture of shock and fury, his corrupted flesh a testament to the damage he's already taken. Aesir's focus is absolute, his eyes burning with intensity. He brings his blade around in a perfect arc, your heart's technique and body when all three are unconquered. The magic sword slices cleanly through Lei Hong's head and torso. Aesir watches panting as his attack connects. The blade completes its path with a sharp whip through the air. In one fluid motion, Aesir bisects the vampire, fulfilling the promise of his training. There will be nothing your blade cannot cut. Lei Hong's body splits apart, dark blood splattering as he finally collapses. Aesir stands over the fallen monster, catching his breath. My magic sword really is insanely sharp, he thinks, giving a silent thanks to his smithing teacher, Asvald. But his relief is cut short by a horrifying sight. Despite being cut in two, Lei Hong's body is still twitching, still alive. Aesir stares in disbelief. I cut him into quarters and he's not dead. A grim look crosses his face as he realizes what must be done. With cold resolve, he declares, I'm going to have to make sure he's really dead, and begins to brutally stab the corpse over and over to end the threat for good. With the deed done, the scene transitions. Aesir narrates, I got out of there before any guards spotted me. And stayed in the dwarves' safe house, he finishes, as we see him finally collapsing from his wounds upon reaching safety. As the dwarves pull off his shirt, they reveal a gruesome, corrupted wound on his stomach that's been festering. Aesir, weak and sweating, can only watch as they prepare their unique brand of medical care. One dwarf holds up a rough hemp rag, while another brandishes a bottle of strong alcohol. Aesir can only scream as they begin the agonizingly painful treatment. His mind reels from the agony. The wound was severe, decaying and corrupted. It was the most painful thing I'd ever suffered. Meanwhile, one of the dwarves just yells at him to pipe down. For days, Aesir drifts in and out of consciousness while the dwarves tend to his fever. Finally, after 10 long days of recovery, he's able to sit up and eat as they fill him in on everything that happened while he was out. One of the dwarves explains, the search for Lei Hong's killer petered out almost immediately. I suppose it's because none of the other nobles cared for him. With him gone, the emperor's taken seriously ill, so the crown prince has assumed the throne. The new emperor spoke to us personally as soon as we started making noise about our missing brethren. He formally apologized, saying Lei Hong was at fault for everything, and well, I suppose that ain't untrue. Aesir manages a bandaged, relieved smile. Could have gone worse. The dwarf then reveals the dark truth about the former emperor. That serious illness is him being a ghoul, with Lei Hong gone, he lost his life force supply and had to turn to eating flesh. They've locked him away to keep it a secret from the public. The dwarf concludes, the Empire couldn't afford to ignore us, so they apologize to maintain the relationship. Aesir lies back, letting the news sink in. The mission was a success, the war is averted. Some days later, fully recovered, Aesir looks out over the snowy capital one last time before his departure. He recalls one final grim detail the dwarves shared with him. It was a confession from one of his dwarven allies. I assassinated the former emperor turned ghoul. The dwarf had explained his reasoning, any normal human would freeze to death in that cell. But as a ghoul he would have lived on, suffering from endless hunger and pain. And eventually, a guard would have come to check on him, he'd break out and go on a rampage. It was a mercy killing and it saved countless lives. Aesir lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the city's dark secrets settling upon him. He turns his back on the capital and begins his journey home. His boots mark a path away from the empire of schemes and shadows. Looking back, he makes a vow to himself. If I ever visit the feudal empire again, I want to walk through the gates in broad daylight, not skulk around in the dark. As he leaves the snowy city behind, he reflects, everything that's happened here has taken a toll on me. I can't wait to see everyone again. While playing a board game with Win, Aesir recounts their world's creation myth. In the beginning, he starts, the creator brought into being the spirits of the world that its abundant power would flow and circulate fluidly. Then the creator brought into being four others. First, the true high elf who communes with the spirits. Next, high above the clouds, the true titan. Then to link the two, the true phoenix soaring between heaven and earth. Lastly, to act as the world's protector, the true dragon sleeping within a mountain. The creator saw that it was good, Aesir continues, and after bringing forth the myriad gods fell into slumber, handing off the role of creation. The new gods started by creating the true elves, and the dwarves their opposite in every way. Then for versatility the gods created humans, and to compensate for man's weakness, they created many races of beastkin. However, as the world flourished, the gods began to quarrel, they favored and prioritized different races. This conflict brought Mana into being, and Mana's introduction to the world brought about monsters. They feared that if the strife continued, it would eventually awaken the world's protector, so the gods instead joined hands. They constructed a new world, a world for gods alone, and they made a pact, they would leave this world to its own devices. Aesir finishes his tale, the end, that's our creation myth, best I can remember anyway. Win looks up from the game, pondering the story. Win picks up a small game piece, a cat-like figure. You know, it's kind of like this board game then, he observes. Or I guess the opposite, the board game was based on the myth. So if that legend is right, Win reasons, then elves and dwarves are more similar to each other than the other races. Aesir nods. True, but both elves and dwarves get really ticked if you point that out. Win looks confused, but we're citizens of the dwarven country, aren't we? Aesir sighs softly, personal matters and racial matters are very different. He explains, we were granted citizenship by the presiding king, with the feudal empire problem settled. I was really just doing my own thing, Aesir muses, tossing the dice. But it's good I also directly aided the dwarves, a war would have hurt international commerce substantially. He clenches his fist, a proud smile on his face. Nobody of an alien race has ever been made a citizen of the dwarven country before. This is the first time that's ever happened. Aesir remembers the celebration fondly. I'd even say it's something to brag about, they seemed excited anyway. His expression turns serious. Well, still, the presiding king probably has his own agenda, doing personal favors for the next king's pupil and his kid. Win and me being given citizenship is very ideal right now, he continues, looking at the young elf. If Isvald granted it to us after becoming king, people could see it as him showing favoritism. But right now, it just comes off as the presiding king encouraging cultural exchange between races. Win gets his attention, Aesir. Win changes the subject. I saw you writing a letter the other day, who for? Aesir smiles warmly. Irina, of course. He thinks about his plan. Commerce between elves and dwarves, once a pipe dream, might not be so ridiculous after all. Aesir considers the current system, where greedy human intermediaries often exploit both sides by hiking up prices. It's mostly elves that suffer that, he thinks to himself. Elves like me who don't have a good sense of monetary value, but Irina on the other hand. He recalls Irina's promise to cherish the cookery knife he gave her. I think she'd be willing to help. As they play, Aesir says, there are a lot of things I'd like to speak with her about. I might go and see her soon. Win eagerly adds, I'd like to go see her too. I hope she can send you a reply in the near future. Suddenly Win places his final piece. Oh, that's my victory. Aesir is completely blindsided. Wah, how? Win, you're too good at this, Aesir cries out, flustered. Win just gives him a deadpan look. Aesir smiles, calming down. Aesir, Win asks with determination, can we do more sword practice today? Aesir agrees, sure. He reflects on their recent training. But we've been doing that a lot lately, ever since you changed up how you fight, I haven't been able to beat you at all. Win looks away sheepishly. Sorry, Aesir laughs it off, just having fun here, don't go easy on me really. Win beams with confidence. I'm going to win on my own merit, Aesir nods, sure. Another year passes. It's now been 18 years since Aesir and Win first met. Win is now 24 years old, roughly equivalent to a 12-year-old human. He's grown so much since he was a small child. At the forge, Aesir watches Win work diligently. He whispers to Isvald, "How's he doing? He's only been practicing smithing for a short while." Isvald whispers back, relaying the master smith's assessment. "He's enthusiastic, a quick learner and good with the furnace, so that's good." Aesir's smile fades slightly. However, Win never talks about it with me directly, which kinda hurts. He watches Win wipe sweat from his brow, understanding the reason. I guess Win is just trying to be more independent and less reliant on me, which is all part of growing up. Isvald adds what the master smith told him. He said something like, "Hardly unnatural for a lad his age to keep things to himself. Just shut up and watch over him, would ya?" Walking alone, Aesir reflects on his own past. I came of age at about 150 or 15 in human terms. I pretty much just flew the coop and left my home in the forest. He glances back at Win, so Win becoming an adult himself doesn't seem so far off right now. Memories of Win's childhood flash through his mind, of carrying him, playing with him, watching him grow. A bittersweet feeling washes over him. Seeing him grow up makes me happy, but I wish I could take care of him just a bit longer. As Win packs up the game board, Aesir knows what the response would be if he voiced his feelings. Win would just snap, "Don't treat me like a kid." Aesir slumps onto the sofa with a deep sigh. But I think, just having the chance to worry about this kind of thing is something I'll think back on fondly as a blessing. As the door closes, he murmurs to himself, relationships between people are hard. A year later, a voice calls from the front gate. "Aesir, a guest for Yao." Aesir, wiping sweat from his brow after training, perks up. "Ah, coming." He's greeted by a familiar pair of couriers. "Got another letter from that lady elf for ya," the man says, handing it over. Aesir takes it. "Thanks, sorry for the trouble." "Nah, it's no hassle." He and Irina had been corresponding regularly. He unrolls the parchment, recognizing Irina's seal. The letter details Irina's efforts, explaining how she has traveled to many elven villages to propose the idea of trade with the dwarves. Reading aloud to Win, Aesir says, "Most elves are very reticent and unresponsive to the notion, but, among them, elves that work as adventurers and the odd ones that live apart from the forests tend to be more receptive to the idea." Aesir's eyes light up. He reads the final, crucial part. "As the representative for the elves of Ludria, I would like to come to the country myself with my successor, to make plans in person." He offers the letter to Win. "Would you like to read it too?" "Can I?" Win asks, excited. Win grins. Adventurer elves would naturally have an interest in arms and gear. Hopefully we'll be able to set up trade with at least one forest. Aesir listens, his expression thoughtful and serious. He processes the news. She mentioned a successor, so she's setting it all up. Sounds like Irina is getting ready to depart from Ludria. The mention of a successor makes him think of the passage of time, especially for his human friends. After maybe 10 or 20 years, the end of Krea's and Martina's lives aren't far off. That's a normal lifespan for a human. Win's excitement is contagious. Irina wants to come visit, Aesir smiles, putting the pieces together, so she's preparing her successor, getting necessary experience, which would include this venture. Aesir stands resolved. Well, there's still cause for concern regarding dwarven-elven relationships, but I'm sure whoever Irina picked is trustworthy. He thinks back to his first meeting with Irina, a pivotal moment in his long life. If I hadn't met her that day, all that time ago, my life once I left the forest would have taken a dramatically different trajectory. Aesir reflects on Irina's letter, a warm smile on his face. Without her, he thinks, the me that I am now wouldn't exist. Trusting her is trusting the person she helped me become. His mind made up, Aesir turns to Win. "Win, let's go ask Master Isvald for a favor." Win, looking up from his work, asks, "What favor?" Aesir grins, explaining, "A couple of letters of invitation, of course. We need to make sure we can welcome them with open arms," he adds, already scheming. "Get some wiggle room at the root." Win is understandably confused by the metaphor. As they walk to see Isvald, Aesir thinks aloud, "I'm going to be busy for a while. The dwarven country letting elves come and go like this is unprecedented." Win stops, the weight of the word unprecedented hitting him. He looks at Aesir, who's practically skipping with excitement. "Ever since we got here, we've been the center of something unprecedented, haven't we?" Aesir just grins back. "I'm just looking forward to it is all." 2 months pass. Aesir reflects on the slow pace of this world. Unlike his past life, letters here can take months to change hands. Which means, after sending the invitations, he has absolutely nothing to do. He leans on a tool in the forge, bored out of his mind. Suddenly, a deep soul-shaking desire washes over him. "I want to take a bath." Isvald, sitting nearby, is baffled. "We got a bath at home, just take one." But Aesir shakes his head, "No. Not like the steam bath at your house. I want to soak in a real bathtub like this," he groans, imagining the bliss. Isvald thinks for a moment. "Ah, aren't there hot springs and so on further north, near the volcanic belt?" "Yeah," he continues, "the night captain reported as much, said the monsters like drinking it up." A light bulb goes off in Aesir's head. "That's it." Isvald recoils in disgust. You aren't gonna go bathe in that monster water, are ya?" Aesir scoffs at the idea. "Obviously not, that's insane. I'm going to call upon the spirits to find a new spring." His mind races with possibilities. "Oh, we could even turn it into a rest spot for the dwarven soldiers stationed out there." He beams, "How fun, I should take Win with me." Hearing Win's name, Asvald's expression turns serious. All right then, I'll come with ya. Aesir is taken aback by the sudden declaration. The two stand in the forge, an unexpected negotiation now underway. The simple trip was suddenly becoming complicated. Aesir panics. No, 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 you're the future king, that area's dangerous and there's monsters. Asvald just smirks, come off it, would ya? Asvald lands the final blow. You know, if I come, you can make it safe enough to take Win with you for one. Aesir freezes, completely outplayed. Asvald presses his advantage, so I'd like to come with. Defeated, Aesir groans. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, but now I can tell it's going to be a much bigger deal than I wanted. Asvald considers the matter settled. 1 week later, the expedition begins, heading into the mountains. As they travel, Aesir remarks to Win, smells a bit funny out here. He peeks around a corner and his jaw drops. A massive crowd is following them. This is even bigger than I expected, he mutters. What was supposed to be a small escort for Asvald had ballooned. The knights had joined in, hearing rumors of a new rest spot for soldiers. Asvald's entire family showed up, declaring, if my hubby's going, we'll come with. The party size swelled to 50 people. A crew of builders also tagged along, ready for a new project. And for some reason, even a random dwarf named Grunder decided to join the fun. Aesir is completely bewildered. I get the builders, but even Grunder, Asvald just looks at him, amused. Oh, what are you on about? Asvald smiles knowingly. This is you reapin' what you sowed. Your own character's drawn this many people to follow ya. Aesir is left speechless, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. He quickly gets flustered, stomping his foot. It's all your fault, rock muncher, like I was gonna let you have all the fun. As their bickering continues, Win turns away from them. He faces the soldiers with a serious expression. Excuse me, soldiers, there's a medium-sized monster disguised as a boulder roughly 5 minutes ahead. He continues calmly, I ask you come with me to take care of it. The dwarves and Asvald look on, impressed by his initiative. One of the soldiers nods. Medium-sized, 3 of us should be good, yeah, and we've got the lad too, let's go. Aesir watches them go, a look of quiet pride on his face. He knew Win was adept at communing with spirits to scout out enemy locations. While he could scout too, he was focusing his own senses on finding the hot spring, leaving the security to Win. This was the perfect chance, he thought, to give the dwarves clear proof of what Win can do and bolster the boy's own confidence. Win turns back for a moment. We're off, Aesir. He gives a confident, reassuring smile and a small wave. Aesir forces a smile back, waving awkwardly. Internally, he's a wreck. I'm honestly wicked worried, trying not to be overprotective. Asvald gives him a firm, friendly slap on the back, snapping him out of it. A short time passes. The hunting party is on its way back. They return calling out to Aesir. The dwarven soldiers have their arms around a proud Win. Your lad's got a warrior spirit, one exclaims. He's brave as they come. Aesir is overjoyed. Wow, great work, Win. He smiles warmly. Can you tell me what happened? Win looks up, ready to share his adventure. As they walk, Win recounts the entire hunt, sometimes excited, sometimes embarrassed, but always proud. For Aesir, seeing him grow like this is the greatest happiness he could ask for. Thanks to their efforts, a new hot spring is successfully discovered. And the dwarves immediately get to work. Soon, they're all enjoying a well-deserved soak in the newly secured spring. But the builders aren't just relaxing, they begin a massive construction project. Aesir watches them work, a thought forming in his mind. Some weeks later, he returns to see the finished product and is absolutely floored. This is less a bathhouse and more a fortress. As it turns out, the soldiers had turned the rest spot into a full-blown garrison, complete with enthusiastic signs. Aesir is amazed. I certainly wasn't expecting the hot spring to get so popular, because Asvald's missus came with us, there's even separate ones for men and women. He considers the implications. With tour and merchandise already being imagined, he realizes this could be the start of a real bathing cultural shift. Back in town, his thoughts return to their original purpose. Irina's response letter should be arriving any day now. He communes with the local spirits. There's so many vigorous and powerful spirits along the volcanic belt. I bet the elves coming with Irina would love to meet you all. A hopeful smile crosses his face. It'd be really nice if elves came to appreciate hot springs the way dwarves have. Looking out towards the horizon, he feels a renewed sense of purpose. For that matter, I should wrap up the welcome preparations. 2 months later, a delegation of elves led by Irina arrives in the dwarven country. She approaches Aesir and Asvald, greeting them warmly. Asvald, noble Aesir, it has been some time. Asvald, sitting across from them, strokes his beard thoughtfully. Some 30-odd years or thereabouts. His gaze sharpens as he looks at Irina. It's quite plain to me, he says with a hint of pride, you've been using that cookery regularly. Glad to see it. Irina admits her surprise at their reception. You know, we were very taken aback on our arrival. Considering the history between elves and dwarves, I was prepared for trouble, maybe even a scuffle. She continues, but not a soul gave us a second thought. A flashback shows the dwarves casually waving them in, calling them Aesir's friends. Asvald lets out a hearty laugh. He explains, gesturing to a sheepish Aesir, well, this one's made himself a regular sight. Everyone here's used to seeing elves by now. Asvald grins, so you don't gotta worry as long as you behave. Irina smiles and steps forward to formally introduce her companions. Oh please, allow me to introduce everyone. She gestures to a trio of familiar faces. Though you've already met these three, she presents the adventurers, Suo, Tormes and Jelcha. Isval looks at them confused. Aesir quickly clarifies those are adventurers, they used to stop by the shop in Ludria. Isvald's memory clicks. Ah, now that you mention it. A flamboyant elf in a wide-brimmed hat steps forward, hand to his chest. Call me Horatio, I am a wandering minstrel traveling the lands. He mentions his recent travels, and Aesir's eyes light up with excitement. Ooh, Aesir exclaims, I'd love to hear some sea shanties and maybe that one about the stone Titanic. Horatio gives a charming smile. Very well. Irina then gestures to the last member of their group. Lastly, this is Levis. She's an artist. Aesir repeats the name, surprised. Levis. Startled by the attention, Levis jumps to her feet. Ah yes, Levis. She bows awkwardly. Please excuse me, I'm Levis, an artist. She explains her work. I mostly paint for nobles, palaces and portraits, but I love landscapes so much more. Her eyes sparkle as she takes in the dwarven architecture, completely spellbound. These solemn, subterranean sights, I can't wait to get to work with a brush. Isval just looks on, a bit bewildered. I see. Aesir offers some friendly advice to the newcomers. It might take a while to get used to living with dwarves, just relax and don't push yourselves. But it turns out they didn't need to worry. The elves fit into the dwarven country almost instantly. In a bustling tavern, Horatio finishes a song to roaring applause. Thank you, my next performance is a first for me, a ballad based on a dwarven tale. He gestures to a proud smith in the crowd. This kind sir was good enough to share it with me. The dwarves lean in as Horatio announces the title, Forge, Flame and Iron's Feeling, and the entire tavern erupts in cheers, much to Aesir's bemusement. He thinks to himself, they're fitting in a little too smoothly, I can't help but feel slightly irritated. Meanwhile, the artist Levis has found her own niche. She's become a local celebrity, drawing portraits for the dwarven children who are absolutely thrilled with her work. One little girl tugs her grandmother forward, pleading, Miss, draw my Gram, come on. Levis happily agrees. Her strategy is flawless. By winning over the children, she quickly won the hearts of their parents and grandparents. The adventurer elves also found their place. They integrated seamlessly, taking on odd jobs and joining the dwarves on hunts, connecting with them in the ways they knew best. Watching his friends thrive in this new environment, Aesir can't help but smile. The notorious animosity between dwarves and elves was nowhere to be found here. A new era of cooperation was dawning. And with this newfound peace came the discussion of the future. Back in a formal meeting, the conversation turns to the most important topic, trade. Irina gets straight to the point. Out of respect for the great debt they owe you, Aesir, the elders of Mi Forest would like to cooperate. She smiles warmly at him. Wynn, who had been listening quietly, looks on with a serious expression. Mi Forest, after all, is where many of the formerly enslaved elves went to live. It's the place Wynn was born. Aesir is completely lost. Great debt, what are you talking about? You and the others did all the real work. He racks his brain. Do they mean because I adopted Wynn, but that was something I wanted to do? Then a sudden wave of panic hits him. Wait, don't tell me they want Wynn back. Seeing his panicked expression, Irina bursts out laughing. Relieved, Aesir sighs, what's so funny? It's freaky to be repaid for a debt I don't even remember. Irina assures him, the elders have no ulterior motives. She then explains the real reason. If it weren't for you, noble Aesir. The conflict could have escalated into a full-blown human-elf war. Countless lives would have been lost. We are all indebted to you for preventing that. Aesir takes a quiet moment to reflect. He realizes that the words and deeds he often doesn't think twice about are taken far more seriously by the people around him. It's a heavy realization, a pattern he's seen before. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, he focuses on the task at hand. All right, then we need to make sure they don't regret this. Irina nods, energized. There's a lot of work to be done. They begin brainstorming. Irina suggests, elves could export things like fruit liqueurs, they just need to increase production. But she quickly identifies the main hurdle. The problem is what they'd import. Elves can't stand metalwork, so dwarven arms are a no-go. Aesir immediately sees the issue. True, and if they only ask for gear made from monster parts, the dwarven smiths will feel insulted. Irina sighs. Dwarves take immense pride in their metalworking. They wouldn't want to specialize in anything else. Just as they hit a wall, an idea sparks in Aesir's mind. What if they took turns, he suggests. The smiths could rotate crafting for the elves so no one has to do it exclusively. Irina's face lights up. Oh, that would work. Aesir leaps to his feet, fired up. All right, I'll go ask around and see who's interested. Irina watches him, a genuinely happy smile spreading across her face. Setting goals and working towards them step by step. It's so much fun, isn't it? Her infectious energy catches him and he breaks into a wide grin. Honestly, yeah, it's loads of fun. And so a bridge began to form. The dwarven country and elven forests, once distant in both geography and spirit, were starting to connect. In the taverns, Horatio's songs told a new story, one of dwarves who forge iron and elves who love trees. His lyrics spoke of years of quarrels between strangers, now being washed away by shared drinks and laughter. Because when you get down to it, indulging in drink and friendship, those old differences start to fade away. The celebration rages on, a testament to new bonds. As Horatio's song fills the hall, elves and dwarves drink together, not as rivals but as friends. Later, Levis finds Aesir at the bar. Noble Aesir, she says, impressed, you can really handle your drink. She cheerfully offers him a bottle, want a refill. Aesir just laughs, I'm just used to drinking with dwarves, that's all. He notices her glowing expression. You seem to be in better spirits than ever, did you finish a big painting or something? Levis, clearly hammered, raises her mug with pure, unadulterated joy. I'm just so darn glad I came here. Aesir deadpans, she smashed, as she explained earlier. An artist's career is often tied to the whims of nobles and merchants, limiting where they can travel and work. Her job was usually painting stuffy portraits for arranged marriages, when all she really wanted was to paint landscapes. Coming here was a dream come true. Still drunk, she tells Aesir about a recent conversation. So, hick, I was chattin' with Horatio, right? She reveals their ambitious new plan. We're gonna get a travelin' caravan of elvish artists together and see the world. Aesir's eyes widen, impressed by their dream. While the adventurers are out, Levis the artist chats with Aesir. That sounds like a blast, she says as he offers her some water. But when she asks Aesir if he's interested in learning art, his expression turns serious. He politely declines, I don't think I can right now, I've got something else I'm planning on. Levis, already drunk, slurs, Shomde then, I'll teach ya, art, and Horatio'll teach ya, Shang. Before she can finish, she clunks her head on the table, passed out cold. Aesir sighs, holding the now useless glass of water. Ah, too late. He looks down, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. He thinks to himself, I would have jumped at the chance for that once. Looking at the passed-out artist, Aesir continues his inner monologue. I've had plans on what to do with my time for a good while now, but what will I do once that's all done? As Jelcha scolds her unconscious friend, Aesir considers his future. Maybe I'll spend more time with the elves. I think it'd be good for both of us to see each other more often. Having found a new resolve, a small smile appears on his face. All right. He turns to another elf. Handle Levis, please, I'll take care of these two. The other elves look on, completely wasted. 3 years fly by, the sounds of hammers on steel ring through the air. Aesir walks into a forge, reflecting that it's been nearly 11 years since he first arrived. What you need today? A dwarf asks. Aesir replies, I'd like to see Garov. In these 3 years, commerce between the dwarves and elves has become a growing reality. Aesir spots his target and waves. Hey, can I borrow you a moment? The dwarf Garov turns around. Needs something to do with the elves, do ya? Garov is one of the key smith's crafting equipment for export to the elves. Aesir recalls Garov's history, a master craftsman who had beaten even Isvald in countless smithing competitions. He had personally volunteered to craft for the elves. So, Aesir explains, it's gotten to the point now that he's actually in charge of all the craftsmen doing that. Garov has some news, there's another dwarf who'd like to start crafting equipment for elves. Aesir leans in, curious. Oh, who? The name is a big one, Rajuedal, Isvald's old rival, the dwarf who was closest to taking the throne before Isvald's mastery of Mithril. Aesir is surprised. Ah, him. Later, Aesir sits down with the legendary smith. I appreciate any help you can lend us, but you won't be crafting metal, won't that be boring? Rajuedal gives him a sly look. Sir, you can wield sorcery, can you not? Aesir is completely thrown off. Yeah. Rajuedal explains his theory. I have come to believe there must be many elves that commune with the spirits who also have an aptitude for sorcery. He excitedly shoves a book of designs in Aesir's face. It's possible there could be plenty of elves that can use magic tools, so I'd like to challenge myself by experimenting with all sorts of new ones. Aesir is blown away. Wooa, man, these designs are crazy cool. Garov laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, that's just like him, ain't it? Rajuedal seems motivated primarily by the desire to research. Aesir smirks, like master, like pupil, I guess. Both of them played me like a fiddle. As he leaves, Aesir calls back also. I'll talk to him next time I see him. Garov waves, okay. Aesir's thoughts drift to the old traders who used to run routes to Fodal. He remembers them coming to him complaining trade with Fodal is down. We got nothing to be doing, give us work. But now, those same traders have faith in the new bond between dwarves and elves, a thread linking them to the outside world once more. He overhears them scheming. Me Forest has some real killer mead, eh? We gotta be sure to get as much as we can. Aesir smiles, it seems everything is working out. Time passes and the seasons change over their workshop. Inside, things are stable. Elven-dwarven commerce is in full swing, Isvald is next in line for the throne and Wynn is hard at work at his own forge. Wynn's instructor proudly reports Wynn's completed his smithing training. He's at the point where he can actively fulfill orders for customers. Wynn holds up his work, a look of quiet confidence on his face. Aesir watches him, a gentle smile on his face. That's really everything I wanted to accomplish here, and Wynn's been recognized. With his goals met, his thoughts turn elsewhere. Now, there's a promise I need to make good on. Back in the forge, he gets his son's attention. Wynn. He looks at him directly and says, I'm going to go back to Ludria. A memory of Kiha's warm smile fills his mind. I promised Kiha I would care for her in her twilight years. So I'm going back, I'll be there for the next 10 or 20 years. By Kiha's side, I'll be setting off in about a week, what do you think? Wynn looks down, taking in the sudden news. After a moment of silence, he nods. Okay, I'll start making goodbyes. They work together in silence, cleaning the forge that has been their home. Aesir watches his son, a sense of pride swelling within him. I thought there was a chance Wynn would want to stay here instead, he thinks, but more and more I see Wynn has his own way of thinking. The day of their departure arrives, the mountains covered in a blanket of fresh snow. Isvald sees them off at the entrance to his home. Take care out there. Aesir bows his head. Sure, thanks for putting us up for so long. Suddenly Isvald tosses something shiny through the air. Here, a gift. Win fumbles to catch it, his eyes wide with surprise. What's a bracelet? His jaw drops when he recognizes the metal. This is mithril. Isvald just shrugs. Borrowed the king's furnace for it with permission. Course, nothing suspect going on here, I assure ya. The old dwarf smiles. No matter how far you go, if any dwarf sees that, they'll know you're one of us. The weight of the gesture hits Win hard. He's completely overwhelmed, struggling to find the words. What do I even say to that? Tears stream down his face as he tries to hand it back. I can't accept this. I never did anything like what Aesir's done for you. Isvald's expression turns serious as he looks at the distraught boy. Win squeezes his eyes shut, overcome with emotion. Isvald's gaze softens with understanding. He gently bumps Win's chest with his fist. Yaijit. You're as fine a pupil as I'd ever had, and a citizen of our land besides. Comparing yourself to the knife ears won't accomplish anything. The kind words break through Win's defenses, and he begins to sob openly. Aesir watches from the side thinking, was the knife ears jab really necessary, now of all times? Isvald commands Win's attention. Look. I get you can't help but compare yourself to your foster pa. But you've got my recognition, regardless of any of that. He looks Win dead in the eye, his voice firm but kind. Listen, Win. You're not simply an add-on to your pa. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Isvald's face. We know that as well as anyone, so I hope to see you come drop in again sometime. But make sure you keep practicing. Got it. Through his tears, Win manages a series of determined nods. Aesir listens, deeply moved. I've never thought of Win as just an add-on to my person, but I can't help but feel like he's saying all that to Win, and it's meant for me too. He looks at his son, a profound realization dawning on him. What matters most is what Win feels and what he's thinking. Aesir makes a silent vow. I should take the time to chew on this. I want to understand how Win feels as much as I can. With the emotional farewell concluded, Isvald turns to Aesir. He grins. So, you really gave me a hand here, Aesir. The future king jokes, next time you see me, I'll be polishing the throne with my ass most likely. See ya. Aesir laughs back. Well, now I have to come back just to get a good laugh at that. See ya. Isvald gives them one final wave as they turn to leave. As they set off on their journey back to Ludria, Aesir looks over at his son. By the time they parted ways with Isvald, Win had finished crying, and unlike when he'd first arrived, broken and lost, he now set off walking forward on his own 2 feet. Returning to the human capital of Werfil, Aesir reflects on the jarring difference in the flow of time. For an elf, decades can feel like moments, but for humans, it's an entire lifetime. As they walk through the bustling market, Win points out a small change. Someone new's taken over that butcher stand. The simple observation makes Win's face fall, a reminder of the relentless march of time that Aesir, as an elf, is all too familiar with. They finally arrive at their destination, the Yasogi Ryu Dojo. Win's spirits lift instantly. Whoa, they're really here. The familiar sounds of the dojo greet them as they approach the gate. Waiting for them is an aged Kiha, her face etched with the wisdom of years. Behind her stand a grown-up Shizuki and Mizuha with families of their own. Welcome back, she says with a warm smile. I figured it was about time you'd return. Aesir and Win beam, their long journey finally at its end. Yeah, we're back. Aesir is curious. We got your letter, obviously, but how'd you know we'd be back today? Shizuki, holding one of his children, chimes in. It didn't have a date, did it? Mizuha explains, Mom just said today would be the day, and we ought to wait at the gate. Aesir looks at Kiha, slightly bewildered by her foresight. Kiha simply smiles. Heh, well, the breeze felt different today. I suppose the wind told me when you'd arrive, she says, as a gentle gust swirls around the courtyard, a testament to her profound connection with the world. Inside, Aesir is surprised to see the dojo is thriving, filled with dozens of students. Look at all these pupils, he remarks, impressed. Shizuki proudly explains, I've since taken over as master of the school, and we've got over 100 disciples at this point. A genuine proud smile spreads across Aesir's face. He realizes what this means. That means Yasogi Ryu is back in its rightful place as one of Ludria's 4 great disciplines. Win watches the sparring with a familiar fire in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he blurts out, Shizuki, let's have a bout, it's been so long, and introduce me to your kids, alright? Aesir quickly tries to rein him in. Whoa, slow down, Win, it's polite to bring a gift first. The reunion is filled with laughter and energy. Watching Win's unrestrained enthusiasm, Aesir has a sudden realization. Kiha notices his expression. Win really has grown, hasn't he? She gestures towards the veranda. Why don't you join me for some tea, Aesir? You can tell me about your exploits in the Dwarven country. Aesir quietly agrees. As they walk, Aesir thinks to himself, yeah, he's really growing up. He smiles, but there's a complex emotion hiding behind it. He's already fully capable of living his own life, making his own choices if he wants to. Kiha glances at him, sensing the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. Come along, Aesir, she says gently, leading him to a quiet spot. Over tea, Aesir recounts his incredible adventures of mithril, vampires, and trade with other elves. It all sounds like a tale straight from the pages of heroic epics, Kiha remarks. Do you believe any of it? Aesir nods, of course. Kiha listens intently, absorbing every detail of his story. Aesir fondly remembers a particular part of his journey. That was the highlight for sure. Kiha's expression turns serious. I'd love to hear every detail, but there's one thing I want to ask first. Aesir senses the shift. Sure, shoot. She looks him dead in the eye and asks the one question he's been avoiding. Do you, right now, want your child to someday surpass you? The question hits Aesir like a physical blow. He struggles to find an answer. I don't know. He tries to articulate his feelings. I'm ecstatic Win is growing, but... His gaze drifts downward as he admits the truth to himself. How funny. Kiha understands completely. Seeing Shizuki mature and take over the school leaves me overjoyed, but I don't yet feel that he's bested my blade. She gives a knowing grin. We're the same. Aesir is stunned that she could read him so perfectly. He finally confesses the depth of his selfish feelings. What I'm feeling now is a lot more pathetic than that. Of course, seeing Win grow is an incredibly happy thing, but the thought of him becoming independent someday, it stings. He lays his heart bare after all this time together. I don't want him to leave me, and now that I recognize that so clearly that I don't want to let him go. I just feel like such a mess. Kiha places a comforting hand on her chest. It's only natural to feel lonely seeing your child stand on his own. She shares her own story. As my successor, Shizuki is staying by my side, but Mizuha struck out on her own as an adventurer. She even has a family now. Of course I miss her, but it still makes me very happy to see. She looks at Aesir with empathy, so we are the same. For the first time, Aesir feels truly understood. Kiha rises to her feet with a new purpose in her eyes. Now then. Would you care for a bout? Aesir is completely lost. Kiha reveals her grand plan. For 3 years I will temper your blade, and Shizuki will temper Win's. Once you've both trained, you can face each other head on. She continues, a faint smile on her lips. Seeing your child grow is one thing. But it should be demonstrated that surpassing us won't be so easy. She turns back to him, the cherry blossoms seeming to bloom around her. Besides, if Win is to strike out on his own someday, he'd be better off refining his blade as much as he can. And with a final, brilliant smile, she offers him the one thing he didn't know he needed. Wouldn't that put you at ease? A wave of relief washes over Aesir and he breaks into a joyous laugh. You said it. And so Kiha's idea was accepted by all. A duel between father and son, set for 3 years' time. In that time, Win would turn 32, roughly the equivalent of a 16-year-old human, the age of independence. He's already taking on more responsibility, offering to repair a student's chipped sword. Win feels a renewed sense of purpose. Maybe it's because the time is so clearly defined now, but I do feel a bit better about all of it. Aesir, however, falls into a deep, somber reflection. He finally understands. I think, what I've been lacking, is an awareness and understanding of what it means to be a parent. He flashes back to the day he adopted Win, admitting to himself he never felt fit for the role but charged ahead anyway. He realizes his mistake. When a child sees their parents back, their natural inclination is to want to catch up with it. I don't think I've been giving parenting the gravity it deserves. But Aesir's own journey has been one of constant, exponential growth. He's been overdoing it. His life has been a heroic epic, just as Kiha said. A tale far removed from anything a normal person could hope to follow. And he realizes with dawning horror what that means. And to Win, my back must look. He sees the image of a tiny Win, crying and struggling to keep up with his impossibly large shadow. It must look like it's only getting farther away. But now, thanks to Kiha's plan, he has a chance to change that. Win, full of determination, turns to a distracted Aesir. Kiha and Shizuki have given us a chance to face each other head-on. Aesir. When Aesir doesn't respond, Win rushes over, a look of concern on his face. Aesir. Startled, Aesir snaps out of his thoughts. Sheesh. Oh, sorry, what is it? Win hesitates for a moment. Well. Win gets straight to the point, his curiosity piqued. Tell me, what kind of training are you doing with Master Kiha? The others are saying it seems a bit odd. He elaborates, they don't hear you two exchanging blows or anything. A slight blush dusts Aesir's cheeks. Well, it's kind of embarrassing, but Win presses on. Please tell me then. Aesir sighs in defeat. Fine. Aesir begins to explain, flashing back to a conversation with his master. Master Kiha pointed something out to me, he recalls. She said, you're very adept at waiting for openings, aren't you? I figured it was from all my hunting with a bow, reading, breathing, line of sight, that kind of thing, Aesir explains. But she just cut me off and said, I see, then you need to stop doing that. I was totally floored. Kiha's lesson was about a deeper philosophy of the sword. Your heart, technique, and body must be unconquered. More than anything, you must maintain the readiness to wield your blade at all times. Aesir remembers his own hesitation in that moment, but... She saw right through me, he admits. Kiha said, conversely, you don't intend to swing your sword at all if you feel your form is unstable, do you? She had me completely figured out. He recalls his flustered excuse. But if my form isn't ready, I'll just flail around. I want to do your sword justice. It looks so cool. But Kiha's response was stern. Aesir, you need to hunger for victory. Her gaze was intense as she drove the point home. Even if your form is awkward, the stronger swordsman will ultimately win. But she knew I was too stubborn to listen, Aesir tells Win. She said, you are nothing if not stubborn and selfish. I'm well aware you aren't going to listen to me. The flashback continues. So Kiha had told him, in your absence I've done my own training. Aesir was confused. Kiha revealed her plan. I am ready to attack even while my footing is unsteady and even while caught unawares. so you're going to practice by mimicking my swings again. She had created a whole new method just for him. There's no better way for my aberrant pupil to copy my form, is there? It won't be easy, but it's doable. Back in the present, Aesir's face is red as he relays her final words. Even for as ungainly as this style is, it's the sword your beloved master wields. Win gulps, stunned by the revelation. But that means Master Kiha essentially transformed the entire Yasogi Ryu style, right? Aesir smirks. Yeah, all for me. The two sit by the well, Win still processing the information. That's super cool, Win exclaims. Does Shizuki know how to do that? Aesir smiles. No, she didn't teach him. He tries to stifle a laugh. Shizuki knows how to use a sword the right way. He doesn't need such a queer style. Get me? Aesir's expression softens. If only I weren't such a stubborn weirdo. I really am sorry. Win cuts to the chase, so how are you even training like that? Aesir demonstrates with his hands. I copy Master Kiha's movements, barehanded. Win is shocked. Barehanded? Ah, which is why nobody hears any swinging. Exactly, Aesir confirms. Without a grasp of the basic movement, you'll just hurt yourself. Win nods, a look of understanding on his face. I think I get it. Very queer. Thinking of his master's dedication, Aesir's eyes well up with gratitude. A bright, genuine smile spreads across his face. She's incredible. Again, I'm given guideposts to follow. He looks off into the distance. I doubt 3 years is near enough time to get to the level Kiha wants. This is definitely a style that take decades to master. But his focus returns to Win, his eyes filled with determination. Still, when the time comes, we'll face off with the best we have. And after that, he adds softly, Win and I will go on with our lives. Aesir stands and offers Win a hand. Now then, let's get back to work. He smiles, thinking of their future duel. How much will he have improved in 3 years, I wonder? Win takes his hand. Ready? Right. 2 years pass. The story moves to the city of Ludria in Viscourt. A memory flashes back to their arrival at the dojo. A grown-up Mizuha greets them with a brilliant smile. It's been so long, Mom, Aesir. Kiha smiles at her daughter. Hey Mizuha, thanks for looking after my house. She then turns to Aesir, offering a moment of peace. Care for some tea? Aesir graciously accepts. Why thank you, sure. But before they head inside, Aesir stops them. He turns, his eyes shadowed by his hair. I'll take you up on that later. I have a promise to keep first. Kiha and Mizuha can only watch him go, a shared look of concern on their faces. Aesir. Back in the present, Aesir walks through a market in Viscourt. He stops at a flower stall. One of these, please. He reflects on his journey. In the midst of his training with Kiha, a letter had arrived, summoning him to Viscourt. His purpose here is a somber one. He stands in a vast cemetery, here to pay his respects at the graves of 2 former comrades from the White Lake, Creyas and Martina. He recalls the tragic news. Creyas passed away 2 months ago, and Martina followed soon after, as if she couldn't live without him. As he kneels at the grave in silent prayer, a voice calls out to him, Noble Aesir. He finishes his prayer, speaking to the grave, thanks for the letter. He looks up to see Irina standing there. Irina, she shakes her head slightly, no. Irina stands beside him, her own bouquet in hand. I heard the funeral saw crowds of people in attendance, and yet, in 100 years, nobody will be left to remember them. The crushing weight of her long life settles upon her. Nobody, save for me, when we parted ways, Martina said to me. The memory is as clear as the inscription on the stone. I'm sorry, and then, thank you. The memory causes Irina to tremble. Aesir thinks back on their complicated relationship. He never fully understood the dynamic between the 4 of them. But he knew that Creyas and Martina had stayed and helped Kiha because of Irina. He was sure of it. Irina's voice is barely a whisper. Noble Aesir, thank you. Aesir looks at her, seeing the deep well of pain in her eyes. She turns away, her voice thick with regret. If you hadn't given me the role of representing the elves here, I believe I would have run as far away from the 2 of them as I could have. Even after their deaths, I would have stayed away, she confesses. 100 years would have passed and I'd have been too afraid to even check. I wouldn't even know where their grave was. She looks out at the field of tombstones. If I had run away like that, then I wouldn't have felt this heartrending grief, but... Tears begin to fall. As she begins to sob, Aesir gently places a hand on her shoulder. We aren't humans, Irina. Even now, we have so much time ahead of us. His touch breaks the dam. Irina collapses, crying out their names in pure anguish. Martina, Creyas. Aesir holds her, letting her release the pain she's held inside. He knows it will take time for her to heal. But he is glad she can finally grieve. He thinks to himself, if she ever wants someone to speak with, someone to remember them with, I'd be happy to oblige. He watches her, a profound sadness in his own eyes. He understands that the anguish Irina is feeling at this very moment is something he is sure to go through himself in the not-too-distant future, as he inevitably outlives the people he holds dear. Aesir walks towards the walled city of Viscourt. Ah, he thinks to himself, here you are. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he speaks to someone unseen. I'd planned on coming to see you yesterday, but I got a little held up. Mizuha stopped me before I set out this morning. He recounts Mizuha's strange request with a wry expression. She asked me something like, can you hold my kids so they grow up big and healthy? I don't think I confer blessings like that, so. A warm, familiar smile crosses his face. You'd probably have appreciated ale more than flowers, huh? The camera pulls back to reveal Aesir standing before the grave of the guard, Rodner. He remembers his friend's cheerful greeting, a stark contrast to the silence now. It felt like something was missing without you, Rodner. Aesir continues updating his old friend on the lives of others. I've decided to hand over the house to Mizuha, and Krea's, she's retired from adventuring to become a swordsmanship instructor. He muses on the new generation he's never met. Speaking of, Krea's and Martina's kid is a knight in Zaints now, I think. We never got the chance to meet. A quiet, bittersweet smile plays on his lips as he reflects on the passage of time. Turning his back on the graves, Aesir begins to walk away. I do miss this town, he admits internally, but I can't help but feel like I don't belong here anymore. With a heavy heart, he accepts the truth of his long life. The people I know, the places I've carved out for myself, all that's left are my memories of them. His somber thoughts are suddenly interrupted. Kiha stands waiting for him, her expression gentle. Are you ready to go? Aesir looks back one last time. Yeah, that's the last of my goodbyes. As they leave, the unyielding march of time feels absolute. 3 years pass, bringing them back to the familiar grounds of the dojo. Inside the hall, Win and Aesir face off with wooden swords, ready for their promised bout. Shizuki, now older, acts as the referee. Silence in the hall, he commands. The bout will soon start. Win raises his sword, his eyes burning with determination, as Shizuki watches with a knowing smirk. Across from him, Aesir assumes a calm, ready stance. In the background, Kiha watches over them. Shizuki's expression is stern and focused as he prepares to officiate. The match begins. Win explodes forward, closing the distance in an instant. Win's eyes widen in shock at Aesir's reaction speed. He's quick. Aesir effortlessly sidesteps the attack. Win realizes his straightforward approach won't work. That makes sense. I can't match him on that front. Aesir's gaze sharpens, acknowledging his son's growth. You've spent all these years honing your strengths. A fierce exchange erupts, the sharp crack of wood on wood echoing through the dojo as Win is forced onto the defensive. Win grunts, struggling to parry the relentless barrage of strikes. Aesir presses his attack, locking their swords together and overpowering Win with pure strength. Their wooden blades strain against each other. Aesir's footwork is a blur, kicking up dust as he masterfully controls the flow of the fight. He pauses, a slight smirk on his face. Feels weird, huh? Aesir explains his unique style, a product of countless battles. I can lash out with a strike no matter what position I find myself in. Win can only pant, confused by the unorthodox movements. Aesir demonstrates with a bizarre, off-balance strike that connects perfectly. When I battled Kiha, she did that to me. I couldn't grasp it either. It's bizarre. Aesir readies himself, his posture deceptively casual. Win is startled, unable to predict his father's next move. Aesir plants his foot, grounding himself for the next exchange. As they clash again, Aesir marvels at Win's progress. 3 years make a world of difference. Time and an excellent teacher have made you so strong. But Win's raw power is more than he anticipated, catching him by surprise. Win grits his teeth, pushing back with all his might. They're locked in a fierce struggle, evenly matched for a moment, but, Aesir thinks. His mind flashes back to a crucial conversation. He remembers Kiha's stern words, Aesir, if you care about Win, you will seek victory. He had listened, understanding the weight of her advice. That boy desires a goal to aspire towards, she had told him, just as I have always been for you. Her words resonate in the present, stealing his resolve. Kiha's words lit a fire in my chest. Win sees an opening and leaps forward, putting everything into one final attack. He brings his sword down with a powerful roar. But Aesir meets it with a perfectly timed counterattack, his mind set. I absolutely will not lose. The impact shatters Win's wooden sword. The splintered remains of the sword scatter across the dojo floor as Win stumbles back, disarmed. Win stares in utter shock, unable to process his defeat. Shizuki gives a faint, respectful smile. Kiha closes her eyes, a sense of peace and satisfaction washing over her. Shizuki's voice rings out clear and final. Break, the winner is Aesir. Later that night, beneath a crescent moon. Win and Aesir sit together. Win breaks the silence. Now that we've settled that, I'm going to travel west. Aesir is taken aback. West. Win's face is bruised but resolute. I know the risks. A human supremacist religion, the conflict between men and beastkin. I know. Aesir's voice is laced with worry. The elves may see you as an enemy too. As a half-elf, you could be targeted by everyone. If you know all that, then why? Win turns to him, his gaze steady. Aesir. All my life you've worked to protect me from the world, Win says, his voice filled with a newfound maturity. I can see that now. He continues, I know that if it weren't for you, a half-elf like me would have been killed at birth. I've heard the stories. Aesir looks away, unable to deny it. I was planning on telling you when you were older, Win nods. I know, you wanted to keep me from getting hurt, right? That's exactly why I have to go, Win insists. I need to know for myself, to see the strife and tragedy that racial conflict causes. Aesir looks down, his heart aching with fear for his son. He looks up, his eyes pleading. I'm begging you, please stay safe. Win looks back, not fully understanding the depth of Aesir's terror. Aesir finally breaks, burying his face in his hands. If something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do to all of them, Win sighs. Yeesh, always so overprotective. You're really going to knowingly head into dangerous territory? Aesir asks, his voice trembling. Win offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry. His confidence is unwavering. I won't die as long as I have a goal to work towards. I'm going to see and learn as much as I can, he declares, and grow stronger. And then we'll have another bout, Win promises, looking Aesir in the eye, and I'm going to actually beat you this time. He flashes a wide, bright, heartfelt grin. Okay, Dad. The word Dad hits Aesir like a physical blow, leaving him utterly speechless. Win grows flustered by the silence. Come on, say something. A single tear escapes Aesir's eye, overwhelmed by the simple, powerful acknowledgement. Win panics slightly. It's embarrassing if you. Win pulls his father into a tight, desperate hug, all his unspoken emotions pouring into the embrace. Pulling back just enough to look Aesir in the eye, Win offers a watery, yet determined smile. Noticing his father's tears, Win asks gently, "Are you crying, Dad?" When Aesir denies it, Win chuckles softly. "I've always been a bit of a crybaby too, haven't I?" Aesir can't hold back his tears of pride and sorrow. "I wonder if I get that from you," he thinks, a sad smile on his face. "My son has grown up into a fully fledged man." He knows the path Win has chosen will be fraught with hardship. Win gently cups his father's face. "I'm sad I won't be able to see the story of your life play out firsthand. But I know you'll overcome everything, in ways I could never even imagine." Under the quiet night sky, Win whispers, "You are crying." Aesir, his voice thick with emotion, can only manage a choked, "I'm not crying." 1 year after Win's departure and 6 years since Aesir returned to the dojo, he finds a new purpose, taking on several smithing apprentices. Shizuki, with his young son on his shoulders, approaches him. "Aesir, you'll be leaving eventually, right? It'd be a shame to let this forge go to waste. I was hoping you could teach some of the pupils here who have a knack for smithing." Suddenly Shizuki's son Taoki reaches out with a happy shout, "Aesir, upsies." Aesir's heart melts as he lifts the boy into a hug. Shizuki watches them, thinking it's good to indulge his son while Aesir is still around. "But there is one little catch," Shizuki adds as his daughter Saoha appears, hammer in hand. Saoha's decided she wants to become a blacksmith. Aesir is floored. Saoha is the firstborn, destined to inherit the Yasogi Ryu school, but the girl is beaming with determination. "I'm gonna work super hard," she declares. When Aesir asks what her family thinks, Shizuki is resolute. If that's what she wants to do, then that's what she wants to do. Even Kiha gives her blessing. "Taking over the school isn't the only path for her," she says wisely. "Many have grown strong through mastering smithing." She then turns her gaze to Aesir. With a knowing chuckle, she teases, "But Aesir, please try not to steal my granddaughter away." His confused sputtering only makes her laugh harder. Still uncertain, Aesir decides to speak with Saoha directly. "Are you really sure about this?" He lays out the gravity of her choice. "I've been watching you. You have the knack and the determination, but besides smithing and the sword, there are so many other things you could do." Saoha listens intently, swallowing a bite of her apple. She explains her reasoning with perfect clarity. "I'm sure Taoki will become an amazing swordsman just like father. He can take over the school, and when he does, I want to be able to support him by smithing." With a brilliant, proud grin, she declares, "After all, I am his big sister." Moved by her selfless dedication, Aesir can only smile in agreement. "Right." And so the years flowed by peacefully. Aesir found his place, teaching Saoha and the others the art of the forge. The seasons turned, one after another. He continued his own training, always under Kiha's watchful eye. They shared quiet moments together, watching the moon and stars. Winters came and went, filled with the warmth of their found family. As time passed, Kiha's body grew weaker, but her spirit remained. The peaceful days continued. And life at the dojo was filled with memories. 13 years have now passed since Aesir's return. He brings a cherry blossom branch to a frail Kiha. "Look at this, Kiha." His smile vanishes as she's racked by a sudden harsh coughing fit. "Kiha." She catches her breath, her voice a weak whisper. "I think it's about time." Aesir's world freezes in a moment of pure dread. He desperately tries to reason with fate. "Are you sure? I think you should have at least 3 years left." Kiha looks at him with a gentle, final resolve. "You've been here with me for so long. I think it's about time that you were set free once more." She then gestures to a nearby bowl. "Can I ask for some of that?" Aesir quickly agrees, "Sure." He brings her the bowl and gently feeds her a spoonful. A faint, happy smile graces her lips. "Oh, a pua fruit is very delicious." Then with a sudden surge of impossible strength, she stands. "Bring me my sword, Aesir." He can only stammer in shock. Wait, hold on." She stands in the garden, sword held high against the falling petals. This will be the summation of Kiha Yasogi. Aesir watches, completely captivated. He sees the reflection in his own eye, the arc of a perfect, beautiful blade. It is the pinnacle of her swordsmanship, a strike that could cleave anything. Her strength finally spent, she exhales, her body trembling. "That should be enough, yes." She turns to him, her voice fading. Her body gives out, and she begins to fall. Her last words hang in the air. Aesir lunges forward, catching her just in time. "Kiha." Cradled in his arms, she gives him one last tearful smile. "Aesir, I love you so." And with a final soft breath, she is gone. For a moment, there is only stunned silence as Aesir stares at her lifeless face. Then the crushing reality hits him and a scream of pure agony tears from his soul. "No, Kiha, Kiha." His heartbroken cries echo through the dojo, drawing the others out in horror. They can only watch from a distance as Aesir clings to the woman who was his master, his friend, his family. Soon after, the burial was complete. Though they all begged him to stay, Aesir couldn't bear it. He packed his bag and left the dojo behind. Once on the road, he pulls out a letter she had left for him. He begins to read her final words. Dear Aesir, as I pen this letter, I feel you will cry even more than I expect upon receiving it. I love you and loved you so much. So if it wouldn't be a bother, please keep me in your memories for as long as this letter remains legible. He walks on, his eyes fixed on her handwriting. I'm not asking for forever, because I know your forever is so much longer than anyone else's. Her final wish becomes clear. Carry my blade with you. So long as you can hold a sword, I will be there to protect you. Even if you forget me, so long as you wield your blade, I will be with you. Clutching the letter, a new resolve forms in his heart. East, I'm going east. Tears stream down his face as he finds his new purpose. To where Yasogi Ryu was born, and I'll pick up as many stories as I can. So I can return to her grave, and share them with her. The wheels of the carriage clattered endlessly on the road, a sound that grated on Aesir's very soul. Lying atop the covered wagon, he was pale and sweating, desperately fighting off a wave of motion sickness. As the lone caravan trundled through the countryside, Aesir tried to focus on the sky. The sky is blue, so blue, he muttered, trying to distract himself. One of the elves driving the wagon peeked back at him. Noble Aesir, how are you feeling? Aesir groaned. Fine for now, but man, I just cannot deal with carriage travel. Shortly after leaving the dojo, Aesir had met up with the elf caravan, a support group for elves who have left the isolation of the forests. Trying to lift his spirits, one of the elves below called out, why not share a song with us? Another chimed in, no, draw something, paint something, a scene from atop the carriage. Aesir just buried his face, moaning, I'd feel embarrassed trying either in front of experts. A voice from below shouted, hey. The elf who had been driving turned back to the others, laughing. Noble Aesir is no toy, stop messing around, she chided, though her friends just giggled in response. Despite his nausea, a faint, weary smile touched Aesir's lips. The lighthearted teasing was a welcome distraction. He had a long journey ahead. The caravan was taking him east, at least until he reached the Eastern United League where he'd need to find a boat. He had two main reasons for joining them on this leg of his trip. First, the caravan served as a perfect letter intermediary, ensuring he could still receive Wynn's letters even as he traveled further and further away. And the second reason was far more personal. I don't want to be alone right now, he admitted to himself, the grief still a heavy weight in his chest. It wasn't that he needed someone to console him or listen to his problems, he just wanted to hear the sounds of others' voices. For that purpose, the lively, bright atmosphere of the caravan was the best place for him to be, that is, until his motion sickness returned with a vengeance. Stop, hang on, I'm gonna hurg. During a stop by a river, Aesir looked around in shock. Paloja fell to ruin. An elf washing clothes beside him nodded calmly. They're known as Jatika now. The map in Aesir's mind was already decades out of date. Wow, Aesir recalled, I remember they were contending with Velestrica for access to the sea. The elf explained that Paloja's aggression ultimately led to their own destruction, and now they were merely a vassal state. Another elf remembered something. Oh, there's this village where you produced a well, they've been getting better off with our support. She continued, describing how the people grew close to the spirits inhabiting the drinking water, turning the entire area into a land of abundance. Aesir just waved it off. Oh come on, stop exaggerating, he said, embarrassed by the praise. Later as the elves set up camp, one of them asked, have you decided on a route east? Aesir nodded. Yeah, I have. He traced the path on his map. I'll stop in Bardus and Orotenin to gather information on the wetlands, then I'll charter a boat in the United League, cross the Great Wetlands and the Great Plains. His final destination, the birthplace of Yasogi Ryu. One of the elves peeked over his shoulder, her eyes wide. You're going to cross the Great Wetlands? She asked. Yeah, Aesir confirmed. Her excitement bubbled over. I heard something about that area, apparently some lizardmen long thought extinct were spotted there. The others quickly joined in, peppering him with questions and trivia. And you're crossing the Great Plains next. Halflings are said to reside there, one said. Don't forget nomads, added another. What's the food like there, anyone know? The young elf Pane, who was sketching nearby, looked up with sparkling eyes. I think I'd be happy to see a lizardman or two. Aesir watched her for a moment before gently taking her sketching stick. There. Pane looked down, confused, as Aesir explained. I amended your map. He'd updated it with the latest political shift. Zaints and Geidel were unifying into a single country, Sweden. When did that happen? Aesir thought, realizing just how much the world had changed. Soon after, the caravan arrived in a bustling town, calling out, gather round, gather round. With the town's children gathered, the elves began their performance. Today, we share the story of a young girl and a spirit of water, everyone ready. Aesir, holding a small wooden stage, began the tale. Long ago, there was a poor, needy, and quite parched village. Within that village lived a young girl, named Marie. He slid to the next picture, showing the girl kneeling in a dry riverbed. One day, she made her way to the dried-up river. Please, grant us water to drink, she prayed. The story continued, and then, there was a miracle. From the soil, ever so slightly damp, sprang forth a spirit of water. The children gasped in awe at the illustration. That spirit shared but a handful of water with Marie. But that was enough. The village chief watched from nearby, hidden. The next image showed a dark, twisted silhouette. He came to believe Marie had an affinity with the spirits, and thus, if he gave her to them as a sacrifice, they would fill the river up completely. He set about having her buried at the riverbed, all for the sake of the village, but just then, a wandering elf chanced upon the village. The tale reached its climax, but Marie calmed the elf's anger. Please, she begged, I want to save everyone. Share your wisdom that I might learn to do so. The elf instructed Marie in the art of spirit communing, and with the repentant chief and villagers, the village flourished, abundant with water. Aesir showed the final picture, and they all lived happily ever after. The children erupted in cheers and applause. As the crowd chattered excitedly, Aesir held the picture box, a quiet smile on his face. He thought to himself, I made this picture story based on a legend Horatio shared, from the now-gone country of Pauloja. As coins from the happy audience filled their basket, he mused, would this count as propaganda? The story effectively taught two things, that elves can help you if you're kind, and that their wrath is terrifying. If knowledge of elves and the spirits becomes more commonplace, I hope that can lead to people becoming better neighbors to them. That evening the caravan members relaxed in a tavern. Aesir approached the counter with a large pot. Excuse me, can I get soup for two in this pot please? Sure thing, the tavern keeper replied. He brought the soup out to the elves standing watch by the carriage. Noble Aesir, you really needn't, one of them Punne started to say. But Aesir just smiled. Come on, this is nothing really. I'm the only one you haven't put on carriage watching duty. Right, he said, handing over the warm meal. One of the elves on watch, a long-haired woman named Jelcha, turned with a smile. Her companion peeked out from the wagon. Is that for us? Smells great. As they ate, Aesir asked, seen anyone that seems suspect? Jelcha shook her head. Nope, all clear tonight, but that's no excuse to start slacking. Aesir agreed. Dwarven arms and our rare fruits are quite popular, better that we err on the side of caution. Punne, the newest member of their group, eagerly dug into her food. Hey, noble Aesir, that picture play stuff is so super cool, Aesir gently reminded her. Punne, you're making a mess. He couldn't exactly explain that the Kamishibai was from his past life, so he just said, just an idea that struck me really. Punne's excitement faded as she confessed, honestly though, I just had the compulsion to leave the forest, I didn't have much of a plan, there's so much I don't know. Jelcha smiled warmly at the young elf. That's what the caravan is for, we're here to support elves like you. Punne looked down, touched by their kindness. Aesir notices a young elf named Punne, who seems uncertain about her new life outside the forest. He offers her some gentle advice, there's no need to rush, you have time, take it at your own pace, just learn what you can. He then asks her, is there anything that has your interest Punne? Aesir shares his own philosophy, remembering his own journey of learning and growth. Whatever it is, start with an interest. Once you have that, you have something to orient yourself towards, something to gain experience in. That's what I've been doing at least. Punne considers his words, humming thoughtfully. Another member of the caravan suggests an idea. How about it? Would you like to perform the picture play? It's fun watching the kids react. Punne's eyes light up. Wow, can I really? And so, the caravan continued its travels, bringing stories and culture to the towns they visited. Though for Aesir, the constant rocking of the wagon was a familiar, queasy misery. During their stop, the elves put on their picture story show for the local children, with a nervous but willing Punne taking part. Later, she excitedly recounts the experience to Aesir, telling him how happy the children were. That night, as Aesir sits alone by the crackling campfire, Irina approaches him. Noble Aesir. She smiles holding two mugs. Are you? Aesir looks up, his expression somber. Today is going to be my last night with the caravan. Irina looks concerned, really setting out. He accepts the drink she offers, thanks. He takes a moment, lost in thought before speaking. Irina gently prods, isn't traveling on your own lonely? Aesir looks at his drink. Is that what you mean? Sitting together by the fire, he reflects. Traveling with the caravan has been amazing. But you could say I have a front-facing character, he explains with a small smile. I'll be fine. I can keep walking even on my own. Irina looks at him with deep respect. Noble Aesir, you are, as always, extraordinary. He smiles wistfully. Well, at this point it's been something like a decade, since Martina and Krea's passed. Looking directly at Irina, he makes an offer. Would you like to come with me? The question hangs in the air between them. Irina is taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. She gives him a gentle, apologetic smile. No, thank you for the offer truly, but I still have things to take care of. She explains her responsibilities. I'll be watching over the caravan for a while longer yet, and I have to act as the intermediary for Wind's letters, right? Aesir nods. True. But Aesir knew this would be her answer. He thinks to himself, if I had told her, traveling on my own will be a struggle, Irina would be more inclined to come with me. He understood her perfectly. As things stand, she doesn't want to use me as a crutch to assuage her own grief. He looks at her with quiet admiration. Irina, if anyone is extraordinary here, it'd be you. As the fire crackles, Irina breaks the silence. Him. She looks at him with a serious expression. I do have a personal request for you during your travels. If you come across the White Lake then, could I ask that you lead me there? The name strikes a chord with Aesir. The White Lake, that was the name of Irina's old adventurer team. He recalls the legend. It's a name that appears in the fairy tales that high elves pass down. He tries to remember the exact wording, if I recall correctly. A lake of pure white across the vast land, it continues on without end, regardless where you stand. Aesir puzzles over the cryptic description, then it sounds kinda like where the Titan is, above the clouds. Him. He considers the sheer impossibility of it, but how would I even get there? My only plans now are to head east. But seeing Irina's deeply grateful expression, he makes up his mind. If that's what she wants, then I'll do what I can for her. He gives her a reassuring nod. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. The next morning, the time comes to part ways. Aesir's journey continues east, leaving the United League behind. He waves a final goodbye to the caravan, promising to forward any letters that arrive. His path takes him across the vast Lake Zir by boat. Finally reaching the eastern shore, he takes a moment to stretch before pressing on. His destination is now clear, the town of Bardis, the gateway to the treacherous Great Wetlands. He arrives in Bardis, a bustling town teeming with adventurers. The streets are alive with the city's rough and tumble energy. Everywhere he looks, deals are being struck in the open. Aesir observes the scene, intrigued. So many adventurers. Just then an innkeeper spots him. Hey, sir, would you? She stops mid-sentence, completely floored by his appearance. Oh my gosh, you're gorgeous. Bardis, he learns, is a gatekeeper town, holding the line against the monsters of the Great Wetlands. Despite his polite refusal, the woman persists. Aesir muses that these border towns serve a critical role, supplied by the League to act as a buffer. He walks the streets looking for safe lodging. This town has a similar feel to Viscourt. I don't mind a steep price, if it means safety. As he checks in, he realizes why Irina had always booked him into the nicest inns. It was for his own protection. In the privacy of his room, he acknowledges the truth. Elves stand out quite a lot in the middle of town, very easy to spot. With his safety secured, his focus shifts to his immediate goal. Now, I need to prepare for the wetlands and gather info on food. That's critical. He knows the local pubs serve meals made from hunted monsters, a far cry from the expensive, imported food his inn offers. He thinks about the vast swamp ahead. Crossing the wetlands will take some time. I need to learn about the monsters and what's edible. He grimaces, recalling a past mistake. His elven knowledge only covers what's poisonous, not what's palatable. Pulling up his hood to avoid more unwanted attention, he heads back out. The Great Wetlands. This preliminary investigation is critical. A smile touches his lips as he sets out with purpose. If I want to enjoy this next leg of my journey, I need to know how to properly prepare the food. Ah, that place looks good. As Aesir prepares for his next journey, he jots down his research on the infamous Great Wetlands, also known as the man-eating swamps. He notes the dangerous wildlife and the specialized hunting techniques he's observed, deciding he's finally ready to take on the challenge himself. Arriving at the edge of the vast marshland, Aesir is taken aback by the sheer scale of it. Oh man, look at that horizon. He turns to the glowing spirits fluttering around him. I'm going to be needing your help every step from here, literally. The spirits seem to glow brighter in agreement, so thanks in advance, Aesir says with a grin. With his companions ready, he sets his sights on the swamp. He lays out the plan for the earth spirits. I'll need to rest at night, so I'll be asking you to create a rock platform for me to sleep on. I'll be sure to give you guys time to rest, don't worry. Looking at a mental map of the massive wetlands, he asks the spirits, so how long until we get out of these wetlands do you think? Taking his first step into the murky water, a primary concern comes to mind. Here's hoping I can manage as far as food. As if on cue, the water erupts. A massive crocodile-like monster lunges at him with jaws wide open. With lightning-fast reflexes, Aesir leaps back, his expression hardening. In a single fluid motion, he draws his sword. A clean, swift slice flashes through the air, bisecting the monster's head before it can even react. As the beast's body thrashes in the water, another adventurer might have panicked, but Aesir just looks mildly annoyed by the splash. The massive carcass sinks, startling the local fish. The resulting splashback is enormous, drenching the elf. Wiping himself off, Aesir eyes his kill. Well, at least crocs should be poison and parasite-free. I'll grill this up with some salt later, need to remember not to rush so much. Later, resting on a stone platform created by the spirits, Aesir enjoys his grilled crocodile steak. Not bad, once you get the hang of it, living smack dab in the danger zone isn't so bad. With the spirits' help, his journey through the wetlands is surprisingly manageable. He takes a moment to appreciate the gorgeous, shimmering view. Though he ran into plenty of other monsters along the way, from swarms of angry catfish otters to giant amphibians, the trip went well, all in all. He continues his trek, one step at a time, always heading eastward. 1 month passes in the vast wilderness. As Aesir wades through the water, humming a tune, he continues his steady pace. Suddenly his senses flare, he stops dead in his tracks. Something is nearby. He feels eyes on him, cautious, curious, but not hostile. A spirit flutters by, but his attention is elsewhere. The ripples from his sudden stop spread across the water. Peering through the tall reeds, he spots them, something humanoid looking right at him. His eyes widen in surprise. By any chance could that be one of the long-thought extinct lizard men? He considers approaching but decides against it. I wouldn't want to approach and give the wrong idea. Instead, he offers a simple, disarming wave. A simple acknowledgement should be good. As he turns to leave, he thinks to himself, I'll have my chance to meet them eventually, should fate will it. With that encounter behind him, he continues his journey. His thoughts turn to the future. What will I do about food once I make it to the Great Plains? Starting to miss grain foods. He recalls a fireside chat with his friend Hugh, who told him of the courageous and bold nomads who call the plains home. Aesir plots his course. He'll cross the plains and hopefully find a tribe that trades with the outside world, allowing him to continue east. He also remembers hearing about halflings in the Great Plains, a proud people. I would like to meet them too. Another month later, the wetlands finally give way to open country. Aesir emerges onto the Great Plains, stunned by the endless grassy expanse. Look at this place. Whoa. In the distance, he spots a truly magnificent sight, herds of wild horses running free. Among them, he even sees what looks like a unicorn. He's completely starstruck. Horses, horsey horses. I wonder if I can get a chance to ride them if I learn how. The sight brings back a fond memory of riding with his friend, Irina, some time ago. But the memory is tinged with the melancholy of an elf's long life. Horses live even shorter lives than humans. I had to let that one go. I've met so many different people over my many years, and said goodbye to almost as many. He offers a sad smile, accepting the bittersweet nature of his existence. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind nearly knocks him over. Something small whacks him on the back of the head. Startled, he hears a desperate plea echo in his mind. Lend your aid. He turns to see an unfamiliar wind spirit glowing frantically. It seems to be telling him this way. Aesir points at the spirit, confused. You want me to help someone? He quickly assesses the situation. You're still an immature spirit, aren't you, and you can't wield your power effectively. Aesir understands. Spirits on their own can only operate within nature. To perform miracles, they need a high elf's focused intent to guide their power. This young spirit is a far cry from the ancient, powerful water spirit he'd met before, whose eons of experience made all the difference. As the spirit quivers with urgency, he briefly wonders about the ancient bond between his kind and the spirits. The spirit practically screams in his mind, and Aesir snaps out of his thoughts. Okay, I get it, I'll go. He breaks into a run, following the spirit's lead. They're under attack. He finds it strange for a wind spirit to be so attached to one person or place. After all, wind spirits are free. It's usually fire and water spirits bound to hearths and wells by generations of human faith that form such strong attachments. He sprints over a rise in the plains. Catching his breath, he looks down at the scene below. A nomadic camp is being overrun by armed men on horseback. The riders, soldiers from the Dahlia army, charge through the camp's defenses. Aesir sighs, realizing what he's been dragged into. This looks like a hassle. I don't know what's going on. Do I want to know? As one of the villagers is sent flying, the spirit's message is clear. Hurry. Looking down at the chaos, Aesir relents. All right, already. I'm on it. I guess it's only fair I give back after all you've done for me. He raises his hands, focusing his power. Okay, spirits of the wind. He thrusts his palms forward, unleashing a barrage of magic. Wind, cannonballs. The Dahlia riders charge forward, shouting orders. Suddenly, invisible projectiles of compressed air slam into them, knocking them and their horses off balance. The attack throws the entire squadron into chaos, as their horses rear up in panic. The commander, seeing his men being taken down by an unseen enemy, makes the call. Gather the wounded, fall back, retreat. From his vantage point, Aesir watches the entire army turn tail and flee. He breathes a sigh of relief. I don't want any bodies or prisoners on my hands. I just roughed up about half of them. He has to admit, their commander was smart to regroup and retreat so swiftly against an unknown attacker. Exhausted from the sudden battle, he turns to find his pack. Heya, now where's my stuff? As he retrieves his belongings, he can't shake a bad feeling. I hope I haven't walked right into a hassle. His hope is short-lived as the villagers of the Balm tribe pour out of their yurts, calling to him. They quickly surround him, a chorus of gratitude erupting. Thank you, how can we ever repay you? Aesir's weary expression says it all. No, this is a hassle, all right. The little wind spirit, however, seems quite pleased with the outcome. A short while later, Aesir is escorted into one of the main yurts. Inside, he finds himself sitting before the tribe's elders. A curtain at the back of the yurt is drawn aside, and a voice says, apologies for keeping you waiting. A young girl appears, her gaze steady. Thank you truly for rescuing us from Dahlia's army. The debt we owe you is immense, our shining ally, envoy of the winds. I am Tseleng, she says, wind reading oracle for the tribe of Balm, though I am also known as the Wind Child. Aesir immediately understands. She can see the spirits too. He looks at her puzzled. But why does that wind spirit care so much about Tseleng? Spirits of the wind are free and unrestrained. Whereas Tseleng seems to be much the opposite, he thinks, observing her formal, duty-bound posture. He decides to be direct. I'm Aesir. Back home, they also called me the Maple Child. I'm not sure what you mean by envoy of the wind, exactly. But a spirit of wind did ask me to help you, of that I'm certain. The elders gasp, shocked by his words. Tseleng's expression is somber. Yes, I implored for as much. She then lowers herself from her seat, bowing deeply to the floor. On behalf of Balm, we humbly beg your aid. Please protect us from Dahlia, however you see fit. Aesir looks at the young girl, his heart heavy. He could just rescue them and move on, but he can't shake a feeling of unease. He thinks to himself, but laying all of this responsibility on a kid's shoulders just seems like they're depriving her of any real freedom. On the vast, open plains, two nomadic tribes, Balm and Dahlia, once lived in harmony. Both revered the winds, and their relationship was one of peaceful trade. But that peace was shattered, and the origin of their quarrel began with the birth of two chosen children, the Wind Child, Tseleng, and the Flame Child, a boy from the Dahlia tribe. The Flame Child, Gile, appeared as if from nowhere, wielding immense power. The tribe of Dahlia immediately leveraged his abilities, using his fire to plunder the nations to the south. This aggression created a fierce backlash. The southern nations closed their borders to all nomads, cutting off the trade routes that the Balm tribe desperately relied on, plunging them into poverty. With tensions rising, the two tribes held countless talks to find a solution. Balm's chief Tseleng's father pleaded with Dahlia's leader. The flame child is only human, he will die someday. What will your plundering leave for us then? Are you so short-sighted? But the Dahlia chief had his own vision for prosperity. Let the flame child take the wind child as his bride. When wind and flame join, a new creed will be born. That is how we will prosper. Tseleng's father was horrified by the proposal. You would desecrate our faith in our tribe. No, I will not allow it. His refusal was absolute. The negotiations were over. And so their conflict began. In the ensuing battle, Tseleng's father and most of Balm's able-bodied men were slain. All that remains of the once proud tribe are the women, the children, the elderly, and a handful of young, inexperienced fighters. Back in the present, Aesir sits inside a Balm tent with Tseleng and her family. Tseleng's mother explains the gravity of the situation. In today's raid, they were kidnapping women and children. They must have intended to kill everyone else. Aesir, munching on a piece of meat, casually adds, right before I stuck my nose in. With a heavy heart, Tseleng's mother confirms, yes. Tseleng's younger brother Shiro nervously offers Aesir a drink. Please feel free. He then presents a plate of local delicacies. Fermented kumis and sheep curds. I hope it is to your liking, O envoy, he says as his mother looks on. Aesir eyes the curd with curiosity. Isn't this how Kalpis originated? He wonders to himself. Without hesitation, he tries the food and drink offered to him. His face lights up. Thanks, it's a bit unusual but it's good, I like it. Shiro and his mother sigh in relief, a small moment of warmth amidst the tension. As he finishes his drink, Aesir's mind is already at work. Well anyway, I think I have some grasp of things now. He thinks to himself, though I've only heard one side of the story, the spirit of wind did ask a favor of me. He stares into his cup, contemplating his next move, and in order to actually manage that favor. He looks up with newfound resolve. I need to do two things. His first priority is clear in his mind. First, make sure the flame child is a non-issue, at the very least get people to stop deifying that power. I have some idea of what this flame power is all about, so, he muses, as Shiro happily refills his bowl. He then turns his attention to the second problem. The second thing, Balm needs some form of self-defense in their weakened state. I could teach Tseleng how to better commune with the spirits. But he hesitates. But I don't know if Tseleng actually wants that kind of power, and it's easy to picture Balm trying to abuse her and that power if she had it. He sighs, considering the simplest, most brutal option. Meh, the quickest way to do all of this would just be to eliminate the tribe of Dahlia to the last man, but I don't want to do that. He recalls the glowing spirit's plea. This is a direct request from a wind spirit, so I understand why you want me to back Balm. He thinks for a moment. But the finer details are being left up to me, so I'm going to do it in my own way. A small wind spirit flutters near Tseleng, a constant reminder of his true mission. Aesir realizes the core of the request. Really, what the wind spirits asked of me is just to aid Tseleng. And that doesn't necessarily have to involve saving Balm, he considers. I could simply sweep her up and take her away from here, and teach her how to best commune with the spirits so that she can live independently. He pops a curd into his mouth and immediately dismisses the thought, but that would leave a terrible taste in my mouth, so no. His gaze softens. Still, all this wide open space in these vast plains, I wish I could give her the freedom to actually take advantage of it. She's just a kid. Later, Aesir's decision is met with outrage from the tribe's elders. You won't slay the flame child. Inside the main tent they surround him, shouting, why won't you do battle with them? You're a sham, a fraud. Aesir's patience wears thin. Don't make this a pain. I'll fight them off by myself if I must, but I don't plan on taking any lives. He glares at them. Plus, if you don't like me sharing my view, you're welcome to figure something out for yourselves. The elders shudder under his intense gaze. Aesir sighs in annoyance. Man. One of the elders scoffs. What, you think people should do what you say just because you're old? Aesir smirks. Hey, if we went by that logic, all of you should be listening to me. He mentally notes that none of them look older than 60, a stark contrast to his own 209 years as a high elf. Just as the tension is about to boil over, Tseleng speaks, her voice calm and steady. It pains me to burden you alone with this, O envoy of the winds, but we understand. She continues, silencing the murmuring elders. However your grace comes, we are thankful for it. Aesir is taken aback by her composure and leadership. Stepping outside, Aesir stretches, reflecting on the young girl. Damn, a girl of barely 10 years old, bottling up hatred for her father's killers, heedless of the rabble-rousing she's caught up in. He realizes with a jolt, so I guess Tseleng seemed worried for me. He thinks about her potential, she just doesn't know the full potential of the spirits. Her relationship with them does seem very strong. Could be that the wind spirits are the only ones she's connected to. Leaning against a fence, he decides to quantify it. Putting numbers on this is so gauche, buat. He runs a quick mental calculation. If an average elf spirit affinity is a 1, and a standout elf like his old companion Arena is a 3, then Tseleng is already at a 2.5. With my training, Tseleng could be on her level in a few years. He concludes with certainty. Arena would have no issue subduing scores of soldiers on horseback. Tseleng should be capable of the same. A voice calls out from behind him, "O envoy of the winds." Aesir turns. It's Shiro, Tseleng's little brother, looking anxious. The boy suddenly bows deeply before him. "I beg of you." He looks up at Aesir, his eyes filled with desperation. "Please protect my sister." Tears stream down Shiro's face as he confesses his fear. "By all rights, I should be the one taking father's place. I should be the one protecting her, but I am no warrior, not yet." His voice breaks as he pleads with all his heart. "So please, please." Watching the young boy, Aesir reflects with a gentle smile. This kid's also had to grow up fast. He sees Shiro standing solemnly beside his sister Tseleng and thinks, he reminds me of Win somehow. A soft chuckle escapes him, a flicker of a fond memory. Aesir reaches out and gently pats the startled boy on the head. Ruffling Shiro's hair, he gives him a reassuring smile. "Well, I guess I have one more reason to fight. Don't you worry, I'll protect your family, I promise." Some days later, it's clear Aesir has settled in, even showing off his archery skills to the amazed children of the Balm tribe. But on the horizon, a cloud of dust begins to form over the peaceful plains. The ground begins to tremble with the rhythmic thud of approaching hoofbeats. The dust cloud swells, revealing the source, an army on the move. Cresting the hill, the Dahlia tribe's cavalry charges forward, a wave of warriors intent on destruction. Aesir stands alone against the tide, his expression calm as a wind spirit flutters by his side. The Dahlia commander gives the order, "Fire." As a storm of arrows darkens the sky, Aesir looks up with a smirk. "Man, all of this for little old me." He raises a hand, not in surrender but in command. "Spirits of the wind." In an instant, an invisible barrier of air erupts around him, shattering every single arrow before they can even get close. The Dahlia warriors can only stare in disbelief, their attack rendered completely useless. Aesir watches their panic. An army won't cut it, he thinks. Try again, with a hermit or a dragon at least. Refusing to be intimidated, the Dahlia commander bellows, "Charge," and the cavalry thunders forward. The ground shakes as the horsemen bear down on the lone elf. The sight reminds Aesir of his old days, facing down his adventurer party, White Lake. He recalls how formidable they were in their prime. A slight smile plays on his lips at the memory. Back then, his companion's unique abilities often forced him into close-quarters combat, honing skills beyond just spirit magic. Drawing on that experience, Aesir unleashes a focused blast of concussive force, knocking a rider clean off his horse without killing him. He casually flicks his wrist, thinking, but that's not happening with most of them deceased. Should I worry about the horses? Suddenly, a sharp crackle of energy catches him by surprise. An explosion of fire erupts right where he stood, forcing him to leap out of the way. The attacker is revealed, the flame child Gile panting from the effort. Aesir immediately recognizes the technique. No chanting or invocation, just a thought and an explosion, just like I thought, it's just like Martina. He faces the boy, identifying his power, a divine art, pyrokinesis. Gile glares back in rage that his attack failed. "Spirits of fire, shit," he curses. Completely unfazed, Aesir begins walking calmly toward the boy. "Hey there." Gile panics, his confidence shattered. He throws his hands forward, screaming, "Stay back," as he unleashes a massive wall of fire. The flames roar violently, consuming the space between them. Gile watches, breathless, certain that nothing could survive such an inferno. But then a foot steps through the flames, completely unharmed. Aesir emerges from the fire without a single scorch mark. "Okay, are you done emoting?" The flame child's face contorts in pure terror. He can't believe what he's seeing. With the battle clearly decided, Aesir states simply, "Looks like I win." From the village fence, the people of Balm erupt into a massive cheer. They hail him as a hero, the envoy of the winds, celebrating their salvation. Aesir glances at the defeated Gile. Martina's psychokinesis and healing were both pretty handy, but pyrokinesis is cool too. No wonder Dahlia worships him. But the celebration is cut short when one of the elders angrily confronts him. "Why haven't you killed him?" The other elders join in, furious. "The flame child and Dahlia at that, you said you would slay them all." Aesir lets out a laugh, his expression turning sharp. "How strange, I wouldn't think whippersnappers like you would be so forgetful. I said I wouldn't kill them." He gestures to the captured boy, "But hey, if you insist, you're welcome to do it yourself." The elders flinch, silenced by his challenge. With his hair shadowing his eyes, Aesir declares his job is done. "I've brought the flame child to heal, so I don't need to stay here any longer." He turns to the stunned elders and lays out their future. "Now, assuming they raid you all again. Hopefully you can figure something out on your own." He leaves them to grapple with the consequences of their own choices. But just as he prepares to depart, a voice stops him. It's Tseleng. She steps forward from the crowd, addressing him formally. "O envoy of the winds." She bows deeply. "Seeing you unharmed does me well. Thank you, O winds, for your providence." The elders watch, sweating, unsure what their young leader is doing. The rest of the tribe looks on in confusion and anticipation. Even Aesir seems taken aback by her formal display. Tseleng looks at him with unwavering resolve. "Henceforth, please, feel free to do whatever it is you see fit." With the full authority of her station, she makes a declaration. "If you are in need of anything, you only need ask. For we of Balm shall never forget the great debt we owe you. We are ever at your service." Aesir is floored by her political maneuver. "Woo, look at her go. I should revise my view of her." He realizes his mistake. She's as capable as any adult would be in her position. Shame on me thinking of her as just a kid. As she looks up, her eyes hold a depth he hadn't seen before. And for the first time, Aesir is left to truly wonder, what kind of person hides behind that mask exactly? Under the crescent moon, Tseleng and her brother Shiro approach Aesir with a serious request. Aesir gets straight to the point. So, in short, you want to learn how to commune with the spirits for battle, right? Tseleng quietly confirms yes. Her younger brother Shiro bounces with excitement. Can I also learn from you, please? But Tseleng's expression is stern as she tells him, Shiro, this will not be simple play. Aesir agrees easily. Sure, we can start tomorrow. As the siblings celebrate, his gaze shifts to the corner of the room where the captured flame child, Giles, lies awake. And so the next day, their lessons begin. Out in the open fields, Aesir addresses his two new students. I'll be giving you lessons, starting today. He lays out the plan for them. I'll teach Tseleng how to commune with the spirits, and Shiro how to wield a sword. Then he turns to their captive who stands beside him, and I'll teach Giles how to fight without relying on his special abilities. The boy is completely stunned. Huh. Giles explodes in confusion. What the hell do you want to teach me for? We're enemies, I'm your foe, but Aesir looks utterly unimpressed. Foe, you can't be serious. With a dismissive smirk, Aesir leans in. You're no enemy of mine, after all. You're far too weak. The word weak echoes in Giles' mind, leaving him speechless. Aesir clarifies his brutal assessment. Giles' special ability, his pyrokinesis, isn't weak. But that's the only card he has in his hand, Aesir thinks. If that's countered, he's pretty defenseless. He sees Giles as a big fish in a small pond, with no need to grow anymore. And that just strikes me as a waste. But more than that, Aesir sees the truth of the situation. Giles is still just a kid. I don't want his life to boil down to being a living weapon. I want him to be able to live as his own person. Realizing his words have completely broken the boy, he mutters, I broke him, sorry. Changing the subject, Aesir turns back to the siblings. Anyway, I should probably teach you swordplay too, Tseleng. He gets closer, a friendly smile on his face. Want to? Tseleng fidgets nervously. But I am, a woman, would I have the capacity to wield a blade? Aesir's expression softens. Of course you would, he says gently. I learned everything I know about the blade from a woman. A fond memory surfaces as he looks to the sky. She was very strong, and a very beautiful person, he recalls, thinking of Kiha's mother. With the new plan set, Aesir addresses his three young disciples. Right, let's have you make your own practice swords first. I've got a knife and a file ready for use. He knows that Tseleng, Shiro, and Giles have only ever been asked to use their inherent talents. He thinks of his own masters, resolving, I want them to learn new things. I can give them the strength to find a better future. And so, Aesir stayed with the tribe of Balm for a time. As they packed up their camp and moved further south for the winter. From the Great Plains, he accompanied a Balm trading party on an excursion into the southern country of Vivinal. In a bustling marketplace, a local merchant greets him. Well now, strange seeing one of you forestkin round these parts, what can I do you for? Aesir smiles politely. I'm going to craft some swords for some kids, so smelting iron and fuel please. The merchant's friendly demeanor shifts as he glances past Aesir. He eyes the Balm tribespeople waiting behind him with deep suspicion. Aesir quickly steps in to smooth things over. They're good people, he says with a reassuring smile. I've made some friends within the tribe of Balm. The merchant considers his words, his expression unreadable. Finally, he breaks into a relieved grin. The Balm elder exhales in relief. Gotcha, friends of the forestkin, the merchant says. So what do you all need then? Aesir's plan is working. Merchants in the south are wary of nomads, but Balm needs trade, and he's here to act as a mediating third party. He thinks to himself, looks like it's working out. As they complete the trade, the merchant offers a parting warning. Still, steer clear of those Dahlia folk, you hear? They're barbarians, they'll take all you have and raze what's left to the ground. Aesir just smiles faintly. Really, thanks for the heads up. Behind him, Giles, a child of the Dahlia tribe, grips the supplies tightly, the merchant's words stinging him. Aesir watches him from the corner of his eye, understanding the boy's turmoil. He knows Giles is almost always by his side, partly because the Balm elders are terrified of him. They constantly hound Aesir, saying don't take your eyes off him, you're the only one who can control him, much to his annoyance. Aesir thinks I get why the old fogies are so wary of him, but he doesn't expect the boy to start rampaging anytime soon. He sees Giles quietly helping one of the tribesmen with a heavy load. Back at the camp, their training continues. Aesir has only been mentoring the three of them for a short while. Shiro, being the youngest, stumbles the most during practice, getting scrapes on his hands. He tries to hide his tears as Giles watches him. But a hand is never slow to reach out when he does. Giles offers him a salve, his expression a mixture of concern and awkwardness. Though only slightly older than Tseleng, Giles is the oldest of the three, and he's starting to act like it, much to Shiro's tearful gratitude. And so, bit by bit, the three children gradually grew closer. But for Shiro and Tseleng, there's a painful truth they can't ignore. The mere fact of Giles' existence, and the actions of his tribe, directly led to their father's death. Giles knows this all too well, and the guilt agonizes him, making him wonder why they would ever thank him for anything. But by looking past his own tribe and hearing what others have to say, Giles has gradually begun to change. Aesir watches him thinking, he spent his whole life hurting others without ever thinking for himself. So think. Agonize too, make up for lost time if you need to, even if you suffer for it, as long as it's what you choose for yourself. Giles stares up at him and Aesir continues his internal monologue. But, I don't want him to wind up trapped in self-pity forever, so I'll keep a close watch. He suddenly realizes Tusk forgot to grab a souvenir for Tseleng. Giles just looks at him completely baffled. 1 year later Giles has found a place within the tribe. Giles, watch over the sheep would you? A woman asks. He nods in agreement. Right. Bit by bit Giles' position has been changing. He's given gifts and thanks for his help. He's done a lot to help Balm, caring for livestock, sharing burdens and helping Aesir. As Tseleng and Shiro call out to him, Aesir reflects that people find it hard to hate those who earnestly work for their benefit. They don't shun him anymore, they openly greet him. Every single thing he's done has changed his position in the tribe. But even then, for Giles their kindness only seems to give him more to agonize over. Meanwhile, Aesir's lessons with Tseleng continue. He explains what you need to do is convey your imagination to the spirits. He still can't see the full scope of her character. Imagine like sharp little blades spinning around, he suggests playfully, but Tseleng is hit with a wave of spiritual pressure. Blushing she asks, is that not how you discard garbage? Aesir laughs it off. Well, that's easily the most convenient use for this ability, but only so much. Tseleng breaks into a bright, genuine laugh. Seeing her smile, Aesir asks a serious question. Why do you want this power, to avenge your father, to protect Balm? Do you want the power to break free from your cage, or all of the above? Watching Tseleng, Aesir hopes for the best. I only wish that the power to fight won't end up bringing her sorrow, all I wish is for her happiness. And under his tutelage, the children begin to grow. During a sparring session Shiro beams with pride shouting, I got a win on Giles, while Giles sulks in the background. Aesir praises the boy, nicely done, your first one right? He reflects on Shiro's unique strength. Unlike the other two, Shiro doesn't have any special powers, but he keeps his head up and works towards his goal without reservation. Ruffling Shiro's hair, Aesir smiles warmly. You've learned well, young one, not a scratch on you either. It was always a joy to see a kid flourish like this. And so the days passed, they trained together in the open fields. Shared meals as a makeshift family. And Aesir even tried, rather clumsily, to learn how to ride a horse. 3 years fly by, Giles kneels at a freshly covered grave. Aesir notes that the last of the old elders who had opposed Giles' presence had finally passed away. Aesir smirks at the memory of the grumpy old men. In a strange way, their constant nagging gave him and Giles a common enemy to unite against. With the elders passing, the last person to openly condemn Giles was gone. Giles rises, his voice steady as he calls out, Aesir. He stands before his teacher, no longer a boy but a young man forged by 3 years of training and hardship. My master, Giles declares, to rectify the way you humiliated me 3 years ago, my only recourse is to challenge you to a duel. His eyes burn with an intense, unwavering resolve. Aesir looks back, seeing the man his student has become. Giles stands his ground, his challenge hanging in the air. A faint smile touches Aesir's lips. Sure, you've matured, you're a man now and worthy of a serious bout. That night under a crescent moon, the two face each other. Giles, sword in hand, eyes his master skeptically. Hey, are you fighting me with that? He asks, gesturing to Aesir's empty hands. Aesir calmly reveals a small, sharp blade. This is a Grand Wolf Fang knife. It's very easy to use, he says, and I'm quite fond of it. Giles doesn't wait for him to finish, lunging forward with a powerful overhead slash. But with impossible speed, Aesir raises his tiny knife to block the attack. The clang of steel rings out as Giles' massive sword is stopped dead in its tracks, shocking him. Aesir effortlessly sidesteps the blow, his expression turning cold. Is that all you've got? He continues his taunt, moving too fast for Giles to track. Do you expect to beat me with the same move over and over? Giles grits his teeth in frustration. Pushed to his limit, Giles finally unleashes his true power. Flames erupt from the ground as he swings, combining his swordsmanship with his pyrokinesis. Aesir leaps back, a look of approval on his face. Flame and sword working in unison, that's what I wanted to see. He thinks to himself, before his attacks were so linear, but now, in only 3 years he's learned exactly what I wanted to teach him. A genuine proud smile spreads across Aesir's face. In this moment, he's spectacular. But despite his growth, Giles is still outmatched. But, Aesir says, easily parrying another strike, you still need more practice, you can't quite land the hit. In a flash, Aesir closes the distance, his knife flicking Giles' sword from his grasp. That's going to be your next assignment. The duel is over. Giles stands panting and defeated, the cold edge of Aesir's knife pressed against his throat. Aesir casually twirls the knife, the victor. Giles' voice is barely a whisper. Why? Aesir looks at him confused. Suddenly, Giles breaks down completely, tears streaming down his face as he screams, why didn't you just finish me off, just do it. Instead of delivering a final blow, Aesir places a firm hand on Giles' head, shocking the young man into silence. He looks down at his student, foolish disciple. Aesir's voice softens. If the disciple missteps, the master's duty is to correct that, and if he regrets what he's done, it's the master's duty to forgive him. He thinks of his own past, his own teachers. I'm sure that's exactly what my masters would have done too. Aesir pulls back his hand. It's about time you return to Dahlia, right? I'll smooth things over with Balm. Giles is stunned into disbelief. I was going to see you back to Dahlia soon enough anyway, Aesir admits. You have things you just can't wait to do there, right? At these words, the dam breaks and Giles begins to sob. He tries to wipe away the tears, overwhelmed by years of guilt and newfound forgiveness. Just then, a voice calls out his name. Aesir turns surprised. It's Seleng and Shiro, and they've brought a horse for him. Shiro, blushing and emotional, pushes the reins towards him. If you wish to return, you'll need a horse. In the next moment, Shiro tackles Giles in a fierce, tearful hug. Giles is completely taken aback by the sudden show of affection. Seleng offers a gentle, heartfelt smile. May the wind's blessings go with you. Giles finally lets go, clinging to Shiro and crying his heart out in a raw, emotional farewell. As Giles rides off toward the horizon, Aesir watches him go. I have no real idea if he'll be able to live his own life. But I'll give a prayer to the wind, he thinks, standing beside Seleng and a still sniffling Shiro, in the hopes that he can. 2 more years pass. Seleng, now 15, has come of age, carrying herself with a quiet grace and maturity. In that time her power has grown immensely, her communion with the spirits now on par with Arena's, and her skill with a blade has sharpened. Aesir reflects on the 5 years he spent with them. She's gotten so strong. And yet, I still have no grasp of what it is she wants or what she thinks. Watching her, he wonders if she's had the freedom she desired all along. Her life has been filled with hardship, a burden that would crush most people. A life that seems suffocating from the outside. But maybe she was never really tied down at all, he muses. She'll continue to lead Balm if that's what she wants. In the 2 years since Giles' departure, great changes have occurred. He has become the leader of the Dahlia tribe, and trade has been peacefully re-established with Balm. Aesir gets comically emotional, wiping a tear, and Shiro's become a real expert at sword play. Kids grow up so fast. His time here is done. Standing before the siblings, he knows there's nothing left for him to do. Seleng asks the question weighing on both their hearts, will we ever see you again? Their sad tear-filled eyes plead with him. Aesir looks at them, his own expression full of a gentle sorrow. His answer is quiet but firm, no. He softens his gaze, a warm smile spreading across his face. You've grown up so well already. Mounted on his horse, he gives them one last gift. If you're ever in trouble, seek out the Yasogi Ryu dojo in Ludria, drop my name and they'll help you. If fate wills it, that's where I'll be. He turns to ride away, ready to move on without making false promises. But as he leaves the plains behind, he thinks to himself with a fond smile, but I'm leaving this place with a nice story to share. A story he can't wait to tell Kiha, all about his 3 little disciples. He pats his horse, grinning as he rides off into his next adventure. And I can ride horses, gotta tell her all about learning how to do that, right? As Aesir journeys east, he recalls the advice he received before leaving the plains. The people of Balm had 2 key warnings for him. First, when you greet halflings, always dismount your horse. He remembers their kindness. They were a gentle people, and as long as he respected their values, they treated him well, even showing a childlike curiosity about his travels. But their second piece of advice was a grim warning. There's one race, they told him, that's not quite so kind. The sprites, and he was approaching one of their domains now, a sprite ring. Aesir tenses up. He remembers the stories of the sprites, those who covet immortality so much they renounce their very sense of self. Let's get out of here, sire, he whispers to his horse. It's not safe. He was told that all sprites are linked by a single, collective consciousness, timid and cautious, but driven by a cruel, shared malevolence. With a shiver, he recalls the most chilling part of the warning. Any humans that approach these circles are kidnapped and tortured. Children are captured and raised to fight and die for the sprite collective. Aesir's face hardens with disgust. Nasty little pests, he thinks to himself. As they move away, his horse, Sire, suddenly stops. Sire, Aesir asks, confused. The horse lets out a soft neigh, as if confirming it understands the danger they just avoided. A wide grin spreads across Aesir's face. Aw, aren't you a clever thing, he praises his companion. Riding onward, he reflects on his journey. I received this horse, Sire, from Balm. We're traveling east. He knows a horse's life is relatively short. But he pushes the thought away. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Let's pick up the pace, Sire. Pulling out his map, Aesir tries to get his bearings. Let's see, the way to the Golden Empire. He recalls the map given to him. A half-year's trip from the Great Plains to the Golden Empire, a nation comprised of 5 states, the volcanic Black Snow, the river-filled White River, the central Golden State, the coastal Blue Sea, and the mountainous Red Peaks. The travel time sinks in, half a year, eh? But for an elf with a lifespan stretching centuries, he realizes with a smile, wow, that's actually pretty close. Half a year later, Aesir and Sire arrive in the town of Whitetail in the state of White River. The architecture is beautiful, reminding him of Kiha's home, but his entry into the country has been anything but smooth. He flashes back to the troubles he faced. First, he had to pay a bribe just to get an entry permit. This isn't Ludria at all, he'd thought. Then he was scammed at the border, forced to exchange his money at 5 times the normal rate. And the local currency itself was strange, with a large hole in the middle of each coin. Aesir sighs, shaking off the frustration. Lots of annoying things piling up, but oh well, that's on me for not doing my homework. He had found a place to stay, now it was time to hit a pub and gather some intel. As he leads Sire through the bustling streets, his resolve strengthens. My ultimate goal hasn't changed, but if I want to enjoy my journey through this land, I'm going to need to know more of what's going on here. His true purpose lies far to the east, across the sea, in an island nation, the origin of the Yasogi Ryu sword style. And to get there, he needs to learn the lay of the land, a lesson he's now learned the hard way. He steps into a lively pub, a waitress immediately spots him. Welcome, say not from around here, eh honey, what would you like? Taking a seat, Aesir scans the menu. There's so many options, what's your pick, he asks her. She gives him a playful wink. Oh, treating me, I like the apricot wine the best. Aesir lets out a nervous laugh, caught off guard by her forwardness. He decides to play along. 2 glasses of apricot wine then, and something tasty to go with it, of course. With a charming grin, he lays his cards on the table. And in exchange, since I just blew in, can I ask you to tell me all about White River? The waitress Sue is momentarily stunned silent by his directness. But she quickly bursts into laughter. Ahaha, aren't you down to earth honey, generous and cute, just my type. Aesir smirks to himself. He's learned that when someone isn't shy about getting what they want from him, he'll be just as shameless about getting what he wants from them. It's the quickest path to a mutually beneficial exchange. As she serves him, he realizes this straightforward, transactional nature seems to be the way people interact here. The waitress introduces herself. So I'm Sue, you're a forestkin, eh honey? Aesir nods while taking a bite. My name is Aesir, if that's what you call us here. Sue explains forestkin, forest dwellers, what have you. They're a rare sight for those of us who can't enter the Golden State. The old folks out in the sticks will be happy to see you. Aesir's curiosity is piqued. Oh, so is the Emperor and Elf a forest dweller? Sue shakes her head. The Golden Empire's emperor is Jade Dragon Dijun. They call him a hermit, one who doesn't age. An ageless hermit emperor. The idea is fascinating to Aesir. Sue leans in with a conspiratorial grin. Ah, careful honey, doubting his existence is a crime, you know. Aesir muses aloud. The emperor is a hermit angling to become one with nature. The term forest dweller sparks a memory. The shaman Lei Hong from Fodal, he called me a forest dweller, didn't he? As Sue brings another dish, he wonders, could Lei Hong have come from this region? He realizes Sue is proving to be an invaluable source of information. Sue explains that the Golden Empire doesn't have adventurers. Instead, they have wandering warriors called Yaoxia who deal with threats. Aesir asks, so these are strong types. Sue replies, you need more than just strength. Even simple thugs are strong, she continues. Aesir wonders, so what sets them apart? Sue's expression turns serious. They respect human virtue, they strike fear in the strong and save the weak. They do what's right even if it means breaking the law, any who can't live up to that are just phonies. She subtly nods her head across the room, look there. Aesir follows her gaze to a man sitting alone, radiating an intense aura. That man there, Jizu, he's the real deal. As the man turns, Aesir instinctively gives a small, respectful bow. Jizu notices the gesture, his expression calm and acknowledging. Aesir senses a quiet dignity about him. Well, he seems polite, Aesir thinks, a bead of sweat on his brow, but also, there's an incredible power about him. Aesir's eyes lock onto a formidable figure across the pub. The man's skin is marked with what looks like obsidian scales. Aesir thinks to himself, I would bet money. He must be pretty strong. His curiosity is piqued. He turns to the waitress Sue. A what? He asks as she points the man out. Jizu, she says, he's an Earthkin. Sue explains that the Earthkin are a people from the northern state of Blacksnow. They've got these metals and gems that coat their skin, she says. They're sturdy, tough as nails and with an appetite to match. They have this funny class system, she continues with a smile. Commoners have rocks, soldiers have metals and nobles have gems, but it's all lost on the layman, you can't really tell just from a glance. Aesir listens, completely absorbed. Suddenly Sue's expression changes. Ah, almost forgot to tell you something important, honey. Be careful by the riverbanks, it's dangerous there. Seeing Aesir's confused look, she elaborates. There's a lot of quarreling over who has the rights to use them. The Sailing Guild and Trade Guild both want all the pieces of the pie. Aesir lets out a small laugh. That takes me back. Funny, I thought these places couldn't be more different and yet the East and the West quarrel over the same things. Sue pouts, annoyed. Hey, it's no laughing matter, honey, I'm serious. A few days pass in the town of Whitetail. Back at the pub, Sue's excited voice rings out. I've heard all about it, honey. Her face is flushed with excitement as she leans in close to Aesir. You saved a kid at the riverbanks. You did, the very model of righteous chivalry. Aesir looks completely flustered by the attention covering his ears. Ah, word travels fast, he mutters as the memory of the event comes flooding back. He recalls how it all started. I was out taking Sire for a stroll, he thinks, just a simple, leisurely tour of Whitetail. Suddenly, things turned bad as I crossed a bridge. I had stumbled right into a dispute between the unions. A full-blown brawl had erupted, with men shouting and throwing punches. And then I saw it happening. Amid the chaos, his eyes caught a flash of imminent danger. A hulking man named Hugh Bang, caught up in the fight, was about to trample a small child who was frozen in fear, unable to flee. In that instant, Aesir's expression hardened with resolve. With a shout of stop, he launched himself off his horse, firing an arrow mid-air. It flew true, pinning the man's robes to the wooden bridge and halting him just inches from the terrified child. The chaos momentarily paused. With the child safe in his arms, Aesir faced the furious guild members. Asshole, you're just going to trot off without apologizing, one of them yelled. Aesir calmly stated his purpose. I interrupted the dispute and saw the child to safety. He then shot them a death glare, his voice dropping to a low threat. If you're looking to fight, I can always aim at your vitals. With the thugs silenced by his chilling promise, he took his leave. The memory ends with the child, crying with relief, being reunited with his mother as Aesir and Sire wave goodbye. Back in the present. Sue is still gushing. I can see I set your chivalric spirit ablaze, honey. Aesir shakes his head. Not quite, it was really just for my own satisfaction, nothing so noble as chivalry. A steaming plate of fish is set on the table. Aesir smiles, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Fish, like in Valestrica. As he eats, a thought crosses his mind. If word of what happens already gotten to Sue, the whole debacle must be pissing off the guy I shot, huh? People like that don't take slights to their reputation lightly. I bet they'll try to get even, he muses, chewing thoughtfully. Should probably bump up my departure date, one more thing the East and West share. He considers his options, looking at a map of the region. This country's very vast, I can gather the info I want from anywhere, really. Just then, the pub door slides open with a sharp "Shah," Aesir thinks. It would be a shame to say goodbye to this nice little pub forever. Sue looks up from her work, her eyes wide with alarm. Two men from the trade guild stride in, their eyes fixed on Aesir. It's Huo Bang and his associate. We heard you'd had a little run-in with us, one says, and you would be the forestkin archer. The man barks at Sue, hey, bring us some drinks, woman, making her flinch. He leans over Aesir's table, getting uncomfortably close. We're interested in your services. The two men loom over Aesir, trapping him at his table while Sue watches nervously from a distance. Aesir puts the pieces together. So these guys are from the trade guild. Huo Bang was another name for the sailing guild, right? The man smirks. The silent type A, word to the wise, there's a limit to how much you can mark up a price. They finally lay their cards on the table. We'd like to bring you along on our raids as an archer. There could be some valuable gold ingots in it for you, you know. Aesir lets out a quiet, dismissive chuckle. He looks up, his expression cold and bored. Hey, didn't you hear me laugh? Are you too stupid to guess what my answer is? The man's face contorts with rage. What? He lunges forward, grabbing Aesir's collar. Are you picking a fight with us too? But before he can do anything, a powerful hand grips his shoulder, stopping him cold. Jizu stands behind him, his presence immense and calming. This man is a customer here, he states firmly. I must ask that you take your leave. Faced with the imposing Earthkin, the guild members back down, stomping out of the pub with a final threat. This isn't over. As the door closes, Aesir turns to his rescuer. Thanks for the save. Jizu glances back. No, it seems clear you weren't in any real need of saving. Jizu faces him fully. Frankly, I was simply doing my job. We would have quite a mess if you'd needed to get violent. Aesir just grins, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Frankly, he thinks, I'd love to have a little punch-up with Jizu here. Jizu, seemingly oblivious to Aesir's thoughts, turns away. Please, enjoy your meal. As Jizu leaves, Aesir reconsiders a fight. All those obsidian scales covering his body means my fists would probably just glance right off him. Sue arrives with a feast, relieved. That was a real crisis, honey, but Aesir is lost in thought, his gaze fixed on Jizu's back. This is just like when I'd run into my past masters. I feel this intense fascination with Jizu. Is that why I want to test him? He feels a pang of annoyance. Annoying that I'm getting Jizu to fight my battles for me. Deciding on a new course of action, he pours himself a drink. Maybe I'll hold off on leaving, he thinks, taking a sip, and just see how things play out here. He lets out a long, relaxed sigh. After all, I did bring this on myself. Later that night, the city's festive lanterns illuminate empty streets, but trouble is brewing in the shadows. Inside the pub, Sue hums to herself while combing her hair, when the sound of a door creaking open catches her attention. Her family rushes in, panicked. We heard some sort of noise on the first floor, the old man whispers. It could even be burglars. Sue's face drains of color. Burglars, she yelps. As they peer nervously towards the ground floor, a calm, familiar voice cuts through the tension. Hello there. It's Aesir casually leaning on the counter. At his feet are two men from the trade guild already tied up and subdued. The family stares in shock as he explains, sorry to bother you so late. This lot's from the trade guild. Sue is horrified. Aesir clarifies their grim intentions. They were out to take you all hostage, it seems. You'll want to call the guards. With the immediate threat handled, Aesir's focus shifts. Right, then Jizu, I was just about to head that way. He turns to leave in a hurry, waving goodbye, so I better hurry. Aesir dashes through the moonlit streets, his thoughts grim. Man, these guys will do anything, no matter how low. He gives a silent thanks to the glowing spirit butterfly fluttering beside him. Good thing I was sure to ask the spirits to keep an eye on things around here. He rounds a corner and finds exactly what he feared. Jizu is surrounded, fending off another group of guild thugs with his spear. Jizu's head whips around as he hears Aesir call his name. Aesir shouts from the end of the alley, Jizu, the pub is safe, I caught the intruders there. Now knowing his friends are out of danger, Jizu unleashes his full strength, effortlessly parrying the thugs' clumsy attacks. My thanks, he yells back to Aesir, before smoothly disarming an enemy trying to attack him from behind. With a final, devastating kick, Jizu sends the last thug flying through the air, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. Aesir can only watch, completely floored by the sheer power on display. As Jizu catches his breath, Aesir realizes what he just witnessed. It's not even a question of skill anymore. Jizu's natural potential is just insane. Aesir's mind races, analyzing the fight. That all-metal spear, and he looked like he was holding back. If we had a serious scrap, I'd be liable to break something just hitting him. He nervously sweats. I should be able to win with the spirit's help, but his train of thought is broken when Jizu addresses him. The two meet up. Glad to see you're okay, Aesir says, relieved. Jizu simply nods. I owe you my thanks once more. Watching the formidable warrior, a brilliant, dangerous idea sparks in Aesir's mind. Say, here's an idea. He begins, catching Jizu's attention. They'll just make more trouble if we spin our wheels, Aesir proposes. I was thinking tonight be a good opportunity to take the trade guild out for good. He flashes a wicked grin. What do you say? Jizu mirrors his expression. No more words are needed. Under the crescent moon, the duo sets off. When people gain power through monopolizing violence, Aesir muses. Jizu agrees, yeah. They struggle to maintain a foothold in town if force is what ultimately ousts them, Aesir finishes, as they walk towards their target. They arrive at the imposing trade guild headquarters. Aesir explains that with the guild gone, their corrupt official allies will fall too. Ready? He asks. Jizu responds, ready. Jizu grips his spear, prepared for the assault. With a tremendous crash, they smash through the front gate. Aesir smirks to himself, fight fire, with fire right. After a successful raid, the two have already left the town behind. Aesir examines his prize, a paper talisman. As they travel, Jizu looks over. You stole a talisman from the trade guild's spellmaster. Aesir proudly holds it up. Got me a paper magic tool. What a funny way of casting magic. Jizu sighs in relief. On top of your own strange arts, you understand wielding sword and spells both. I am glad you never took it upon yourself to let loose at the pub. Would you have stopped me if I did? Aesir asks playfully. Jizu answers without hesitation, before you damage the building, yes. Looking back at the distant town, Aesir reflects, we crushed the trade guild and skipped town together. Does this all sit right with you? Jizu recalls the smiling faces of Sue and her family. I would rather not trouble my employers. Aesir understands. For people like them, their actions were a necessary evil. He chuckles, I guess we aren't exactly innocent in all this. Trespassing, property damage. Jizu concedes, perhaps. I wouldn't say that, Jizu counters, surprising Aesir. In the end, we just set the sailing guild up for a clean sweep. Jizu explains that, as he once told Aesir, the town of White River is home to many men of chivalry and valor. He reasons that those men will admire their takedown of the corrupt trade guild. This act of vigilante justice will force the remaining sailing guild to stay honest, lest they face the same fate. Aesir whistles, impressed by the outlaw's logic. That's all kind of freaky, he thinks. Then again, he shrugs, I guess I'm in no position to talk. I'm prone to trampling all over human laws because, hey, I'm a high elf. Changing the subject, Jizu asks, does your journey have a goal? Aesir replies, I'm mostly looking around the Golden Empire, heading east at my own pace. Jizu falls silent, considering Aesir's aimless wandering. He then offers a suggestion. It is not exactly a place of leisure, but the northern state of Black Snow might interest you. Aesir's curiosity is piqued. Jizu describes a harsh, barren land where an active volcano constantly scatters ash, turning even the falling snow black. Aesir deadpans, which is why you're working here and not there. Jizu replies flatly, just so. But Jizu wasn't suggesting a vacation. When I say the area may interest you, I mean that, there is someone it may behoove you to meet. He lets the cryptic offer sink in, give it some thought. But Aesir needs no time to decide. Sure, let's go. Jizu is taken aback by the swift answer, remarking, I had thought forest dwellers were more lackadaisical. Aesir explains his reasoning. I learned a whole lot from this outing. There's so many differences between the East and the West. And I learned about these spell masters, he continues, his excitement clear. I even got my hands on the magic tools the guy used. He grins, looking at the talismans. Koshman would get a kick out of this. I could bring him. Aesir's eyes widen in realization. He thinks to himself, by the time I get there. No, by now he may have already passed on. Maybe I should seek out his pupil or successor then. With that, Aesir and his new acquaintance Jizu leave town, heading towards the northern state of Black Snow. For Aesir, getting to know the stoic spearman was the best part of this whole ordeal. As they travel, Aesir watches Jizu, deeply impressed. Could I learn the spear from him? No way. Our bodies are literally made from different stuff, but I've found a fine master. It'd be a waste not to learn from him. He rationalizes the idea, learning how to handle poles and such would open up new strategies. I'm not cheating on swords, okay? Kihid probably just laughed that off. Jizu suddenly calls out, Sir Forest Kin. Aesir turns, yes. Jizu asks, would you be able to afford stopping to shop along the way? Aesir smirks, oh yeah, I've got money to burn. Then I would advise you to buy as much horse feed as you can, Jizu states plainly, leaving Aesir completely baffled. Jizu elaborates with a grim warning, the land ahead is not kind to horses. Both Aesir and his horse look utterly shocked. Taking his advice, they stop at a small village to stock up on supplies for the difficult journey ahead. They press on, wading through rocky streams, the horse already showing signs of exhaustion. The landscape becomes more desolate as they venture further into the harsh, untamed wilderness. Finally, they reach a mountain pass. We will be in Black Snow from here, Jizu announces, but as they cross the border, Aesir notices something incredibly strange. The ground is blanketed in a thick layer of white ash, but it stops at a perfectly straight line marking the state border. What the heck, Aesir thinks. He glances over at Jizu, who doesn't seem to find the bizarre, unnatural border strange in the slightest. Aesir shivers, yeesh, it's outright odd is what it is. I guess you just get used to it if you live here. As they trudge through the ash, Aesir tries to piece things together, remembering something from his past travels. Let's see, in Whiteriver the spirit they worshipped was a two-tailed white cat. Just then a tiny black turtle spirit flutters by. Seems like the spirit they worship here is a black turtle instead, maybe that has something to do with it. A spirit butterfly dances near him as the idea clicks. Differences in faith, affecting the environment, could it be connected? He decides to trust his companions, but if you guys aren't sending me any warnings then it's probably nothing to worry about. However, the journey was far harsher than he could have imagined, with dangerous monsters ambushing them along the way. Survival was a constant struggle. While Aesir could ask the spirits for water, finding edible food was another matter entirely, with only 1 in 10 monsters being safe to eat. After a long and trying journey they finally arrive at their destination. Blacksnow's sole town, Blackshell, a massive city built underground into the mountainside. Aesir is blown away. Ooh, an underground town just like back in the dwarven country. Jizu quickly ushers him along. Forgive me for rushing you, but let us see to the castle without delay. Loitering will only draw a crowd. The locals are already staring at the elf and his horse. Inside the castle, Aesir learns that an Earthkin's social status is judged by the stones in their skin, and the halls are filled with nobles covered in glittering gems. Aesir asks Jizu, does your obsidian make you a noble or a soldier? Jizu, now wearing a mask, replies, I am no noble, but temporarily adding to my minerals can elevate my status for a time. Using his temporarily elevated status, Jizu leads Aesir through the castle to a private chamber. The doors slide open to reveal 3 smiling handmaidens who greet them warmly. A pleasure to see you. Before he knows it, Aesir is being dressed in elaborate robes. I'm starting to get an idea for who this mystery person is, he thinks, sweating nervously. His suspicion grows. Gotta be the reigning monarch of Blacksnow. Man, I kinda don't wanna. He takes a deep breath and steels himself. But this was Jizu's idea, I'll have to trust him. A soft footstep echoes through the room, and an overwhelming presence sends a shudder down Aesir's spine. Before him stands a stunningly beautiful woman radiating immense power. This feeling, Aesir whispers, could you be a hermit? She smiles, just so, ancient one, and my, such an honor it is to meet you. She sits gracefully on her throne. I am Black Turtle Xuanu, she who rules over Blacksnow. Simply Black Turtle is fine as a nickname, you may call me whatever you like. Aesir is floored, she's the real deal, a hermit. He can feel a massive power concealed within her, not unlike his old master. Xuanu beams, ah, and you dressed up special too, it suits you. Flustered, Aesir tries to bow formally. It is a pleasure too. But she stops him. Please, you needn't force any extra courtesy. If anything, I should be the one lending you more respect. Aesir looks up, surprised by her humility. He lets out a relieved sigh. A relaxed smile spreads across his face. Okay, if you insist, I feel stupid for being so jumpy. He introduces himself properly. I'm Aesir, a high elf. This is my first time seeing a real hermit, not a phony. Jizu was kind enough to lead me here. At the mention of Jizu's name, Xuanu's expression softens. I really do owe him a lot. She looks at Aesir with genuine warmth. How wonderful. That boy was such a troublemaker once, she reminisces. And now he's found a friend, please look after him for me. Aesir observes her posture and grace, reminded of his own master. Looking at her, she carries herself like Kiha did in her twilight years. She must be a master of martial arts. He gauges the sheer difference in their power. I bet she could kill me 10 times before I hit the ground from this distance. He grins, deciding to trust her completely. So, what help is it to doubt her when she's being so friendly, right? Of course. Xuanu returns his smile. But then her expression turns serious. However, given it is an ancient one that now calls upon me, I cannot simply treat you as I would any other ordinary friend, can I? Aesir stands silently as her words sink in. She keeps calling me an ancient one, he thinks. Xuanu continues, you understand, yes. He realizes the significance of the title. It wasn't a racial term like high elf or forest dweller, it was something more fundamental. Xuanu begins to explain the world's creation myth. In the beginning, the creator gave life to 5. The spirits, the high elf, the titan, the phoenix, and the dragon. She clarifies the old terms. The titan was so named because it was titanic in relation to a person. And the person they used as the standard for measurement was the high elf. Ancient One is a name for the high elf that harkens back to the dawn of time when they were one of only 5 beings in the entire world. The first one. With the history lesson over, Xuanu gets to the point. I would implore you, Ancient One, will you hear what I have to say? Aesir cheekily thinks. I just hope the topic isn't old enough that mold's growing on it. Xuanu glares, sensing his thoughts. Can you take this a bit more seriously, please? After his meeting with the Black Turtle Xuanu, the ruler of Blacksnow, Aesir steps out. Jizu is waiting for him in the hallway. Oh, how did your discussion go? Jizu looks a bit nervous. She said you used to be a troublemaker, Aesir groans, remembering the conversation. She taught me in the martial arts, you see. Holding up a small scroll, Aesir smiles. She gave me permission to stay, and a permit allowing passage through the Golden State. Jizu breathes a sigh of relief. Good, good. Aesir's expression becomes thoughtful. If he has a permit, then there's no need to rush things. As they walk through the grand halls, Aesir makes a decision. Actually, I'll be setting off for the Golden State in 5 days' time. Jizu turns to him, and Aesir clarifies, it'd be more accurate to say she asked me to head that way. Jizu offers warmly, I do not have the right to enter, but I would still be happy to continue traveling with you. Aesir is touched by his friend's loyalty. Heh, thanks, I'd be happy to keep going with you too. Jizu smiles back, content with the plan, of course. Aesir reflects on Jizu's kindness. Introducing me to Black Turtle Xuanu was to help my journey, and seeing me all the way to the Golden State is just a bonus because we're friends. Jizu leads him to a guest room. The maids have drawn hot water for you in the tub. Aesir's eyes light up. Ah, a bath, now I can get some real rest. Nice. Jizu chuckles, okay, you're a fan of baths, I'm very grateful to him, Aesir thinks. Sinking into the hot water, Aesir lets out a sigh of pure bliss. But as a spirit flutters by, a thought strikes him. Oh right, water is a valuable, limited commodity here, that's why he drew attention to it. He realizes something felt off when he first explored the town. He hadn't seen a single well. Looking at the precious water splashing in his hands, the weight of their hospitality hits him. Right now, they're really treating me like a king. The realization deepens as he sinks back into the tub. I didn't see any fields either, what do they even eat? A deep sense of unease settles over him. The luxury he's enjoying suddenly feels undeserved. His mind drifts back to his meeting with Xuanu, a hermit. He thinks to himself, a genuine hermit. Her request for me was simple on the surface but obviously concealing a lot. He recalls her exact words, I would ask that you make your way to the Golden State, that was pretty much it. When he tried to ask why, Xuanu had simply apologized. I cannot say anymore, you'll find out why when you get there, he couldn't pry any deeper. Getting dressed after his bath, Aesir muses that while they had plenty of small talk, the central mystery remains. Principally, the mystery of the hermits themselves. He recalls the lore. Hermits draw the power of nature into their body in a cycle, becoming one with nature itself to attain immortality. But Xuanu had told him something interesting. Each state's ruler is a hermit after a fashion. He pictures the map of the land and its rulers. Hermits are supposed to live where nature is strongest, so why would so many of them take up positions in government? A troubling theory forms in his mind. Are they substituting the power of nature with something else? Finishing getting dressed, he steels his resolve. I suppose, I'll find the answer to that question in the Golden State. In my many travels, he thinks, I've been subject to what you could call fate a number of times. He remembers adopting Win, the half-elf, and his competition in the dwarven country. Looking out at the crescent moon, he reaffirms his own will. I'm going east, tracking what I can find of the Yasogi Ryu's scent. This is a journey of my own volition. And yet, as a spirit flutters past, he can't shake a nagging feeling. It's almost like I'm being invariably led this way. Towards the Golden State. A dark look crosses his face. I don't like it. The idea of being a puppet on a string, of some outside influence dictating his path, fundamentally disagrees with him. He collapses onto his bed, letting out a sigh. Man, I guess I'll just see where this goes for now. Reaching a finger out to the spirit, he makes a promise to himself. Come what may, I'll go with my gut when it counts, when it really matters. I'll use this time to figure out what's going on. 5 days later, the journey to the border of the Golden State begins, with Aesir, Jizu, and a group of guards from Black Snow. Jizu still feels he hasn't repaid Aesir's kindness. I really feel as though simply taking more guards to escort you is not thanks enough. Truly. One of the guards sighs, come on, this again. But Jizu is adamant. You just don't grasp how valuable clean, fresh water is in these lands. Aesir, riding beside him, cuts in gently. No, I know, and you were generous enough to share clean water and fresh veggies with me. That was thanks enough. The truth is, while they have a store of cash, Black Snow is not a wealthy land. They trade gems stripped from their own skin for valuables, which they then use to import food and water. Both resources are strictly rationed among the populace. Aesir recalls the typical meal, one bowl of rice and one side dish. That's it, Jizu, he thinks, remembering his shock. The guilt returns full force. These are precious resources, and yet Sire and I took far more than our fair share. I couldn't bear feeling so indulgent. How many meals would this have made for the Earthkin? The memory spurred him to action. He had thought to himself, it's not like I was beholden to them or anything, but is there anything I could do to give back? And then, an idea struck. An idea he immediately put into motion. The result, a brand new well for the town. The spirits did inform me of a water source, and I had a well built on top of it. He adds with a grin, I only let Black Turtle Xuanu know ex post facto. Xuanu, however, was beyond thrilled, shaking his hand with tears in her eyes. Thank you so much, she'd exclaimed, admitting that finding water was a delicate process she wasn't skilled at. And that wasn't all. Aesir had also suggested, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I could send some vegetables that can be grown underground your way. The Dwarven Kingdom cultivates this kind of moss. At this, Xuanu's demeanor had shifted entirely. Gripping his hand with terrifying strength, she leaned in, her eyes gleaming with intensity. We would be very, very grateful if you would. Back on the road, Aesir shivers at the memory. Talk about grip strength, my 5 days there sure went by quick. Night falls over the traveling party. They gather around a crackling campfire, sharing stories and laughter. One of the guards turns to Aesir, but it was also very much amusing, no. Aesir remembers, see, when you were giving the children rides on your horse, Sir Aesir, will switch off every 100 steps. During his 5 days in Black Snow, Aesir found moments of simple joy, even playing with the local children. He couldn't help but laugh as a little girl playfully grabbed his long elven ear. Jizu watched them, remarking, "There's grand things in store for her. I guarantee it." Aesir reflects that he had initially wanted to help their smithing industry. But his stay was too short to make a real impact on that front. Still, he had other ideas. He'd casually mentioned to Xuanu that he wanted to craft a magic sword, and her eyes lit up. "A magic blade? What's that? Sounds cool." Aesir explained that here, magic is called spellmastery, and Xuanu suggested that the peerless master, White Cat Leijun, would definitely be interested in seeing him work. So he told her if my stay in the Golden State is long enough, I may end up crafting one. But Xuanu's response was complicated, a quiet, unreadable smile that left Aesir wondering. As he prepared to leave Blacksnow, he couldn't shake the feeling that his journey might be cut short for reasons he couldn't yet see. "Night-night," he says to his companions. And so, after 5 days, the time came for Aesir to depart for the Golden State. When they arrive at the border, Aesir is stunned. A colossal rampart stretches as far as the eye can see. It's, wow, huge. Jizu explains the rampart surrounds the Golden State entirely. Entry and exit is only permitted through each state's gate. Standing before the massive gate, Jizu stops. "This is as far as we go, right?" With a gentle smile, he gives his farewell. "Aesir, be well." Aesir knows this is likely another permanent goodbye, but he smiles back. "Yeah, likewise." Instead of some grand, flowery speech, they share a simple, firm fist bump. As Aesir thinks to himself, overly grandiose words of parting just aren't our style. With a final nod, he urges his horse forward. "Let's go, sire." He rides through the gate, which begins to close behind him with a heavy, final thud. The moment his horse's hooves touch the ground on the other side, the stone path gives way to soft grass. Suddenly, a wave of immense power washes over him. He looks back in shock. The path he just took, the gate, everything, has vanished, replaced by a dense, ancient forest. His horse rears in panic, but Aesir quickly calms him. Whoa, it's okay, sire." He recognizes this feeling instantly. It's the same powerful wards created by spirits and sacred trees that protect his home. There's no mistake, he realizes. This region is an elven sanctuary. But as he looks back toward where the gate was, something bothers him. Elves wouldn't build a massive stone wall like that. He wonders, are the elves here segregated from other races, or are they putting on a show as some kind of upper class? Just then, figures emerge from the trees, their voices echoing with reverence. "True ancestor, ancient one." 2 elven guards bow before him. "Welcome to the aged golden forest." With hands over their hearts, they declare, "We forest kin are overjoyed for your arrival. Truly, it is an honor." Aesir is completely baffled. True ancestor, who the hell? But deciding to just roll with it, he ignores their offer to guide him and simply rides on. The elves watch in disbelief as he heads deeper into the woods alone. They're shocked when he calls back, "I have no need of guidance." With unshakable confidence, he declares, "The trees will show me the way. The forest is, after all, my domain." As he travels, with the 2 elves now following at a distance, he internally grumbles, "Man, and now I've got an even more pretentious name." He muses that the only real difference between high elves and regular elves is spirit aid and a couple centuries of lifespan, basically a margin of error. It's nothing to make a fuss about. For Aesir, this journey through his element felt like a leisurely stroll. He was completely at home, stopping to snack on the forest's bounty. Sacred trees would drop a pew of fruit for him, without him even asking. He happily shared the fruit with his horse, and the 2 elves trailing him. The elves could only watch in awe. The hermitic shrub shed these hermitic peaches of its own accord. I should expect no less. Aesir takes a bite, pleasantly surprised. "Oh nice, the ones here taste like peaches." It was easily the most relaxing trip he'd ever been on. After 2 weeks of peaceful travel, he senses they've finally reached the center of the region, marveling at how much bigger it is than his own home. A question forms in his mind. So something in the land here, in this vast region, is producing a powerful enough force that the entire area is a sanctuary. He begins to formulate a theory. He'd always assumed his home, the Pulha Sea of trees, existed to guard the deep woods within it. But what if it's the opposite? What if something deep in the woods generates a mysterious power, and that power is what created the entire forest around it? If that's true, then the massive wall surrounding the Golden State takes on a new meaning. Was it built to keep invaders out, or to keep that immense power contained? What could the High Elves have been hiding all this time? He racks his brain for an answer. And then it hits him, a sudden chilling realization. I've had the answer to that all along. He remembers an ancient lesson about the 5 original beings. The spirits, the true dragon who sleeps until the end of time, the true titan above the clouds, the true phoenix of rebirth, and the true elves. He starts connecting the dots. Spirits are everywhere, and high elves are no different. The titan would be far above the clouds, inaccessible. That leaves only one possibility, the phoenix. That's what's kept in the deep woods. The legendary creature born to link heaven and earth. The idea sounds completely ridiculous, but he realizes there's something that corroborates it. He remembers what Su told him about the Golden Empire's ruler, an ageless hermit named Jade Dragon Dijun. The final piece clicks into place, revealing a terrifying truth. The entire Golden Empire is not a nation but a cradle, a prison, a seal designed for one purpose, to keep the true dragon whose awakening heralds the end of the world sound asleep. Aesir arrives at the center of the Golden State, a massive palace radiating an almost suffocating aura of power. Walking the halls, he can feel the immense energy. It's so much power, he thinks, good thing they're looking after sire. He stops before a single door, sensing the source of the overwhelming presence. This room, yeah, it's in here. As the doors creak open, a calm voice echoes from within. Greetings. A man in regal attire stands waiting for him. And welcome, ancient one, your name is Aesir, is it not? Aesir's expression remains neutral. He's not surprised this man knows who he is. The man smiles warmly, introducing himself. I am Jade Dragon Dijun, such a pleasure it is to receive you. But Aesir isn't buying the friendly act, he's already put the pieces together. If I'm right and this powerful force is coming from the slumbering dragon. A small knowing chuckle escapes Aesir's lips, he sees right through the facade. Dijun's smile falters slightly. Such a shame, from the look in your eyes I can see you've already arrived at your own conclusions. Aesir's gaze hardens, he's here for answers not games. Without warning, Aesir's fist connects squarely with Dijun's face, sending the ruler's headdress flying. The force of the blow sends Dijun staggering back. Aesir clicks his tongue in annoyance, not wasting a moment. But Dijun is completely unfazed, he gracefully flips back to his feet, dusting himself off with a smile. My, isn't that quite the greeting? Have I perhaps done something to offend? Aesir sizes him up. If he's a hermit who's been absorbing power from the dragon, then I bet he could kill me in a flash just like Shuanu. Despite the danger, Aesir decides to lay his cards on the table. Still, I just have one thing to say before anything else. He points an accusing finger at the hermit. If you've got a favor to ask, then actually ask, politely. If you're going to twist my arm, then do it. If you want my trust, then reach out to me in good faith. Aesir stands his ground, issuing a clear ultimatum. But if you string me along like this for even a moment longer, I don't care how strong you are, I will make myself a problem. His eyes burn with determination. Dijun is momentarily stunned into silence by the elf's sheer audacity. Then the tension shatters as Dijun erupts into boisterous laughter, much to Aesir's irritation. Wiping a tear from his eye, Dijun concedes. Oh dear, it was never my intent to provoke you, you're so frank and simple, I see why Xuanu is so taken with you. Getting serious, he finally reveals the truth. Allow me to be frank in kind. The moment you set foot within the Golden Empire, the dragon sensed your presence and it stirs from its slumber. Dijun explains the mission. Aesir must meet the true dragon and lull it back to sleep. Aesir is confused, but I thought the dragon's sleep continues until the end of time. He quickly does the math. So, if the dragon woke up first, the end of the world follows, Dijun confirms with a casual smile, more or less. Aesir quietly processes the horrifying implication. And then it hits him. Wait, the world's in grave danger right now and it's all my fault. He realizes Dijun's strange behavior was because the hermit was blaming him the entire time. Dijun waves it off. Your arrival was mere chance, I heard you've been on a journey. He adds, besides, you may not be the only thing disturbing the dragon's sleep. But Aesir is still in full-blown panic mode. After calming down, Aesir listens as Dijun speculates that the dragon's energy might have made him more aggressive. Over tea, Dijun begins to explain the history of the land, which was once a monster-infested wasteland created by the dragon's power. He tells of 4 divine vassals brought into being to protect the dragon's slumber, whose presence is marked by shrines throughout the empire. Aesir recalls seeing the small shrines, including one dedicated to a familiar-looking white cat. The vassals' main goal was to protect the dragon's sleep, leaving monsters alone as long as they didn't get too close. This created a cycle of conflict, with monsters invading other lands and humans invading the wasteland to fight them. To solve this, the vassals decided to govern the wasteland as a country, coexisting with humans to prevent them from disturbing the dragon. Dijun explains that he and the 4 other hermits were chosen to rule, each taking a name associated with one of the vassals. Together, they conferred with the vassals and created a new system to manage the land and the dragon's power. Dijun's duty is to manage the golden state and contain the dragon's immense power, which functions similarly to hermetic techniques. He reveals the primary containment device, the massive forest surrounding them which absorbs the dragon's leaking energy. And the elves, the forestkin, live there to tend to the woods, unknowingly serving a crucial purpose. Aesir finally understands the empire's structure. The other hermits isolate their lands, drawing power from their respective vassals. It all seems a bit extreme to Aesir, but Dijun insists every measure is absolutely necessary. As they walk down a spiraling staircase, Dijun's tone becomes cold. He states that he is not in a position to judge the hermits' actions as right or wrong. He reveals their chilling philosophy: should any other nation grow corrupt, it can always be torn down and rebuilt. Only the golden state, the heart of the containment, is indispensable. Dijun leads him onward, stating simply, the hermits, like any people, do what they do to survive. As they go deeper, the dragon's aura grows stronger, feeling like a pleasant warmth to Aesir. But for Dijun, the raw power is too much. He covers his mouth, looking ill. Unfortunately, this is my limit. He collapses on the stairs, apologizing. Aesir assures him he can continue alone. Dijun hands him a lantern. I leave it to you. Right, Aesir replies, taking it. Aesir descends the final steps alone, the thought echoing in his mind. A real dragon. He muses to himself, a dragon that can destroy the world would have to be a really big son of a gun. Am I going to have to shout? He enters a vast, brightly lit chamber at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, is this it? Before him, shimmering particles of light begin to coalesce, forming a shape of unimaginable size. A colossal white dragon materializes, its voice ancient and powerful. "Good morrow, old friend, dost thou seek the end of the world?" Panicked, Aesir quickly waves his hands. "No, no, sorry to wake you." The dragon turns its massive head. "It is no matter, but now that we meet, a decision must be made. My friend, wouldst thou tell me of the world?" Aesir laughs, realizing the scale of the task. Sure, but it's a pretty long story, I can't tell you everything all at once." He comes up with a plan on the spot. "How about this, I'll come back to tell you a little bit every day." He smiles, his idea fully formed. He would give the world-ending beast a bedtime story to lull it back to sleep. And so Aesir begins his tale, starting from the very beginning. The title of the first act is The Knife Ears and the Rock Muncher. For years, Aesir would visit the dragon, recounting every adventure he'd ever had. During one story, the dragon asks a question. "If monsters blanket the land, dost thou come to me with a crisis beyond thy control?" Aesir guesses, "Is that when you do your thing?" The dragon confirms, "Indeed, to end the world and begin anew." It explains that after the apocalypse, it would be up to Aesir and the spirits of nature to spark life once more, revealing a destiny Aesir never could have imagined. Aesir lets out a sigh, completely unimpressed. You know, he thinks, this is the kind of critical information I would have liked to have been told before I got here. After his first storytelling session, Aesir turns to leave. "All right, that's enough for today. I'll continue the story tomorrow, same time, same place." The massive dragon looks on, utterly bewildered. "What?" The true dragon, now completely invested, leans in close. "Thou spoke of a dwarf, but he's yet to appear." Aesir calmly replies, "Well, you kept interrupting to ask for more details." The dragon's voice booms with amusement. "Thy storytelling is fascinating, my friend." Aesir just laughs, "Ahaha, I learned that from someone I knew." A month passes in this strange new routine. Aesir narrates, "I've been sharing my story with the dragon for a month now." The dragon rests its head peacefully. "This gatekeeper must be a kind soul, right?" The dragon is hooked, practically begging for more. "Wilt the dwarf emerge tomorrow?" Aesir explains, "I only spend an hour on this each day. Which means I've got a wealth of free time." He waves goodbye to the disappointed dragon. "See you." Or so he thought. Suddenly Xuanu appears with a bright smile. "Heyo, figured we'd check on you." She gestures to the old man beside her, white cat Leijun. "Well, I did tell Xuanu I might craft a magic sword," Aesir recalls. Leijun bows, explaining he'd like to see the process of crafting a magic sword directly. Xuanu continues and also learns smithing. Aesir is taken aback. "Huh, can you even lift a hammer?" White cat Leijun just chuckles. "Nyahaha, of course I can." And so a deal was struck. In exchange, Aesir explains, Xuanu will teach me a whole host of martial arts, and White Cat here would teach me about the system of magic used in this region. His free time vanished instantly, replaced by a triple daily special of training. The days blur into a grueling training montage. With each swing of his glaive, the count rises, 498, 499. He completes the final rep with a powerful swing, 500, Xuanu watches, impressed, "Good job." She turns with a graceful twirl, "Go on and take a break while I get the tea." Exhausted, Aesir calls out her name, Xuanu. "Given that there are 4 true dragons, would you know where any of the others are?" Xuanu freezes, her face a mask of pure shock. "Huh." She whirls around, pointing accusingly. "If that's a joke, then it's not funny," but Aesir is completely serious, gesturing towards the palace. "Nope. The true dragon here told me as much just yesterday." Xuanu's mind is reeling. "Ah wah wah, the gods created them in imitation of the original. There are other kinds of dragons too, like elves to high elves." She can't process the information overload. "Stop," she yells, holding up an imaginary sign, "and if the true titan exists, it would stand to reason that false titans." Aesir cuts her off. "Okay." Aesir shrugs nonchalantly. "Ah well, figures she wouldn't know. If any others were nearby, I was going to go do the same thing to them. But if nothing else," he continues, his expression turning serious. Xuanu collects herself, a weary look on her face. "We do know one other story from ages past," she concedes, "a story of a crescent-shaped island to the east, where men in the south battle Oni in the north." She lets out a heavy sigh, her eyes filled with concern. "The land you're making your way to." Aesir's mind races, connecting the dots. "Oni, I mean, kind of." Xuanu looks at him intently. "Say, have you ever heard of Oni? The Oni there worship the true titan as a..." She pauses, choosing her words carefully. Her voice drops as she explains their origin. "Mana can twist men into many different kinds of demon, just as too much mana will eventually turn animals into monsters. The Oni descend from what few demons survived." Aesir's eyes widen in shock as she reveals a dark history, and so, they were deemed too great a threat and exterminated. The ancient ones had a hand in that, in fact. A scarce few demons survived, however. She gestures to a map of the Crescent Island, and now, they control half of that eastern island. Every nation of men on that island could only join forces to battle the Oni. Xuanu's expression becomes grim, but that also means it's possible the school your master's style descends from has already been wiped out by the Oni. The words hit Aesir like a physical blow. She looks at him with pity. "It's a land of strife. I can't say for sure you'll find what you're looking for there." Aesir stands silently for a moment, processing the devastating news. Finally, he asks, "Is there anything else?" Xuanu is confused. Aesir clarifies, "Anything else the island nation is known for." She thinks for a moment. Well, There's this great big and very old tree in the middle of the island called the Fusu tree, something about being planted by titans. A small smile returns to Aesir's face, his resolve hardening. Then I'll go to see that. I'll pay my respects to the giant tree and be on my way back. Xuanu can only look on, unconvinced. But Aesir's mind was made up. With that my path was clear, and Xuanu had nothing more to say. 7 years fly by, 7 years of training and 7 years of stories. Aesir watches his faithful horse, Sire. It's been 7 years since I first began sharing my story with the dragon. Sire sired his own child not too long ago. The hermits Jade Dragon Dijun and White Cat Leijun have grown incredibly fond of the horse. They even went so far as to set up a pasture and find him a purebred mare. Aesir reflects on his bond with his companion. Sire is attached to me more than anyone else, but according to Xuanu, that island is a very dangerous place. He looks out over the peaceful pasture, thinking about it. I'm pretty sure Sire'd have his happiest life here. He knows it's the right choice. I doubt anyone would care for him better than the hermits. They even let him snack on the hermetic peaches. As Sire looks over inquisitively, Aesir makes his decision. So leaving Sire with them would be for the best, I think. He leans against the fence, a wave of sadness washing over him, except for how much I'll miss him, of course. During those 7 years his skills have grown immensely. He tells Xuanu, I've learned a fair bit of martial arts these past 7 years, though you praise my swordplay most of all. She agrees, it's a style that seems made for you from the ground up. Xuanu smiles gently. It's a terrible shame to think your master is no longer with us. She was really praising his master, Kiha. Aesir beams. Hearing that makes me much happier than any words of praise for me. Works for me. He remembers his master's words, her dedication. A scant few decades isn't enough time to reach Kiha's level, but someday I'll reach that same pinnacle. He looks forward with renewed purpose, and so, on this very day, that's the goal I've gradually come to in these past 7 years. The time has finally come. Leaning against the now peaceful dragon, Aesir finishes his tale. The story I've shared with you catches up to the present moment, and that's that. The great dragon stirs from its slumber. Its voice echoes in the chamber, full of warmth. My friend, thy time in this world has delighted me to no end. It reflects on the emotions it has experienced through Aesir's stories. Joy, sorrow, love, fury, and all that remains is heartache and contentment. The dragon rises to its full, magnificent height. My friend, the world thee speak of is a wondrous one. Several large, glowing scales detach from its body and float down towards Aesir. Though it may be a mere trifle, I can do no more in thanks. Use them as thee see fit. Aesir catches one of the scales, surprised by its lightness. Wow, so light and thin, he exclaims. You call me friend so honestly. You don't need to fret over thanking me. The dragon lets out a soft laugh. It leans down, its massive head resting near him. There is no need to burn the world to ash. Aesir gives its snout an affectionate pat. My sleep resumes for a while longer, the dragon says. As it settles back into its slumber, its voice fades. If someday thou would call upon me again, and share more of thy story, that would bring me great joy. Aesir places a hand on its massive form. Rest well, old friend. And so, his long mission was complete. Back outside, the hermits are in an uproar. Who? The true dragon scales. Aesir's job in the Golden Empire had come to an end, and yet. He turns to the frantic hermits. Yeah, I'll need to process these to make something, so, any idea on how to do that? They shout in unison. Obviously not. His departure was delayed just a tiny bit. Aesir muses aloud. If I do come back and speak to the dragon again, the first thing I want to talk about is what I do with these scales. A hammer's not gonna break these. The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through Dijun and Xuanu. He holds up a scale with a cheerful grin. I'll see if I can't melt this down in a furnace. The hermits collectively lose their minds. Stop. No, no, no. But despite the delay, Aesir's path is set. The world isn't ending anytime soon. The next stage of his journey will be the Eastern Island Nation, and he couldn't begin to guess what might be waiting for him there. Aesir's next journey is set. He must travel east from the Golden State through Blue Sea and take a ship from the coast to the island nation of Fusu. But that was the plan a year ago. After his fateful meeting with the Golden Dragon, it took a full year for Aesir to finally set foot on this boat. He spent that time working on a personal project, gazing out at the sea as he recalls. Working with the dragon scale was tricky. The material was nearly indestructible. It ultimately came down to a combination of strength, finesse, and a bit of ingenuity, using a magic tag to temporarily weaken the scale so his magic sword could finally cut it. He smiles at the memory. Trying a bunch of different stuff was fun, though. I learned a lot. His most important discovery was that when the scale comes into contact with mithril, it produces a powerful magical force. This force could even be harnessed. By combining a dragon scale, mithril, and sprite silver, one could theoretically create a magic tool that anyone could wield, even those with no magical aptitude. Aesir lets out a sigh. It's a nice thought, but purely hypothetical. The materials required for that are a hurdle unto their own. After all, dragon scales and rare dwarven metals are basically SSR tier drops. So for now, he put his research to more practical use. He used the cut-up bits of the scale to line his cloak for protection, keeping the rest safely stowed in his bag. He also made sure to stock up on as many hermit peaches as he could possibly carry. A nearby crewman sweats with relief. Thank goodness you didn't go overboard. Aesir sheepishly apologizes, realizing he's probably carrying the most expensive piece of cargo in the world. As the ship sails on, a quiet moment allows his thoughts to drift. I wonder what Sire's up to right now. A faint, bittersweet smile crosses his face as he thinks of his loyal companion. He remembers that Sire has a new life now, with a mate and a foal of his own. It wouldn't be right to drag him along for my own convenience, he thinks. He recalls the day he was setting off. Sire saw him with his cloak and bag, ready for a journey. His old friend looked right at him, neighing with excitement, fully expecting to come with him. Aesir hugs his horse, fighting back his emotions. I was this close to tears. The memory fades, leaving Aesir alone with the vast, empty ocean. Going it alone once more, it feels lonely, I guess. The freedom of riding with his friend feels like a lifetime ago. His melancholy is suddenly shattered by a shout from the crow's nest. Land Huo. The crew springs into action, preparing to dock. Aesir's journey is about to begin again. As they pull into the harbor, Aesir gets his first look at the land of Fusu. The city of Kaiyu unfolds before him, a sight to behold. He's completely stunned, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. Walking through the streets, he's amazed. It's a classic Japanese-style town with everyone in kimonos, but something else stands out even more. He spots a figure in a boat by the docks and calls out, "Excuse me, heyo, you there?" The person in the water looks up. "You a foreigner, funny clothes." Aesir kneels down on the pier. "Yes, this is my first time here." He asks if he can bother him with a few questions, and the man splashes out of the water, agreeing. As the man pulls himself onto the dock, Aesir sees his tail. The merman laughs heartily. "First time seeing a merman too, eh?" Aesir, fascinated, asks what he does for work. The merman explains, "Juice helpin' with some trade here. Typically do transport work for the battlefield though." He pulls out a map showing Aesir the crescent-shaped island, divided into territories for humans, mermen, and the Oni. As they sit on the dock, the merman asks, "If you never seen a merman, how about a wingman?" Scene 1, Aesir looks around blankly. "No, where?" "In the sky." The merman chuckles, telling him they have their own town and he's bound to run into them. Suddenly the merman remembers something important. "Ah, you ought to get your money converted, eh?" He gives directions to a place down the street, right next to a soba shop. The word soba immediately captures all of Aesir's attention. The merman notices Aesir trailing him. "Ah, say buddy, you following me?" Aesir can only admit that he is. They arrive at the soba shop, and it's clearly the place to be, with a long line of people waiting outside. The locals murmur amongst themselves about the unusual crowd. Soon the topic of conversation shifts to the newcomer. "It's because there's a foreigner visiting," one says. "A sailor from the Empire," another asks. Inside, the whispers continue as Aesir takes a seat. "No, I think he's from a bit farther away than that." But Aesir is oblivious to the gossip. His entire world narrows as a steaming plate of soba is placed in front of him. Without hesitation, he dips the noodles into the sauce and takes a massive, satisfying slurp. His face explodes with pure joy. "So good," he declares, leaving the other patrons speechless at his passionate reaction. He's in absolute heaven, lost in the flavor. Soba, oh soba. He'd had buckwheat before on the mainland, but only in things like galettes and pancakes. It's the unique soy sauce that elevates it to a whole new level. His sheer enthusiasm is turning heads all over the restaurant. As he continues to eat, the taste unlocks a flood of memories. The culture here really is so much like my past life, such a nostalgic taste, he thinks to himself. He'd eaten rice in other lands, but the preparation was always too different to trigger this feeling. The only time he'd tasted anything like this was at Kiha's home, where the Japanese-style ingredients were rare and expensive imports. The realization hits him. He looks down at his meal with a newfound melancholy. Kiha and her mother would have loved the food here, I bet. He can't help but imagine their happy faces, wondering what they would think and say about the authentic taste. His nostalgic daydream is interrupted by a clatter as someone approaches his table. An elderly man with a friendly face asks, "Hey there, stranger. Is this seat taken?" Aesir quickly replies, "Nope, feel free." The man sits down. "I'm a merchant by trade. Can't help but wonder about those clothes of yours." He asks if they're from the Golden Empire. "Nope," Aesir says with a smile, "a bit further west." The merchant guesses the Great Plains, but Aesir corrects him again. "Even further west, a land called Ludria." The name means nothing to the old merchant. The merchant is stunned. "Well, you've come a long way, quite the trip." Aesir just shrugs, "I guess." Aesir confirms that his shirt and cloak are indeed from his distant homeland. He then wiggles his pointed ears playfully. "Though I'd expect my ears to stick out more than my outfit." The merchant looks, considers it, and chuckles. "Ah, sure, fair enough." As Aesir eats, an elderly merchant sharing his table strikes up a conversation. "I'm a merchant," he says with a warm smile. "And honestly, what foreigners have is nothing compared to my countrymen with wings on their backs and fins instead of legs." Aesir pauses, chopsticks in hand, completely taken aback by the man's casual acceptance. Huh. The simple, peaceful atmosphere of the soba shop stands in stark contrast to the profound cultural difference Aesir is realizing. He reflects on his travels. In Ludria and the Golden Empire there were other races living in the towns, sure, but I never felt like they were seen as countrymen. It was rare. Looking around at the diverse patrons, he understands. This man sees the other races here as his own people, and I bet everyone else feels the same way. Aesir turns to the waitress. "Excuse me, can I get the used soba water too?" he asks before thinking to himself. I guess the central dwarven country is similar, but this feels different. The other customers murmur in surprise not at his elven ears but at his request for soba water. Aesir closes his eyes, a small smile on his face. So my being a foreigner sticks out more than my race. There's still a wall, but at least there's a reason for it. As the waitress brings the hot water, he thinks, but individuals can overcome those walls. A memory of Kiha warms his heart, just like how Kiha came to love me. With renewed clarity, Aesir sets his priorities. Okay, my goals in this land are to trace the source of the Yasogi Ryu and see the Fusu tree. The tree isn't going anywhere, so that can wait. He pours the steaming soba water into his cup. I'm not even sure if the Yasogi Ryu school still exists. I'll start by getting the lay of the land and learning what I can. He takes a sip, the warm liquid calming him. Searching every inch of this place alone would be tough, to put it lightly. He lets out a long, satisfied sigh, feeling a sense of peace and purpose. His plan is simple and straightforward. Step 1, find an inn. Step 2, find a pub and gather information. After a few days of asking around, Aesir has a much clearer picture of Fusu. From the harbor city of Kaiyu, he's learned of the capital, Aoto, a place where humans, mermen, and wingmen all live together. That sounds like the perfect place to start. So Aesir departs from the coast and heads inland, making his way towards the great city of Aoto. As a black kite soars overhead, he thinks about what he's heard. Smithing, manufacturing, and plenty of dojos. I have to see what I can find there. His keen senses pick up on something ahead. He stops, looking out over a vast, beautiful landscape of rice paddies, where farmers are hard at work. He learns that the entire region from here to the capital is one massive stretch of farmland, dedicated to feeding the nation. A farmer tends to the young rice shoots in the water. Aesir watches with a gentle smile. I've personally never had anything to do with this, but it feels nostalgic. He continues his walk, lost in thought. It's all just blurred memories of a past life. I don't even know where I would have seen this before. Maybe I'm a bit homesick. His thoughts are interrupted by a child's shout. Sis, that guy's got funny clothes. The older sister quickly shushes him. Hey, don't be rude. Aesir simply smiles and gives a polite bow. It's fine, don't you worry. The young woman blushes, embarrassed, and quickly bows back. Sorry. After the brief exchange, the woman shares a piece of local history. Long ago, rare though it was, the Oni are said to have popped up right here. Aesir's friendly demeanor vanishes. She explains the Oni would follow the river all the way from the Fusu tree to pillage, raid, and capture human women. A dark history is revealed. The Oni, though stronger than humans, are fewer in number. To bolster their forces for war, they resort to a horrifying tactic, capturing human women to breed half-Oni. These half-Oni mature quickly, stronger than humans but weaker than their pure-blooded masters. They are nothing more than a slave class, born into chains, and sent out to die as the main force in this brutal war. The grim reality of the conflict settles in. Aesir processes this. Crossbreeding between races is usually prohibitively unlikely, but the Oni are said to be descendants of demons who were once men. He continues his journey, the woman's story weighing heavily on him. If there are enough of them that they serve as the main force. Could Oni and humans effectively be the same race when it comes to breeding? The implications of this biological horror are staggering. He looks to the sky, a sense of dread washing over him. Should the Oni expand their territory and influence, I expect only grim outcomes. He mulls over the logic of the war. They started this war because they didn't have enough space to live. But contradictorily, they breed half-Oni for the sole purpose of fighting it. As he watches the kite dive towards its prey, he considers the endgame. Assuming the Oni come out on top, they would likely take over all of Fusu, but would their conquest end there? He knows the answer. If the Oni's numbers grow further and they expand beyond this island, their first stop would be the Golden Empire. He looks up at the birds circling high above. The 5 hermits guard those lands though. And I know they'd do a damn fine job if it came to it, but... A sudden clash between 2 birds in the sky mirrors his thoughts. If the ensuing strife were to stir the dragon's slumber. He looks up, the memory of the world-ending power he witnessed still fresh in his mind. He shakes his head. Lofty talk about for the sake of the world isn't really like me, but I don't want anything bad to happen to it at least. A deeper question emerges. Why would the true Titan shelter the Oni on this island in the first place? He sighs, frustrated. Asking around the human country, all I'm likely to hear are human stories. And I'm not likely to hear anything from the Oni's perspective. What can I do? He feels the familiar presence of the spirits, a power that has grown immensely since his contact with the dragon. A dangerous idea sparks in his mind. Here's one idea for putting all that power to use. I could just cleave the entire country in 2. He immediately dismisses the catastrophic thought. Then again, the aftershocks could whip up tidal waves big enough to destroy the country anyway. The situation's not exactly critical right now, better not. He walks on, his expression grim. This war's been raging on Fusu for quite a while at this point, and what business is it of a stranger anyway? The image of the sleeping dragon fills his mind. I'm now well aware this world isn't quite as rock solid as I once thought, if I let that anxiety guide me down the wrong path. He stands alone on the long road, the weight of his own power a heavier burden than any war. I could cause a calamity far beyond anything the Oni could ever do. What can I do? Seriously. After 2 long weeks on the road, our hero Aesir finally approaches his destination. He can see the colossal Fusu tree, so massive it was visible long before the city of Aoto at its base. He's heard the lake there is the source of every river on the island. Is it a mountain, a sacred tree? The sheer scale of it fills Aesir with awe and countless questions. Suddenly, a powerful flapping sound cuts through the air, startling him. He looks up to see figures soaring through the sky above. They're people with majestic wings, flying with an effortless grace. Aesir's eyes light up with pure excitement. Wow, wingmen from Tengaku. He watches them go, recalling the stories of their deadly tactics, striking the Oni forces from above with throwing spears. They're a critical lifeline between the city and the front lines. Finally arriving at the gates of Aoto, Aesir sees the guards and muses to himself. Wingmen, mermen and men, 3 races united as one. I wonder how that happened. He figures there must have been some major catalyst, a common enemy that made cooperation an absolute necessity. A guard's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Do I have to pay a toll? The guard just laughs at his foreign clothes. Heh, go on through, Aesir explains. I have an interest in race relations and reconciliation. He smiles, thinking of his own diverse group of friends back home. I'm sure whatever I learn here will come in handy someday. His thoughts turn grim as he considers the most likely reason for such a powerful alliance. It always turns out the only thing that can bring people together is an overwhelmingly powerful foe, he thinks. I guess that's just how it is. A friendly local then points him towards a good inn. Aesir thanks the man and waves goodbye. But as the man turns, Aesir's eyes lock onto the weapon at his hip. A katana, he thinks, a rare and intriguing sight. The blade instantly throws him into a flashback of his dwarven master, Esvald. He had a katana-ish thing. How did he even know about this kind of sword? He reflects that the weapons common in the Golden Empire were completely different, nothing like the elegant curve of a katana. If I ever see him again, I should ask. Shaking off the thought, he slides open the door to the inn. Any rooms available? 1 week passes in the city of Aoto. Aesir slides open the door to a lively tavern, the sounds of chatter and clatter filling the air. A familiar voice calls out from a corner table. Hey, thisaway champ. It's a friendly old man named Gon. Figured you'd come round today, he grins. Already ordered for ya. Aesir happily takes a seat. Thanks old man Gon, ooh fish. As Aesir expertly debones the fish, Gon remarks, was thinkin' a couple days ago. You're pretty handy with those chopsticks. Aesir explains, I use them all the time at my swordsmanship dojo and I stayed in the Golden Empire for a few years. Gon's interest is piqued. Swordsmanship, eh? The old man's friendly demeanor sharpens for a split second. Bet you must be handy with a blade too, eh champ? Aesir meets his gaze without missing a beat. Likewise. The tension breaks as quickly as it formed, and the two return to their meal, a silent understanding passing between them. Aesir continues, I mean, from all those war stories you have. You believe that, do ya? Gon just chuckles, playing it off. But Aesir's perception is sharp. He thinks to himself, every move he makes seems casual and nonchalant, but I can never see a single opening. This old man is far more than he appears. He recalls their first meeting, how Gon just seemed like any other chatty old drunk who called him over for a drink. But Aesir found himself captivated. He's a great storyteller though, especially about this country's history. Back in the present, Gon leans in. Oh say champ, you want to know about the old days, ain't that right? Yeah, Aesir confirms. Gon's eyes sparkle. Then let me introduce you to a real smart cookie, a pretty old type that knows all sorts of ancient tales. Come back to my place tonight, Gon insists. Intrigued, Aesir agrees. Oh well, if you insist. Later that night, Aesir finds himself standing before a massive, traditional estate. He stares up at the sprawling complex, realizing the chatty old drunk is actually someone incredibly important. You don't seem too shocked, Gon observes. Aesir quickly replies, no, I'm shocked. He glances around the impressive property. Shocked that the head of a major family spends all day, every day drinking, Gon just laughs it off. I'm retired, that's my right. As they walk through the courtyard, Aesir asks, so, is this long-lived person you mentioned a wingman? Nah, not quite, Gon says. Wingmen live about as long as humans. This new information surprises Aesir. Then there, a merman, on land. He wonders as Gon calls out into the garden, you hear. In response, a powerful splash erupts from the estate's central pond. A beautiful mermaid emerges from the water, resting on a rock. The pond here connects right to a canal, she explains calmly, so mermen can drop in any time. Aesir is left utterly speechless. He's completely captivated by the extremely bewitching mermaid before him. But her serene expression instantly darkens into a terrifying glare aimed squarely at Gon. Gonzu, isn't it the host's duty to entertain guests? What made you think it was okay to leave me here and gallivant off drinking? Caught in the middle of a domestic dispute, Aesir panics. I'll just go and get your room ready. Gon begins sweating bullets, clearly terrified of the mermaid's wrath. He quickly makes his escape. Champ, you're staying the night, yeah. And just like that, Gon vanishes, leaving a stunned and awkward Aesir alone with the mermaid. She covers her mouth, trying and failing to stifle a giggle at the ridiculous scene. Her warm smile returns as she formally introduces herself. That's just how he is. Anyway, nice to meet you. I am Mizuyo, the mermaid, forestkin. Mizuyo senses something special about him. But you don't seem to be any old forestkin, The water stirs at your arrival. Aesir corrects her. My name's Aesir, and yeah, you're right. And so, Aesir sat by the pond, as Mizuyo began to share the long and complicated history of the island's people. She explained that before the Oni invasion, the three races, wingmen, humans, and mermen, had some contact, but their different environments kept them largely separate. Despite the distance, she said, stories of love between the races have existed for ages. But these unions always created the difficult problem of half-bloods. Half-wingmen, she explained, had wings too small for flight, but could otherwise live normal lives on land. Half-mermen, however, faced a tragic fate. Their tails prevented them from living on land, but they couldn't breathe or control currents underwater. Aesir looks to the sky, pondering their plight. Stuck between two lives, not a fit for either. I guess that's a half-blood's lot. Still though, Mizuyo continues, we mermen are a deeply devoted, very loving race. So we began to intermingle with humans for the sake of our half-bloods. Aesir asks, intermingle. Mizuyo explains the ancient pact. We mermen would fish for the humans, and in exchange, they would protect our half-merman children in the shallow waters near their villages. Aesir listens intently, the pieces of the island's history beginning to click into place. He nods in understanding. So the foundation for a mutually beneficial relationship already existed long before the Oni ever appeared. Mizuyo continues her story under the night sky. There were a number of villages that operated via coexistence. Aesir, intrigued, asks there were. Her expression darkens, but the Oni's invasion destroyed every last one. Aesir's eyes widen slightly, the grim reality of the past sinking in. Mizuyo explains that the Oni first appeared in the mountainous northern region of the island. It was only after they destroyed a country and villages there that we even learned of their existence. The wingmen went to war first, she says. After all, that was their territory, but the story takes a tragic turn. The Oni had already bolstered their numbers with half Oni. The wingmen suffered a crushing defeat and were forced to regroup in Tengaku with what little they had left. The onslaught was relentless. The Oni's invasion didn't slow down for a moment. They destroyed a great human country to the north, and many fishing villages along the coast. With a heavy heart, Mizuyo reveals the true horror. They slaughtered the half-mermen there. That was where it began. Aesir is taken aback. It began. Mizuyo looks at him, confirming with a simple, solemn yes. It began. He realizes what she means, the three races working together hand in hand. Mizuyo elaborates on the shared tragedy that forged their alliance. The wingmen lost their war. The humans, driven from their lands, their women kidnapped, and the mermen's beloved compatriots slain. It was around that time a half-blood appeared, she continues, her tone shifting. His name was Takato. The tale shifts to that of a legend. He was a half-wingman, his wings too small to take flight, but he had grown and matured on the battlefield. After countless battles, he finally gained recognition for defeating a great Oni that had ended a country single-handedly. And with his renown, he worked to unite the three races under a single banner, all for one. He completely transformed how battle was done, Mizuyo explains. Wingmen and humans fighting in cooperation, with mermen assisting with transport. The story concludes on a somber note. It is a shame his life was so short. Humans and wingmen both have such short lives. Takato was unable to finish the fight in his day, which brings us to now. Mizuyo offers a final piece of advice. Well, if you want more details, you could ask Gon for a book of the account, or a picture book. She lets out a yawn. Thank you for staying so late, but I believe that will be enough for me. As Aesir prepares to leave, she adds, I find my way here most nights. If you've other questions, you can find me here then. He promises to be back and she wishes him well. With a splash, Mizuyo disappears beneath the water, bidding him good night. Aesir stands by the now still pond, lost in thought. Suddenly Gon appears behind him, making him jump. Don't sneak up on me, Aesir yelps. Gon just chuckles. Mizuyo took off. With a warm, inviting smile, Gon says, hey, why don't you stay a while, not just tonight? He teases Aesir, who looks away, slightly embarrassed. You've got more you wanna hear, don't ya? Aesir relents. I suppose since you're being so generous I may as well. Gon grins. Nice. Hey, let's grab a drink. Later, Aesir lies in his room, reading the picture book about the hero. He muses to himself, so there had been the groundwork for interracial mingling in this country, and a half-blooded hero used that to fully unite all three. And then the hero passed on, leaving the island in a stalemate. I see. He flips through the simple book. The three races all get along. That's kind of educational doctrine, but that also means it's the Oni's presence that creates this balance Fusu is in. A worried thought crosses his mind, and a balance like that leaves me worried that too much meddling could ruin it and tip it too far. 1 week later. Gon finds Aesir sitting on the estate's porch looking defeated. So how's the search coming along, he asks. Aesir sighs, no dice. He slumps over, exhausted. I've spent days looking around the dojos, but I thought Mizuyo yo sogi ryu I dunno. Gon places a plate of sliced watermelon beside him. Here, eat up. Aesir quietly thanks him. As Aesir takes a bite, Gon leans in. Well, I've got one tidbit that may interest you. Aesir looks up. Oh, he mentions all the dojos round here seem pretty open to new students, yeah. They even let me take a tour, he recalls, remembering the hospitality. He continues, I figured that was because they thought I wanted to join the cause and fight the Oni. Is that wrong? Gon replies, sure, there are dojos that want one of their own to go far and take credit for it. Gon takes a bite of watermelon himself. Things used to be the total opposite though. Aesir nods in understanding. Before the Oni showed up, we'd have wars and the like with wingmen, and more than that with other humans. We always do wherever we are. Gon adds, but the wars here were a good deal smaller than on the mainland. Just a couple hundred people clashing is enough to be called a war. He spits out a seed, so we kept a tight lid on our martial arts, since they were so key to how wars would play out. Aesir has a sudden, dawning realization. That was also before the Oni and before we unified. Gon closes his eyes, a grim look on his face. All the schools from the countries the Oni wrecked died out, cause they were kept secret. But Gon's eyes open, sharp and knowing. I'm aware of all the schools around these days, be it swords, spears, unarmed, the lot of them. And not one bears the name Yasogi Ryu. The words hit Aesir like a physical blow. He thinks horrified, so that means Yasogi Ryu's already vanished from where it began. Just as despair sets in, Gon leans in with a sly grin. Even if I do know the name Yasogi Ryu, I do know a bit about the name Yasogi. Aesir stares, completely stunned. Aesir grabs Gon by his robes, furious at being toyed with. GHK, you stupid old geezer. Gon just laughs, ee. Sorry. Calming down, Gon reveals, Yuzuriha Yasogi was a swordswoman of some renown. The next day, Gon calls out to Aesir near a small workshop. See me a sec, champ. Aesir responds, K. Inside, Aesir finds himself with another old man. He explains, old man Gon introduced me to this other old man, Saku, a smith. You call this a Koshi Gatana. And I have just one reason to do that. Aesir declares his purpose clearly. I want to bring katanas back to everyone in the Yasogi Ryu school in Ludria. Saku corrects him, holding up the blade. Right, wakizashi. Aesir elaborates, right now they only use the straight-bladed chokudo, which leads to unique techniques, but an uchigatana. If I learn katana smithing and pass it on to the Yasogi Ryu smiths, that'll give them so many more options to choose from. And that ought to lead to brand new techniques. He tries to draw a long sword but fumbles with it. Saku chuckles, ah, you greenhorn, the extra long blade's too much for ya. Saku watches from a bench as Aesir practices. You're a bit of a loon, eh? Swingin' those things round before smithin'. The old smith takes a puff from his pipe, looking amused. Aesir stops and smiles, taking a foreigner of an unknown race on as an apprentice, treating me like a guest, freely exchanging information. That's crazy, he concludes, looking at the relaxed smith. He approaches Saku, genuinely curious. Isn't katana smithing supposed to be some clandestine, closely guarded technique? Saku just laughs heartily. He takes another puff, maybe so. Then Saku's eyes flash with a smith's fire. But all the weapons you teach me about are brand new and totally unexplored. A small price to pay, I think. Aesir nods, understanding the man's perspective. The people of this country are very pragmatic, I think, especially when it comes to their needs. Saku cuts him off. You long-lived types go on extra long tangents. Gotta stay on track. If you wouldn't mind, let's talk materials, shall we? Aesir agrees, oh, okay. As he works the forge under Saku's tutelage, Aesir comes to a startling conclusion. The more I learn about katana smithing, the more I'm convinced of one thing. He pictures his dwarven master, Isvald. The techniques my master taught me about it were, probably, dwarven attempts to reverse engineer smithing a katana. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place in his mind. Let's see. Maybe when the ancestors of Yasogi Ryu arrived in the West, they met the dwarves and ended up indebted to them. As thanks, they shared one of their blades, something like this, but the dwarves couldn't reproduce it perfectly. A wicked grin spreads across Aesir's face. Heh. Master's going to be so pissed if I come back with all these new skills and show them up with what they never figured out. He walks through the town, humming to himself, a new fire in his belly. That's it. I've got to master katana smithing just to do that. He imagines the scene vividly. Master, Isvald, I can just picture the look on his face when he sees, what the thought fills him with absolute delight. Long ago in the land of Fusu, there was a place known as Hakume, the land of twilight. Within this land was a renowned school, home to a generation of incredibly talented swordsmen. The head of that school was a woman named Yuzuriha Yasogi. This is her story. One day, word arrived that Hakume's northern neighbor had been completely ravaged by an army of Oni. Upon receiving the news, Hakume's sovereign immediately issued orders to his retainers. His face was grim as he declared, "This is a war we cannot win. We must delay the invasion and allow our people to evacuate." Among the retainers listening to this order to retreat was none other than Yuzuriha Yasogi herself. But Yuzuriha had no intention of running. When she returned to her family home to prepare for battle, she was met with a furious voice. "I will not allow it. You may be the head, but in name only." It was her father who had given up his title due to illness. He tried to reclaim his position, shouting, "I will take the title of head once more. You and your brother will take this chance to flee." Yuzuriha stood firm before her father and the other members of the school. She addressed him with cold formality. "I bear the title as head of the school. Should I flee, we would all be branded as cowards. Your son cannot bear the title as of yet." Her eyes narrowed with contempt. Yuzuriha's voice cut through the room. "A gutless man such as you is no longer fit to bear the title of head of the school." Her father was left speechless, stunned by her sharp rebuke. Defeated, he turned to his young son, whom Yuzuriha was comforting. "SHH, you mustn't cry," she whispered, while her father told him, "With my death, you will come to take over the school." As the boy sobbed, his father's final plea was for him. "All I ask of you is that you survive and see to it that the school survives as well." Several days later, under the light of a full moon, the Oni invasion began, and the lands of Hakume were engulfed in war. The tide of the invasion was relentless. Ally after ally fell, but Yuzuriha fought on, a whirlwind of steel cutting down every Oni she faced. But her stamina was not limitless. Bloodied and exhausted, she suddenly froze. Before her stood the enemy leader, a hulking great Oni, who had emerged to face her personally. Yuzuriha fought the beast with everything she had left, a desperate dance of survival. But in the end, the Oni's raw power was overwhelming. He prepared a final devastating blow. The great Oni's fist connected with brutal force, finishing the fight in an instant. Yuzuriha was defeated. But she didn't fall alone. As the Oni stood victorious, blood suddenly erupted from its face. In her final moment, Yuzuriha had plunged her blade deep into the Oni's chest, taking the leader down with her. Whether out of fear or respect for her final act, the Oni army retreated. The few human survivors used this chance to escape the ruined lands. Their mission was to carry the story of the battle and of Yuzuriha's sacrifice to as many countries as they could. And as each survivor gave their report, they all finished by saying, "We have Yuzuriha Yasogi to thank for the enemy's retreat, and for all of the information we have now." The story ends and we find Aesir in the present, carefully writing it all down. An old man named Gon enters with tea. "Oh, whatcha written there?" he asks, seeing Aesir furiously scribbling. Aesir looks up. Getting the tale of Yuzuriha Yasogi down. It was a very compelling story as you told it. I've got to get it down before I forget." Aesir mentions that he plans to leave once he's finished, and Gon's expression immediately sours. "Gonna leave? Kinda hoppin', that's not what you were gonna say." Aesir is stunned. "How'd you know?" Gon glares at him. "I know 'cause you're an idiot." Gon launches into a tirade. "Come on, champ, why do ya gotta be so guarded? It ain't like you're mackin' money learnin' from the smith. You're gonna waste all you have if you take off and just stay at some inn. I'm willin' to put you up, so take advantage of my generosity. Got it?" Overwhelmed, Aesir just mumbles, "Okay." Aesir's face shows a mix of exhaustion and reluctant acceptance of the old man's forceful kindness. A moment later, Aesir smiles. "Thanks, old man." Gon chuckles. Yeah, just as long as I've got you as a captive audience." And so Aesir stayed. The days passed one by one as he continued to write. A new routine formed. From sunup, Aesir would work at the smithy with a man named Saku. And when the sun went down, he'd spend his time talking with old man Gon and a mermaid named Mizuyo. And of course, there was plenty of drinking with Gon too. But life wasn't always peaceful. Sometimes, the air would become charged with the urgency of the ongoing war. Aesir recalls somberly, "I remember seeing some of Gon's friends headed to the front line too, only to return wounded." He watched the town carry on. Looking out at the streets, he thinks to himself, to see people going about their lives even as war looms, I can't help but feel that they're very resilient. One evening, as they relaxed by the water, Mizuyo turned to them. "Aesir, sir, I'd like to share a song retelling a specific story today." Aesir perks up, intrigued. Gon smiles, "I'm eager to hear it." Mizuyo takes a breath, and a beautiful melody begins to fill the night air. Her song tells a tale of foolish merman children, who played a game of courage by venturing into Oni territory. As Aesir and Gon listen, the song continues. The merman children are captured by the Oni they provoke. And the mermen seek aid from a human martial artist. Suddenly, Aesir's eyes snap open, a flicker of recognition on his face. He turns to Gon, whispering, "Hey, would this story happen to be?" Gon just gives him a sly grin. It's an old tale." Mizuyo's song goes on, describing how a mermaid begged a young martial arts master to rescue her friends, and he readily agreed. The children were all returned home, safe and sound, but the humans weren't so lucky, returning battered and wounded. Yet the martial artist was simply glad the children were safe, casting no blame on them for his injuries. The song's tone shifts, speaking of the mermaid's feelings. Humans fight and die, their lives are fleeting, but she couldn't help but be interested in this man. Aesir listens, captivated, as the song concludes, for he was gallant and strong but at the same time so very tender and kind. It all clicks into place for Aesir. He looks between Mizuyo and Gon, realizing, I think, this song is about how she first met Gon. He looks at Mizuyo under the moonlight and thinks, Mizuyo, who's even older than me, wants something to remember Gon by. A soft, knowing smile crosses Aesir's face as he thinks of his own long life and lost loved ones. Yeah, I know what that feels like. Under the full moon, Aesir reflects on the mermaid's song, a heroic epic of a valiant warrior and the woman who loved him. I'll carve this story into my memory. The next day, Aesir returns home, excited. Old man Gon, check it out, Saku gave me some persimmons, but he walks right into a wall of tension. Mizuyo and Gon are locked in a silent, furious standoff. His smile instantly vanishes. Oh, I think they're fighting. He wisely decides to stay out of it, thinking, this probably happens every now and then, and it doesn't seem like Mizuyo plans on leaving anytime soon. More persimmons for me, I guess. He considers intervening but quickly dismisses the idea, but that could just make it worse. Suddenly Gon's voice cuts through the silence. Hey champ. Gon, still looking flustered, avoids looking at Mizuyo. Sorry, but could you hit the town with me for a bit? And so the two of them head into town. As they walk, Aesir wonders about Gon's plan. Going out to drink to refresh the mood, wouldn't that just make Mizuyo madder? Gon stops, announcing, here we are. They've arrived at a sweet shop. I've heard good things about this place, Gon says, though personally I'm not too big on sweets. Gon turns to Aesir with a request. My treat, try a few and tell me which is the best, would ya? Aesir's eyes light up. On it. The shop offers an incredible variety of sweets, all at very reasonable prices. As Aesir happily munches on some dango, he puts the pieces together. That's so him, what a nice guy, I bet he'll bring something back to apologize to Mizuyo. He continues to enjoy the treats, lost in thought. Watching Gon, Aesir realizes something about their dynamic. I think that flexibility is an important buffer for the two of them. He then cheekily asks, can I get seconds? Gon immediately shoots him down. No. The seasons begin to change. Winter arrives, blanketing the land in snow. And soon, winter gives way to the vibrant bloom of spring. Aesir, Gon, and Mizuyo share peaceful moments together as the days pass. And just like that, 1 year has passed. That night, Gon is shocked by Aesir's announcement. "Oh, what, talkin' off tomorrow?" Aesir sits before them, explaining his departure. I've learned all the smithing I can hear, now it's just a matter of practicing on my own, thanks for the past year, both of you. Gon looks heartbroken. "Aw, we're gonna miss you. I suppose I've already shared all of my stories, haven't I?" But Aesir has another reason for leaving. He looks at the two of them thinking, more than that, I don't want to take up any more of your time together. He understands now. Maybe Mizuyo stays at this home so often, so she can get that much more time with Gon before they're forced to part, marking her very soul with these fleeting days. Just like the time I spent with Kiha. Mizuyo's voice brings him back to the present. Aesir. She gives him a gentle, knowing smile. You're a good man, that much is clear to both of us. Aesir laughs a bit embarrassed. What's that supposed to mean? So, whatever you decide to do will ultimately work out. Gon, trying to lighten the mood, jokes, should you cleave the island in two, we mermen would be able to avoid the resulting whirlpool, or we may even be able to use it as protection. Aesir laughs, come on, this is no time to exaggerate, I could do that but I don't think I will. Not right now at the very least. Gon is left speechless by the implication. The people of Fusu are resilient. Then he turns to Mizuyo with a gift. Mizuyo, I want you to have this as thanks. He presents a beautiful, glowing fruit. You can use it however you like. Both Mizuyo and Gon are completely shocked by the precious gift. Aesir just laughs it off. Wait, I only pray that the both of you are happy with the ending you find. With his farewells said, he departs. Now then. His final stop in this land is the legendary Fusu tree. I planned on seeing it, but wow, it's a hell of a thing. Before he can react, a branch snakes down and snatches him, pulling him high into the air. So cold. Wasn't expecting the tree to just snatch me up like that. He's deposited inside a strange, cold hollow within the tree. He notices a formation that looks like a seat. But this has got to be some kind of chair, right? Shivering from the chill, he wonders aloud, did the Titan come here? Suddenly, a massive mulberry fruit drops from above with a thud, startling him. A shadowy branch-like creature seems to be offering it to him. Hesitantly, Aesir accepts. Thanks. Guess it's giant mulberry for dinner. Oh, but it feels a lot like an Apua fruit. His heart pounds as he takes a bite. The taste is unexpected. A pleasant warmth immediately spreads through his body. Wow, it's warming me up. The warmth lulls him into a deep sleep. That night I had a dream. In the dream I was a tree. He experiences the tree's ancient memories. And there was a Titan who watched over me as I grew, and I was always happy to see him. He'd always take his seat inside me and observe the ground below. The Titan muses, the little people are always fighting, huh? The tree communicates its confusion and the Titan explains, they are. Fighting is how they regulate their numbers. Fighting is how they forge themselves, how they move forward. The tree still doesn't quite get it and the Titan chuckles, ha ha, sorry. It seemed the great being held some kind of expectation for the little people. Alright, see you later, the Titan says, departing as the tree wishes him well. And the tree was left to wonder, I wonder when he'll come to see me again. I can hardly wait. The sound of chirping birds wakes Aesir. Morning. He looks at the half-eaten mulberry beside him. So was that the Fusu tree's memory? His stomach rumbles, I think breakfast time. As he eats, he processes the dream. From the Titan's point of view, the Oni are just one more group of the little people for him to watch over. His way of thinking seems to transcend notions of good and bad, so it's hard to grasp. But I can't deny that the country continues to operate cohesively, even now. He carefully extracts a seed from the mulberry. But I've more or less confirmed the Titan exists, the white lake that Arena seeks, I'll just take this seed. He glances back at the chair-like formation, must be where he calls his home, or something. With new knowledge and a clear path forward, he smiles. Okay then, this should be more than enough for a good story. Finally ready to head home, he thinks, I better get back to Kiha's grave to share it with her. He then realizes his predicament. Though, can I get down from here with a floating spell? Probably not all at once. 2 months after his hasty departure from Fusu, Aesir sails the open seas on a merchant vessel, bound for the distant port of Ludria. He reflects on his journey so far. It's been about 2 months since I set out, he thinks, and I'm really enjoying this leg of the trip. Leaning against the ship's railing with a carefree smile, Aesir charts his course in his mind. From here, I'll hop on another ship in Mintel, and then it's a straight shot back to Ludria by sea. He lets out a sigh of relief, a bead of sweat on his brow as he recalls the chaos of his escape. But man, that got kind of hairy. His mind flashes back to the moment the colossal fusu tree began to stir, an event that threw the entire nearby town into a state of absolute panic. Aesir remembers the ridiculous disguise he had to wear, a basket on his head to pass as a simple vagabond. I basically had to sneak my way out of the country. The townspeople were terrified, whispering that it was a portent of a terrible calamity. And if they found out it was my fault, Aesir thinks, the whole situation would have gotten even worse. He looks out at the waves, a fond memory surfacing. He can almost picture his friends back in Fusu, laughing about his clumsy escape. I'd bet anything those two knew it was me, he muses. A warm, gentle smile spreads across his face at the thought. With clear skies above and a calming sea breeze, everything feels perfect. For a moment, Aesir is completely at peace. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered by a frantic shout from the crow's nest. Scrome ship spotted, full retreat. The sudden lurch of the ship nearly sends Aesir tumbling. Stumbling up the stairs, he shouts in confusion, what's going on? He spots a single distant warship on the horizon. We've spotted a Scroman warship, a sailor explains. Aesir is baffled, and that's worth all this hubbub. The ship's captain Sween appears beside him. It is, Sween says grimly, they've got designs on our cargo. Sween begins to explain the tense political climate of these waters. He points to a map, showing how the nation of Scrome is a hostile neighbor to their destination, Mintel. The two often jockey for control of these seas, he says. Sween elaborates that warship's express purpose is to target merchant ships like ours. Any cargo they can lift from us is one less supply shipment for their enemy. Aesir mutters, so uncivilized. The captain just laughs, that's more or less national policy in these waters. Aesir realizes this is just business as usual here. Just then, a glowing spirit, visible only to Aesir, flits past him with an urgent warning. The spirit signals immense danger ahead, confirming his unease. Aesir's expression hardens. He turns to the captain, his voice low and serious. Captain Sween, we can't go this way, 2 more ships are lying in wait to ambush us. Sween is stunned, what, how could you possibly? Then a flicker of understanding crosses his face as he remembers Aesir's unique heritage. Ah, you're a forest dweller, right? Aesir points decisively towards the open ocean. We should flee in that direction. Sween stares in disbelief. Due south. The captain immediately protests. No, the wind is at our backs this way. If we change direction, we'll lose half our speed and they'll catch us. But Aesir meets his panic with a calm, knowing smile. Would you believe me if I say the wind will change? Sween is flustered, struggling to comprehend the request. Look, you may be a forest kin, but that's... Aesir's unwavering, confident grin cuts him off. Finally, Sween makes a choice. I'll trust you, he yells, dashing off to give the order. The wind is about to shift, change course. As he does, Aesir closes his eyes and calls to the spirits of the elements, O sea, O wind. In an instant, a powerful, unnatural gust of wind slams into their sails, propelling the ship forward at an incredible speed. Send us flying due south, Aesir commands. The crew holds on for dear life, shouting in pure astonishment. Whoa, the wind really did change, it's a miracle. Captain Sween can only stare, utterly speechless at the impossible event. Aesir gratefully thanks the spirits as they fly across the water. Sween watches him, muttering in awe, forest dwellers, they really do beggar belief. Having successfully escaped their pursuers, the ship sails peacefully into the night. Later, Aesir sits in his cabin, calmly watching the moonlit waves. The door opens and Captain Sween walks in. May I have a word, forest dweller, he asks. Aesir nods, sure. Sitting across from him, Sween recaps their narrow escape. The tailwind and the clear waters got us out of there safely. But his relief is short-lived. He unrolls a nautical chart, his expression turning grim. But our new route south is its own problem. He traces their path on the map. The farther we get from land, the greater the risk of a monster attack. This is the only safe way we can go. He points to a small island. Aesir asks, and why is that bad? Sween's finger rests on the island's name. It's bad because we'll be arriving at the island of Badamod tomorrow. And so, Captain Sween began to explain the dark secrets of the island they were forced to visit. Badamod Island is home to about 4,000 people. However, the island is not governed by humans. Its true rulers are the sprites, sinister, fairy-like creatures who operate as a collective and are known to kidnap children to raise as warriors. The human population doesn't fear them, they worship them as gods, leaving offerings at their shrines with genuine faith. Sween explains the most disturbing part. On the occasions that a child is kidnapped by the sprites, the islanders view it as a blessing. Aesir can't hide his disgust at the thought. Sween slumps over the table in exhaustion, and that alone is terrifying enough, but, Aesir sighs, let me guess there's more. There is, the sprites grant a special nectar to the islanders. This substance, which only the locals are allowed to consume, is said to induce a state of profound euphoria. Sween recounts a chilling tale of a sailor who stole some of the nectar and was quickly captured. When his crewmates snuck in to rescue him, the sailor refused to leave his cell. Why would I want to leave? He asked, a crazed grin on his face. There's no nectar out there. The man was completely lost to his addiction, laughing maniacally until the very moment he died. The story hangs heavy in the air. This is seriously bad news, Aesir says gravely. Sween nods. We have no choice but to stop at their port for 2 or 3 days to gather information on the sea monsters. The thought of spending even a minute there makes Aesir's skin crawl. Sween explains their predicament. Their port is how they import goods and wealth from the outside world. People and money both travel the globe, he continues. It's a complex system. Using a simple diagram, he illustrates the concept of trade. We want information from them, we can't just take it, we have to give them something in return, it has to be a win-win. If we don't sell anything, we get nothing back, it becomes a one-way street. Sween concludes, so we have to sort through our cargo and decide what we can afford to part with. That'll take 2 or 3 days. Aesir reluctantly accepts the logic. So in the meantime, I should stay holed up on the ship, Aesir asks. If you would, yes, the captain confirms. Later that night, the ship is quiet, save for the gentle rocking of the waves. Aesir sits alone by the window, his thoughts consumed by their destination, sprites. He recalls what little he knows about their kind, a race that embraced a collective consciousness in the pursuit of immortality. He begins to theorize about their nature. This is just my own hypothesis, but I doubt their ability to interlink with each other is completely limitless. He pictures it like a data network. Individual sprites operate normally, but back up their consciousness to a central hive mind as needed. He quietly asks a nearby spirit for confirmation. That's how they're functionally immortal as a species, right? The spirit glows in affirmation. But as Aesir sails towards the mysterious island of Badamod, he can't shake a feeling that something about Captain Sween's story doesn't add up. He thinks to himself, a vast ocean separates this island from the mainland. You'd think that would be a major obstacle preventing the sprites here from contacting the ones back there. Looking at a map, the sheer distance becomes clear. Even if they can fly, making that trip is no easy feat, it's crazy far. Staring out the window of his cabin, a thought clicks into place. If they live out here, they can't back up to the primary collective consciousness. No. The realization hits him, maybe it's not that they chose to be here, maybe they were banished. The implications of this theory settle in his mind. With that heavy thought, he closes his eyes. Oh well, he mutters, deciding to shelve the mystery for now. Bedtime. As he drifts off, he recalls the story. For some reason, a group of sprites ventured into the ocean and were lucky enough to find this isolated island. Tucked into his bunk, his mind is still racing. The fact that they live harmoniously with humans is interesting, but the whole arrangement doesn't sound quite kosher. The ship continues its journey through the dark waters. Suddenly, a faint sound bubbles up from the night. It grows louder, closer. The next day, things seem normal. Aesir passes the time fishing while the crew works, the previous night's thoughts forgotten. But as night falls on their second day at sea, the ship is rocked by strange splashing sounds. The creaking of the ship's boards jolts Aesir from his sleep. Even the lookout in the crow's nest is on high alert, sensing something is wrong. Captain Sween, also awakened by the noise, looks up from his book with suspicion. Below deck, the soft patter of bare feet echoes on the floorboards as a floor hatch creaks open. A cloaked figure with an ornate mask peeks into Aesir's cabin. Finding him seemingly asleep, the intruder slips inside without a sound. The cabin door swishes shut behind them. But in a flash, Aesir is there, his sword blocking the intruder's path. Halt. The figure, a young girl, freezes in terror, the blade inches from her face. Move any closer and I'll assume you mean me harm. She throws her hands up, stammering, no, pointed that this way, I never meant to antagonize, Ancient One. Aesir pauses, processing her strange title for him. He slightly lowers the tip of his sword. The girl bows deeply in relief. Ancient One, your grace is appreciated, Aesir thinks to himself. Wow, so it's true that sprites hate sprite silver. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Hoo boy, good thing the spirits woke me up. With the immediate threat gone, Aesir gets straight to the point. So, what do you want? The girl explains frantically, we have no means to contact other swarms, our numbers have dwindled. They're dwindling slowly. Please, she begs, please share a fruit of life with us. Aesir is stunned. The hermetic peaches, what no? He tries to wave her off. I don't have anything to do with your problems, right? Tears well up in her eyes as she whispers, please. Her desperation is palpable. Suddenly she drops to the floor, prostrating herself before him. Just. She presses her forehead to the ground, her voice trembling. Our capacity to fortify our numbers has weakened, but with the fruit of life our numbers can be increased. Please, save us. Aesir grimaces. Sheesh, don't send a human child to come begging for you. Sure, I bet the sprites took this one in, but it feels manipulative, all right. He pieces it all together. The problem the sprites on this island face is essentially a limited gene pool. Stuck on this isolated rock, it makes perfect sense that they'd have trouble reproducing. He recalls another critical fact. Plus, sprites have very short lifespans, far shorter than humans. That could be what spurred them to seek immortality to begin with, he muses, as the girl continues to plead. He weighs his options. I kind of don't care if the sprites here die out and all, but if the humans that live with them die out as a result, that would create problems for the sailors who rely on this island for information. Still, he thinks, glancing at the desperate girl, that wouldn't change the fact that they're using this human for their own ends. He lets out a long, frustrated sigh. The sprites are cruel and vicious, he admits to himself. Yes, they're begging right now, but if I hadn't woken up, they'd have just stolen what they want. He considers the future. As their numbers grow, they'll only become more arrogant, and their malice could very easily be turned upon the islanders. His eyes narrow with resolve. He sees a path forward. He turns back to the prostrated girl. Holding out a shimmering hermetic peach, he makes his decision. Let's make a deal. The next morning, the ship is a hive of activity as the crew hauls crate after crate aboard. A sailor reports to a confused Captain Sween, "Islanders have been coming to us all morning to make good on the deal with the Forestkin." Sween finds Aesir sitting calmly amidst the chaos of goods packing the deck. "What the hell did you do last night?" Aesir just shrugs. "Yeah, sorry. I made a deal to accept money, goods, food, alcohol, whatever the Islanders could spare," Aesir explains. "It all comes out to around 50 large gold coins." He remembers a lesson from long ago. A single one of these fruits was worth far, far more than that. Also, Aesir adds with a smirk, "There's not any nectar in any of this." The whole point was to demand products only the humans could provide, to make sure the sprites see their value, and no nectar, not a single drop. He continues, "Right now, the balance between the Islanders and the sprites is good. If the sprites really had total control, there's no way they'd allow outside ships to port like this. The Islanders are commanded by the sprites, but they enjoy benefits from living here. It'd be preferable if this balance were maintained," he concludes. "It's all I can do either way." Sween is completely lost. "What was this deal you made, an elven sprite deal? Come on, tell me." Aesir tries to calm him down. "Calm down, look, you can keep all the casks of booze to make up for the trouble, K." With their business concluded, the ship sets sail, leaving the island of Badamod behind. Having gathered the crucial information they needed, they've made up for their detour. From here, they're back on track, heading west to the country of Mintel. Aboard Captain Sween's ship, the mood is electric. Aesir and the crew celebrate their successful voyage with a feast of meat and ale, a testament to good travels and even better company. After the hearty meal, a content Aesir stands by the railing, watching the waves under the moonlight as the rest of the crew celebrates into a stupor. He savors the memory of the feast. Fresh, fatty meat, it's so goddamn good. Captain Sween walks up behind him, a plate in hand. "Enjoying yourself?" he asks. Aesir turns with a wide grin. "Yep, thanks a ton, this is great." Sween chuckles. "Well, we have you to thank for the stores of alcohol." "And you know," Sween adds, "a strong drink needs fatty meat to go with it. It was your idea to stock up before we set off." Aesir just smiles. "You know it." Sween's expression turns thoughtful as he looks at his unique passenger. "If I could ask Forestkin," Sween begins, but Aesir quickly corrects him. "You can just call me Aesir." "Right, well, Aesir," Sween continues, "would you consider staying on board as a regular crew member?" He clarifies the offer. "It wouldn't have to be a rank-and-file job. I can figure out some kind of post for you. I'm sure the crew would be happy to have you around no matter what." Aesir's expression softens into a regretful smile. "Sorry, I don't think I can do that right now." He explains, "I appreciate the invitation, I really do. I love sailing, which is exactly why now is the wrong time for that offer." The captain looks completely baffled. Aesir elaborates on his reasoning. "If I took a post on a ship, I'd want to keep going and never stop." The scene shifts to a somber graveyard, illustrating his point. "And eventually, enough time would pass that I'd realize, I don't have a single acquaintance left on dry land." He imagines the gravestones of his friends, weathered and crumbling with age. "I'm sure even their graves would crumble away before I had the chance to see them again." Back on the ship, Captain Sween lets out a sigh, understanding the weight of Aesir's immortality. "That's too bad." He tries to lighten the mood, grumbling playfully, "I mean, sure, the sea's so much calmer with you around. But all jokes aside." Sween breaks into a genuine grin. "You're one passenger I won't forget anytime soon." Aesir, the elf, smiles, the bond between them clear. They clink their mugs together in a toast. Here's to a safe journey to Mintel. Later that night, the ship cuts peacefully through the calm, moonlit waters. But in his cabin, Aesir is being disturbed from his sleep by one of his glowing spirits. His eyes snap open in confusion. Still groggy, he tries to understand what the excited spirit wants. "What's that? You want me to see something outside?" He glances at his cabin window, and is shocked to see it completely obscured by glowing shapes. Getting dressed, he asks the spirit with a hint of concern, "Did I do something wrong?" He heads up the stairs to the main deck to see what all the commotion is about. The spirit zips ahead, practically vibrating with excitement. As he steps out into the night air, he stops dead in his tracks, utterly speechless. The entire ocean, as far as the eye can see, is a massive, glowing field of white flowers. "Whoa, flowers, they're blanketing the sea all around us." His spirits puff out their chests with pride. They gather them all as a surprise. Aesir is overjoyed. "You gathered all these from distant waters just for me? Thank you, I wasn't expecting this." But his delight is cut short when he notices the crew gathered nearby, murmuring with panicked expressions. They're in a full-blown panic. "We have to get out of here now, go wake the captain and the rest of the crew." Captain Sween rushes over, his face grim. "Hey Aesir, are you unaware of what's happening?" Aesir looks back, confused. "Am I?" "Did something bad happen?" he asks, completely oblivious. Sween explains the phenomenon. "These are marine snow flowers. Usually, you only see them near the southern islands during the spring tide when the aquatic plants have a massive bloom. We might see a few drift out to sea, but a bloom this massive this far out, it's unheard of. I nearly fell out of my bed when they told me." "So, is this a bad thing?" Aesir asks. Sween's face pales. "It is. These flowers are the favorite food of a gigantic monster that lives in these waters." The horrifying realization dawns on Aesir. His spirits confess they gathered the flowers as a surprise, completely unaware that giant monsters were even a threat. "So, this is all my fault," he thinks in despair. Just then a lookout screams from the rigging. "Captain, a huge underwater shadow is approaching fast from behind the hull." Aesir can only groan in self-inflicted misery. "How quick is it?" Sween demands. The sailor's voice is strained with terror. "Very quick." As panic sets in, Aesir timidly raises his hand. I have something to add." Sween whips around, desperate. "What is it? Can you do that thing again?" Without another word, Aesir hops onto the ship's railing. "I'm just going to go stop the monster where it is," he says casually, leaving the crew utterly dumbfounded. He leaps off the side of the ship, calling back, "Just get the ship clear of the flowers. Don't go too fast so I can catch up." Instead of plunging into the depths, he lands perfectly on the water's surface. And then he starts running, sprinting across the open ocean towards the approaching threat. The crew can only stare, their minds unable to process what they're seeing. "My God. He's walking on water," one of them stammers. Captain Sween just covers his face, completely overwhelmed. "Yeah, I'm going to be thinking about this every day for the rest of my life. How could I ever forget this?" He shakes his head, trying to focus. "All right, men, just get us out of the flowers." A short while later, the crisis is averted. Aesir stands atop the massive sea monster, which now looks more like a sad, bandaged puppy. He pats its head apologetically. He then casually flies back to the ship, landing softly on the railing next to the captain. "I'm back." Sween can only stare blankly. "You can fly too." A month later, after a thankfully uneventful remainder of the journey, the ship finally docks at the bustling port city of Mintel. As they prepare to part ways, Sween tells Aesir, "Give me 2 or 3 days. I'll help you find your next ride." While the captain handles the arrangements, Aesir decides to explore the vibrant city streets. His attention is quickly captured by a market stall selling vibrant, patterned textiles that look strangely familiar. He recognizes the distinct patterns immediately. They're the handiwork of the nomadic tribes from the Great Plains. He approaches the elderly vendor. "Excuse me, is this cloth made by the people of the plains?" The woman smiles warmly. "My, you have a good eye, sir. Yes, you're exactly right." She adds, "And they've had much more business for folk like me. Those plains folk have been incredibly busy lately." Aesir's curiosity is piqued. "Busy?" The vendor leans in conspiratorially. "There's been a big movement in the tribes. They've formed a great alliance. We're witnessing a brand new major power in the making." Aesir realizes this means his friends Giles, Shiro, and Si Leng are part of something huge. While exploring the port city of Mintel, Aesir learns from a vendor that the nomadic tribes of the Great Plains have united. The vendor warns, "Really, I'd wager a great big storm is brewing among them. Best not to get caught in it." The news makes Aesir's mind drift to his friends from the plains, Giles, Shiro, and Si Leng. He can't help but feel a flicker of concern for them. But then a confident smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself, no, by now they're all fully grown adults. It'll be fine. He imagines them, no longer children but formidable leaders. If the wind and the flame did join forces, he muses, that would definitely count as a brand new storm. The vendor, noticing his smile, kindly offers him a snack, and that'd probably give the neighboring nations cause for alarm. Care for a bite? Aesir happily accepts. With the information gathered, Aesir's time in Mintel comes to an end. He boards another ship, this time heading west. The days at sea turn into weeks. He bids farewell to the eastern lands, waving to the crew who saw him off. His journey across the vast ocean continues. He travels with a small merchant fleet, making steady progress westward. Finally, after a long voyage, the ship charts a course for the canal city of Dalbagard. A month and a half after leaving Mintel, Aesir arrives. Stepping into the beautiful city, he can only say, "Oh wow." He hires a local ferryman to navigate the canals who makes conversation. "So you're telling me, pal, you came all the way out east and you're headed back now?" Aesir confirms, "Yep, I've seen a lot of new things in a lot of new places." He fondly recalls all the incredible food he's tried on his journey, practically drooling at the memory. The ferryman laughs heartily. "Hey, that's great, this was a spectacular trip." The ferryman skillfully guides the boat towards a landing. "Welp, here we are." As he starts pointing towards a nearby inn, Aesir cuts him off. "Ferryman." Aesir's expression turns serious. "I've heard you're very much in the know." The ferryman is taken aback. "Ah, where'd you hear that?" He mutters a name under his breath, sakes alive. Aesir confirms it. "A friend of mine told me." He explains, he said Dalbagard's ferrymen service merchants, travelers, and adventurers. So they hear all sorts of stuff, specifically about the countries I want to visit. The ferryman's demeanor shifts. He sizes Aesir up and grins. "Sure enough then, what do you want to know?" He leans in, ready to share what he knows. He pauses, considering his words carefully. Aesir makes his request clear. "I want to know about the big changes that have happened in the Central Lands, specifically in the time I've spent traveling in the East. Can you tell me?" The ferryman strokes his chin, pondering where to begin. "You got a map?" he asks. Aesir pulls out a rolled-up scroll. "I have a handmade one if that works." Unfurling the map, the ferryman begins. "As you know, Zween was founded not too long ago. The Ludrians don't trust him one bit, and the United League's ready to mobilize any day now." He gestures dramatically across the map. "This is what the layout's like now. Zween invaded and took over half of Kharkoum." Aesir is stunned. "Huh." Aesir questions this. Wasn't Kharkoum on good terms with the two states that formed Zween? The ferryman nods grimly. "Came as a real shock, I tell ya." He points to another region. Round the same time, it was a bolt from the blue. Northern Zaire fell to Drat's invasion. This map sure is changing, huh? The ferryman lays out his theory. "Could be. Drought and Zween had some kinda alliance going on. He explains the strategy with a comical drawing. With the United League distracted by Drought, they couldn't intervene in the Zween-Karkum conflict. And Ludria, being overly cautious, just hunkered down in their forts instead of mobilizing to help. Aesir listens, wide-eyed, as the complex political web is untangled before him. He points out a flaw in the story. Well, after all of that, why was half of Karkum still left over? They were a neutral country with zero backup against a surprise attack. The Ferryman grins, fair point. Karkum had their backs to the wall, they were desperate, so they got help from Velestrica. He clarifies the cost of that help. Their appeal for protection means they're a vassal state to the Republic now. It was all to keep their name from vanishing. Aesir immediately understands the Republic's motive. So Velestrica took them as a vassal for the same reason they have Jatika as one, to act as a buffer to a major power. The Ferryman snaps his fingers. Correct, dead on, pal. He claps his hands, impressed. So that's what all happened in the last 10 years. Aesir presses, how about a summary of the present day? Yes, please. The Ferryman holds up a finger. Zween's expanded its territory. He holds up a second. Velestrica's taken on 2 vassal states. And he points right at a shocked Aesir, and Ludria's stuck in the middle. He continues, the United League's worried about Drought, and there's been calls to reform the old Azad Empire. Finally, he adds, the church's headquarters in Ladrenia wants to mediate that, but no clue how that'll go. Aesir smiles, rolling the map back up. That's about it. This is where I'm headed, thanks, you really know a lot. He hands the Ferryman his payment. As he steps out of the boat, Aesir asks how much for the info. The Ferryman casually replies, here, 1 copper. Aesir is shocked at how cheap it is. He waves a cheerful goodbye to the Ferryman. Walking along the canals, Aesir thinks to himself that the information was a steal, costing less than a drink at a tavern. Later in his room at an inn, he reflects on the encounter. He muses that the spies you find in populous lands are really good at their jobs, reminding him of his friend Karina in Velestrica. He smirks, thinking he seemed on edge for just a moment, but I doubt he'll tell his boss to keep tabs on me. To them, he was just a naive, gluttonous elf. With his mind made up, he unfurls his map once more. He considers his route. I'll sail up the river to Odin. No, I think I'll hoof it, actually. Looking out at the sky, he decides. I avoided going that way on my path to the east, but if I'm headed back, I'd like to start over from here. His destination is set. The city of Jampamon. He wonders, let's see if that stone Titanic is still adrift in a sea of gold. After a grueling month and a half of walking from Dalbagard, Aesir finally arrives at the massive wheat fields surrounding Jampamon. He wades through the stalks, a gentle smile on his face. It's a bit of a shame things are looking more green than gold, he thinks, but... As he crests a hill, the full view of Jampamon hits him. The town has grown and a new fortress looms in the distance. It's more of a shame to see how things have changed. The political landscape has shifted dramatically. The fortress marks the new border with Zween, which has invaded and now occupies half of the neighboring country, Karkum. Aesir understands the grim necessity. Given this land is right on the border of a clash between 2 powers, constructing a fortress is a perfectly natural precaution. But logic doesn't erase the melancholy feeling. He closes his eyes, a wave of sadness washing over him. Standing on the road to his old home, he can't help but feel a deep sense of loss. It really is a shame. Aesir reaches the imposing gate of the new fortress, expecting a strict interrogation. However, the guard barely glances at his papers. Looks to be in order, go on through. As he walks into town, a guard simply waves him in. Welcome to Jampamon. Aesir is bewildered. I expected getting into town would be more of an ordeal, but they're just waving me through. He navigates the familiar yet altered streets. The streets are a bit different, but if I turn here, I should find a cozy little inn just this way. He turns the corner and stops dead in his tracks. Where the small, quaint inn once stood is now a grand, multi-story building. His memory of a cozy, little inn fades into the background. Staring at the massive structure, Aesir is utterly stunned. Inn, yes, cozy maybe, little not so much. He quickly does the math in his head. I first got here when I was 164 years old, and right now, I'm 224. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks, 60 years. He looks up at the inn, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. A lot can change in that time, Should I be happy about this, or not? Suddenly, the sound of a door opening catches his attention. He turns, startled. A young girl runs out, her face lighting up with excitement. An elf. For a heart-stopping moment, Aesir sees his old friend. Nana, no, she just looks like her. The girl Ina dashes back inside, shouting at the top of her lungs. Muum, it's an e-elf and elf's right outside. Aesir watches her go, his mind racing. She's smaller than Nana was when we first met. Is she related to her? A woman appears in the doorway, grabbing the little girl's hand. Ina, shush, don't bother our guests. She turns to Aesir, ready to apologize, but her expression freezes as she recognizes him. Please, forgive my daughter. Oh sir, are you? Her voice drops to a whisper. Aesir, he can only manage a flustered, yes. The woman's face breaks into a warm, relieved smile. We've been waiting for the day you might come. Aesir is completely lost. Inside, they sit down for tea. The woman apologizes again for her daughter. You look just as Grandma described, she says. The pieces finally click into place for Aesir. Your grandma is Nana then, the woman smiles. Yes, I'm Shuna, her granddaughter. Shuna gestures to the little girl. And this is my daughter Ina, Grandma Nana's great-granddaughter. Aesir lets out a soft laugh, the striking resemblance making perfect sense now. Of course they look alike then. He looks around the lavish interior. So did you renovate or really rebuild this inn? There must have been a specific reason you had to. Shuna begins to tell the story. Yes, it all started right around the time you were on your way east. The elven caravan paid Jampamon a visit. They came to deliver your letter to Nana, so when they turned up at this inn, Nana was there to meet them. Shuna explains that at the time, the inn was in dire financial straits, and Nana was overwhelmed with worry. But then Irina, the leader of the caravan, made a public declaration. I've decided to designate this inn as where we'll be staying in Jampamon. Whenever we return, we'll be sure to come back to stay in this inn. This wasn't just a simple business arrangement. Her words traveled far, reaching the king of this land. And just like that, the king ordered that the inn was to be protected. Shuna explains the brilliant political move behind Irina's words. The elven caravan isn't just for trade, it's the primary point of diplomatic contact for all elves. Therefore, Irina's declaration was an official request from the elves to the country, and the king's protection was an act of diplomacy in return. This meant that as long as the elven caravan existed, the country was obligated to guard and support the inn. Shuna places a cup of tea before him as she concludes the story. And so, we've had a sign reading Elven abode out front ever since. We've seen an uptick in customers because that makes us stick out, which led to the grand renovations. Aesir listens, amazed. He lets out a breath, completely in awe of his friend's ingenuity. Ho, pretty slick, Irina. He realizes her plan was far more clever than simply offering protection. I would bet she saw this as a more peaceful, sustainable solution than attempting to protect the inn ourselves. He thinks of Irina's determined face. She took it upon herself to protect someone Win and I care about when we were unable to. He looks across the table at Shuna and Ina, who are happily enjoying their tea, safe and prosperous. A genuine heartfelt smile spreads across Aesir's face. His friends are okay. Curiosity gets the better of him. So how did you know who I was? Did Nana tell you what I look like? Shuna just gives a knowing little laugh. Grandma had so many stories to share about you and Win, she says, recalling memories of Nana's tales. She greatly admired you especially. Aesir pictures his old friend, animatedly telling stories about their adventures. He's touched, oh, but she still kept my high elf secret under wraps. Shuna's expression turns thoughtful. If I could ask, what are your favorite foods? Aesir is caught off guard. How you mean for dinner today? Shuna looks at Ina, a nostalgic glint in her eye. Talking about the two of you reminded me of something. Grandma once told me I've hidden a precious treasure. Shuna continues her story, channeling the memory of her grandmother, Nana. She told me, if you or your children ever find it, it's yours to keep. But you'll need to look for it, Shuna finishes with a smile, a sort of treasure hunt. Ina's eyes light up, her imagination completely captured. A treasure hunt, I gotta find the treasure. With a slam of the door, Ina bolts from the room, leaving a startled Shuna calling after her. Aesir chuckles, I bet we were boring her with all the talking. Shuna sighs, embarrassed, I'll be sure to set her straight later. She hesitates for a moment before continuing, so, there was a clue. Shuna explains the riddle Nana left behind. She said, if my friends from so long ago remain the same, you can find it beneath their favorite food. Aesir looks puzzled, favorite food. I was wondering if that might refer to you and Win, Shuna asks. Would you know what she meant? But Aesir just shrugs, I like meat and fish and veggies, anything really, same for Win. Seeing his confusion, Shuna waves it off. Well, it's just a maybe, you don't need to dwell on it. Aesir promises, still, I'll see if I can't think of something while I'm here. Do you have a free room? Later, Aesir is shown to his quarters. He looks around the spacious, well-furnished room, impressed. Ooh, nice room. His eyes land on something unexpected. On the nightstand sits a small vase with fresh flowers, a simple but thoughtful touch. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Aesir's face. He sits down, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This really takes me back. I'm glad I came here. The flowers represent a kindness he hadn't expected, a connection to a past he thought was long gone. Alone with his thoughts, Aesir begins to reflect. Before I left for the east, my heart and mind were clouded by many things. He remembers the fear and uncertainty that once defined him. Images of those he's lost, like his dear friend Nana, flash through his mind. He recalls the pain of losing Kina, a wound that shaped his journey. I could only think about losing more friends, but he thinks of all the new bonds he's forged and the incredible sights he's seen. In this past decade or so, I've seen so much more. I feel like I've taken at least one step forward in all that time. A quiet strength settles in his gaze. I didn't think I could bear more loss back then, but maybe I can now. A sudden knock at the door pulls him from his deep thoughts. Yes. The door cracks open and Ina peeks in, a cheerful smile on her face. Dinner's almost ready. She calls out his name, but her tone makes him jump, as if he's in trouble. Aesir quickly recovers, putting on a gentle smile. What is it? Tired? He asks, but Ina just looks confused. The little girl looks completely defeated. Have you been looking for the treasure? I can't find it. She peeks into his room from the hallway. I already looked all over my room and Mom's. Can I look in this one? Amused, Aesir nods, go ahead. As Ina frantically searches his room, she asks, Mr. Aesir, how long are you staying? He leans back, considering the question. His thoughts turn to the grim reality of the region. Good question. Two large nations are butting heads in Kharkov. He clenches his fist, his purpose becoming clear. Being so close to war, there's no guarantee of tomorrow in Jampamon. I'd like to do some smithing here, maybe a month or so. He knows his place. As much as I care for this land, I'm ultimately an outsider. The future of this country should be for its people to decide. So what could an outsider like me contribute, he muses. I could leave them arms to defend themselves, and that might be it. His thoughts are interrupted by Ina pointing upwards. Lift me up. He lifts her to check the top of a wardrobe. See anything? He asks. Ina shakes her head no. She turns to him with a curious look. Hey, where would you hide treasure, Mr. Aesir? He's taken aback. Me. He thinks for a second. Somewhere close, I guess, in the attic or under the floor, in your house. Ina's eyes widen as the logic clicks. Yeah, for peace of mind, right? Exactly, Aesir explains. It'd be easy to check on it and strangers aren't likely to just trip over it. Ina gasps. I see. A new lead has just opened up. Now Ina is pulling up the rug in his room. Then it wouldn't be at a cake shop. Aesir is completely lost. A cake shop. Great Granny really loved tarts, Ina declares with a huge grin. So I want to check the cake shop too. Aesir can't help but laugh at her boundless energy. As Ina tries to recruit him for her next mission, a figure of doom appears in the doorway. It's Shuna and she does not look happy. Ina. Shuna's voice is dangerously calm. I'm sure I told you to bring Aesir for dinner. Is that what you've been doing this whole time? Both Ina and Aesir freeze in terror. Thinking fast, Aesir throws an arm around Ina to shield her. I'm really sorry. I told her I'd help with the treasure hunt if she'd show me the way to Nana's grave. Ina looks up at him, grateful. Aesir thinks to himself that lying is bad, but he can't help it. Besides, I'm curious about that treasure too. Shuna buys the excuse. All right, take your time, but dinner is ready, so don't take too long. They both quickly agree. Once she's gone, Aesir lets out a huge sigh of relief. But the guilt is too much for Ina, who starts to sob. Sorry to make you lie. Aesir gently pats her head. He comforts the crying girl. Well, you know you did wrong, and that's good too. He makes her a promise. When I work, I take every 7th day off, so we can continue the treasure hunt in a week. Ina sniffles and agrees. Downstairs, the inn is alive with the chatter of patrons. Aesir takes it all in. A steaming plate of the Jampamon elven abode in gratin is set before him. He takes one bite and his eyes go wide. The taste is absolutely divine. He thinks to himself, oddly, it's hitting me even more than the soba noodles did. He doesn't notice Ina peeking at him from behind the counter. She calls out to get his attention, Mr. Aesir. With a hopeful smile she asks, is the gratin good? Her simple question makes him pause. In that moment everything becomes clear. He realizes, right, this is me living in the now. The food from my past life was great to experience, he thinks, looking at the delicious meal, but this is the food I'm enjoying now, and it really tastes incredible. He turns to Ina with the brightest smile. It's super good, he exclaims. The fact that a flavor I'd gotten used to is still here and is just as good as I remember is really great. Ina pumps her fist in the air, yay. A week has passed since Aesir arrived at the inn. He decides to take a break from his smithing work for the day, a rare moment of peace for the long-lived elf. He walks up to Ina's door and gives a gentle knock. Ina's voice calls out from the other side, you ready, Mr. Aesir? He replies, yep. The door swings open to reveal a beaming Ina holding a large bouquet of flowers. Morning, she chirps. As they walk together, both carrying flowers, Aesir reflects on how much Ina has opened up to him. Got your handkerchief, he checks. You tell your mom, Ina happily confirms everything. He can't help but find her boundless energy a little concerning. What'll you do if you lose sight of me, he teases. Ina just laughs, scream as loud as I can, my spirit sensor is go. Watching her fidget with excitement, Aesir is struck by a memory. Nana was just like this when we first met, he thinks to himself. Is it in her blood? Ina's voice pulls him from his thoughts. This way, Mr. Aesir. She leads him up a grassy hill toward the town cemetery. Oh, quite a spot, he remarks. A long time ago, people decided this would be the best place to watch over everyone from, Ina explains. A gentle breeze blows past and Aesir begins to recite an old poem, The Wind calls the clouds in the sky, he continues as they walk. The clouds bring forth water. Ina's eyes light up in recognition. Oh, I know that. She proudly finishes the line, the water spurs wheat to grow high. Looking out over the city of Jampamon, they recite the rest together. Those golden ears flow in waves as though a sea of wheat, and a ship of stone floats adrift among those shimmering swells, a ship by the name of Jampamon. They finish the poem with bright smiles. The cycle churns, beauty everlasting, so it will continue unceasing. Aesir smiles fondly at the memory of the old bard's poem. He remembers his friend from the caravan, Horatio, and how his version of the song is still shared to this day. The thought makes him a little nostalgic. I really should try to catch up with the caravan one day. Ina suddenly stops. Oh, here it is. She gestures to two gravestones standing side by side. This one is great-grandpa's grave. And this one is great-granny Nana's. Aesir gazes at the weathered stone, lost in a memory centuries old. You were just a child when I met you. He kneels, placing the flowers down as Ina watches. And now you've lived a full life coming to rest beneath this gravestone. It's a very peculiar feeling. An image of a young, vibrant Nana flashes in his mind. He closes his eyes, offering a silent prayer. Nana, what kind of life did you lead? Ina quietly breaks the silence. Were you friends with Great Granny, she asks. Aesir turns to her with a gentle smile. Yes, good friends. He looks back at the grave, reminiscing. We'd often go out for sweet treats, he recalls, a memory of them as children playing in his mind. And we'd talk about all sorts of things. Suddenly Ina grabs his hand, full of excitement. I can do that with you, let's go get cake. Aesir laughs at her enthusiasm. You really like cake, don't you, Ina? I remember Nana really enjoying fruit tarts. He stops dead. The memory of fruit tarts triggers a sudden, powerful realization. He turns to Ina, his eyes wide with urgency. Ina, tell me. Is there an apple tree at your inn? Though confused by the sudden question, Ina nods enthusiastically. Yeah, we've got one. As they head back, she adds a crucial detail, but the apples are all sour. They only taste good when Mom cooks them. They arrive back at the inn. Aesir approaches the apple tree, placing a hand on its trunk. Sorry, he says to it, I just need to do a little digging. Ina is completely bewildered. You're talking to the tree. Yep, trees are as alive as you or me. He kneels, placing his hands on the ground, and the earth begins to rumble softly. With a final tremor, a small wooden box emerges from the soil. Ina watches in utter shock as the ground itself obeys Aesir's touch. Her shock quickly turns into pure, unadulterated excitement. Aesir smiles, remembering the conversation with Nana that sparked this idea, her asking if elves liked apples. It was the key he needed all along. He opens the box, and inside, a beautiful teardrop necklace jangles softly. He holds it out to Ina. Okay, here you are, Ina. She can hardly believe her eyes. Huh, you sure for me? Sure, I'm sure, he insists. Nana hid this away. And I didn't want to just leave it at a grave. I want to share it, see it pass down. Ina is overwhelmed with joy. Aesir smiles, knowing he's fulfilled his old friend's wish. That's what she'd want too. After all, is it pretty? Time passes. 4 weeks into his stay, after a great deal of smithing work, a letter arrives for Aesir. It's an official document sealed by the royal palace. It's a summons from the king himself offering employment. Aesir's reaction is one of immediate disgust. He sighs, already seeing the strings attached. They sure make it sound like a sweet gig, but man. He knows exactly what they're after. The elven caravan travels freely between human nations, offering aid. So by employing him, an elf, the kingdom of Jampamon would gain a political advantage. They'd expect to receive preferential treatment and aid from the caravan, using his presence as leverage. But the caravan's neutrality is its strength. It moves freely, gathering information on all the countries. Forcing it to take a side could entangle the elves in human wars, a risk Aesir is absolutely unwilling to take. 4 weeks into his stay, Aesir receives a formal letter from the royal palace. Reading it over, he muses, considering the hot mess going on in the middle of this continent. I get why they'd want as much info as possible. But he quickly sours on the idea. Asking an elf to serve in a royal court, that's going to be a hard no, a very hard no. Without a second thought, he sits down to pen a swift and polite rejection. I respectfully decline. With his decision made, he walks towards the fireplace, letter in hand. Don't need this anymore. Still, he can't help but wonder, suppose I did take them up on the offer. The elves would probably trip over themselves to help me out, he imagines them saying. Shall we put our dwarven-made steel to the test? He tosses the letter into the flames, knowing they only want him for his connection to the elven caravan. I hold this town so dear, I'd hate to be the spark that ignites a conflict. Watching the offer turn to ash, Aesir's expression is somber. He understands that getting entangled in human politics could easily escalate into a much larger war. With a quiet resolve, he decides, well, I guess it's about time I set out alone. He plans his route north. I'm going to Odin next, the town where I met Koshman. After that, I'll pass through Sweden and head back to Ludria. As the last of the letter disappears, he stares into the fire. I wonder about the situation in Sweden. Honestly, even now, I don't have a clue what I'll find there. The next morning, his mind is made up. All right, thank you for your hospitality. He stands before Shuna and Ina, ready to depart. Shuna asks, haven't forgotten anything? Nope, Aesir replies, his cloak on and bag packed. Ina gives him a bright, cheerful smile. See you later. Her simple farewell catches him by surprise, stirring a familiar warmth. He smiles back genuinely. See you, he thinks to himself, just like Nana, you really make me want to come back. And with that, Aesir leaves Jampamon behind. He travels north, making his way through the countryside towards the town of Ardino. His journey is peaceful for a time. But as he arrives in Ardino, his plans are washed away by a sudden, torrential downpour. Soaked to the bone, he learns the grim reality of the situation. There are no boats heading out, a local explains. The rain makes the lake far more treacherous. The monsters become much more active as well. He tries to find lodging, but the innkeeper apologetically turns him away. With the merchants more or less stranded, I am sorry to say we have no vacancies. Even so, Aesir is grateful for her kindness. Thank you. He heads back into the rain, trying to stay positive. Well, I'm in no rush. The waters will settle down when the rain stops. I'll just take it easy at an inn and stuff my face. But at the next inn, he's met with the same problem, leaving him stunned. The owner tells him, as I'm sure you can tell, we ain't got a seat in the house. The man sighs, there's nothing much else to do when it rains like this. Lucky thing for us restaurants. It finally dawns on Aesir what the first innkeeper meant. Even if he found a room, finding a meal would be impossible. The reality of being stranded, soaked, and starving hits him all at once. Seeing the poor elf's gloomy state, the restaurant owner gets an idea. Say, he begins, we are a bit short on hands. If you wouldn't mind helping us out, we'd feed you afterwards, and pay you too. The words, a free meal, are like music to Aesir's ears. He doesn't hesitate for a second, I'll do it. The owner hands him an apron, and Aesir eagerly gets ready to work. But the thought of serving food suddenly triggers a memory of his old friends, the waitresses Karina and Sue. He remembers Sue being a relatively normal, if blunt, girl. But he was always impressed by Karina's incredible agility and grace while working. He reflects on her past. I bet she had some training due to her position as spy master. His thoughts are interrupted by the other staff. A new face, one notes. Ooh, a pretty one too. But I've had my fair share of training too, he thinks proudly before bowing politely to his new coworkers. Nice to meet you. With newfound determination, Aesir grabs several heavy mugs of ale. I'll get that free meal yet. Later that evening, after a surprisingly successful shift, the staff sits down for dinner. Man, you were a big help, the owner says. One of the waitresses asks, you have experience working as a waiter, Aesir? While stuffing his face, he nonchalantly replies, nope, none at all. Curious, another staff member asks, oh really, then what have you done before now? Aesir casually lists off his skills, smithing, training under a sword master, and I'm also a sorcerer. The entire table is stunned, quite the resume. Can we count on you to handle any rowdy drunks? Sure, he says. I also studied martial arts in the Golden Empire. Thoroughly impressed, the owner has another proposition. Say, Aesir, why don't you help us out midday too? He asks, sliding another generous portion his way. Maybe pick up some chef skills along the way. Aesir's priorities are clear. Will you keep feeding me? The staff erupts in laughter. Sure we will. And so, as the rain continues to pour, Aesir finds an unexpected place to wait out the storm. In the room they provided, he stretches happily. I'm stuffed. He gazes out at the rainy night. A bit of a false start, but I've got something to enjoy until the rain settles down. His mind, as always, drifts to his next meal. What's for lunch? Content for now, he watches the rain stream down the glass, his journey on a temporary hold. His thoughts drift to his ultimate destination. If I take a boat from Foka, Odin will be just around the bend. He pictures his destination, Odin, the legendary town of sorcery. Polishing his sword, he wonders about his old master, Koshman. I wonder what happened to him. He didn't like kids, so he may have never married. Maybe I'll see an apprentice of his running that atelier. He fondly recalls the man who was both his master and, in some ways, his student. A memory surfaces of them studying together, surrounded by books and magical artifacts. Koshman, what kind of life did you end up living? What sort of works have you left behind? Aesir arrives in Odin, the famed town of sorcery. He takes in the sights, thinking to himself, the most striking feature about this place has to be all the great big spires reaching into the sky. He knows exactly what they represent. The greatest, most powerful magicians, the wizards, they live in these high-reaching towers to demonstrate their station. Looking up at the towering structures, Aesir comes to a simple conclusion. Meaning the spires are an indication of Odin's knowledge, power, and arrogance. He walks through the bustling streets, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalls his last moments here so many years ago. He remembers it clearly. It was just before I said goodbye. I passed my certification to become a sorcerer, and Koshman was promoted to wizard for his incredible work with magic tools. A fond smile touches his lips as he pictures his old friend. He probably stayed in that little atelier with that forge for years. The memory jolts him back to the present. He stops, looking around in confusion. His heart sinks. Where his master's workshop should be, there's nothing but an empty, overgrown lot. The atelier WH. The reality of the situation crashes down on him. Oh, right, he thinks, his expression hollow. I knew he'd already be gone, but... He looks down at his feet, the cobblestones suddenly feeling very cold. I never imagined his entire home would just be gone. I need to find an inn or something. With a heavy heart, he walks away from the empty lot. I guess I had been assuming I'd just stay at his atelier. He forces himself to face the truth he's been avoiding. Koshman is gone, he's no longer with us. I knew that, I thought I knew that. But a part of him had held onto a foolish hope. I was still under the illusion that he'd still be here. I'd turn the corner and I'd find him. The next day, Aesir heads to the Odin public office, hoping to find some answers. He formulates a plan. I was Koshman's pupil, so I should still be registered as a sorcerer. Maybe I can ask about any other pupils he took. But a dark thought gives him pause. But then, what kind of pupil would have that atelier all torn down? Would I even want to know? He shakes his head, dismissing the idea. No, Koshman got that atelier from his own master, Raju et al. I'm positive he'd have been fiercely protective of it. His thoughts are interrupted as a clerk calls out, "Number 18. Aesir stands up. Why yes, hello. He explains his situation, but the clerk's response is not what he expected. She shuts him down immediately. As I just said, sir, please be on your way. Aesir is taken aback, but... The clerk's voice is cold and firm. Must I continue repeating myself? All information relating to Koshman Fetal is entirely confidential. As such, I must ask that you be on your way. Aesir tries one last time, pleading, even just a name of a pupil would be. But as she repeats her refusal, he notices something strange. While speaking, she's discreetly writing a note under the counter, a stark warning, military secrets, danger, go now. Aesir's eyes widen in realization. He watches as she slides the paper to another official. The official snatches the note and quickly crumples it, the message delivered. Aesir understands perfectly, he turns to leave, thanks. He gives the clerk one last look. She swallows nervously, her expression confirming the danger he's in. Back in the safety of his in-room, Aesir processes what just happened. He thinks about his old friend. Koshman was my sorcery master, smithing apprentice and dear friend. It all starts to click into place. He produced magic tools, which were incredibly useful for anyone with magic capacity. It was the military that first saw the value they provided. He sighs, the gravity of the situation hitting him. They're really that critical, are they? So valuable, the military is afraid of information getting out. And of course, that means I have to immediately skip town. He quickly packs his bag, his mind racing. He knows he's been marked as a threat. The possibilities are grim. Whether that lady reported me or not, someone overheard. Now, I'll either be captured and compelled to make magic tools for them, or I'll just be silenced, for good. He considers the political climate. It'd be one thing to ask around in times of peace, but this land is at war. At least, that's probably what that lady was thinking when I waltzed in to ask all that. He lets out a wry laugh. Actually, that reminds me of the first time I came here. The man who helped me then was so nice, it's a good memory. But there's no time for nostalgia. He formulates a new plan. Let's assume I'm being followed. My secret technique, run away, I'll just break west. He recalls the intel he gathered. The border between the United League and Zween is locked down. The only way a regular Joe can get to Ludria is with a big old detour. A smirk plays on his lips. Good thing I picked up all this info on the job in Foka. I don't normally give a fig about borders. His expression turns somber for a moment. I'd love to retrieve Koshman's blazing sword, but I have to imagine the army has it under lock and key. He dismisses the thought, and I definitely don't want to antagonize them. Who knows who could catch the blow back. As he prepares to leave Odin, he senses a strange presence, like a faint haze in the air. Walking through the city gates, he thinks, I really need to clear my head. I hope my tail just lets me trek west for a bit. He heads down a path leading away from the city. Once he's put some distance between himself and Odin, he stops to get his bearings. He finds a small village nearby. A tavern sign catches his eye. Oh ho man. With a satisfied burp, a new thought occurs to him. I almost can't wait for my pursuers to make their move. Now I'm actually eager to see what happens. He considers what his enemy knows. Odin's military intelligence should already know a few things about me. My connection to spirits, magic, and smithing. But they don't know I'm a high elf or about my skills with a sword, my strength, or archery. He smirks. They know I'm dangerous, but not how much. I'm far too much for the average soldier, so they have to have sent the best of the best after me. Wizards or maybe, special agents with powerful magic tools. Suddenly the chase becomes an opportunity. He spots figures on the rooftops. So if I examine the tools they've got, I'll learn more about Koshman. Humming to himself, he breaks into a run, baiting his pursuers. Man, sometimes I'm so smart I impress myself. From a rooftop, an archer takes aim. An arrow slices through the air, aimed directly at Aesir's back. But just before impact, a tiny spirit materializes, effortlessly stopping the deadly projectile. As Aesir flees through the city, his senses scream danger. He glances back, his eyes widening at the sight of a weapon aimed his way. A bow. An explosive force erupts behind him, shattering the stone street. He dives forward just in time, shouting, "Ah, fast." Peeking over the edge of the newly formed crater, Aesir is stunned by the sheer power of the attack. Wow, that was a lot. On a nearby rooftop, two cloaked figures watch. The archer lowers his bow as his partner clicks his tongue in annoyance at the miss. In a flicker of distorted air, the two assassins vanish from sight. Aesir immediately understands their trick. Perception disrupting cloaks, however, you can't use two magic tools at the same time. He's already found their weakness. With a new plan forming, he breaks into a sprint, his mind racing. Also, how did he inscribe the formula on fabric? He continues to analyze his master's work mid-chase. Any change in the formula's shape would cancel the effect. Is there a solid plate inside it? Instead of fear, Aesir is filled with exhilaration and pride. He laughs joyfully, damn Koshman, not bad. Having easily dealt with his pursuers, Aesir leaves the city of Odin behind, venturing into the wilderness under the night sky. In the safety of the woods, he takes inventory of his spoils. The defeated agents lie unconscious nearby as he inspects his findings. 4 invisibility cloaks. He examines one of their swords, a faint hum emanating from it. 3 blades that seem electric, they lit up in the night, so cool. Next he picks up 2 small, circular objects, puzzled. What are these 2 tiny shields? Finally he holds up the weapon that nearly killed him, a complex and beautiful bow. And last, a bow. The sight of it triggers a memory of his old friend, Koshman, excitedly pitching an idea. Aesir, you can use a bow, right? A magic bow would be pretty sick, don't you think? In the flashback, Koshman brainstorms over wine. Like, you channel magic while drawing the bow, then it activates when you draw it all the way back. He quickly dismisses his own idea. No, bad idea, that'd be dangerous. But the spark of genius wouldn't be denied. If the tension of the bow changes after you draw it, the arrow could fly anywhere. But I like what you're working with, let's workshop this. A fond memory of Koshman in his element surrounded by magic fills Aesir's mind. He smiles. Man, he really made it. Koshman, my master, my pupil, my partner in crime, he was something else. Back in the present, Aesir speaks to the now bandaged and conscious agents. Yeah, I've snatched up all your gear, but I won't kill you. Rest up and head home, alright? Sorry. Leaving them behind, he looks out over the vast, untamed landscape of Zween. Now then. He finds a quiet spot to rest and pulls out a map. Sitting against a tree, he studies the terrain. I think I've made it to Zween, but I'm a little scared to wander into human settlements. He glances at the pile of looted equipment. This is a lot to carry. I need somewhere to gather info and rest. A nervous sweat breaks out as he considers his situation. Plus, I have no idea how they treat elves here, and I kind of skipped the border. He recalls the propaganda he's always heard. Everything you hear about Zween in the United League is going to have a negative bent to it. He resolves to find the truth for himself. From now on, I'm going to try and hear out more contrary perspectives on things. Standing up, he solidifies his new purpose. If I'm going to use my power, it should be for something I'm sure of without a hint of doubt. As a spirit butterfly flits past, he muses, it seems clear Zween poses a threat, but I'm not just going to go about tearing the country down. He shoulders his pack and sets off again, reflecting on his own growth. Maybe my travels east have changed me more than I realized, something to chew on. He continues his journey deeper into the forest. Suddenly he stops, noticing the local spirits are trying to guide him. Oh. One lands gently on his hand, confirming his suspicion. A misdirection barrier is up ahead, then it must be guarding an elven settlement. He looks at the tiny spirit, a spark of hope in his eyes. A wide, grateful smile spreads across his face. Aw, I needed a place to get info and you found one just for me, thank you. He follows their guidance towards the hidden location, elves of this forest. As he walks, he considers the opportunity. They must have some idea about what's really happening in Zween. He realizes this is the perfect solution to his problems. If the elven caravan comes through here, they must have stopped at this settlement before. This makes avoiding human towns a non-issue. He sends the spirits ahead with a message. Okay, let the wind tell them I'll be there shortly, would you, please and thank you. The spirits zip away to announce his arrival. He walks down the final path toward the hidden village, a little excited. My first time going to another village. He even thinks of bringing a housewarming gift, think they'd like hermetic peaches. A sudden gust of wind rushes past him, signaling he's been noticed. He senses the presence of others in the trees. Seems like I've got a warm welcome waiting for me. The village comes into view, a small, peaceful settlement without the traditional sacred trees, yet home to hundreds of elves. As the villagers gather, Aesir realizes he knows them. The reason became clear. I recognized some of these faces. Many of these elves emigrated here after the Ludria elf slave emancipation. He smiles, seeing them living freely. Being forced to leave your homeland, I'd expect that to really sting. But looking at them now, they've all got genuine smiles. As he's greeting one of the elves, a small child runs up to them. The young elf girl looks up at him in awe. Noble Aesir, I was told that you held me when I was smaller, do you remember? Aesir's mind races to connect the dots. Wait, a baby. I named a baby. In a flash of memory, he recalls her. You're Seeds, aren't you? You must be around 60 now, right? Seeds is stunned that he remembered. Aesir chuckles, realizing his sense of time is different. Right, an elf this old would only be this size. The young elf is completely starstruck and flustered. She bows deeply, overcome with emotion. I'm happy to do whatever you'd have of me, really, okay, thanks. Aesir playfully lifts her into his arms, making her and the other elves laugh. I imagine I'll get more info out of your parents while I'm here. Seeds happily points the way. Your room is this way, it's only natural. Other elves rush to carry his luggage. Oh, thank you, he says, noting to himself how much regular elves seem to revere him. Seeing their nervousness, he tries to be friendly. I have some Apua fruit in there, take as many as you like. He figures being kind to the kids will help the adults relax. Once in his room, he sets his things down with a thunk. He decides to rest for now. Okay, I'll snoop around tomorrow, first things first. He unrolls his cloak, revealing the collection of magic tools. I need to do some experimenting. His face lights up with childlike excitement as he picks up a sword. Koshman's legacy, I'm going over this with a fine-tooth comb, starting with the swords. In the elven village, Aesir quietly inspects the magic tools he recovered. With a critical eye, he assesses their quality. I see, mass-produced, easily concealed. He stands over the collection of blades and shields laid out on the table. The mechanisms and engravings are fascinating, but these won't be enough to dramatically shift the tide of the war. His gaze becomes distant as a memory surfaces. He's transported back to his workshop with his old friend, Koshman. Back then, Koshman's voice echoes in his mind, the culmination of every bit of knowledge and technique we had were two different magic swords. Aesir remembers standing shoulder to shoulder with him, their masterpieces before them. With Koshman's help and his knowledge, I assisted in creating what felt like masterworks. I was proud of that. The memory fades, leaving a bitter taste. He slumps in his chair with a heavy sigh. Masterworks, pieces of art, not these, vaguely average products. He thuds his head onto the table, completely dejected. His thoughts drift. A man's years are limited to be spent chasing dreams, but... He recalls another memory of Koshman, who was a student of a dwarf just like him. These tools are based on his innovations, but none of them have the craftsman's spark in their design. Not really. A new resolve hardens his expression as he sits up. He thinks of his friend's ultimate creation. His blazing blade, proof of his dreams, his romantic ideals. I'll get it back, someday. Putting those thoughts aside for now, he moves on to more pressing matters. Now then, he thinks, grabbing a ladle. There's another matter I really should attend to. I've heard 3 main things from the elves in this village. His mind turns to the first piece of intel. First is talk of zombies. They've been cropping up in the forests of what used to be Karkum territory. He breaks down the specifics. Zombies are fresh, undead, not the rotten kind you see in stories, which makes them quite rare. For a zombie to be created, a body must be relatively undamaged, allowing mana to accumulate until it reanimates. This is why many cultures practice funeral rites that involve removing the innards, preventing mana from building up. And if someone dies in the wild, nature usually takes its course before they can turn. The grim exception, unless an epidemic or war kills a great many people, and they simply can't be given proper funerals. Aesir takes a long drink, the conclusion chillingly clear. Hence, the zombies popping up are the dead left behind in the wake of Sweden's aggression. He finishes his drink with a gasp. The second thing is the elf caravan hasn't come by this area for a good few years. Grabbing an apple, he considers the possibilities. Arena and the caravan may be wary of Sweden, or Sweden may be blocking their entry into the country. I don't know for sure either way. His eyes narrow as he focuses on the final, most troubling piece of news, the third thing. A few months ago, Sweden sent soldiers into the forest, asking the elves to contribute their aid to the war effort. And it wasn't a simple messenger, soldiers, an entire squadron of soldiers, just to deliver a single letter of request. It was a thinly veiled threat. Aesir bites into his apple, annoyed. Come off it, guys, talk about rude. The elves, however, have their own strict protocols. Official requests must go through the elf caravan. Since Sweden ignored this, the elves are ignoring them. But then, that makes this kind of dicey. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Aesir throws himself onto his bed with a groan. He stares blankly, trying to make sense of it all. Now why? Why would they want to involve elves in all of this? More than likely, if they want them to contribute to the war. He turns over, unable to rest. I don't know if Sweden is after the United League or Ludria or what, but if the elves keep up their policy of silence. A dark premonition fills his mind, a vision of the forest burning. Sooner or later, Sweden may set the forest ablaze to send a message. He lies awake, staring at the ceiling, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. This is so frustrating, it's just, if I sit back and do nothing, I know things will only get worse. His thoughts spiral towards a dark, tempting solution. What do I do? Raise Sweden to the ground. He bolts upright, shaking his head to clear the intrusive thought. Don't panic, don't rush, think. He forces himself to breathe, to focus. His heart pounds as he organizes his thoughts. What I want to do, what I feel I must do, what I actually have to do, parse it all out and think. Several weeks later, having made his decision, Aesir travels through the forest under the night sky. He arrives at a clearing overlooking the massive, sprawling royal capital of Sweden, Jindal. Hot dang, that sucker's huge. He kneels, placing a gloved hand on the earth. I've been thinking and thinking. He feels the pulse of the land beneath his palm. He bows his head. This is the third time I've asked for your aid like this, and now I know what I should do. He recalls the other times he unleashed his power, creating a mountain range in eastern Ludria and another at Fodal's border. A heavy truth settles upon him. High elves are powerful, too powerful, so little is beyond their reach. He understands the temptation that comes with such strength. If I feel justified in doing something just because I can, I could easily go down the wrong path. I could become a walking calamity in a very literal sense. He finally grasps why his people chose isolation. The others, my kin, are right to hold themselves up in the deepest woods. Almost everything that happens in this world could immediately be put to rest with a high elf's power. But as he looks upon the city, he accepts his own nature. But a hermit's life just isn't for me. I don't want to abandon the people and places I've come to know and love. He has found his middle ground, not destruction but a demonstration. So, O spirits of the earth. With his eyes closed, he issues a command not of rage but of precise intent. Swell upon 3 of these 4 gates, with mere trifles of mountains, and seal them off. From a hill overlooking the Zween capital, Jindal, Aesir unleashes his power. With a tremendous womb, the very earth obeys his will and massive mountains erupt from the ground, encircling the city. He thinks to himself, nice, barely any quakes or rumbles. He clenches a fist, a grin of pure satisfaction on his face. Excellent perfection. Surveying his handiwork, he assesses the strategic impact. Now it's apparent they could be boxed in for a siege at any time. That should be a substantial threat. However, his plan is more nuanced than simple destruction. He recalls a key principle from a tactics book, but leave them a way out so they aren't completely cornered, they may lash out otherwise. He intentionally left one of the 4 gates untouched. He smiles, pleased with his clever, non-violent solution. It's key to use a light touch at times. The last straw breaks the camel's back. He pauses, looking up at the starry sky, trying to place the origin of the phrase. Of course, I don't quite remember whether that was a saying from this life or my last. Some time passes, long enough for the seasons to change. Back in the elven village, one of the elves reports back to Aesir with a cheerful smile. Sweden sent us an envoy. The elves that met them said they were all very humble and quite civil, public officials, I think. She continues her story, explaining, they said they'd send the caravan through as they had in the past. apologized for their rude behavior and went on their way, with a few tears even. The mountain roads are hard on them. She finishes with a bright, relieved expression. Not scary at all, thank goodness. Aesir relaxes in a field, a flower crown on his head, reflecting on his success. So, Zweden correctly interpreted my actions as a threat on behalf of the elves. He gently wakes a young elf girl sleeping on his lap. Sorry to wake you, he says softly. But the wind brings good tidings. The caravan is coming. The news makes her eyes fly open. She leaps to her feet, flustered but excited. Oh, I should go help. As she rushes off, Aesir smiles after her. Yes, good idea. Left alone in the field, he sits in a daze for a moment. His expression turns thoughtful as he looks toward the sky. The arrival of the caravan signals a change for him. The caravan's coming, guess it's time to say goodbye to this forest. He begins to map out his future. I'll meet with the caravan, share information with Irina, then visit Kiha's grave in Ludria, and then what? He considers his options. Depending on what Irina's letter says, I might head west, I want to see Win. Otherwise, I might return to the deep woods, see if I can't find the phoenix slumbering there. He stands up, stretching with a sigh. What a drag, not eager to let the elders scold me, but I promised Irina I'd take her to the White Lake, high above the clouds. He grimaces at the thought of facing the village elders. He lets out a breath, resigning himself to his fate. I mean, I get it. The elders were right. The life of tedium I grew so tired of was their way of letting the world take its course, leaving it undisturbed. He trudges through the woods, shoulders slumped. But I ran off because I couldn't take it, so crawling back now to ask a favor would be awkward. Yeesh. Soon he arrives at the bustling camp of the elven caravan, searching for its representative, a woman named Irina. As he walks through the camp, he thinks, I'll talk to her about the recent goings-on and see if she can't lend a hand. But then she is quite the busy woman. I don't really like distracting her. He feels a pang of guilt, knowing how much she's already done for him. I really want to pay her back somehow. Suddenly 2 familiar faces hop into his path. Ah, noble Aesir, long time no see. Aesir greets his old acquaintances Levis and Hugh but quickly gets to the point. Yeah, it's been a bit, you know where Irina is, it's kind of urgent. Levis points him in the right direction. He dashes off, calling over his shoulder, thanks, we should definitely catch up later. He skids to a halt as he spots his target. There she is, Irina, leader of the caravan, busy talking with her people. She turns and her face lights up upon seeing him. Noble Aesir, it's been some time. Irina smiles warmly. Allow me to welcome you back, it's good to see you've returned from your travels safe and sound. Aesir grins back, thanks. After he briefly recounts his adventures, Irina gently steers the conversation back on track. If I recall, you had something urgent to discuss. Aesir snaps to attention. Ah, right. They move to a private room to talk. Inside, Aesir looks around. The caravan's gotten so big. Irina nods. Yes, we number more than 20 at this point. She elaborates, perhaps because of the caravan, more and more elves have taken an interest in the world at large. But Aesir's expression turns serious as he finishes her sentence. The state of the world has become rather grim, travel's become much more dangerous in recent years, and so many elves are incapable of battle. He looks at her intently, his voice low. Irina. His own anxiety spills out. Honestly, I'm really worried about the situation here. He continues, his voice cracking with emotion. The unease in the air is so thick, it's almost suffocating. He's cut short by a sudden clatter. Irina calmly sets down her pen. I understand, and yes, I concur. Aesir looks at her, confused by her composure. She gives him a confident look. However, your actions have already created a standout opportunity for us. We would be smart to capitalize on it. A determined fire lights up in Irina's eyes. Ever since returning to this continent, I've seen it. The elves are ready and willing to take a stand. It's about time we really gave them what for. She lays out her grand vision. Forest elves are largely concerned with themselves and little else. Their goal is the forest's peace, but our goal must be the central continent's peace. We'll need to convince them that this concerns them. She outlines the first step. Hence, we'll be bringing word to the various elven settlements around Zweden. Aesir nods, understanding the scope of the task. That'll take a bit of time. Irina smiles, a palpable sense of relief washing over her. It's not a problem if it takes a bit of time. This feeling is clearing away all of that anxiety. She clenches her fist, her voice filled with conviction. We've already taken hold of the reins. Inspired by her resolve, Aesir begins to clap. You're so cool, yeah. In a quiet room, a young Wind sits by candlelight, carefully writing a letter to his father, Aesir. A beastkin girl leans against the doorframe, a playful smirk on her face. Hey, writing another one of your letters, you still haven't gotten a reply, have you? Without looking up, Win explains, I haven't gotten any replies because I don't write a return address. She shrugs, teasing him, just to be safe in case it falls into enemy hands, not that you're writing anything important. You're such an oddball, she continues, your pa must be pretty weird too, huh? Win finally turns, a warm, genuine smile on his face. Sorry, but I'm not nearly as strange as my dad. The scene shifts, half a year has passed and we're now in the Zweden royal capital, Jindal. At the stables where the elven caravan is stationed, Irina addresses Aesir. Noble Aesir, I leave the caravan to you while we're out on our diplomatic mission. Aesir gives a cheerful wave. Got it, take care. He thinks to himself about their recent accomplishments, from unifying the forest elves to clearing out zombies on their way to the capital. He even internally boasts about the casual terraforming he did to help the elves build their city. Now with some downtime, Aesir settles in with a pile of envelopes. Alright, my only job is looking after the caravan, time for some snacks and some reading. He reflects on why he's staying behind. If he were to join the negotiations, his immense power and reputation would draw unwanted attention from the state officials. He recalls Irina explaining the situation. It would be troublesome if they figured out your high status, so I have to handle this. Aesir had groaned but understood. His thoughts drift to the long-term consequences. If these countries get wind of what I've been up to, it'll be decades before I can travel this area freely again. He'd have to wait for all the current officials who know of him to be replaced by a new generation. A somber look crosses his face as he considers the weight of his long life. By then, he thinks, looking at a memory of his old friends, everyone I know here will be gone. He sighs, a pang of loneliness hitting him. Man, that would be kind of sad. But his mood lifts as he turns his attention back to the stack of mail. More letters from Win. He begins sorting through them. I'll try to arrange them in order, though I think a good number never even made it here. He opens the first one, Win's familiar handwriting greeting him. Dear Aesir, I'm passing through the Pulha Thruway right now. A gentle smile forms on Aesir's face as he begins to read about his son's journey. He reads Win's words aloud. The Thruway is a bit of a no-man's land beyond the bounds of order. Win's letter describes it as a gathering place for free spirits, criminals, and outcasts. He adds that with all the monsters from the forest, it's a genuinely spooky region. But as Win's letter explains over a scene of him fighting off bandits, the people are often far more dangerous than the monsters. Aesir's expression turns serious. He knows Win had never killed before this journey. It must have been very trying for him. Aesir pauses, correcting his own mental map. Wait, I was mistaken. West of the Sea of Trees isn't the western continent yet. He visualizes the map. Pulha is a central territory, a buffer zone between the continent's eastern and western halves. He continues reading Win's account. The Central West is supposed to be a pretty chaotic region. Aesir decides to break it down for his spirit companions. Not following, okay, let me give you an example. In the East, they worship a fertility god and believe all are born equal. That's the religion we know, but in the West, they follow a human supremacist worldview. These two opposing religions are in constant competition, trying to convert the uninitiated to their side. This rivalry often escalates into open conflict, leading to so-called holy wars between the states. Aesir summarizes the whole land is a chaotic swirl of conflicting cultures and teachings. It's a mess. He notices a gap in the timeline of the letters. Win must have tried to avoid the human states. This is where the letters start to go missing. He picks up the next available letter. Win's words describe a harsh lesson. You taught me that different lands house different people. And while the humans on both ends of the continent are essentially the same in practice, they feel like entirely different beings. Win recounts seeing followers of the dominant Western religion. He describes his horror at seeing elves in chains, their eyes vacant and their bodies marked. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the truth. They view all other races as nothing more than slaves. The grim reality of the West begins to unfold. Win writes the elves I saw being transported like property had hollow eyes. I can only assume they're kept pliant with drugs. The memory fills Win with a cold fury, and he grits his teeth. He makes a chilling connection. The drugs he'd seen used on elves back in Ludria, they must have originated in this twisted Western territory. Aesir sighs, piecing together the political situation. A missionary from the West likely bribed the local nobles to establish a foothold for their hateful faith. The letter's tone shifts. Later on, I saved a girl. A beastkin girl, Win writes, recalling the moment he stepped in to stop a group of thugs. They had captured her and were about to beat her to death for their own sick amusement. I couldn't just turn a blind eye. The girl, it turned out, was the daughter of an important figure in the Fang tribe, who gratefully took Win in. Win describes the tribe as fierce warriors who use their strength to fight back against the oppressive humans. However, their weakness is their lack of technology. They can't forge their own iron weapons or armor. A brief, funny memory of a tribe member breaking a tool is followed by Win's conclusion. Consequently, my dwarven-taught smithing skills are of great value to them. Aesir reads the end of the letter where Win signs off. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. P.S. I'd like to have another bout with you sometime. Aesir's expression is complex, a mixture of pride in his son's strength and deep concern for his safety. He thinks grimly, by helping the Fang tribe, Win has likely made himself a full-blown enemy of the state to the Western humans. The lack of detail in the letter suddenly makes perfect sense. Win is being cautious, afraid of his letters being intercepted. Aesir knows how valuable a dwarven-trained blacksmith is in wartime. That skill makes him an incredible asset. Valuable enough that they'd overlook his half-human heritage to either recruit or eliminate him. The worry becomes too much to sit with. Aesir steps out of the wagon and stretches, trying to shake off the anxiety. He tells me not to worry, but he can't stop me. But then a proud smile spreads across his face, but he's still alive, knowing that I'm glad. He chuckles to himself, looking at the sky. He's really grown up. I'd love a bout with him now, too. Meanwhile, in the past, a weary Win writes under the moonlight, lost in thought. What if? What if Dad had come to the West instead of me? This war would have been over ages ago. A drop of blood from a fresh wound drips onto the floor. Exhausted and battered, Win admits his deepest weakness. At times, I have to stop myself from writing. Please come and see me. But he immediately steals his resolve. No, I can't ask that, this isn't Dad's fight. He remembers his bond with Aesir, realizing he has to stand on his own. I can't have him saving the day and answering all my prayers. I'm not a child anymore. He clutches his side, the memories of his journey flooding back. He recalls his first kill in the throughway when bandits forced his hand. It was them or me. I chose me. I got used to taking a life quickly. And to save the Beastkin girl, he had to cut down more men than he could even count, standing alone in a field of bodies. But as Win reflects, a profound realization dawns on him. He thinks back to his journey with Aesir through the east, remembering all the kind humans, elves, and dwarves they met. He finally understands, they were kind because Dad chose those places, or he'd built those places to be kind. I see that now, it was never luck, it was Aesir's design, a path of kindness laid out just for him. Win's voice, captured in the letter Aesir reads, is filled with a new, hardened resolve as he wipes blood from his face. I want to do the same, he writes, his eyes burning with determination. I want to build somewhere kind. With these hands, the letter ends on this powerful promise, leaving Aesir to reflect on how much his son has grown. Meanwhile, the diplomatic mission continues. The elven caravan rumbles through the gates of a new city. Having concluded their initial negotiations with Zween, they now set their course toward the kingdom of Ludria. Their first diplomatic victory was a major one, a promise from Zween not to involve the elves in their wars. Riding alongside the wagons, Irina remarks, "We've gone quite a ways," but she knows their journey is far from over. Suddenly, one of the elves peers into a wagon with concern. "Noble Aesir, are you holding up?" She stops short, seeing him slumped over, completely motion-sick. "Ah, no, it doesn't seem so." Irina, ever the leader, makes a swift decision. "Let us make camp for today. Everyone, you have your duties." Even after they've stopped, Aesir is still recovering from the rough ride. While he stays with the main caravan, Irina is on a whirlwind diplomatic tour, traveling to neighboring lands like Karkum and Valestrica to secure alliances before returning. Later, Aesir confesses to her, "Frankly, all this political maneuvering is a bit beyond me." Irina gives him a wry look. "Didn't you tell me you encountered the true dragon? The story still makes me dizzy just thinking about it." Aesir sighs, realizing the strange paths their lives have taken. We're both so disconnected from each other's exploits at this point. He smiles, deciding to focus on what he can do. Irina agrees. The long and short is, we should keep working hard at what we're best at. Aesir reflects on her words. He knows her talk about being dizzy from his dragon story was more about her being worried for him than anything else. At her core, she's a true adventurer, always seeking the unknown. So, he recalls, when I told her about the Titans dwelling above the clouds. Her eyes lit up with that familiar spark of adventure. If Titans really do live beyond the clouds, that must be where the White Lake resides too. Her expression turned serious. "You've done so much for me, more than I can even say. So I promise." Her gaze was filled with an intense determination that caught him off guard. Feeling the weight of her words, Aesir felt he had to apologize. "Irina, I'm sorry." But she just smiled, wiping a tear from her eye. "I know, I've asked so much of you, but..." Aesir returned her smile, full of gratitude. "Thank you truly." The serious mood breaks as Irina gets lost in a daydream. A world of Titans. Aesir chuckles. "Yeah, I've no doubt you'll meet one in person before long, probably." Irina immediately starts planning. Try not to be rude at that time. In fact, maybe you should bring a gift." Aesir is stunned by her practical approach. She continues to ponder the logistics. A gift for a Titan. But then, such a gift would probably be too large for either of us to hold, don't you think? She asks, completely serious. Aesir can only ask, would that be a problem? He can't hold back a laugh. She joins in, the absurdity of the situation hitting them both. Aesir watches her laugh. He thinks to himself, not even Titans are enough to give her pause. She's definitely unique, if nothing else. Their journey together continued. After passing through Zween, the caravan entered eastern Ludria and continued through the farmlands, finally arriving at the royal capital. As the elves wave from their wagon, Aesir stands before the grand city. The caravan is stopping here to meet with the head of state, and this is where I get off. He knows this is just a temporary farewell. He'd come running if they needed him, but he has a feeling he'll need their help long before they need his. With a final thought, he turns to his next destination. Shall we be off? He follows a familiar path up a set of stone steps, the sounds of training echoing from the dojo ahead. A sense of peace settles over him as he approaches. He steps into the courtyard, drawing the attention of those inside. A young student approaches him cautiously. Excuse me, are you here to observe? Apologies, but practice is private today. Before he can finish, an older man's eyes go wide with shock and recognition. He grabs the student's head, shouting, hold your tongue. Then he bows deeply, forcing the confused student down with him. Please pardon this young fool, come in, come in. Aesir is taken aback by the sudden and forceful welcome. The old man looks up, a huge grin on his face. Aesir's eyes widen in recognition. The man laughs heartily. You're Milo, the smithing apprentice, Aesir smiles. I'm pleased you remember me, sir. I'll let everyone know of your arrival, make yourself at home, the man says warmly. Thanks, Aesir replies, feeling welcomed. He reflects on his arrival. I ran into a few old friends, but none of those aged faces moved to stop me. They probably knew exactly where I was going. He walks past the dojo, heading for a quieter part of the grounds. Finally he stretches, a peaceful smile on his face. He arrives before a gravestone. Hey, I'm finally home, he muses. I don't believe any of my detours were wasted, but I might have meandered a bit more than I'd meant to. Knailing, he looks at the stone. Kiha's grave hadn't changed a bit. It was waiting for me, looking just like the day I left. The only change was the change inside me. He remembers the day he left, heartbroken and lost. That day, with Kiha's letter spurring me onward, I pointed myself east and forced myself to move. I've since seen many new places. From vast shimmering lakes to vibrant, unfamiliar cultures. Met many new people. And learned many new things. He recalls his encounter with the true dragon. And the mermaid who taught him about the world's beauty. He realizes now, it wasn't a trip to bury my sorrow and forget my grief. Ultimately, it became something that helped me face what's to come with an unflinching resolve. His journey had forged him into someone new. He speaks to Kiha's spirit. I'd even say I've grown from this journey if only a little. I have so much to share, I doubt I'll do it all justice. He begins his story. First I traveled with the elven caravan. He thinks to himself, I've changed and Kiha hasn't. Once I've finished telling her everything, I'll let this dojo know the things I ought to share, then I'll rest for a while. And I'll move forward toward the Deepwoods, the place I was born, the high elf home. Inside the Yasogi Ryu dojo, a heartfelt reunion is underway. An emotional Shizuki looks up at Aesir, his voice thick with relief. It's great to see you back safe and sound, Shizuki says. The chance to see you again makes me happier than I can even say. Aesir, clearly embarrassed by the formal welcome, just scratches his cheek. Come on, you're exaggerating way too much. But Shizuki just keeps grinning, prompting a flustered Aesir to plead. Seriously, give me a break, Shizuki. But his old friend Tauki isn't letting him off the hook. I've gotta lend you the respect you deserve first and foremost. You spurred the total revival of Yasogi Ryu and are Kiha Yasoga's first disciple. Sawa chimes in with a bright smile, not to mention the master smith for all things Yasogi Ryu. Aesir can't believe it. Even Sauha and Tauki, come on. Shizuki finally decides to give him a break. Alright, I'll stop torturing you, there's a lot more introductions to make anyhow. As they get up, Aesir looks on with a warm smile, thinking to himself, they've all grown so much. Shizuki presents the next generation. First, as head of the school, these are Tauki's kids, his son Ryuyuri and his daughter Eiha. The kids stare, whispering amongst themselves, he's even older than grandfather, but he's not old. And this is Sauha's family, she's in charge of smithing. Her first son Kairi, her second son Kyoru, and her daughter Shauha. They look just as bewildered, thinking, mother's smithing master. Aesir is genuinely amazed. Wow, he whispers, a blush on his cheeks. He thinks to himself, their family's gotten so big. Shizuki chuckles, yeah, it's a lot to remember, I know. Shizuki takes a deep breath and gathers the children before him. Hake, kids, you've only heard about Aesir through stories up until now. I want you to bear this in mind. With a dead serious expression, Shizuki makes a powerful declaration. This man is like a father to me. The statement hits like a lightning bolt. Aesir is completely floored, letting out a choked gasp. The kids are equally stunned, their jaws dropping in unison. Aesir's mind races. I know we have no blood ties and I know who Shizuki's father really is. But despite the shock, a wave of genuine happiness washes over him. Wow, just wow. Aesir can't stop smiling as Shizuki continues his speech to the kids. So listen up, if you even think about offending him. Shizuki breaks into a hearty laugh. Go right ahead. If you got something to say, throw down with him and see what happens. He then turns to Aesir, his expression turning serious once more. Remember, he's not a guest, he's family, and I fully intend to challenge him to a duel myself. Aesir processes the challenge. Yeah, that works for me. I'd much prefer they face me head on than try and dance around an elephant in the room. As he speaks, he feels an intense gaze on him. It's Kairi-sawa's eldest son, staring daggers at him. The boy's glare is unwavering, filled with suspicion and challenge. Aesir smiles, seeing the fighting spirit in the young boy. Looks like we've got to take her already. That's Kairi, right? He closes his eyes, thinking, they still hardly even know me, before speaking up. But I'm more than happy to spar with them, see where we all stand. Facing the entire dojo, he declares, I'll readily take on any challengers, anytime, anywhere. Just one thing before that, there's something I want to share with you all. He begins to weave a tale from the distant past. Far away on an eastern island, a swordswoman pioneered Yasogi Ryu and gave her life in the battle against fearsome Oni. This is the tale of Yuzuriha Yasogi. The next day, Aesir discusses the school's history with Shizuki and Tauki. He explains that the Yasogi Ryu style evolved in a very particular way. I would bet they elected to switch to using straight blades like the Chokyudo, rather than trying to scrounge up the materials necessary to forge katana. He continues, when I told them about Yasogi Ryu's origin, I made a point of going into katana blades. Tauki listens intently, considering the implications. Shizuki laughs, aha, can't really know a blade until you swing it, you know. Tauki agrees, yeah, I'd be interested in giving one of these things a spin, see how it feels. The schools become used to straight blades as a default, but it's possible some will come to prefer these curved katana blades instead. Aesir's eyes light up, his plan falling into place. So that said, he calls out across the dojo grounds, Sauha, He runs out to the forge where Sauha is working. Yes, what do you need, master? She asks. Aesir holds up a scroll. I wrote up a letter. A letter? Sauha wonders, intrigued. You showed me around the forge yesterday, right? Aesir begins. Right, she confirms. I get the feeling forging katanas would be pretty tough with your setup as it is, so I penned a letter to my master asking for some help. Sauha is stunned. My master's master. She stammers, the dwarf. Aesir casually replies, yep, he's king now. I came back with a technique to properly forge katana blades. But the forges and iron in this central continent are very much unlike how they are in the east. We're definitely going to need to do some remodeling to forge katana blades. So in the letter, I've written that I can teach them about the iron sand and forging techniques necessary for katanas, and that I'd like them to manufacture what we need and have it delivered here. He explains his logic. The katana is something the dwarves don't know how to forge. This is exactly the kind of bait that'll hook them for sure. He smiles smugly, adding, I think. They'll probably have the iron sand sent here in about a year. I can teach you how to work it in the meantime. Sauha places a hand on her chest, overwhelmed. My, this is quite the undertaking. She breaks into a warm smile, and yet perfectly like you. Aesir looks away, a little embarrassed by the compliment. He explains, I guess to a human, the dwarves seem like old masters of ancient techniques. I just went into this thinking I was asking a friend for a favor. Well, it's still a ways off. I wouldn't worry so much. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts in. It's Kairi. If all that's a ways off, maybe your time would be better spent preparing for your bout with grandfather. Sauha whirls around furious. Kairi, she yells. How dare you speak to him like that? But Aesir just laughs, trying to calm her down. Ha ha, now. He looks at Kairi with an understanding smile. You've got a point. But Shizuki and I have both been practicing with the blade for a long time. The point of our coming duel is to show each other what we've learned in that time. I suppose to Kairi, I must seem like an outsider intruding upon his family. He smiles, remembering Sauha's own personality. Sauha took great pride in her role as the older sister back in her day. I can see the same thing here. He's the oldest of his generation. Aesir thinks to himself, if Sauha scolds him for this behavior, it'll only make him dig in his heels and double down. Aesir's gaze sharpens as he decides on a new approach. He turns to Kairi. Rest can be as important as training, if not more so. Now I'm focusing on making sure my mind and body are in sync. With a confident smirk, he leans in. I've been preparing for this match for ages at this point. The sheer pressure from Aesir makes Kairi shudder. He plants his foot firmly, refusing to be intimidated. Flustered but defiant, Kairi blurts out, oh yeah. Aesir's grin widens. Heh, so still won't back down, huh? Not bad. I do so love kids with some backbone. Kairi is completely flustered by the praise, blushing and gulping as he's left speechless. Kairi flushes, completely caught off guard by the challenge. Ah, wait, I wasn't. Aesir glances back with a knowing, gentle smile. I wasn't laughing at you, he says, diffusing the tension. He turns away, thinking to himself that this won't be solved overnight. I can't expect progress right away, not if I want a mutual understanding with Kairi. As he walks through the dojo grounds, Aesir continues his reflection. Of course, I want him to understand the kind of person I am, but that means I have to understand him too. Later, the promised duel begins. Aesir and Shizuki face each other on the dojo floor, the entire family watching from the sidelines. I've been practicing Yasogi Ryu for decades at this point, Aesir thinks. But in all honesty, the signal is given to begin and Shizuki instantly explodes into motion. Aesir finishes his thought, between time and effort. Shizuki's definitely put far more into perfecting his blade than I have. Shizuki lunges with a powerful thrust, but Aesir deftly leaps over the attack. With fierce determination, Aesir prepares to bring his own blade down in a counterattack. But as their wooden swords clash, a shocking technique is revealed. Multiple spider-like legs made of earth magic burst from Aesir's back, anchoring him to the floor and giving him impossible stability. The sudden move leaves Shizuki momentarily stunned. The disciples watch in utter disbelief. They erupt in astonished whispers. Did you see the way he moved? One asks. Wow, he really is the school's first disciple. Aesir lets out a nervous laugh, thinking, okay, that was barely by the skin of my teeth. He takes a breath, crediting his recent, brutal training. I could only react because my range of awareness is wider now, all thanks to Xuanu. But he knows that trick won't be enough. He sizes up his opponent, keenly aware of the gap between them. As things stand, he admits to himself, the sheer difference in our skill level will eventually overwhelm me. Then a new resolve hardens his expression, but he said I was like a father to him, so I've got to act the part. With renewed vigor, Aesir meets Shizuki's assault, their blades clashing in a furious exchange. The impacts rattle them both, the sheer force of the duel echoing through the dojo. The younger students are completely lost. What kind of technique is that? Is that even Yasogi Ryu? Kairi, equally shocked, asks his mother how did he strike from that stance. Sauha watches calmly. Of course that's Yasogi Ryu. As Aesir holds a ready stance, Sauha explains to the children, this is the style of Yasogi Ryu, that your great-grandmother entrusted to him and him alone. In a final, decisive clash, Aesir's sword is sent flying from his grasp, startling the onlookers. The match is over. Shizuki holds his blade to Aesir's neck. He is declared the winner. Aesir collapses dramatically onto the floorboards. Gaia, I choked, he groans, while Shizuki just tells him to relax. Panting with a nostalgic, tearful smile, Aesir says, that really felt like I was sparring with Mom again. Shizuki bursts into laughter, appreciating the sentiment. Thanks for consoling me after I finessed every single hit. Aesir sits up, joking back. Well, it's pretty clear who inherited the proper, perfected form of Yasogiri Ryu, and it's only because I had you as an example to not follow. The duel concluded, the children swarm the floor, cheering for their grandfather's victory. They surround Shizuki, buzzing with excitement. That was awesome. Afterwards, Aesir sits with his old friends. Sawa smiles, you were just as impressive, master. Aesir looks genuinely pleased by the praise. He lets out a small, happy laugh. But in a quiet moment, Aesir reflects on his own path, realizing, the guidepost I'm working toward is still so far away. Looking out at the dojo that feels like home, he thinks, it's annoying, but for whatever reason it makes me feel happy too. He accepts the truth with a calm smile. It's obvious how weak I still am. 1 month passes. Aesir has settled into the rhythm of dojo life, helping with chores and getting to know everyone. However, he soon realized something. There was a clear problem child among Shizuki's family. He thinks back, that child is more than a little mischievous. A bit of a troublemaker even. As he's walking with the others, a figure looms on a nearby roof. Suddenly the figure leaps and it's Shizuki's granddaughter Eiha. Hey Aesir, she yells, plummeting towards the ground. Without a second's hesitation, Aesir drops everything. He spins around, arms outstretched. He catches the girl effortlessly, twirling to absorb the impact and setting her down safely. Letting out a sigh of relief and exasperation, he puts his hands on his hips. Why you? He immediately starts scolding her. Don't do that. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to jump from there? Didn't I already tell you? Eiha, the youngest of her generation at just 10 years old, is known for being foolhardy and incredibly reckless. She just gives him a massive, cheerful grin. Don't worry, I only did it because you were there. His lecture is completely lost on her. Aesir thinks to himself, I'm glad she's so friendly, but it's concerning she doesn't seem to grasp the danger she puts herself in. As they walk, Eiha begs him, okay, after we finish cleaning up, tell me about your journey. He ponders her lack of fear. The adults here scold her for being reckless, but the dojo is a place where they fight and bruise each other all the time. Maybe she just lacks the context to distinguish real danger from play. Then a memory strikes him. He recalls Kiha, who was also incredibly sheltered and had absolutely no sense for danger. He remembers thinking her recklessness was a sign of her generosity and kind heart. Right, I was concerned, he recalls, but I didn't want to discourage her kind heart. Is there some way I could just warn her? He had wondered back then. His thoughts are interrupted as Eiha hops onto his back. Hey, Aesir, tell me about Jizu. Sitting with her under a tree, Aesir realizes his duty. I want her to broaden her perspective, learn about the world and its dangers just like Kiha did. That way she can build herself up to face them. Eiha is practically vibrating with excitement. Hey Aesir, hey. With stars in her eyes, she declares, I want to be an adventurer. I want to fight for what's good and just with my blade too. Aesir is momentarily stunned by her passionate dream. He considers it seriously. An adventurer, honors justice, faces the strong to champion the weak. I guess Eiha does seem suited to that lifestyle. He stands up. You'd better commit to practicing your sword play then. Eiha looks up, confused. Why? Aesir states it plainly, because you've got no chance of beating the bad guys at your current level. Eiha pouts, knowing he's right. He offers her a hand with a gentle smile. I can teach you what you need to know. He makes a vow to himself. To be safe, I'll keep an eye on her while I'm staying here, and we'll have to talk to your father and grandfather about what path you want to take. It can't be up to us alone. Under the light of a crescent moon, a conversation is brewing at the Yasogi dojo. Inside, Shizuki and Taoki are having drinks with Aesir. Shizuki gets straight to the point. If Eiha sticks to the kind of life she wants, she's basically guaranteed to wind up as an adventurer. You're her family, Aesir. What do you think? Taoki chimes in, agreeing it's no surprise. Yep, I was more or less expecting that to happen if she ever met you, Aesir. Aesir seems a bit taken aback by the directness. Taoki pours a drink, smiling warmly. Our family's just real taken with you, Aesir. You've impacted all of us. Shizuki adds, it's the same with me and my sister. I fully expected that to be the case with our children as well. Shizuki continues, maybe that's just in our blood. One more thing we all get from Mom. The mention of Kiha strikes a chord with Aesir. He thinks to himself, I know Shizuki didn't mean it like that, but when he says that, a bond embedded in their blood, it almost sounds like a curse. A hand claps him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. But he continues his internal monologue, and yet, part of me's still happy about it. A soft, genuine smile spreads across Aesir's face. Man, maybe I'm beyond saving, aren't I? Taoki refills his cup. Laughing, Taoki says, all the same, I would have expected her to drift toward adventurer work eventually, knowing Eiha. Aesir takes a sip. I also wondered if she might fall for one of the school's disciples, but being realistic, that seems unlikely. Shizuki nods in agreement. I'd say this is a fine opportunity for her. Now that you're here, Aesir. Aesir realizes the depth of their trust. They're perfectly capable of guiding Eiha themselves, yet they're happy to let him take an active role. It's because they truly see him as part of the family. Just then Saoha arrives. Good evening, you three. They greet her warmly, having already started without her. The mood settles as they all share a drink. But then Shizuki's expression turns serious. Hey, I had one other thing I wanted to ask you. He recalls a difficult conversation. I talked about this with Mom before she passed, and she was vehemently against it, but I still wanted to ask you directly. He looks Aesir dead in the eye. Aesir, what would you say to becoming an advisor for Yasugi Ryu? The offer hangs heavy in the air. Shizuki clarifies, not just to this dojo but any dojo such as the one in Viscourt. He bows his head slightly. I've already talked this over with Mizuha and everyone. Aesir looks up at the night sky, the weight of the proposal sinking in. Give me some time to think about it. To clear his head, Aesir visits the one person whose opinion he values most. Hey, Kiha. He begins to think aloud, weighing the pros and cons. My status as the #1 pupil will lose meaning as time goes on, and with it, the reason I've any connection to Yasugi Ryu will gradually fade away. Taking on the role of advisor will definitely strengthen my ties to the school and its pupils, but beyond that, more people also means more problems. And succession disputes could definitely come about at some point in the future. He realizes Shizuki's plan. I'd be in a position to intervene as an absolute authority. If anything, Shizuki's idea strikes me as more calculated than he's letting on. A sad smile touches Aesir's lips as everything clicks into place. Looking at her grave, he whispers, I already know exactly why. You were against the idea. He remembers her words, her intentions. You didn't want to weigh me down with the burden of responsibility, did you? Her wish was simple. You've been here with me for so long. I think it's about time that you were set free once more. Tears well up in his eyes. You knew that, but if it's what you wanted, I'd bear any burden for you. Standing under the moonlight, he comes to a decision. You knew from the very start what my answer would have been, didn't you? You knew me better than I knew myself. The moon is so beautiful tonight. It's quite the burden, but I'll bear it with pride. Sometime later, Aesir has taken Eha into the forest near the capital to begin her training. Their first lesson, hunting, a rabbit peacefully grazes nearby. It's completely unaware of the danger. Eha makes her move, but the rabbit is too quick and hops away. Grrgh, got away again, she yells in frustration. Aesir just laughs it off. Oh, too bad. He started teaching Eha all the essentials of being an adventurer, hunting, butchering, and camping safely. Okay, while looking for your next hunt, keep an eye out for edible plants. He playfully quizzes her. Now tell me which mushroom is edible. Eha is stumped. Aesir knows this is the right path for her. Unlike serving the country or the dojo, becoming an adventurer means wielding her sword for herself and her own choices. He explains his philosophy, thinking of his old comrades. If you want to go out and save people, you need the flexibility to do so. You need to be unconstrained, just like a few 7-star adventurers I knew in my time. To achieve that, she'll need technique, knowledge, and nerve. These are all things that need to be built up, bit by bit. Eventually, they succeed. As they roast their catch over a campfire, Eha exclaims, roasted rabbit's really tasty. Aesir smiles, proud of her progress. But as he takes a bite, he gets an idea for their next lesson. This could taste even better with the right herbs from this forest. He thinks to himself that he just wants to see her light up with joy as she learns. Eha is immediately fired up. We gotta find some next time. We absolutely have to. Aesir agrees, knowing it'll be more fun for him that way too. 1 year passes. In a lively tavern, Aesir reflects on the local spirits. He's enjoying a stiff drink with some boisterous companions. He's drinking with the dwarven traders who delivered the iron sand. They raise their mugs high, shouting, to our brethren, to our brothers, cheers. A year passes. In a bustling tavern, wooden mugs slam together in a hearty toast. Aesir is drinking with a group of dwarves. These are the traders who accompanied him to the Feudal Empire, and they've brought the high-quality iron sand he needs, along with some potent dwarven spirits. One of the dwarves slaps him on the back, impressed. Nice to see you can still handle your liquor. You won't find any other elf that can keep up with us. Aesir just sips his drink, completely unfazed. They settle in at a table, the dwarf getting down to business. We've got plenty to go over, but let's start with that thing you asked about. What's all going on in the center of the continent? The dwarf explains the current political climate. Zween's aggressive expansion has finally been stopped, and an uneasy peace is settling over the central region. He elaborates, following negotiations with the elf caravan, there's been a bit of a change in management for Zween. It seems Irina's political maneuvering got the old guard fired. The dwarf points to a map. I hear that Lady Elf Irina is in Velestrica right now. His companion sighs, then she's headed off to the United League next. Yeah, can't be easy heading all these negotiations. Aesir nods in agreement. It's a relief. The fight's moved from the battlefield to the political realm, better that than so much needless death. The dwarves get into the details, discussing the complexities of reparations and territory concessions that come with ending a war. With Zween slowing down, one explains the United League's more comfortable making some moves. Of course, they've got a rebuff drought now. Hearing this, a small, satisfied smile plays on Aesir's lips. The dwarf nods sagely. Aye, that's one major step forward, and yet more change to come, I bet. The conversation shifts. Speaking of, the landscape of commerce's changed a good amount. He sketches out their old trade routes, a simple path from the dwarven kingdom through the elven forests and out to the human lands. But now things are different. There's been so much demand. We're gonna have to expand to meet it. We're running ourselves ragged. Aesir looks up, surprised. You're expanding. The dwarf lays out the plan. Invite elves from other forests to trade directly with the dwarven kingdom, effectively doubling their trade volume. They even have plans to increase their delivery teams, creating a rapid delivery network across the land. The dwarves muse that the Mii forest has been particularly active lately, and they should probably pay them a visit. Then the lead dwarf's tone turns serious, cutting through the chatter. Hey, you forget. Aesir quickly snaps back to the present, laughing it off. No, I didn't forget, we're here to talk business, right? The Iron Sand. With the deal settled, the scene shifts from the lively tavern to the quiet grounds of the Yasugi dojo. Inside the forge, Aesir addresses a small group of smiths. We've got everything we'll need. First, let me explain the process. He holds up the materials. Forging a katana is a pretty exact process. The iron sand from the dwarves is exactly what I wanted, perfect dwarven quality. He gestures to the group. I have Sawa here with me, along with 3 of her leading pupils. And Sawa's only child qualified to be here, Kairi. Aesir's gaze softens as he looks at the young man. He thinks to himself, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He looks just like Sawa did when I was teaching her 30 years ago. A fond, gentle smile crosses his face. Meanwhile, Kairi is deep in his own thoughts. He recalls his initial impression of Aesir, a ridiculously overpowered elf who was a master of everything. To him, Aesir was suspicious from top to bottom. But Kairi admits to himself that the elf has mellowed out. When Aesir asks any questions, Kairi's hand shoots up instantly. As Kairi begins to speak, Aesir reflects on how the boy's attitude changed. It was watching him spar with Shizuki that turned his view around. Aesir knew that no one else had ever been able to react to Shizuki's opening strike. Seeing him do it made Kairi reevaluate everything he thought he knew about the elf. Aesir begins to explain the complex 2-steel forging technique, knowing he first had to earn Kairi's trust to truly guide him. The young smith is already looking overwhelmed. Sawa, noticing her son's confusion, quietly calls out to him, Master. She turns to Kairi, a bit flustered. Grab a notebook, please, and something to write with. She apologizes to Aesir for the interruption. Kairi quickly prepares to take notes. After a moment, Kairi asks, so the trial run sword we're making, is it going to be sent to the dwarven country? Aesir confirms, just the blade, but yeah, the rest will be sent later. Aesir recalls his conversation with the dwarves who were extremely eager to learn the new technique. He turns to the smiths. I told the dwarves how the process works, but I expect them to come watch us do it in person. So, prepare for things to get busy around here. Kairi's face drains of color at the news. Sawa voices the group's anxiety. Since our inception, us Yasugi smiths have only ever had to contend with smiths in the capital. The other smiths murmur in panic, but now we're going to have to go head-to-head with dwarves in crafting katanas. Kairi gulps, the weight of the challenge sinking in. Dwarves are known far and wide as the absolute peak of the blacksmithing field. Aesir simply looks at them. Well, sure. He continues calmly, dwarves might be the best blacksmiths around. But his words have an unintended effect. Kairi's fear turns to fire, but Master Aesir is here teaching us firsthand. This is something our very ancestors brought with them when they migrated here. With newfound determination, he shouts, I'm not about to roll over without a fight. His sudden outburst leaves Sawa and Aesir momentarily speechless. Kairi's fighting spirit is contagious, igniting the other smiths. Yes, of course, we have to try, right? The entire forge is now roaring with competitive energy. We'll show those dwarves who's boss. Aesir watches them, a knowing smile hidden from view. He thinks to himself, Sawa's an incredibly skilled smith, but she can't quite stack up to me, and I can't quite stack up to my own master. Even so, I know for a fact the most important part of smithing a katana is a burning passion to see it through. Looking at the determined faces of the Yasugi smiths, he feels a surge of confidence. Yeah, this is going to work. Aesir ties a bandana around his head, ready to begin. He muses that if the Yasugi smiths were the only ones who knew this technique, they'd likely hoard it, keeping it a closely guarded secret, just as the dwarves would. But he thinks, a grand vision forming in his mind, if the Yasugi smiths and the dwarves put their all into this competition. I bet they'll push each other and this technique to heights unseen. As Sawa announces that the furnace is ready, Aesir pulls on his glove, a genuine, excited smile on his face. And that would be pretty cool. 2 years have passed since Aesir's return. In the dojo under the cherry blossoms, a ceremony is about to begin. Tauki addresses his daughter Aha. Happy 13th birthday. As per our family tradition, I grant you my blessing to wield this blade. Aha, barely containing her excitement, bows deeply. Thank you. Her father continues, it is a katana Aesir himself forged. Devote yourself to mastering it. Aesir watches them, a gentle smile on his face. He thinks back, 2 years have passed since I've returned here. In that time I've been smithing, and helping Aha train. Aha, unable to hold back her joy, grins widely. Hee thanks. Aesir's smile widens. I've watched her continue to grow as family. But Tauki's strict demeanor returns in an instant. Aha, I think you mean thank you very much, right? Aha jolts, caught off guard by her father's sudden formality. Ignoring him completely, she leaps to her feet, sword in hand. I'm going to go give this thing a few test swings. She yells, zipping out of the room as Tauki shouts after her, hey. Aesir can't help but let out a small laugh at her boundless energy. Tauki just sighs, defeated by his daughter's enthusiasm. Aesir tries to smooth things over. It's a special day. Maybe, let her off the hook, but as Aha runs off, a more serious reality sets in. From this day forward, she will have to overcome a trial. A trial to wield a genuine blade, against beasts, monsters, and even people. A trial where she will use that very blade to end lives. Later, after Aha has gone, Tauki and Aesir speak privately. Tauki begins, his tone heavy. Blades, be they katanas or standard swords, are tools meant for killing. The same goes for the art of wielding them. Aesir quietly agrees, right. The weight of those words makes Aesir visibly uncomfortable. Ha, it's kind of tough to hear that. Tauki looks at him, confused for a moment before realizing why. Oh wait, because. Aesir's mind flashes back to a painful memory of Kiha. Yes, I remember hearing this a long time ago. You didn't wield your blade for battle, or at least, that's the evaluation you were given. He explains himself to Tauki. I just wanted to practice the same art as Kiha, wield the blade like her, that was more than enough for me, but Aha's different. Tauki stands looking out at the garden. A blade held in defense of the weak is ultimately a weapon that ends lives for their sake. Aesir nods, right. Tauki lays out the first part of the trial. As for battling people, that will be done with the rest of the Asogi Ryu disciples. Deserters and mercenaries from the conflicts further west have been making their way here. Winding up as bandits, Aesir grimaces in disgust. I see. Tauki then asks, but what about monsters? Aesir has already planned for this. I have a plan for that. The trial requires monsters too dangerous for standard hunting, so I poked around the forest by the elven settlement. He explains his logic. Because the elves live there, the truly dangerous monsters have already been cleared out. He smiles, confident in his plan. But there are still a few that would work for her trial, once I've seen Aha grow just a little bit more. Just then Shizuki arrives carrying a tray. Hey ho, anyone want some tea? I'm going to set out. As Shizuki smiles, Aesir is struck by a sobering thought. If I keep hanging around like this, I'll eventually witness Shizuki's passing. I've parted ways with a great many people, it's just how it is. As they sit together, Aesir continues his reflection. I'm ready to accept Shizuki's eventual passing, but this man is like a father to me. He ponders the nature of their relationship. When a child comes to the end of their life, do they really need their parents there with them? Shizuki will pass surrounded by his children and grandchildren. I don't think I need to be there for that. Not really anyway. Shizuki breaks the silence. Say, I know it's not gonna be anytime soon, but you're gonna go see Win at some point, yeah? Aesir snaps out of his thoughts. Ah, yes, that's right. Aesir lays out his future plans. Before that, though, I mean to make my way back to my hometown, deep in the woods just before the western lands. And yeah, I could also swing by the Dwarven Kingdom to catch up with my friends there. Tauki raises an eyebrow. I seem to remember you being very reluctant to return to your home village. Aesir bows his head, embarrassed. Well, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, especially to you two, but I sort of went against my guardian's policies and left, so it'll be awkward to show my face there again. Shizuki explodes with laughter. You really had your own little rebellious phase. I'd say you're only human, but you're not. Aesir blushes furiously. Yep, embarrassing. While Shizuki howls with laughter, Tauki remains silent, his expression turning grim. He looks off into the distance, worried. Aha grew up right without entering any sort of rebellious phase, but that could end up cutting both ways. Tauki voices his deepest fear. I think about the possibility she may fail this trial, and what may happen if her strength fails her, if she breaks. Aesir looks at the worried father, Tauki. Tauki turns to him, desperate, so, that's why I've been trying to extract information from you on what you have in mind for her. Shizuki teases him, calling him a doting daddy, but Aesir just smiles kindly. I can just tell you, it's fine. Aesir begins to detail the plan. Like I said, it'll be the forest by the elven settlement. She'll be hunting a pack of great fang weasels. These dog-sized creatures are quick, clever, and hunt in packs, making them a tricky opponent. Tauki listens, his concern evident. Aesir continues, I'm sure that sounds pretty simple on its face, but tracking the monsters in the first place will likely take days. Tauki pieces it together, and she'll need to fight them after being physically and mentally drained, and deal with a group of opponents all at once, I see. Shizuki whistles, gotta say, sounds pretty tough. He then asks the obvious question, so you're gonna be there with her, right? Right. Aesir's answer is swift and shocking, no. He clarifies, I'll be in the forest watching her from a distance. If it seems like her life is in danger, I'll intervene, but of course, I won't tell her that. Tauki confirms the condition, and if you have to step in, then the trial will be. Aesir makes a slicing motion with his hand, a bust. Tauki presses further, what if she discovers you following her then? Aesir breaks into a wide, confident grin, then she passes, but I'll be frank. If someone can notice me following them, they've already blown past typical human limitations. He jokes, look, if she catches me playing hide and seek in there, then she has an easy life as a top-class scout ahead of her. His expression softens as he reassures them, it'll be fine. He looks off, a fond memory in his eyes. She reminds me so much of Kiha. So I know she's the kind of girl who will keep working toward what she's set her sights on. His faith in her is absolute. And so, after weeks of familiarizing herself with the new blade, the trial was underway. Deep in the woods, Aesir watches from the shadows as Aha begins her hunt. He thinks to himself, she's already demonstrated the ability to hunt monsters. So the purpose of this trial would be to see if she's capable of driving a hunt independently. But watching without interfering proves to be a trial for Aesir as well. He internally screams as she walks right past a valuable mushroom. Wait, go back, it's right there. This is, in a way, a substantial trial for me too. Aha spends a full day and night tracking her prey. On the second day she finally finds what she's looking for, the tracks of the great fang weasels. Aesir watches her enter their territory, his own senses on high alert. Now she's in their turf, which means she could be noticed at any moment, maybe be a little sneakier. As if hearing his thoughts, Aha suddenly freezes. Her training kicks in, she sensed something. Watching from the shadows, Aesir observes Aha's trial. She makes her first move, not with a bow or blade but by whipping a rock as a distraction. The stone clatters against the ground, instantly drawing the attention of the great fang weasels. The pack is alerted, their feral eyes locking onto the sound. Aha immediately uses their confusion to her advantage, positioning herself with her back against a massive tree. It's a brilliant tactical move to prevent them from surrounding her as the first weasel leaps into the air. Another beast lunges forward, its massive fangs bared, ready to tear into her. But Aha is faster. With a flash of steel, she draws the katana Aesir forged for her and slices clean through the first attacker. The remaining two don't hesitate, pouncing on her in a coordinated assault. Unfazed, Aha pivots, her blade a blur as she cuts down two more in a single, fluid motion. Her eyes are cold, focused, the huntress within has awakened. In a matter of seconds, it's over. Each beast was felled with a single, clean, and brutally efficient stroke. However, the fight wasn't without a cost. As she catches her breath, she winces, clutching a bloody gash on her shoulder. From his hiding spot, Aesir analyzes the fight. She got grazed while taking down one of the others, he thinks. Now then, what's your first priority, Aha? Even wounded, Aha doesn't let her guard down. She quickly scans her surroundings, ensuring no other threats are nearby. Once clear, she sits and immediately begins tending to her wound, gritting her teeth through the pain. Aesir watches in silence, his student expertly binding her own injury without a hint of panic. With the bandage secured, Aha gives a pained but proud smile. Aesir is beyond impressed. Perfect, no notes. But watching her hurt is a trial for him too. He takes a deep, shaky breath, fighting every instinct. His hands glow with healing magic as he thinks, if I jump down there like I want to, I'd ruin the whole thing. He forces the magic to dissipate, his face a mask of frustration. I won't, okay? He resolves to simply stay and watch over her until she makes her way home safely. Half a year passes. Back in his workshop, Aesir is meticulously crafting a new blade. Good, he murmurs, that just leaves the scabbard and the hilt. He picks up the unfinished wakizashi, a short companion sword. He reflects on Aha's trial. If she'd only had an offhand weapon, she might have gotten through it unscathed. A warm smile spreads across his face. She'll be 15 soon, old enough to be an adventurer. This is just an early present for her. As he takes off his apron, his thoughts drift. Once this wakizashi is finished, I'll leave the capital and head west. His decision is made. Putting out the fire in his forge, he finalizes his itinerary in his mind. First, I'll visit Mizuha in Viscourt. He thinks of her fondly, wanting to properly introduce himself to everyone at her dojo. But a somber reality sets in. Mizuha's condition is worsening. She'll be completely bedridden soon. He looks out with a sad but peaceful expression. But right now, I can still see her one last time. As he plans his next steps, heading into Pulha's deep woods to search for the phoenix, a sudden voice startles him. He turns to find Aha standing in the doorway, her expression unreadable. Aha, what is it? Without a word, she grabs his arm. She begins pulling him outside, leaving a bewildered Aesir in her wake. Wah, are you upset? What is it? She leads him to Kiha's grave. Under the quiet moonlight, she turns to him and asks directly, Aesir, you're going to be leaving soon, aren't you? Her eyes hold a sad certainty. Aesir is taken aback for a moment. Then a gentle smile plays on his lips. And what gave you that impression? Aha explains, Kairi told me, you've been finishing all your projects and putting stuff away, so. Aesir sighs unsurprised. If anyone, Kairi would probably be able to intuit what I'm up to. He sees the tears welling in Aha's eyes. He feels a pang of awkwardness, thinking, I have no idea how to comfort someone in a situation like this. I'm used to saying goodbye, but. Aha breaks the silence. Hey. She looks down, clarifying, more figuratively, not literally. Then she looks up, her voice trembling slightly. Did you used to love my great-grandmother? Aesir's expression softens. Not exactly, I didn't used to love her. Looking her straight in the eye, he says with unwavering conviction, I still love her. Aha is completely floored. Did you forget she's dead? She died before I was even born, she exclaims, unable to comprehend. Aesir places a hand over his heart. She's still here. Then he rests his other hand on the hilt of his sword. And here. He smiles, a look of pure devotion on his face. She never left. See, so long as I hold Kiha in my heart and mind, and wield the style she left behind just for me. Tears streaming down her face, Aha asks the question that's been weighing on her. But then, what am I to you? Aesir recalls Shizuki's words. Shizuki said he thought of me as a father. But do I see Tauki and Sauha as my grandchildren? Not exactly. I don't think I understand how that would feel just yet. He looks at Aha with profound affection. So, I think of all of you as my precious children, from the infants to the adults to the elderly. His smile is warm and all-encompassing. You're all. Children tied back to Kiha. For Aha, everything clicks into place. With newfound resolve, she tells him, wherever you end up going, be sure you send letters back here. I mean, we're family, right? She cries openly now, her voice thick with emotion. Even when I'm an adventurer, I'll come back regularly to make sure you're still sending letters, you're still okay. Aesir's heart melts. Sure, he says with a brilliant smile, good idea. Win does exactly that, so I will too. I'll send letters here to make sure everyone at the dojo knows I'm alright. He gently places a hand on her head. After I leave, I hope we can meet again someday. Aha sniffles, accepting his comfort and the bittersweet reality of their parting. Aesir looks up at the moon, his thoughts turning inward. There are plenty of reunions I hope for, but I never quite managed to make happen. And Aha and I will be walking totally separate paths. He looks back at her. Aha, stick out your fist for me. As they bump fists, he explains, this is a way of saying goodbye. It's how I said goodbye to Jizu. And so, just as he had with his dear friend so long ago, Aesir gave Aha a farewell fist bump, a promise of remembrance and a final, cherished connection. Aesir's journey begins. Leaving the massive royal capital of Werfell, he sets out on the road to the town of Viscourt. Along the way, he passes a quarry. The locals use the stone to carve statues of deities, hoping to grant travelers safe passage. As Aesir walks by, one of the statues catches his eye, and he stops in his tracks with a jolt of surprise. He stares at a crude sculpture of 3 figures. Wait, are these supposed to be White Lake? He looks closer at the poorly carved faces, recognizing the attempt but seeing none of the life he remembers. The statues are a pale imitation, a faded memory of his legendary adventuring party. He figures they must have been carved decades ago, based on stories and rumors. A sad thought crosses his mind. Is this how they'll be remembered? I wish something that truly captured who they were could have been left behind. He stands in silence, lost in thought, the weight of his long life settling on him. Then a brilliant idea strikes him with the force of a lightning bolt. That's it, he exclaims, a new purpose igniting in his eyes. I'll carve the statues myself. I'll find a stonemason and learn how. His path forward is now clear. First, I'll meet Mizuha in Viscourt. After that, I'm heading back to my old home, the Deepwoods. He envisions it, a way to immortalize all the precious people he's met, creating a physical record of the bonds he holds so dear. He smiles, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. It's been a while since I learned a new trade. I can create a place filled with these memories, a place for me to return to. Aesir soon arrives at his destination, the Viscourt Yasogi Ryu Dojo. He thinks to himself, honestly, my title of advisor is just a fancy name for an outsider. I really didn't expect a warm welcome. But he's immediately met by an enthusiastic crowd of students holding welcome signs, completely blowing away his expectations. An elderly woman, Mizuha, greets him with a knowing smile. I've told them all about you, Aesir, how you laid the foundation for this dojo before I ever took over. Sitting inside, Mizuha looks at him, her face etched with the lines of time. You haven't changed at all, Aesir. While I've turned into an ancient granny. How old are you now? 230. She clarifies that it was her mother, Kiha, who truly built the dojo's reputation as a formidable adventurer. Mizuha continues, she built this place with her own blood, sweat, and tears. Looking at you now, anyone would mistake you for a teenager. Aesir lets out a slightly embarrassed laugh, not knowing how to respond to the praise. He reflects internally, well, these grand tales she's been spinning certainly make my job as an advisor a lot easier. Looking out at the town from the dojo's porch, he wonders just how long Mizuha had been planning this grand welcome for him. Changing the subject, Aesir asks, so, you really don't need the forging technique? Mizuha's expression turns serious as she considers his question. She explains, yes, we're fine. The Yasogi Ryu style has evolved since its origin. Mizuha gazes into the garden. The style we teach here at this dojo is for adventurers. She continues, we've moved away from the katana, adopting single-edged blades more practical for our work. Aesir nods, understanding. I see. Mizuha sighs. The capital teaches a style for duels, while Viscourt teaches a style for fighting monsters. The Yasogi Ryu is already splintering. A quiet moment passes between the two old friends as they contemplate the school's diverging paths. Mizuha seems resigned to this fact, but Aesir's mind is already racing. Still, he begins, a smile playing on his lips. He clasps his hands together, illustrating his point, 2 branches growing from the same origin. If they can produce 2 different things, imagine what could happen if they were brought back together down the line. His eyes sparkle with optimism. They could create something entirely new. As your advisor, I'll see if I can make that happen. It'll be fun. Mizuha erupts into heartfelt laughter. Ahaha, oh Aesir, you never change. Catching her breath, her tone becomes somber. I do hope you get to see that new style through to the end. She looks at him, her eyes filled with a sad finality. Because, I won't be able to myself. The cheerful mood vanishes, replaced by a heavy silence that hangs over the tranquil garden. Mizuha turns to him with a gentle but serious request. Aesir, would you be so kind as to listen to my story? She then shares the tale of her long life as an adventurer and instructor, a wife, a mother, and a grandmother. She speaks of her many adventures and the life she built. Mizuha reflects, I've seen and done a great many things in my life. And yet, she says, her voice filled with wonder, I still recall that one tree. I've never seen anything so mesmerizing before or since. Aesir looks puzzled. That tree. He suddenly remembers. You mean the elven sacred tree I showed you and when you were just 8 years old? Yes, exactly, she confirms with a nostalgic smile. A violent cough racks her body. To know you came from a world where such wonders were common, it filled me with such envy. As she coughs up blood, Aesir rushes to her side. With her fading strength, she whispers her final wish if there is a next life. I hope I can be born on that side, and spend a little more time with Win. The sky stretches on, a silent witness to the end of a long and storied life. Leaving Viscourt, Aesir reflects on the passage of time. For those who live on like him, there are their own regrets to carry. He thinks of his friends. Shizuki and Mizuha are so old now. And to them, I haven't aged a day. I'm just a living reminder of a past they've left behind. With a newfound resolve, he sets his next course. Okay, it's time to return to my own past, back to the deep woods. His journey takes him deep into the treacherous Polha Sea of trees. He navigates through lands forbidden to most mortals, volcanic regions, man-eating swamps, and other monster-infested domains. He thanks the spirits guiding him. That wasn't easy, was it? But we managed thanks to good information, and your help, of course. But of all the dangerous places, his own hometown, the Deep Woods, might be the deadliest of all, a place where getting lost is guaranteed and monsters and poisons are everywhere. His elven ears pick up a faint sound in the distance. He knows all too well that many adventurers who enter these woods never come out. Suddenly, a colossal snake, larger than the trees themselves, looms over the forest canopy. The massive beast slithers through the undergrowth, its scales clicking as it moves, the undisputed king of this deadly forest. After leaving Viscourt, Aesir's journey takes him into the perilous Polha Sea of trees. He cautiously peeks out from the dense foliage, surveying his surroundings. He thinks to himself, it's kind of hard to set up a proper campfire here and forget about foraging. Relying on his elven skills, he uses the forest to his advantage. Snakes sense heat with what's called a pit organ. A little help from the trees, however, lets me hide my body heat using the leaves. He gives a nearby tree an appreciative hug. He knows this place all too well. The deeper you venture in, the more monsters you find and the thicker the power clouding the air grows, boy. A nostalgic yet weary smile crosses his face. This place is just like I remember it, home sweet home. But the feeling is complicated. He compares it to returning to a place he abandoned. It's like, how do I put it, like wandering back to a house I ran away from. His heart pounds with anxiety, and I just can't bring myself to ring that doorbell. It's so awkward. The wave of anxiety crashes over him. I mean, I just ran off, whether they're angry or relieved or even uncaring. However they react to that, it'll all be so awkward. He shakes off the fear, reminding himself of his purpose. Still, I need to look into the Phoenix, that is, if I want to meet any titans above the clouds. He weighs his options. The correct route, according to legend, is to find the Phoenix and hitch a ride. The incorrect route, but if I can't find the Phoenix, I guess I'll figure something out. Which means brute forcing his way there with spirits and magic. Standing amidst the trees, Aesir falls silent, contemplating the difficult path ahead. He lets out a frustrated sigh, the weight of his decision pressing on him. Finally, he makes a choice and speaks to the spirits fluttering around him. If you would, please pick up the breeze to announce my arrival. Venturing forward through the sea of trees and past the elven barrier, he finally enters his homeland, the Deep Woods. The atmosphere here is completely different. The air is thick with a palpable power that permeates everything. It's nothing like the world outside, he thinks, the familiar energy washing over him. As he pushes through the giant leaves, he muses, this used to be my everyday. It's weird being back, I mean. Suddenly he feels a familiar, spine-chilling aura. A smile forms on his face. I thought only hermits had an aura that sent chills down your spine like this, but now, it's him, good. Standing before him is a long-haired elf with a stern expression. The elder I gel with the least, Salix. Aesir internally adds, Aka Willow Child. Despite their history, Aesir waves enthusiastically, over here. He greets him with a wide grin, thinking, he's not my favorite, but he's the easiest to talk to, Aesir, long time no see. Salix whips around, his eyes wide with shock. Oh, Maple Child, what's become of your hair? Aesir panics, quickly trying to explain. Ah no, who could have done this to? I cut it myself, so I could travel easier. Salix composes himself, his expression softening slightly. I see, well, color me surprised. But Salix's surprise runs deeper than just the haircut. He thinks, he's waiting to receive me, and is even showing identifiable emotions, like concern. He was always so inscrutable. Salix smirks, do not seem so shocked, your face is far too easy to read. As Aesir grumbles, Salix continues, finding one of my brethren returned from the outside so dramatically changed, would give even me cause for concern. Salix gets to the heart of the matter. You hid your true nature whilst you dwelt with us here in the forest, a little languid, a little listless. Aesir recoils in embarrassment, realizing his act was transparent. Covering his face, Aesir mutters, I was just trying to act like a high elf, when in Rome or wherever. Salix nods grimly, I was right to ward the others off from your arrival. He explains, you'd be far too interesting for them as you are, and likely to arouse undue curiosity about the outside world. Aesir finally understands. I see, so that's why you're the only one here to greet me. Were they disappointed? Salix quickly refutes him, no. Salix elaborates on their isolationist policy. A high elf exerts an entirely disproportionate influence on the outside world. And so few of us exist, if we scatter, it may endanger our very race. Aesir lets out a small laugh. Right, no, it makes sense, really. Salix watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. He extends a hand. My bearing may have led you to mistaken conclusions. Taking Aesir's hand, Salix says something completely unexpected. I do not blame you for taking your leave of the forest. It seems clear it was unavoidable in your case, and there is precedence. Aesir is utterly shocked. Huh. But Salix just turns and walks away. Come along now, Aesir grits his teeth in frustration. Always with the cryptic hints, this guy. As they walk, Aesir asks, hey, where are the other 4 elders? I'd like to greet them too. I even have souvenirs, he adds, but Salix's silence is telling. Salix looks toward the horizon. They've scattered to the far corners of the world as spirits. I am now the most senior elder. He continues, they did express a great concern for you. I had thought they might have gone to try and find you, but it appears your paths never crossed. Aesir looks down, a sad smile on his face. He assumes the worst. I mean, I cut my hair, carry a sword, and chow down on meat. They probably took one look at me and turned away in disappointment. Salix stops, his expression unreadable. You seem to misunderstand them, but that too is not unexpected. We never did properly explain things to you. Aesir is taken aback. I what and explain what? Salix continues walking, ignoring the question. Aesir fumes behind him. Ugh, high elves, always so cryptic, always so evasive. Then, a horrifying realization dawns on him. Maybe this is how I've always been coming off to everything outside the forest, teasing people with scraps, hinting at deeper matters but never actually following through. It's unbearable. They arrive at a clearing with a magnificent ancient tree. Salix turns to him. There's no need to rush, Aesir. Maple child, you chose to return to us. I imagine you have further plans, but you must have time for a leisurely chat, no? Salix gestures for him to follow. Come along now. Aesir forces a smile. Sure, he thinks, okay, but to a high elf, a leisurely chat could take who knows how long. I've got plenty I want to ask myself. Let's just hope I'm not stuck here talking for years, like my chat with the golden dragon. The eternal, unchanging Deepwoods were not quite as he remembered them. Deep in the elven woods, Salix notes the offerings Aesir has brought. You brought hermetic peaches and seeds of the fusu tree. As they sit beneath a great tree, Salix takes a bite of a peach and cuts straight to the point. I see, so you've returned in search of the immortal phoenix then. Salix observes the young elf, thinking to himself to have left the Deepwoods and discovered secrets known only to the elders. You truly are a fascinating one, Maple child. He agrees to Aesir's request. Very well, I can't say if your wish will be granted, but you may seek an audience with the phoenix. But before letting him go, Salix's tone turns serious. But before that, indulge me, there is more I would inquire of you. Aesir internally scoffs at the sudden shift. Right, try to sound all serious after I just saw you chowing down on that peach. He really just flips a switch, huh? Salix begins, his voice heavy with the past. The other elders and we were considerably harsh with you, much more than with any of the others. He bows his head slightly, offering a sincere apology. You must have found us terribly stifling. For that, I apologize. Aesir is completely floored by the sudden apology as Salix continues. You see, we believed we had no choice but to treat you as such. Salix looks at him, his gaze piercing. Aesir. Aesir can only stare back, his mind racing to understand what's happening. Then Salix drops the bombshell, revealing the secret they always knew. You bear memories of a past life, do you not? He continues, though you never once spoke of this. Aesir's composure shatters. He never told a soul, how could they know? The weight of his hidden truth being exposed leaves him trembling. Salix begins to explain the nature of high elves. While the soul that dwells within a high elf is immortal, the point at which it attains that immortality can vary. Some are born with it, he clarifies, while others only attain it as they age and their awareness grows. Sensing Aesir's turmoil, Salix leans in and gently ruffles his hair. But you don't need to worry, Maple child. There's nothing abnormal about your memories. You are no aberration. He reassures him, no one will ostracize you for this. Aesir looks up, a wave of relief washing over him as Salix adds, children like you are born every 1,000 or 2,000 years. It's not a rare event. Aesir thinks to himself, that sounds pretty rare to me. Salix seems to read his mind, replying, is that so? They sit in a moment of newfound understanding. Salix explains that while most high elf souls gain immortality around birth, Aesir's past life memories have an unusually strong hold on him, making his case unique. Many high elves long to see the world beyond these woods, Salix says, bewitched by the knowledge of a world so different from our own. Aesir immediately grasps the problem, population impact. There are so few of us we can't afford to lose anyone. Salix explains their fear, that a high elf with outside knowledge could become a walking calamity, capable of reshaping the world on a whim. That is why the elders and I did everything we could to instill our values in you. He sighs, admitting their failure. Evidently, our efforts had the opposite effect. The other elders expressed their regret about your treatment before they became spirits. Aesir offers a small, understanding smile as Salix apologizes once more. You didn't deserve that. Salix then shares the wisdom of elves who have returned. They say the outside world offers stimulation, but no greater meaning. Any bonds you forge are doomed to be snuffed out by time. He admits, I've never been out there myself, but I feel the same. As the sun sets, Salix adds a somber note. However, some high elves never return. Whether they meet an unfortunate end and become a spirit, or find a new place to call home, I do not know. Salix's gaze becomes intense, and so I ask you. Would you consider returning to the Deepwoods for good? I feel it would be the best for you. He explains, if you stay, you'll no longer tempt the others to follow you away. and you can finally meet all of our brethren. Salix concludes, a transient, mortal life grants nothing more than sentiment. Aesir quietly considers this, replying yeah. After a moment, a warm smile spreads across Aesir's face. Thanks, Salix, I'm glad to know this is my home, it's good to be reminded. But still, he says, his eyes filled with determination. I have more I want to do out there in the world. Salix simply replies, is that so? Salix accepts his decision with grace. You must see something I cannot, even so, let me reassure you. This is your home, you are always welcome to return. I will wait for you here until I myself become a spirit of the land. Overjoyed, Aesir beams, right. With their conversation finished, Aesir stands up ready to depart. Well, I'm gonna head out. Just as he turns to leave, Salix calls out one last time. Maple child, Aesir stops, confused. Salix reveals one final secret. I should confess. I was born to high elves who had been touched by the outside world. My conception is what spurred them to return. While our people raise children communally, they raised me as mortals do, as parents, so I have some understanding of family. He looks at Aesir with a gentle, knowing smile. So, I hope I didn't make for too poor a grandfather. You rascal grandchild of mine. The revelation hits Aesir, and after a beat of stunned silence, he bursts into a hearty, embarrassed laugh. Nah, Aesir shouts, wiping a tear from his eye. You're pretty typical as grandpas go. With a lighter heart, Aesir finally departs, walking back into the depths of the forest. As he walks, his expression turns thoughtful. He reflects on the conversation and his own past. Because of my memories, I was just a kid who thought he was all grown up, he thinks to himself. I thought I understood everything and was making perfectly sound judgments. He cringes at the memory of his younger self. That was arrogant, and short-sighted too. How must I have looked to the older high elves? He imagines them seeing him as a rebellious little rapscallion, and blushes furiously at the thought. Trudging on, he tries to push the embarrassing thoughts away. I don't want to think about this anymore. He continues his journey deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze drifts past him. He smiles, recognizing the scent. That wind, it's from my acquaintance Viola, she must be checking up on me. He feels more familiar scents on the wind. That would be my folks. He realizes the entire forest, all his friends and family, are watching over him. Stopping in a clearing, he turns and cups his hands around his mouth. He shouts with all his might, a brilliant smile on his face. Everyone, I'm doing just fine, you don't need to worry about me. A second later, the embarrassment returns. Wait, I wasn't supposed to communicate with them. I was just talking to myself, really loudly, yeah. Some days later, Aesir feels a change in the air. The closer I get to the center, the more I can feel a powerful force. Something massive is waiting for me. He has arrived at his destination, the inner sanctum, a place forbidden to all but the elders where the immortal phoenix dwells. Taking a deep breath, he steps inside, his heart pounding with anticipation. Okay, I made it. After days of travel, Aesir finally reaches the phoenix's inner sanctum, but instead of a majestic bird, he finds a colossal egg resting in a nest. Well, he thinks, this is not quite how I imagined it. He recalls Salix's parting words, whether your wish will be granted, I cannot say. Aesir mutters to himself, I kinda thought that meant I'd be tested or something, not this. The horrifying reality of the situation crashes down on him as he pictures the basic life cycle of a bird. A chick, this thing isn't carrying anyone above the clouds. His grand plan to soar into the heavens seems to crumble before his eyes. But then, a spark of hope, he reconsiders Salix's words. Wait, he said he cannot say, that means there's a chance. A new determination fills him as he stares at the egg. So even in its current state, there must be a way for me to meet the phoenix. His mind races, searching for a solution. As he gets closer to the nest, he's hit by a wave of warmth. The temperature here is pretty high. He takes off his cloak, sweat beading on his brow. It's like the ground is radiating heat. And then a realization clicks. That overwhelming power I was sensing, it's not coming from the egg, it's coming from the land. He sits by the nest, placing a hand on the ground. Where is this power coming from? The energy feels familiar. It reminds me of the power that filled the air in the Golden Dragon's chamber, but it's not quite as strong. He ponders the mystery, trying to connect the dots. Turning to the spirit accompanying him, he asks, why do you need permission from the high elves to come in here? They made a special exception for me, so. That has to mean they felt such a precaution was necessary. He looks at the glowing spirit. Say, have you ever been here before? The spirit glows, giving an affirmative response. Aesir's eyes light up. Oh, you have. He leans in conspiratorially. Boy, I wonder what kind of high elf you were before you became a spirit. Can you even talk about it? Were you, like, a really cool one? The spirit seems to pause, and Aesir stares, realizing he might have been a bit too casual. The spirit begins to communicate the profound truth of its existence. Information floods Aesir's mind. Once our time as high elves is over, we throw off our physical forms and become spirits of the land. The high elf body itself doesn't grow old, it is unaging. Aesir processes the incredible revelation. So, the body itself doesn't reach the end of any biological lifespan. The soul is instead completed, and no longer needs to dwell within this body. He asks the critical question that follows, assuming that, if you leave behind an immortal, unaging body, what happens to it? The spirit shares the ancient wisdom of the elders. Wheresoever we are laid to rest within the earth, a forest will spring to life. Our very flesh serves as the seed for a sacred tree. Aesir can almost hear the dry, unimpressed commentary of the younger elves. But the truth hits him like a physical blow. He was being dead serious. I'm such an idiot. He remembers the golden dragon's prophecy. Thou and the spirits in nature shall spark life once more. Everything connects. The power in the land, the sacred ground, the phoenix egg. The body of a high elf was laid to rest here, holding the power to give life. The weight of this discovery is immense, and he collapses to the ground. But in that realization he finds his purpose. Pushing himself up, he declares, okay, I think I know what I have to do. He looks at the egg with a new, daring plan. If I can use that same power to accelerate its incubation, it's worth a shot. Aesir places his hand on the egg, but the energy drain is immediate and shocking. Whoa, it's not sucking my mana, it's my life force. He pulls back, realizing the danger. At this rate, I'm liable to shrivel up first. Suddenly, he remembers a gift from the Dwarven Master, a mithril bangle and more importantly, a leftover piece of the golden dragon's scale. I was wondering what to do with this little leftover. He holds up the tiny, powerful fragment. Good thing I held on to it. Using the scale as a catalyst, he begins to channel the life-giving energy from the land into the egg, sustaining his own life force in the process. A grin spreads across his face as he feels the power flow. All right, eat up, feels good. He chuckles to himself. I had the idea to use these for magic tools, but the materials are so rare, there wasn't much point. Full of optimism, he cheers the egg on. Okay, if I keep at this, I'll see you in a month, maybe a bit more, can't wait to hop on that back. But a month comes and goes. 3 years later, Aesir is still there, locked in the same meditative pose, looking utterly exhausted. He thinks to himself, living like this is kind of hard. His face is a mask of dazed monotony. His days fall into a simple, grueling routine, a strict vegetarian diet. Training with a stick, since metal is forbidden in the sanctum. And talking to the egg just to keep from going insane. He sighs, taking things easy isn't bad or anything, but this slow life stuff really isn't for me, man. He's at his breaking point. Maybe I'll go take a break, stretch my legs, he thinks, standing up. Just then a faint ping echoes from the egg. Stretching his back, he groans, if I'm not smithing or shoving meat and alcohol down my throat, I don't even feel alive. Suddenly, a loud crack splits the air. He whips around in disbelief. Huh. He panics, wait now, after all this time, that's not fair. The eggshell explodes outwards. And from the fractured shell emerges the biggest, fluffiest, most adorable chick Aesir has ever seen. He's instantly captivated, blushing from ear to ear. Oh, whoa, it's like Easter, good morning, Phoenix. The giant chick hops out of its nest and skitters towards him. Aesir crouches down, completely mesmerized as the creature stares at him curiously. The chick nuzzles against his hand, and it's so fluffy he can barely handle it. Overcome with joy, he can only stammer, wah, good morning. The chick speaks, its voice ancient and formal. You may call me Hero, such is the name I was called many years ago. There are others of my kind that you may call Phoenix, hence, if you would refer to me, kindly refer to me as such. Aesir is completely floored. He can't resist burying his face in the incredible fluff. Hero, the chick chirps in confirmation. The practical problem resurfaces in his mind. Ah, okay, well, Hero here is a chick. I can't exactly ask for a ride into the sky right now. Hero seems to read his mind. You need not worry, I shall see your wish granted once I have matured, simply wait a short while. The chick tilts its head. Such was the wish you expressed while I was still yet an egg. Yes, Aesir stammers. Ah, right, you heard that. He asks nervously. When you say a short while, what does that mean? Hero replies nonchalantly, 10 to 20 years probably, that or 100 years I don't know. Aesir does some quick mental math. Arena should live for another 100 years or so, we should have time. A new plan forms. I'll leave Hero in Salix's care and head back out into the world until then. He gives the giant fluffball a massive hug. And next time I return, I'll come back with my head held high, because this is my home. Sinking into the warmth, he sighs, so good. After finally leaving the deep woods behind, Aesir breathes a sigh of relief as he spots a welcome sight. Aha, a main road. Pulling out his mental map, he gets his bearings. I've been heading southeast, so I should be in Jatika now. First things first, let's find a human settlement. His journey began with a bittersweet farewell. In a brief flashback, he gives the fluffy Phoenix chick, Hero, one last hug. Salix looks on sadly, asking, must you leave so soon? You could stay another decade or so. But Aesir has a new goal in mind. I'm pointed towards Siglia now, a country famed for the quality of its marble. That's where I'll learn stone carving. He knows he could probably learn the craft anywhere, but he's not aiming for just good enough. I'd prefer to learn from the greatest masters, and that's where I'll find them. He briefly considers heading back to the familiar comforts of Ludria, but quickly dismisses the thought. After 3 years of basically starving in the woods, I'm craving new experiences right now. As he walks, a familiar spirit butterfly flutters around him, as if questioning his choice. The spirit seems to ask, weren't you going to head west from the sea of trees? Aesir crosses his arms, pondering the idea. Yeah, that'd be an exciting new experience, all right. But he knows exactly what that experience would entail. The Central West is a land embroiled in holy wars. Most of what I'll see is battle and the death that haunts it. He explains his logic. Stone carving is an art, and art reflects culture. It'd be hard to devote yourself to learning that in a culture of strife, right? Not that the Central East is free of conflict, of course. He recalls the recent history of the region. Up until 7 or 8 years ago, Sweden was waging its own war after all. He continues walking past a merchant's cart, but the memories of that are starting to fade and there's also the marble there, so I'm going to Siglia. Oh man, I can hardly wait. He daydreams about his future mentor. Here's hoping I'll find a skilled, yet amusingly hard-headed master to learn from, someone I'll really mesh with. As he travels, the familiar road brings back old memories. Onward we go, let's see. When was I last here? I think it was 69 years ago. He remembers the land under a different name. Back when Jatika was still known as Poloja, that was my first time here, though I was just passing through. His mind flashes back to a bleak landscape. It was a destitute land in those days, barren and poor, unfit to survive in. He recalls the harsh reality for its people, where even a single cup of water was a luxury. He marvels at the transformation, how things have changed. Now, thanks to shifts in political power, the land houses a major trade route between Ludria and Velestrica. He muses on the nation's future. Less war should mean more trade, but they say maintaining an enterprise is harder than starting one. The real test for Jatika will be the coming years. Suddenly Aesir stops, a deep, thoughtful expression on his face. The spirit butterfly flutters, snapping him out of his trance. He sheepishly reveals the profound question on his mind. Just wondering, once I reach civilization should I get meat or fish? The debate continues to rage in his head as he walks. He thinks to himself it's got to be meat, or no, right by the sea, fresh fish. His culinary contemplation is cut short, as a group of men suddenly block his path. One look at their grubby faces and menacing glares tells him they're not here to chat. One of the bandits steps forward, sneering, "Drop your weapons, pal." They surround him, spears at the ready, and don't pull any of your funny elf tricks. The youngest of the group, sitting on the cart, looks visibly nervous about the confrontation. He whispers to his boss, "Isn't it bad luck to mess with an elf?" The leader smacks him down. "Dumbass, an elf wandering on his own, he's gotta be some kinda outcast." The leader grins greedily. Even a male elf's gonna fetch a pretty penny yonder west, but Aesir isn't intimidated. He sizes them up instantly, bandits posing as mercenaries. Completely unfazed, Aesir starts to walk right past them, thinking, could be mercenaries struggling to find work now that the war is over. The bandits are stunned by his audacity. One of them makes a move, grabbing the spear Aesir is carrying. Big mistake. In a flash, Aesir pivots and plants a powerful kick right in the man's face, sending him flying. The leader panics, shouting, "Get him, take an arm or a leg if you have to." Aesir effortlessly spins the stolen spear, ready for their next move. His expression darkens with annoyance. Damn it all, now I'm pissed. I was so looking forward to a warm bed and human food. With a roar of frustration he shouts, "How dare you muck up my plans," and cracks a bandit with the blunt end of the spear. He moves with fluid precision, using the spear as a staff to non-lethally neutralize his attackers one by one. For a moment the spirit butterfly by his side glows with power. Aesir's eyes narrow, considering the offer of overwhelming force. But he rejects it, opting for his own skills. He leaps into the air and brings the spear shaft down with a comical bonk on the last standing bandit's head. The young bandit on the cart watches in pure terror as his entire crew is dismantled. Aesir lands without a scratch, turning his attention to the final goon. A swift kick to the face finishes the job. With all the bandits unconscious, Aesir stands over them, the picture of calm. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. The spirit flutters as if asking if he's okay. "Oh no, I'm not tired," he clarifies. He grits his teeth in frustration. His mind maps out the new, tedious chore list. Tie them up, haul them to town, deal with the guards. All standing between him and his long-awaited dinner. He complains to the silent spirit, "Come on, I'm owed a sigh or two, right? Don't give me that look." Now driving the cart with a pile of groaning bandits in the back, he grumbles, What a pain, what a pain." He sighs, talking to the spirit. "If I'd borrowed your power, I would have ended that in a snap, but..." He reflects on his growing connection to the supernatural. "It's just like when I met the golden dragon, having met the phoenix somehow. I feel even closer to the spirits than I ever have before." He explains his restraint. "If I'd used your power in anger, I probably would have just killed all of them, and an enemy I shouldn't kill is more trouble than they're worth." Finally, under the starry night sky, he arrives at an inn town along the main road. After handing over the bandits, the town guard captain is grateful. "Sorry to hold you up with the questioning. As thanks, let me cover your lodging for the night." By the time he settles into his room, it's nearly midnight. "Hey, nice place." Just as he's about to relax, there's a knock on his door. He opens it to find the elderly innkeeper. "Pardon me, sir, sorry, all I've got are leftovers, but..." She presents a tray of simple, hot food. "The guard told me you seemed downright famished." Overwhelmed by the kindness, Aesir tears up. "Thank you so much." He carefully blows on the steaming veggie broth. He takes his first sip of real food in 3 years, closing his eyes to savor the moment. His senses explode with flavor. Veggie broth, yum, bacon. He tears into the bacon with a ferocious crunch, finally getting the satisfying meal he'd been dreaming of. Back at the inn, Aesir digs into his first real meal in 3 years, a simple but hearty stew with bacon and bread. The flavor is an absolute explosion. After years of bland forest food, the rich, savory taste is a revelation. Unctuous umami, so insanely rich. Dipping the rye bread into the soup, a wave of nostalgia hits him. Good times. Oh yeah, the last time I was here, I was on my way to Velestrica for the seafood. A memory of the port town flashes in his mind, specifically of a tavern called Grand. A smile creeps across his face as an idea forms. You know that town. He decides on a whim. It's a bit of a detour, but I think I'll swing by Sorrow down in Valestrica. I bet it'd feel brand new to me now, fresh and exciting, something to discover. 3 weeks later, Aesir arrives at the coast of Valestrica, near the port town of Sorrow. The sight is breathtaking. He takes a deep breath of the sea air, feeling a sense of arrival. Yeah, now it feels like I've crossed the border. He muses on how vague the borders in this world can be, unlike the strict lines he remembers from his past life. This world's civilization just isn't that advanced yet. There aren't tons of procedures and paperwork for every little thing. A dark thought crosses his mind, or perhaps civilization had reached that point in the past, before the true dragon burned it all down. The thought triggers another memory, something Salix had told him back in the deep woods. He remembers the moment he introduced Salix to the Phoenix chick hero. She was completely overwhelmed. In the flashback, Salix trembled before the fluffy creature. To think I would see the Phoenix, with my own high elf eyes. She tried to play it cool, claiming her trembling was from pure emotion, definitely not because the giant chick was adorable. I am moved beyond words. Her excitement was deafening. Aesir, this is truly incredible. Aesir, however, was less than thrilled with the volume. Salix then revealed the Phoenix's true purpose. The Phoenix is what will carry the high elves to safety beyond the clouds, when it comes time for the dragon to burn the world to ash. Aesir was stunned. Salix continued, explaining that the Phoenix would return the high elves to the scorched earth to cultivate new life. While she was ecstatic about this incredible destiny, Aesir was starting to connect some very worrying dots. The horrifying implication hits him full force. So wait, now that the Phoenix has hatched, that fulfills a necessary condition for the world to be burned down, right? Salix's cheerful expression vanishes, replaced by a sudden stark realization. She pauses, her mind racing. I see. Her response is anything but reassuring. Indeed, that is one interpretation. Back in the present, Aesir approaches the Sorrow border checkpoint, the weight of that conversation still heavy on his mind. I hope I'm just overthinking this. He hands his papers to the clerk, thinking that if these legends still exist, it must mean this cycle of destruction and rebirth has happened before. Trying to process the potential apocalypse he may have kickstarted, he rambles to the clerk. Let's just say, hypothetically, on the off chance I've done something to push the world closer to a fiery end. The clerk, reading his papers, completely misinterprets his anxious muttering. Oh, you've done a lot to keep that from happening, huh? The clerk's eyes go wide as he reads the date. Mr. Aesir, you last came here 70 years ago for seafood. He recovers with a chuckle. Well, try not to be too surprised by the town. A lot happened in my grandpa's time, the clerk explains. The whole place was transformed. Aesir leans in, intrigued. The friendly clerk invites him in for tea to explain the town's history. As they sit, the clerk begins the story. See, 70 years ago there was this dispute over the rights to the ports. Aesir nods. Yeah, I remember. The clerk, who is the grandson of the man Aesir met all those years ago, recounts the tale. The fishermen and merchants quarreled over the docks, with the merchants ultimately gaining control. But instead of conflict, there was progress. Newer, better docks were built for the fishermen, and having both a trade port and a fishing port side by side caused the town to boom. The clerk beams with pride. The town must be twice as big as it was 70 years ago. You'll find plenty of places serving good seafood. Aesir is left speechless, trying to imagine such a drastic change. With the history lesson complete, he heads into the transformed town of Sorrow. He quickly finds his old haunt, the Tavern Grand, which appears to be in the middle of a rebuild. He steps inside to find a bustling, lively atmosphere. The owner warmly welcomes him in. But she stops short when she gets a good look at him, her eyes widening in surprise. An elf. Aesir, completely unfazed by the attention, takes a seat and orders with an appetite 70 years in the making. I'll have 4 of whatever's the special today, and something to drink. And 10 legs or 8 legs if you have it, he adds, requesting some local squid or octopus. He glances around the tavern. The people in the building are all different, but the atmosphere hasn't changed a bit. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto something on the far wall. It's an old framed painting, a relic from a bygone era. He recognizes it instantly. It's a portrait of him, Dries and Karina, painted 70 years ago right here in this tavern. The memories come flooding back. A fond smile touches his lips. Not the best painting I've ever seen, must be Grand's handiwork. He chuckles to himself, remembering his friends. Dries would have snapped the brush in two, and Karina would have done a much better job. The smile fades into a bittersweet expression. Yeah, I was too late coming back, never got to see the food stalls with Karina like I promised, but man, that painting really takes me back. Just then his food arrives, pulling him from his reverie. That alone makes this trip worth it. The owner sets down his first dish. The specials will take a bit more time, so. She gives him a wary glance, still unsure what to make of her elven guest. Just hold on a while longer, all right? Aesir simply grins back, happy to wait. Sometime later, he leaves the tavern, letting out a satisfied burp. I'm stuffed. He reflects on the meal. The taste was different, but it was a clear evolution of the old owner's recipes. Good eats. His walk through town is interrupted by a commotion. A massive shark is being wheeled down the street, reminding him of some troubling news he overheard in the tavern. He recalls the conversation. Velestrica's prosperity is almost entirely dependent on its trade with the southern continent. As he wanders onto the beach, he thinks about the new, aggressive power that's conquering the southern continent. Waving to some local kids, he remembers the most critical detail. This emerging empire refuses to trade with anyone on this continent. Velestrica's entire economy, and its standing among other nations, is built on that southern trade. Staring out at the waves, he wonders, if it ever loses that, how will Velestrica compensate? The town he just revisited, a town that had grown and prospered for 70 years, could be facing a serious decline. He makes up his mind. Ships are alright, but I think I'll just walk. Setting off along the coastline, Aesir decides to take the scenic route. Almost all of it's changed. I want to take in the sights, and sear as much of it into my memory as I can. Aesir travels through the Karkam Duchy, a territory that took the full force of Zween's recent war of aggression. He recalls from a letter that Zween only surrendered because they were terrified of his power, specifically, of him raising mountains around their capital. While they paid reparations, they never returned the land they stole from Karkam. Walking through the recovering towns, Aesir reflects on the harsh reality for the locals. To them, losing half their land must feel like a cruel joke, but it's the ultimate consequence of being on the losing side of a war. A friendly cart driver offers him a ride. Need a ride, Mr. Elf? Aesir smiles and politely declines. No, thanks. I get motion sick on carts. The region, now a vassal state to Velestrica, is being redeveloped into a major trade route. The man and his daughter wave as they depart. Well, stay safe out there, he warns. It's not been too kind round these parts lately. Aesir waves back with a cheerful thanks, knowing the man is right. The scars of war are still fresh and the area is far from safe. The busy road is a clear sign of the region's instability, with merchants and guards shouting for travelers to clear the way. The heavy presence of patrols doesn't surprise him. The end of the war has left countless mercenaries and deserters jobless, creating a new kind of danger for the locals. He learned most of this from a letter sent by Irina. Still, he remains optimistic. Things should settle down, he thinks, as long as there aren't new conflicts. His mind drifts back through the region's history, starting about 25 years ago. The whole mess began when the nation of Poloja, later known as Jatika, made a bid for power. Backed by Ludria, Poloja declared war on Velestrica, all for a single strategic goal: access to the sea. But their gamble failed spectacularly. Poloja lost and was absorbed by Velestrica, becoming a vassal state. That one defeat completely changed the political map. With their proxy nation gone, Ludria had no reason to continue the conflict, and Velestrica asserted its dominance. However, this major power shift sent alarms ringing for the smaller neighboring nations, Zaints and Geidel. They suddenly found themselves surrounded by giants, feeling the pressure from all sides. Panicked and fearing they'd be the next to be swallowed up, their leaders made a desperate choice. They would form the United League and strike first. And so, Aesir reflects while finishing his meal, their attempt to resist the great powers around them is what ignited the Great War. A familiar spirit seems to pose a question in his mind: fools, the lot of them. The thought hangs in the air for a moment. Aesir looks out at the peaceful landscape and concedes, maybe so. But as he takes another bite, he considers their perspective. Still, that was their way of trying to ensure a future for their country. He won't belittle their motivations. It was a war born from desperation, a last-ditch effort to survive. But while he understands their fear, he can't forgive the tragic outcome. In the end, it was he who stood in their way. The weight of that memory settles on him for a quiet moment. He shakes it off and finishes the last of his food. With his meal done, Aesir stands up with a new purpose. Thanks for the meal. There's one place I'd like to visit just a bit north of here. He's heading to Jampamon to visit Ina, the great-grandchild of his old friend Nana. The last time he saw her, she was only 8 years old. He pulls on his cloak, a smile on his face. Let's see, it's been 9 years since then, she's sure to have grown a lot. The thought of the passage of time brings a familiar, bittersweet feeling. For an immortal, watching the fleeting lives of humans is a constant cycle. Children become adults, adults grow old, and eventually, they pass away. And just as people change, so too do the nations and borders they shape. He recalls the old, cynical high elf adage: bonds forged beyond the deepwoods hold no meaning. All that remains once their too short lives end is sentimentality. As he walks, he mulls over those words. I don't know that those words are wrong, but I can't say they're right either. He clenches his fist, feeling the truth of his own long life. He believes, no, he knows he's gained so much more than just fleeting sentimentality. A bright, confident smile spreads across his face. No, I know, I've gained more than I can express through my experiences, so much that has stayed with me. With his resolve strengthened, he continues his journey toward Jampamon. Finally, he arrives in the familiar town. The sights and sounds bring back a flood of memories. He takes a moment to soak in the nostalgic atmosphere. And there it is, the inn, looking just as he remembers it. Inside, he takes a seat at the counter. It's been a while since I've come this way, hasn't it? The innkeeper, Shuna, greets him with a warm smile. It has, but I'm happy to see you haven't changed a bit. She serves him a bowl of stew. Here, seconds. And I'm happy to see the food here's just as great as I remember, Aesir says with a grin. Shuna beams. Oh, you're a dear. As he digs in, Shuna asks, so, you'll only be here about 3 days. Right, I'm just stopping by on my way. He looks around. Oh right, where's Ina? She's out at the sword training grounds today, Shuna says casually, catching Aesir completely off guard. She pours him some wine, she should be back before long. She'll be overjoyed to see you again, I'm sure. Aesir flashes back to his last visit, when a tiny Aina would watch his daily sword practice with wide-eyed wonder. She had relentlessly begged him to teach her. Eventually, he'd given in and showed her some of the basics, never thinking much of it. Back in the present, Aesir laughs. I didn't think she'd take it so seriously. Just then, the sound of footsteps reaches the door. Ah, Shuna says, sounds like Aina's back. The indoor swings open with a clatter. A young woman's voice calls out, I'm back, Mom. Shuna replies cheerfully, welcome home, Aesir's here. The announcement is met with instant panic from the doorway. What, he is? But, Bilek's coming for dinner today. The sudden outburst causes Aesir to nearly spit out his drink. I've got to change, Aina yells before dashing off. The chaotic reunion sends Aesir slumping over the counter, shaking with laughter. Wiping a tear from his eye, he chuckles, I'll just hang out here for a while. A few moments later, the door creaks open once more. A young man in a guard's uniform peeks in. Good evening. Just as Aesir is enjoying a quiet drink, the inn door bursts open and a young guardsman enters, startling himself when he spots the elf. An elf, pardon me, for being so loud. Aesir just smiles warmly, taking a sip from his mug, completely unbothered by the commotion. Shuna the innkeeper greets the newcomer warmly. Bilek, come on in, good evening, what would you like today? Aesir continues to sip his drink, quietly observing the scene. But the name catches his attention and his eyes widen in realization. Bilek. He stares at the young guardsman, a thought suddenly clicking into place. Wait, is he Aina's? Bilek, oblivious, nervously places his order with Shuna. Shuna, however, catches Aesir's gaze and gives a knowing, triumphant little smirk. Aesir can't help but blush, covering his mouth as he puts the pieces together. Oh my. As Bilek orders a steak and stew, Aesir sizes him up. He's got a good build and he seems nice, but most of all, he's a guardsman, excellent, Aesir thinks, a huge, delighted grin spreading across his face. I love guards. He takes a hearty swig of his drink, feeling incredibly pleased. Aina found a great catch with this one. Oh wow, this wine is great. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening again cuts through the chatter of the inn. A familiar voice calls his name, Aesir, and he turns in surprise. It's Aina, now a radiant young woman of 17. Long time no see, it's me, Aina, she says, beaming. Aesir smiles back, a little emotional. Yeah, it's been a while, you've gotten so big. He laughs, ruffling the air where her head would have been 9 years ago. Last time I saw you, you were only ye-high. What a fine lady you've become. Bilek watches the reunion, sweating nervously, while Shuna grins in the background. Aesir shoots a quick, knowing glance over at Shuna. She gives him a subtle nod, confirming everything he suspected. Aina turns to her sweetheart. Bilek, let me introduce you, this is Aesir. He spent time looking after my own great-grandmother. As the group settles in, the lively inn buzzes around them. Aina explains how her passion for the sword began. Mom and Dad brought me to the training grounds just because. Aesir notes how much the inn has prospered. The inn's really grown since your grandmother was running it, you can even hire on extra hands. Shuna smiles proudly. He thinks to himself, they're doing well enough that Aina can spend time on other pursuits. Shuna begins to tell the story. At first, the idea of a girl using a sword seemed silly. But gosh, she was just so fired up about it, she laughs. And when I'd leave her at the training grounds, all the older folk were happy to look after her. She winks, causing Aina and Bilek to blush furiously. Of course, it wasn't long before all the boys started clamoring for her attention, and out of all of them, Aina picked Bilek, earnest and just as eager to practice the blade as her. Aina groans in embarrassment, moom, while Aesir nearly chokes on his drink, trying to stifle his laughter. He can't hold it in, breaking into a wide, happy grin. Aw man, I can't keep this smile off my face. Shuna turns her teasing towards the young man. You were curious about Aesir, weren't you, Bilek? Causing him to take his drink in shock. You see, Aesir, Shuna continues, much to her daughter's horror, anytime someone would ask Aina why she practices using a sword. She'd talk about not being able to forget this one elf who came by, swinging that sword of his. Shuna howls with laughter as Aina hides her face. Gathering his courage, Bilek clears his throat. Aesir, could I ask for a bout at some point? He looks at Aesir with determination. From what Aina's told me, you seem like you would be a formidable sparring partner. Aesir studies the young man's face, seeing the sincerity in his eyes. The gaze he's fixing me with is honest and straightforward. It could be competitive spirit or maybe a bit of jealousy. Aesir muses internally before giving a gentle smile. Sure. When are you two free? Several days later, Aesir arrives at the local training grounds. The result of the match is clear. Bilek sits on the ground, utterly defeated, as Aesir stands before him, having sparred with both him and Aina. His display of skill immediately draws a crowd of eager challengers. Me too, please, they shout, wanting to test their mettle against the mysterious elf. Aesir easily dispatches every opponent with just a few strokes, leaving them in awe. What's your secret? One asks. Just practice, Aesir replies calmly, over many years. After the matches, Aesir glances over to the side. He sees Aina and Bilek sitting together on a bench. She's gently comforting him after his loss, a soft smile on her face. In a moment they're both laughing, their bond clearly stronger than any defeat. Watching the happy couple, Aesir smiles to himself. I told Shuna I'd only stay for 3 days, but I guess I can spare a bit more time. That short stay turned into half a year, but now it was finally time to go. All right. Aesir stands before Ina and Bylek to say his goodbyes. Thanks for letting me stay so long, and also, here. He presents them with a carefully wrapped gift. I wanted to give you two this. He unwraps two beautifully matched blades. These are paired swords from the Golden Empire, husband and wife swords. With a bittersweet smile, he adds, but if you two do end up getting married, I probably won't be around to see it. The mere mention of marriage sends a wave of red across both their faces. Just like how it went with your great-grandmother, Nana. Overcome with gratitude, Ina and Bylek thank him profusely. Thank you so much. As he turns to leave, Aesir offers one last piece of advice. I can't say what life might have in store for you, but it always helps to have a reliable weapon at your side. He walks down the long road out of town as the young couple waves him off, shouting, take care. The sky above is a clear blue, and a brisk wind blows east, guiding him on his way. Aesir looks toward his destination, a peaceful and content smile on his face. His brief, heartwarming detour in Jampamon is over. It's finally time to head to Siglia.